Chapter 1393. Face-to-face, Jia Le stood at the door of the rear wing room, taking several deep breaths to slow her pounding heart. She remembered what Hao Yuan had told her. Zihua's attitude would likely be complicated, and she might even know that Jia Le had been sent to persuade her. Don't be afraid at any time. Remember what I told you. Whatever she asks, just tell her. Could this really work? Jia Le harbored private doubts. But she trusted Uncle Hao completely. Once slightly calmer, she lifted the door curtain and announced loudly, "Servant Jia Le is here. Come in." Yes. She quickly lifted the curtain and walked in. The rear wing room was small, the furnishings simple. Zihua sat on a Kang bed holding an account book. The Kang table was piled with various books and registers. "Sit down." Zihua's hair was wet. She had apparently just bathed, but her clothes were the same as during the day, not a single thread out of place. "This servant dares not." Jia Le spoke carefully. "Oh." Zihua raised her eyelids and swept her gaze over Jia Le's entire body, causing an involuntary shudder. Though young, Zihua had always been Zhao Yingong's side user. From the villa's establishment until now, she had served as a housekeeper-level figure, wielding the power of reward and punishment. Moreover, she was meticulous in her conduct and had naturally developed an imposing presence. Even servant women decades her senior would feel weak-kneed under her gaze. Zihua set down the account book, picked up the covered bowl, and sipped tea lightly. "Where are you from?" "This servant is local." "My home is in Nangxiawa, not far from here," Jia Le answered carefully. "What does your family do?" "We sell dim sum." "How is it you're literate? Did you study?" Jia Le became extra cautious. What rank of person is this servant that she would dare claim to have studied? Some neighbors had children attending private school, and this servant learned haphazardly by following them. Are there really children studying in a place like Nangxiawa? "Do you take me for an outsider?" Zihua's voice turned cold. "Which private school did they attend? Who was the teacher? How much was tuition each year?" The questions came one after another, each a merciless refutation. Nangxiawa was a dwelling place for Hangzhou's poorest. Private schools there were impossible. Children in Nangxiawa never studied. People struggling on the starvation line every moment could not possibly harbor such aspirations. Replying to sister, "There is now a scholar living in Nangxiawa who opened a charity school himself, teaching children to read and asking no tuition. This servant dares not lie about this matter." "Such a righteous person still exists in this world," Zihua sneered. Replying to sister, sister herself once suffered hardship and disaster, saved by Master Zhao from her difficulties. Why cannot this gentleman be a righteous person? "Is it that only the rich and powerful may be called righteous?" Zihua started. Within the villa, besides Zhao Yingong, no one spoke so bluntly to her face. Even Fenghua, who stood under one person, addressed her politely. Moreover, these words were tight and seamless, without loopholes, genuinely hard to refute. She set down the teacup and silently sized up Jia Le several times. "You are indeed sharp-tongued. This servant dares not." Jia Le stepped back and performed a blessing. "This servant begs sister's forgiveness." "Eloquent as you are," Zihua said faintly. "Don't think I don't know who Wang Wronger is. She's a two-faced traitor living off one party while helping another. A spineless creature. A few lashes would make her confess everything." Fear gripped Jia Le's heart. Hao Yuan had told her that her identity was probably already known to the other side, but being exposed face to face like this still struck like a thunderbolt, nearly buckling her knees. Gangs near Nangxiawa frequently fought and killed in secret. When they caught a traitor, they would beat him half to death, stuff him in a sack, and throw him directly into the river. Jia Le had heard such stories more than once. Though Master Zhao was not some slum gang leader, with his power, secretly disposing of a little girl like her would be easier than crushing an ant. "You'd better tell me honestly, who sent you and what were you sent to do?" Zihua spoke slowly. "Here, everything is negotiable. As long as you speak honestly, I guarantee your safety. If you're dishonest, I'll hand you over to the steward office. The boards and finger squeezers are not something a child like you can bear." These words struck at the soul. If not for Hao Yuan's preparation, Jia Le would have already wet herself in terror and dropped to her knees begging for mercy. But she now possessed another kind of courage. She was doing this for poor people to avenge poor people. She felt no panic in her heart. Instead, she grew calm. She's bluffing, she thought. Uncle Hao was right. Biting dogs don't bark. If she really wanted to torture me, why waste words on me? The realization steadied her further. The world outside knows that Phoenix Mountain Villa's Master Zhao does great good deeds. Who would have imagined private courts are established within? She spoke with sarcasm. This servant naturally cannot withstand the steward office's boards. Though raised in poverty since childhood and beaten by parents as well, I have never received bamboo boards. Xinwu recognized the thorns in her words, the attempt at provocation. She remained expressionless. Master-beating servant is nothing shameful. If he is unhappy in his heart, venting anger on me is only proper. Sister speaks rightly. Jia Le was young, after all. Seeing her opponent utterly unruffled left her momentarily at a loss. But she held fast to Hao Yuan's words. Stillness is better than movement. When you don't know what to do, wait for the other to move first. So you refuse to say who sent you? Xinwu stretched her legs and spoke leisurely. A sudden inspiration struck Jia Le. She dropped to her knees and began massaging Xinwu's calves, smiling. What words are these, sister? If sister asks, would this servant dare not say? It's only if I tell you will sister report it to the master and have people arrested. Is that for you to ask? This servant spoke out of turn. Jia Le lowered her head. Speaking of the person who sent me, he also wishes very much to see sister. The corner of Xinwu's mouth lifted slightly. What is there about me worth seeing? That person, said sister, is a remarkable woman. Heh! Xinwu could not help but laugh aloud. A beating of 60 boards produced a remarkable woman. This thrashing was well worth it. What words, sister? Jia Le sensed she was already moved. Following Hao Yuan's instructions, neither hasty nor impatient, she spoke slowly. Sister's suffering this time was out of righteousness, not petty benevolence and petty righteousness, but great benevolence and great righteousness. Xinwu started. He really said that. This was too strange. The words were exactly the same as what the master had said. Jia Le knew her words had found their mark. She nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Xinwu's mood grew tangled. She paused for a long while, then said, You may go back first. Yes. Jia Le knew the matter was half accomplished. She whispered, Sister, please don't have people arrest me. This servant's body is weak. I cannot bear family law and torture. Too many words. Xinwu leaned back. Just go. Thank you, sister, for your grace. She stood, quietly performed another blessing, and withdrew. Zhao Yingong finished listening to Xinwu's report in a small room and remained silent for a long time. That the other side had sent a mere little girl surprised him. It introduced flaws into his originally simple plan. His original expectation had been that the opponent would inevitably send a heavyweight figure to infiltrate the villa and persuade Xinwu to become an inside agent, perhaps offering substantial rewards. Then, by having Xinwu maintain casual contact while dealing with them, he could send people to watch this person. Following the vine to the melon would easily uncover the black hand behind the scenes. Zhao Yingong believed the power plotting against him this time was no small force. From the rice riot onward, to the various nursery rhymes and placards, everything demonstrated that the opponent's financial resources and execution capability were formidable. If he could not seize this opportunity to eliminate them, future trouble would be endless. Heaven only knew how many more years before the Council of Elders' army would land in Shanghai. Yet the opponent had only sent a 12-year-old girl. Of course, in this space-time, a 12-year-old girl was not considered small, but she was still just a child and absolutely not an important figure. Did the opponent have some other scheme, or did they consider Xinwu's value insufficient to warrant sending a significant figure to recruit her? Zhao Yingong had arrived with a clear plan in mind. Now he felt as if he had lost his bearings. If he tortured Jia Le now, he could doubtless extract something, but the value would be limited. For now, just agree to meet him, Zhao Yingong said. See how he arranges things. Yes, this servant understands. This matter is not so simple. Zhao Yingong's worry was evident. The enemy seems to have caught the scent of something. Don't agree too readily. This gang consists of old foxes. They will certainly test whether you have truly defected. Go now and rest well. I will have people watch Jia Le. After Zihua withdrew, Zhao Yingong summoned Zhao Tong again. What have you found about Jia Le's background? It wasn't easy, I can tell you that. Zhao Tong frowned slightly. She listed her home as Nangxiawa. That ghost of a place is famously impoverished. Normally, no outsiders ever go in. Everyone inside knows each other. Outsiders, whether disguised as peddlers, beggars, or traveling doctors, can't hide from the locals. The men I sent couldn't even get a chance to talk to anyone. Later, we discovered her father sells lotus root starch balls by Westlake. We sent people to watch outside. When we spotted someone selling lotus root starch balls coming out, we tailed him. Only then did we find her father. By making inquiries among the vendors by Westlake, we finally confirmed that Jia Le is indeed his daughter, originally called Little Sanyang. Her family does live in Nangxiawa. Their situation matches what she wrote in her application exactly. So she is indeed just an ordinary poor girl. Absolutely correct. Then who taught her to read? Where did this school name come from? She says it was a teaching gentleman in Nangxiawa. Teaching gentleman, Zhao Yingong's brows furrowed. End of this chapter. Chapter 1394, Elder Shi. If it's such a poor place, how can there be a teaching gentleman? Zhao Yingong asked sharply. In my view, either someone is lying or this teaching gentleman is extremely suspicious, very likely an important figure behind the scenes. Jia Le was introduced through him. Zhao Yingong's mind raced. Should he apprehend this teaching gentleman? He quickly rejected the idea. Jia Le was insignificant. Her superior would not be someone important either. Tracing up from one link to the next could uncover the black hand behind the scenes. Can you keep watch on this teaching gentleman? Difficult. We have no connections whatsoever in Nangxiawa. Sending people in to gain trust is extremely challenging. Spend money, kidnap. Whatever you do, establish a connection as quickly as possible. Zhao Yingong spoke without hesitation. I want to know his name, what he looks like, what he does in Nangxiawa, who he contacts. Investigate thoroughly and report back as soon as possible. Understood. I'll go at once. Zhao Yingong watched Zhao Tong leave, then exhaled heavily. For reasons he could not articulate, he felt profoundly uneasy. An imminent sense of crisis hung over him constantly. Danger lurking in the shadows. He had considered it before. But this tension of approaching catastrophe was unprecedented. I must drag this rat into the light, he thought viciously. Break him into 10,000 pieces. If only he had a few special reconnaissance team operatives at his disposal. Cao Guangjiu sat respectfully in the private room of a brothel. He had visited such establishments before, though always as an accompanying guest. Expenses here were considerable. Though called a private room, it was actually a small courtyard. The courtyard was modest, yet featured a layout of spring-fed water flowing past ornamental rocks. A plant and tree stood in one corner, its leaves lush and dripping, reflected in the pebble paving as if the stones had just been sprinkled with water. The effect was refreshingly cool. The tea on the table had already gone cold. Together with the 6 kinds of dried fruit and snacks arranged in a 6-compartment carved lacquer fruit plate, none had been touched. Beyond the wall, the faint sound of sandalwood clappers and singing drifted in, somehow emphasizing the loneliness within this courtyard. The curtain lifted, and a middle-aged scholar entered, lightly fanning himself with a folding fan. Cao Guangjiu hurried to rise and pay his respects. Elder Shi. Secretly he felt disappointed. He had assumed that arranging a meeting in such a place meant the master himself might see him. Yet once again it was only a Xie, one of the master's household retainers. Brother Jiu is too polite. Let us sit and talk. Yes, many thanks, Elder Shi. The scholar called Elder Shi was in no hurry to speak. First he lifted his teacup and drank a few mouthfuls, then sampled some dried fruit and snacks. Cao Guangjiu was secretly anxious but dared not say a word more, only sitting in respectful attendance. After a long while, Elder Shi asked, How is the matter progressing? By the master's blessing, very smoothly. Cao Guanju immediately recounted his and Gu Chengshuan's recent activities. Placards and nursery rhymes have already spread. Recently, Phoenix Mountain Villa has tightened its guard. Zhao Yingong seldom ventures out. He must already be frightened. Then he reported Hao Yuan's plan of sending people to turn Master Zhao's big maid within the villa. This news piqued Elder Shi's interest. Can it be done? Hao Yuan seems confident. Heh. Elder Shi smiled and nodded but did not pursue the matter further. He pondered a moment and asked, "What do you think of this Hao Yuan? His thinking is meticulous, his actions ruthless. He is absolutely no ordinary person." "Brother Jiu, you are also a local strongman of some standing, is that all you can see?" There was mockery in Elder Shi's tone. "Elder Shi flatters me." Cao Guanju hastened to rouse himself. "Then forgive me for being presumptuous. Speak freely." Hao Yuan's shrewdness and capability go without saying, but in my view this person possesses a rare gift of perception. When observing events or reading people, his insights are penetrating. Most crucially, no matter where he is or with whom he associates, within 3 words or 2 phrases he can make people feel favorably disposed to him, willing to be commanded by him. He uses no money, no coercion, yet people trust him. He has been in Nangxiawa only a few months, yet already directs the common folk there like limbs responding to the mind. You make him sound almost magical. Does he practice sorcery? Absolutely not. Cao Guangjiu was emphatic. He burns no incense, worships no gods, and has never performed any kind of ritual. I once took an opportunity to search his belongings, nothing unusual. No scriptures, no ritual implements. He has never treated illness or prescribed medicine to anyone in Nangxiawa. This is strange. Elder Shi stroked his beard. Could it be through good deeds? Exactly, but he has very little money. Apart from the silver given by the master, I've seen no other source of income. Even if he gives everything away for good deeds, it's quite limited. Additionally, he opened a charity school in Nangxiawa. Cao Guanju said, "This person possesses an innate ability to bewitch hearts. A few words and he speaks directly into people's souls, reasonable and comfortable. He makes them convinced, orally and in their hearts." Elder Shi listened without revealing any expression. Then he asked, "So you're saying Hao Yuan is absolutely not a thing to remain in a pond?" Cao Guangju's face shifted instantly. He was experienced enough to recognize the implications in Elder Shi's phrase. He dared not respond directly, and after a long pause mumbled, "Surely not to that extent. Brother Jiu, could it be that you too have been won over by him?" Elder Shi smiled and shook his head. "The matter of this Hao Yuan, my master has also had people investigate his words and deeds separately, setting aside everything else, simply his qualities alone, not greedy for money, not afraid of hardship, not fearing death, not bowing to power, beloved by the common people. Brother Jiu has also read the old books. Surely you recognize what kind of person this is." "Yes, yes." Sweat had already begun to flow down Cao Guangju's forehead. Hao Yuan's ambition is not small. He is not yet successful. If ever he becomes successful, what would a Zhao Yingong even count for? Yes, the master is wise. Cao Guangju secretly felt relief. It seemed the master intended to dispose of Hao Yuan after using him. Fortunately, he had spoken truthfully just now and had not covered for him before Elder Shi. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. And Gu Chengshuan, Elder Shi suddenly shifted the topic. He's very capable. Though young, he is remarkably composed. He handles affairs effectively, clearly someone who has seen a great deal. Cao Guangju spoke while feeling a chill at the back of his neck. Who knew whether someone was asking Gu Chengshuan the same questions about him? And, Cao Guangju understood. If he did not offer something essential, Elder Shi would never be satisfied. He seems to harbor an immense hatred, especially toward Zhao Yingong. I don't know whether there is a personal grudge. Cao Guangju spoke carefully. This Gu Chengshuan was no easy person to deal with either. His broken boot party had sharp eyes for reading people. From his first meeting with Gu Chengshuan, Cao Guangju had recognized that this man had suffered great disaster and tremendous bitterness. forging an extremely resolute mind. These bare sticks from Guangdong, unafraid of killing and beatings, were inevitably 100 times more vicious than Cao Guangju's broken boot party, which had families and property to protect. Were it not so, would my master employ him? Elder Shi smiled with evident satisfaction. Yes, yes. Cao Guangju forced several hollow laughs, hoping this terrifying topic would end. With what he knew, he was deeply aware of how formidable both Hao Yuan and Gu Chengxuan were. He had no wish to misspeak and offend either. You are also a man with family and property. As long as you work honestly and handle matters well, my master will certainly reward you generously. I dare not accept such thanks. Cao Guangju assumed the lowest possible posture. I only beg for the master's cultivation. Easily done. Elder Shi nodded, picked up his teacup to moisten his throat again, and then asked about preparations for the attack on Phoenix Mountain Villa scheduled for the 15th of the 7th month. Cao Guangju reported that manpower had already been arranged. He had contacted more than 10 fighting society heads to use their men, put down deposits, and was only waiting for the 15th to move in concert. During the period of secrecy, he had revealed neither the target nor the plan for joint action, all to prevent leaks. I can probably recruit 700 or 800 men. These are veterans of brawling and fighting. They'll be sufficient. Phoenix Mountain Villa had a population of at least 20 or 30,000, but most were refugees, unorganized, untrained, without weapons. They posed no threat. What truly needed to be dealt with was the villa's few hundred family soldiers. To this day, Cao Guangju still did not know the exact number of family soldiers in the villa. Based on reports from several peripheral informants, he estimated 300 or 400 at most. Enough people. Enough. These few hundred are the core. Besides them, we'll inevitably need to incite and coerce a batch more. Otherwise, the commotion won't be big enough and we won't stir up sufficient scale. Besides fighting society members, Cao Guangju also planned to contact Zhang Guangshan and mobilize a batch of Buddhists to defend the way and break the demons when the time came. Furthermore, poor people incited by the placards could be lured to the villa gate. As he spoke, Cao Guangju hesitated briefly, then continued, "Only, we're a bit short on silver. Hasn't the master already allocated 500 taels for this operation?" Elder Shi's expression showed displeasure, as though suspecting Cao Guangju's appetite was too large. Giving 5 mace as a deposit to each of these few hundred fighting society men should be enough. Cao Guangju was naturally padding accounts and skimming, but raising the silver matter now was not for his own pocket. "Elder Shi, you do not know. The villa has family soldiers and Zhao Yinggong is also part of the gentry. In the fighting society's view, that's a tough nut to crack. They'll have to risk casualties. If the fighting society men don't receive a generous reward at the time and they create trouble by refusing to advance, it will be very troublesome. Then what do you propose? Please convey to the master, before battle, a heavy reward is needed, at least 1 tael per man. So the fighting society is just like government soldiers after all." The scholar smiled. Wanting settling in allowance before the fight, then wanting battle bonus when they actually move. "I wouldn't dare say that." Cao Guangju hurried to explain. "Elder Shi, you don't know the fighting society's rules. These men's black eyes only recognize white silver. Without money to embolden them, they absolutely refuse to act. Very well, as you wish. Silver will be prepared then." Elder Shi snapped his fan shut with a clack, smiling. "Once Phoenix Mountain Villa is broken, will there be any shortage of money to take? These people truly rat-eyed, seeing only what's an inch away. Thank you, Elder Shi, for understanding the situation below. In addition, please convey to the master, we need to prepare a few lives." Lives. End of this chapter. Chapter 1395. Petty favors, yes. This attack on Phoenix Mountain Villa will inevitably result in deaths and injuries. Setting aside treatment and compensation, which I presume the master has already arranged, killing people inside the villa means we must provide an explanation to the authorities above. Money for purchasing lives cannot be spared. If they did not arrange people to take the fall for any killings, these fighting society men would not be willing to exert deadly effort. A life for a life, they understood this most basic principle. Easy enough. How much is needed? 40 taels per person. We need to prepare at least 10 lives. Elder Shi seemed to find this expensive. That requires 400 taels of silver. 400 taels was no small sum. When a soldier died in battle, compensation was only 10 taels. Family members received even less. 30 taels buys the life. 10 taels is the fee for bribes. Cao Guanju explained carefully. Taking the fall and dying for others required not only buying the person's life but also greasing palms at every level, from the magistrate down to the jailers in prison, the clerks in the criminal room. All needed money. Otherwise, the slightest difficulty at any stage could explode into a major case. The bribery fee was indispensable. Very well, as you wish. The 15th of the 7th month had not yet arrived, but undercurrents already churned throughout Hangzhou. City foxes and society rats seemed to have caught the scent of something. Some rubbed their palms in anticipation, preparing to fish in troubled waters and loot grandly. Others kept their distance, unwilling to wade through this murky situation. Within Phoenix Mountain Villa, things appeared relaxed on the surface but were tense within. Not only did the infantry squad drill every day with double sentries maintained day and night, but a lookout tower had been erected on the mountaintop, constantly monitoring the surrounding area. Zhao Yingong and Zhao Tong both knew clearly that the enemy's attack would come very soon, but the exact day, the number of men, the method of assault, all remained unknown. They were relying on Xinwu to find out. Yet Jia Le, after contacting Xinwu 2 or 3 times, had shown no further movement. Though she was secretly monitored day and night, no sign of contact with the outside had been detected. From Xinhua's reports of their conversations, Jia Le was obviously trying to persuade her to defect and become an informant. But throughout their exchanges, she never touched upon the benefits of being an informant. By normal standards, when recruiting an insider, one must first offer substantial rewards and second provide a way out. But Jia Le had never mentioned either. According to Xinhua's reports, Jia Le instead constantly expounded on righteousness, emphasizing that Zhao Yingong was a people-harming autocrat and an enemy of the people. It was almost enough to make one laugh and cry at the same time. Yet this method of persuasion left Zhao Yingong baffled. What exactly was the opponent's angle? What use was there in sending a little girl to spout such empty, tedious words? Xinhua was indeed a girl with a strong sense of justice, but Zhao Yingong was also certain she would not be moved by parrot-like phrases that a little girl had obviously memorized from somewhere. Zhao Tong's investigation of the charity school's teacher finally yielded a lead through a combination of bribery and kidnapping threats. The teaching gentleman who had opened the charity school was named Hao Yuan. He had lived in Nangxiawa for almost a year and enjoyed high popularity there. He resided next door to Jia Le's family and interacted frequently with them, but that was the extent of it. This Hao Yuan had suddenly left Nangxiawa some 10-odd days ago. His whereabouts were unknown. Zhao Tong had sent several men to sneak into the house he had left behind at midnight to search, but they found nothing. Zhao Tong calculated that the date of Hao Yuan's departure from Nangxiawa coincided exactly with the day Jia Le entered the villa. Clearly, Jia Le was merely a message carrier. Once the message was delivered, she became a discarded piece. Even if they arrested and tortured her, they would gain nothing. What she knew was the same as what Zhao Tong already knew. Zhao Tong then proposed secretly executing Jia Le or transferring her to Taiwan for labor reform. For now, keep her. Zhao Yingong shook his head. Since she came, she must serve some further purpose. She won't be just a message carrier. Let's see how capable this Hao Yuan really is. Continue having people watch her and Xinhua. Chief, this Hao Yuan, whatever his name is, will certainly try to meet Xinhua next. Should we catch him then? Of course not. Hao Yuan is still a pawn, running and organizing under instruction. Behind him there is certainly a major figure. Catching him is of little use. It would only alert the snake by beating the grass. Keep watching him, use him as a thread, and dig out all the black hands behind him. Catch them all in one net, leave not an inch of grass. Zhao Yingong spoke viciously. His expression had grown somewhat manic. These days, invisible pressure had been tormenting his sleep and appetite. His cheeks had grown hollow, his eyes ringed with dark circles. He had already telegraphed the executive committee to request that the special reconnaissance team detachment in Kaohsiung be mobilized, preparing to conduct a thorough, targeted elimination operation in Hangzhou. Tell Zihua, someone will definitely try to meet with her in the coming days. Let her be reserved. Don't agree too quickly. This enemy, I believe, is quite formidable. That day, Zihua was calculating accounts in Sihui Hall's charity school. She served not only as principal of the orphanage, but also as teacher, nanny, and manager of logistics and finance. Miss Zihua, a manager new from Mauxing firm, has come, saying he's here to reconcile accounts with you. Show him in. Zihua paid this little mind. The 15th of the 7th month was approaching, and another month would bring mid-autumn, one of the 3 festivals. Every shop needed to settle accounts, debts needed clearing. Mauxing firm was a local grocery supplier that specialized in provisioning Phoenix Mountain Villa. The orphanage of Sihui Hall had a special account with them. Children had always been the human resource the Council of Elders valued most. No matter where, there was policy inclination toward Council of Elders children. Whether in living standards, healthcare, or cultural education, they enjoyed the best tier among naturalized citizens. Consequently, interactions with Mauxing firm were frequent. Though Hangzhou could not match such conditions, orphans in the orphanage were still upper-class people among refugees. Their expenses were also the highest. Miss Zihua, good health to you. A young man walked in, neatly dressed, elegant in manner, very much resembling a senior partner from a major shop. Good health, and how is manager he? Zihua found the visitor unfamiliar, not the usual assistant from Mauxing firm. She could not help feeling somewhat puzzled. Please sit. The old gentleman is well, thank you for the seat. The young man moved with unrestrained poise, lightly lifting his robe hem as he sat. Zihua was waiting for him to begin reconciling accounts, yet after placing an account book on the tea table, he made no move to compare figures. While she wondered, she suddenly heard him speak. Is the child Jia Le proving useful? Zihua's heart clenched. She drew a deep breath and said slowly, useful enough. Only sometimes she cannot help being a bit too clever for her own good. She is only a child after all. A little petty cleverness inevitably goes to her head. Thank you, miss, for your tolerance. The young man smiled slightly. I have long heard the name of Miss Zihua. To see you today is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Spare me the flattery. What brings you here? I am Hao Yuan, at your service, Jia Le's teacher. Hao Yuan spoke with perfect calm. Presumably, Miss already knows why I have come. The thing you wish me to do, I will absolutely not do it. Zihua's face was expressionless. I advise you to leave here quickly. I know you are a man of benevolence, righteousness, and responsibility. I am unwilling to see you trapped. Go quickly. Miss indeed possesses benevolence, righteousness, and moral backbone, Hao Yuan praised. A person like Miss, serving Zhao Yingong, is helping the tyrant to do evil. Master has shown me grace and righteousness. That is petty grace and petty righteousness. Hao Yuan spoke seriously. Petty grace and petty righteousness. Could it be you have great grace and great righteousness to offer people? Zihua sneered, pointing out the window. Tens of thousands of refugees out there. Which one does not rely on Master Zhao's grace and righteousness to barely survive in this world? All these children were originally dying of cold and hunger. Now they have no worries about food and clothing here, and even have books to read. Is that your grace and righteousness? Hao Yuan showed no anger. I naturally do not possess Master Zhao's financial power. If we speak of doing good, Master Zhao counts as the foremost person in Hangzhou, no, perhaps in all of Jiangnan. Since you know this, why would you have me do something to harm my employer? Zihua said. This villa is the foundation for how many people's food and clothing. Once this villa is destroyed, where will these people rely? Will you take responsibility for them all? I am only a humble teacher. Such a heavy burden is naturally beyond me. Then what else do you have to say? The food and clothing of these tens of thousands of people are certainly important. The good deeds Master Zhao has done can indeed be called magnificent. Only, has Miss ever thought, where do these mountains of gold and silver, mountains of rice and cloth come from? Hao Yuan unhurriedly opened his fan and waved it gently. Master Zhao neither turns stones to gold nor possesses a cornucopia at home. This money cannot simply fall from the sky. What is strange about that? Master is skilled in commerce and growing wealth. Commerce and growing wealth, using capital to seek profit. All of that is proper and natural. Only, Master Zhao's method of growing wealth earns black-hearted money against conscience. What he earns is not silver, it is the fat and blood of the people. Hao Yuan's demeanor shifted from smiling calm to deadly seriousness. He lowered his voice. What Zhao Yingong has done in Hangzhou, everyone can see. Is it possible only Miss cannot? You see only how many refugees he has taken in, how many corpses he has saved from starvation. You do not see how many common people he himself has caused to become starving corpses. Utter nonsense, Zihua glared at him. Such audacity, you dare come here and spout such drivel. I need only call out once and you will cease to exist in this world. Working for the poor people under heaven, what does Hao have to fear? Hao Yuan's expression did not waver. Naked I came into this world and unworried I shall leave. If Miss wishes to seize me, Hao will bear no resentment. I die in a worthy cause. Hao Yuan cupped his hands. Miss Zihua, please calm yourself. It is true that Zhao Yingong has been gracious to you. To you and to everyone in this Phoenix Mountain Villa, his grace may be called heavy as a mountain. But have you considered, these tens of thousands of people in Phoenix Mountain Villa eating their fill and wearing warm clothes, how many poor people's fat and blood has it cost? His expression grew severe. The clothes you wear, the rice you eat, the books the children read, the paper and ink you use. Do you know how many common people have sold their land and gone bankrupt because of all this? End of this chapter. Chapter 1396, Speaking One's Mind. Zihua started. Though Jia Le had said several times that the master's money came from unclean sources, she was only a child. Whatever she said was merely parroting others' words. Where could she match Hao Yuan's well-founded arguments and rigorous logic? These words struck ruthlessly at the question buried deep in her heart, the one she had been unwilling to probe. Was the master good or bad after all? What does this have to do with you? Under the shock, Zihua could not help blurting out. The world belongs to the people of the world, not to some master surnamed Zhao. Hao Yuan's momentum was pressing, each word driving forward. Without the common people's farming and weaving, where would the food and clothing of the world's people come from? All of it is the fat and blood of millions of commoners. Since I am a commoner, it has everything to do with me. You're mad. Zihua had forgotten the attitude she was supposed to maintain, the gradual, carefully calibrated shift toward accepting Hao Yuan's views. But his words fell like storm and rain, battering her thinking until it threatened to crumble. She was, after all, only a 15-year-old girl. For a moment, she utterly failed to respond properly. Hao Yuan smiled coldly. Whether I am mad or not, time will tell. He lowered his voice and continued. Miss Zihua, you are a person who has read books and understands reason. I have also heard of your righteous act of stepping forward. I know you are a remarkable woman of benevolence and righteousness. That is precisely why I came to visit you in person today. If you truly wish to take my head, I will bear you no resentment. Zihua stood, then sat back down. Speak. What exactly is your purpose? Hao Yuan spoke gravely. Miss Zihua, Zhao Yingong raised an eyebrow, frowning. He really said that? Yes, this servant dares not speak recklessly. Zihua stood before him, appearing somewhat distracted, her spirit unsettled. This child is still too green, Zhao Yingong thought as he observed her dazed state. He sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, the content of Zihua's report today had secretly shocked him. Who was this Hao Yuan? Such rhetoric was of course nothing remarkable in modern society, but in the Ming Dynasty of the 17th century, it was absolutely not something an ordinary scholar could articulate. At least, it would require a master like Huang Zongxi. At this moment, Huang Zongxi was still a young man. His theories would only take explicit form gradually, in middle age, after he had failed in his anti-Qing resistance and devoted himself to writing. Could this Hao Yuan be some unknown genius? Zhao Yingong's interest in him intensified. If the lobbyist sent forward was this formidable, who knew how powerful the figure behind him might be? A layer of cold sweat formed on Zhao Yingong's back. The crisis he faced was evidently far greater than he had estimated. Matters having reached this point, there was nothing to do but take one step at a time. The urgent priority remained uncovering the Black Hand behind the scenes as quickly as possible. This Hao Yuan was certainly not some minor underling. If he could open a breakthrough here, catching them all in one net would not be difficult. You may agree to him. Plot slowly. Zhao Yingong instructed Zihua. You are doing very well so far. Yes, thank you, master. You must be attentive. The safety of everyone in the villa above and below is pinned on you alone. Conduct yourself well. You must not fail my trust. Yes, this servant will absolutely not disgrace her mission. Zihua lowered her head, speaking in a muted voice. Chief, Zhao Tong waited until Zihua had withdrawn, then slipped in quietly through another small door. The people sent to tail Hao Yuan were intercepted. Intercepted? Zhao Yingong's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Though the intelligence apparatus under his command could not compare with Lingao's, it still consisted of seasoned soldiers and capable officers. They had never before suffered such a setback. That's right, professionals. Zhao Tong's expression was taut with tension. They looked like people from several of the capital's security bureaus. The men under Zhao Tong were mostly from the Kiwei Security Bureau system. Though Security Bureau operations differed somewhat between North and South, the basic methods and modes of action were the same. Zhao Yingong kept his face wooden and said nothing. People from the capital's security bureaus. The matter was growing increasingly complicated. If the opponent's subordinates had escort from capital security bureaus, then the opponent was very likely a major figure from the capital. Could it be some powerful figure at court, or a lawless imperial relative? But such a covert conspiracy, what could they be plotting? If they intended to extort his property, the approach should have been like the old Guangzhou station case. Courtesy first, soldiers later. Moreover, Zhao Yingong somewhat understood such people. They were mostly overconfident in their own power. To him, a mere Ziyukai, they would have no need for such elaborate scheming. After withdrawing, Zihua did not close her eyes all night. Each time she closed them, Hao Yuan's voice and image returned, as if he still stood before her, speaking with unwavering conviction. She rose early the next morning, body utterly exhausted, but the villa's affairs could not be set aside for a single day. She forced herself up and back to work. Several days passed in this manner. On this particular day, she was inspecting the progress of a new classroom construction project at the charity school. Her heart had been troubled in the intervening days. Hao Yuan's words lingered constantly in her mind. On the other side loomed Zhao Yingong's weighty responsibility of preserving the villa. She felt she had already let Zhao Yingong down. She had not told him the final passage of Hao Yuan's words, the part about why poor people suffered poverty. Hao Yuan had specifically told her when leaving, "This is a secret between us." From this single phrase, she intuited that Hao Yuan actually knew she was bait. Yet knowing she was bait, he still walked toward the Tiger's Mountain, coming to the villa to persuade her. This moved her by several more degrees. These two things tangled together left her restless day and night. The pride she had once felt, seeing refugees and refugee children taken in by Sihui Hall gain food and clothing, had vanished entirely. Zihua completed her circuit of the construction site. Her status was not ordinary. The refugee laborers parted for her one after another, regarding her with expressions of awe and gratitude. This only deepened her turmoil. At last she finished her inspection and sat down in a room not far from the site, drinking a mouthful of tea to clear her head. Suddenly she saw Hao Yuan walking over with a smile. He was dressed exactly as on that previous day, the image of a senior shop assistant. "Is Miss Zihua always well?" "Well," Zihua nodded. For reasons she could not articulate, she now felt both a little fear and a little desire to see this man. To think he could risk such extraordinary danger for her, coming here repeatedly to meet with her. What weight did he place upon her? The thought brought heat to her cheeks. "These are the newly arrived goods I mentioned some days ago. Would Miss Zihua care to examine them?" Hao Yuan's smile was precisely like an assistant's, exceedingly attentive. Zihua accepted the sample book he offered, opened it pretending to read, and whispered, "Why have you come again? Is Miss unwilling to see me? Even if you could speak flowers down from heaven, do you possess the ability to overturn heaven and earth?" Zihua fought down the tension in her heart, sipping tea as she asked. "I naturally do not." "Then this great benevolence, great righteousness, this way you speak of, this theory of making the poor people rise up, it is merely a castle in the air, fishing for the moon in water. Where do you even begin?" Hao Yuan smiled faintly and turned to a page. "Miss, please look here. This straw sandal is extremely fine, the price also cheap, very suitable for use here." "The price is negotiable." He waited until passers-by had walked a safe distance away, then continued. "The world's common people have suffered exploitation not for just a day. To overturn heaven and earth, how can one person, one generation, accomplish it?" Though his smiling face differed completely from the tone of his speech, he chanted slowly. "Peaks gather like assembly, waves rage like fury." Zhang Yanghao's nostalgia at Tong Pass was not unfamiliar to Zihua, daughter of a scholar's household. When she had read it before, she had felt only the vicissitudes of worldly affairs. But hearing Hao Yuan recite it now, the feeling was entirely different. Associating it with her own life experiences, she could not help but feel her heart sour. Her eyes had already grown wet. Just then, a servant came to ask for instructions. Zihua handled the matter in 2 or 3 sentences, either refusing or approving, disposing of it properly within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Hao Yuan then continued, "Though you may now have brocade clothes and jade food, holding great power in this Phoenix Mountain villa, accomplishing many important things for Zhao Yingong, seemingly trusted heavily, your prospects boundless. How many young ladies of great households cannot achieve what you have done? Never mind the daughters of wealthy families. Even many men running businesses outside cannot match you. And yet before Zhao Yingong, you must still kneel on both knees, calling yourself servant in your own mouth." Hao Yuan gave her a meaningful look. "Zhao Yingong has indeed performed countless good deeds and saved countless lives, yet he requires the multitude to sell themselves as slaves in repayment. Consider how much silver each pickle of raw silk from the filature brings in. The female workers inside are all villa slaves, the labor wages and provisions given them are trivial. You tell me, is he great benevolence and great righteousness, or selfish and self-serving? If he did not open the factory, did not take in slaves, would they not all starve to death?" Zihua resisted weakly. "That's precisely right. He has done good deeds and saved countless lives. But his good deeds were not done for benevolence and righteousness. They were done for his own private profit. It is like commerce. Everyone is selling and he, Zhao Yingong, is buying. Only Master Zhao is the great buyer. How to sell, at what price, he alone decides. Whoever refuses to sell, he simply starves to death." Zihua's face went slack. Hao Yuan struck while the iron was hot. "Liu Yare in the filature, you know her." "I know her." "A very bitter child. Her family's land was seized by a creditor. With no way out, the whole family committed suicide. Only she was saved by a neighbor and sent here. Liu Yare's family were sericulture farmers, originally getting by. They were nowhere near the point of having their land seized. It was entirely because of a harmonious purchase order from the government that they went bankrupt, the entire family driven to suicide with no way out. Do you know whose idea this harmonious purchase order was?" Zihua felt the sky spin and the earth turn before her eyes. She hastened to steady herself. She had heard vague rumors about this matter, talk that Hangzhou Prefecture's disaster relief this year had been done well, all thanks to the master, who as a Famine Relief Bureau committee member had given the prefect this idea, raising a large sum of silver. End of this chapter. Chapter 1397. The true enemy after seeing off Liu Mengqian's personal secretary, who had come to discuss the aftermath of recent events. Zhao Yingong stretched languidly and strolled out of the flower hall. Several guards fell in behind him without a moment's hesitation. In recent days, security measures for both the manor and his own person had been elevated to their highest level. Though menacing undercurrents had surged throughout this affair, no great waves had ultimately risen from them. Apart from a few unfortunate souls who had perished at the manor gates, everything else had passed tolerably well. The only lingering irritation was Zhang Guangshan, that obstinate prime minister, who had repeatedly demanded the authorities thoroughly investigate the sorcery of Phoenix Mountain Manor. Fortunately, the Catholic sympathizing gentry had long regarded him as a thorn in their side. Seizing upon this opportunity to maneuver in the shadows, they managed to pin on him a charge of inciting public disturbance. Then had Hangzhou Prefecture issue an official document ordering him returned to his native place and placed under strict supervision. Thus they had finally managed to send him packing. The only matter that gave Liu Mengqian a headache was a cache of gunpowder and weapons discovered during the search of a residence in the city. This was truly alarming. Moreover, several people had died inside under unclear circumstances. Just as he was fretting over how to handle the matter, hints arrived from all quarters. Downplay the major issues and let the minor ones disappear entirely. He was only too happy not to stir up trouble, and promptly closed the case as a gang fight among bandits who had killed each other. Zhao Yingong returned to his inner study but did not enter. Instead, he turned to his guards and said, "Take me to the office of Sticky Poles." The office of Sticky Poles was located in a courtyard deep within the manor. On ordinary days, aside from Zhao Yingong himself and office personnel, no one else could enter without his written order. It was an exceedingly mysterious place within the manor. In fact, very few people even knew such an institution existed. Opening the courtyard gate, he found walls towering high within, blocking out the scorching sun. A chill pervaded the air. "Take me to see Zihua." Office personnel led him to a room and unlocked the iron bolt on the door. Inside, darkness swallowed everything. For a moment he could see nothing at all. Only after his eyes adjusted did he notice that the room did have windows, but they were both high and narrow. The room was empty save for a table and 2 chairs. Zihua sat in the chair at the center of the room. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her complexion haggard and sallow as if she hadn't slept all night. Zhao Yingong sighed inwardly and walked up to her. "Master," Zihua called out softly, "you should address me as chief." He took a seat in the chair opposite her. "Master," she repeated just as softly. Zhao Yingong studied the young woman before him. Since her return to the manor, she had already been here for over 24 hours. The office must have interrogated her throughout the night. Although they hadn't resorted to physical torture, this relay tactic of exhaustive interrogation was enough to break anyone's spirit. He had already reviewed the office's interrogation conclusions. Zihua's return was genuine, and the intelligence she had provided had played a crucial role in foiling this conspiracy. But she had become an unreliable person. Zhao Yingong knew that Zihua's fate was no longer in his hands. It would be decided by the Political Security General Administration in Lingao. As for what awaited her there, he could not predict, nor could he inquire. "Am I to be sentenced now, master?" Zihua asked in a low voice. Zhao Yingong opened his mouth, but for a moment found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I believe you are innocent. You rendered great service in keeping the Hangzhou station safe this time." He paused. "However, you cannot remain in Hangzhou any longer. Please don't torment me any further, I cannot bear it." Zihua closed her eyes, her face showing an expression of profound sorrow. "Send me to join my parents. You have rendered great service to the Hangzhou station. Don't let your imagination run wild." Zhao Yingong lamented inwardly. Nothing was more heartbreaking than a spirit already dead. She had become a hollow shell. "Tomorrow morning you will be put on a ship bound for Lingao. We will look after you for the rest of your life." When Zhao Yingong emerged from the room, Zhao Tong was already waiting in the courtyard. "Let her bathe, change her clothes, and get a good night's sleep," Zhao Yingong instructed. "Have someone watch her, don't let her take her own life." "Yes, sir." Zhao Yingong returned to his office, where a report concerning the Zihua incident had already been delivered to his desk. The disposition column was blank. This was left for the highest chief of the Hangzhou station to fill in. Regarding Zihua's case, he had considered whether to cover it up. After all, Zihua had originally been assigned counterintelligence duties, but her defection was no longer a secret within the office of Sticky Poles. After her defection, the office had mobilized all its forces to search for her. Even if Caiyan Shuixi and the others didn't know the inside story, the office would likely report directly to the Political Security General Administration anyway. The administration had secret vertical line members in the security departments of all local stations. Even if he could hide things from the elders, he couldn't hide them from the Political Security General Administration. He read through the report once more. It had been drafted by the Office of Sticky Poles, following his instructions. Write it truthfully, neither cover up nor embellish. That was what he'd said, but he subconsciously kept trying to make the report look better, to reduce Zihua's culpability somewhat. He personally revised a few words and phrases, only making a clean copy when he truly felt there was nothing more to amend. He picked up his quill pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote, "In the name of the Council of Elders and the people, I approve her transfer to the Political Security General Administration for processing." Then he signed his name. The document was placed in a folder marked Top Secret and would be packed into a special document case along with Zihua's dossier and files, to be sent across the sea to Lingao together with her person. The Bear of Lingao would decide her ultimate fate. However, his troubles were far from over. Since this matter couldn't be hidden from the Political Security General Administration, it naturally couldn't be hidden from the Executive Committee and the Council of Elders either. The crisis at the Hangzhou station would inevitably become a sharp topic at council meetings. The mere thought of how his unfortunate comrades in Guangzhou, Jeju, Shandong, and Taiwan had been subjected to verbal attacks and written denunciations at the council made him shiver. Lighting an elder-exclusive cigar, he sank into deep thought. Among his allies in the council, apart from Si Kaide, who was himself constantly under fire, there was hardly anyone else of real influence. If a hearing were to be convened, the situation he had painstakingly built in Hangzhou would crumble. At the thought of all the enterprises he had already established, a surge of intense pride welled up in his heart. He must stop those armchair critics who sat pontificating in the council at all costs. As Zhao Yingong pictured their faces, he grew so furious that he nearly bent the cigar in his hand. Who could be a potential ally? He thought anxiously, mentally sifting through all the elders he knew. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Zhao Tong entered. "What is it?" He became alert. Zhao Tong was not an obtuse person. He wouldn't barge in while his master was thinking unless it was something urgent. "The men who went to search Nangxiawa have returned, empty-handed," Zhao Tong reported. After the incident had been quelled, Zhao Yingong had synthesized intelligence from all sources and realized that this Hao Yuan was no ordinary person. What Hao Yuan had said to Zihua in particular had shocked him. It was too modern. Could Hao Yuan be a solo transmigrator? If so, this was truly terrifying, especially given his demonstrated hostility toward the Council of Elders. Zhao Yingong quickly realized this was a big fish. He therefore ordered the Office of Sticky Poles to search for Hao Yuan's whereabouts with all their strength. They were to kill or capture him no matter what. The office was secretly searching both inside and outside the city, and had even mobilized government resources to enter Nangxiawa for a search, but they found nothing anywhere. The cunning enemy seemed to have sunk to the bottom without a trace. The residents of Nangxiawa insisted that Hao Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. Have you apprehended Jia Le and her parents? That family has also disappeared without a trace. Our men lay in ambush by Westlake, but we failed to catch Zihua's father either. They all seem to have smelled something and gone into hiding. Quick on their feet, Zhao Yingong gritted his teeth, increasingly convinced that Hao Yuan was highly suspicious. It suddenly occurred to him that if Hao Yuan really was a solo transmigrator, then his importance would be nothing short of priority number one. Zhao Yingong was well aware of the elder's fear of other transmigrators. If he could stir up the elder's attention to this matter, then his own little troubles in Hangzhou would amount to nothing at all. Has the composite sketch of Hao Yuan been completed? It's already done. We've cross-verified it, there's no mistake. Based on Zihua's testimony, the office had already produced a first sketch. Because Hao Yuan had once visited the manor in the guise of shopkeeper Niu of the Mauxing firm, several people had seen him, so Zhao Tong had specifically arranged for a cross-identification of the drawing. Everyone had recognized him as shopkeeper Niu. Send it to the Wanbai bookshop for plate making. Print 1,000 copies first, and mobilize all our forces in Hangzhou and the surrounding prefectures and counties to search. Anyone providing useful information will be rewarded with 10 taels. Anyone who kills or captures him alive will be rewarded with 100 taels. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. As for the government, I will make contact and pin the charge of notorious bandit on Hao Yuan. In a few days, Hangzhou Prefecture will probably issue an arrest warrant. However, the people in the Yamen are unreliable. We still have to put in the effort ourselves. But with the arrest warrant, things will be easier. Understood. With the warrant, we can pose as public officers and arrest and search anyone at will. We have Jia Le's photograph. Give instructions to try to apprehend Jia Le first, or at least capture her family members, Zhao Yingong said coldly. Hao Yuan won't be far from Jia Le. Understood. How goes the examination of those corpses? Word has come from the coroner at the Yamen. People have been coming to claim the bodies throughout today. All identities have been confirmed. However, none of them are of any value. Zhao Tong produced a report. Zhao Yingong glanced through it cursorily. These unfortunate souls who had been killed included vagrants and shop clerks, apparently members of a strike gang or temporary hires. Some were sericulturists from the nearby suburbs. He felt somewhat disappointed. These were all expendable pawns on the periphery, clearly unlikely to have had contact with anyone important. There are a few who might be of some value. Zhao Tong handed over another report. Chapter 1398, The Inspection Team. Among those who died outside the manor, only 3 corpses carried any significance. 2 were monks, 1 local, 1 from elsewhere, both invited by Zhang Guangshan. Both had been claimed by local monasteries after the proper formalities. No suspicious points emerged. The remaining corpse was that of a Ziyukai named Cao Guangjiu. According to the county Yamen runners, this man had been a Broken Boot Party member who made his living monopolizing lawsuits, lending money at usurious interest, and meddling in all manner of shady affairs. A notorious bachelor of the suburban areas. Cross-referencing with the kill records from the night of the Zhangyuan festival, it could be determined that this Cao Guangjiu was one of the ringleaders shot by the snipers that evening. Using its connections within the Yamen, the Office of Sticky Poles had conducted a thorough examination of Cao Guangjiu's corpse ahead of time and confiscated all personal effects that interested them. These effects were not many. Apart from silver, there was only a scent pouch commonly used in summer, a folding fan, and a personal leisure seal, all ordinary items that scholars of this era carried with them. The most important item is that fan. The inscription on it reads Nangxi Su. Zhao Yingong's eyelid twitched. Are you saying this fan was a gift from Stone Elder? Very likely. Zhao Yingong pondered. The successful killings on the night of the Zhongyuan festival had, in a sense, silenced a key witness for the enemy. However, with this fan and the knowledge of Cao Guangzhu's identity, they had taken another step closer to identifying the mastermind behind the scenes. Then there are the 3 people who died in Hao Yuan's base, Zhao Tong said. Although these 3 had been stripped of all possessions when found, the former escort agency members in the office of Sticky Poles could still determine from the calluses on their hands and feet, the scars on their bodies, and other telltale signs that all 3 were martial artists and very likely employees of an escort agency. The cause of death in all cases was poisoning. Poisoning? Zhao Yingong was startled. Yes, it appears they were silenced, Zhao Tong said. They probably weren't in league with Hao Yuan. They were likely men sent by that stone elder. Recalling how the office of Sticky Poles had several times tried to tail Hao Yuan without success, always being intercepted by escort agency personnel, these 3 were very likely the very escorts who had originally intercepted the office and secretly protected Hao Yuan's movements. A ruthless hand indeed, Zhao Yingong thought to himself. With this move, Hao Yuan had severed all connections with Stone Elder. Even if they could identify Stone Elder, they would be unable to obtain any information about Hao Yuan's whereabouts. Since all 3 were unclaimed, the office of Sticky Poles used the Sihui Hall's pretext of burying the unidentified dead to acquire these 3 corpses and conduct a detailed examination. A major clue was discovered from their clothing. The boots worn by all 3 had been made by a famous shoe shop in the capital. How did you identify them? This type of boot is only made in that one shoe shop in the capital. It enjoys a great reputation among martial artists. Escorts from Beijing especially favor wearing them. So they were from a Beijing escort agency. Yes, we have already photographed all 3. The Intelligence Bureau has approved our request to have the Beijing station help us investigate the specific identities and social connections of these 3 individuals. Very good. Zhao Yingong nodded approvingly. Put all your strength into flushing out Hao Yuan for me, and press harder on the fan lead as well. Zhao Mengxian carefully, slowly pushed the dossier of documents away from before his eyes and rose from his desk, pacing about the office. He stood at the window, watching the sparrows in the courtyard. Although Lingao's ecological environment was being destroyed at an ever-accelerating pace, the natural environment was still far better than in the 21st century. Birds were plentiful. These sparrows were unafraid of humans. They came every day to forage in the streets and courtyards of Barren City. After 3 years of arduous struggle, the elders' standard of living had improved dramatically. They no longer viewed every living thing that walked or flew as mobile meat. The sparrows' survival prospects had naturally improved enormously. Watching them foraging at their leisure easily induced a feeling of empty weariness. He silently drew on his cigar, then turned, glanced at Wu Mu and returned to his desk. He nodded toward the dossier and asked, "What do you make of this matter?" "This matter is out of the ordinary. Therefore, I had to verify its reliability through multiple channels." "Through whom did you verify this information? Is it reliable?" "Completely reliable. I verified it through members of the group of 10 stationed at the Hangzhou station." Additionally, before this matter was formally raised, the Hangzhou Station's security department and members of the group of 10 had also submitted related reports, though they were rather fragmented. "Thank you very much." He pulled the report in front of him. It bore the label "Top Secret, Single Copy, Elder Eyes Only," and browsed through it once more. The report had been written by Zhao Yingong. It was rambling and disorganized, but the general meaning was clear enough. The Hangzhou station had discovered a suspected transmigrator, whose behavior and statements all seemed to indicate that he came from the same spacetime as the elders. Zhao Yingong requested that the Council of Elders conduct a special investigation and take decisive action to forestall future trouble. This report had been delivered by special courier, opened by the General Affairs Office, and circulated among the Executive Committee before being sent directly to the Political Security Bureau. Obviously, This report had not yet been brought before the Council of Elders Standing Committee, but it would not be long. Once the report reached the Standing Committee, the entire affair would inevitably cause an uproar in the council. Naturally, Zhao Yingong's scheme was simply to use this to cover up the mess at the Hangzhou station, muddy the waters, and everything would be easier to handle. However, in terms of seriousness, this matter truly qualified as the #1 national security incident at present. Zhao Mengxiang paced the office in silence for a long time, then stood before Wu Mu and asked, "In your view," he nodded toward the desk, "is this matter connected to Keisei?" "It's hard to say, Comrade Zhao Mengxiang." "Why? We have now completely investigated the American shipwreck at Dongsha Island. However, according to the information provided by Lando, none of the people from that ship match Hao Yuan's description. Of those on the ship, the German was dead and his body had been found. Lando was now an elder. The only ones whose whereabouts remained unknown were Hale and 2 Southeast Asian sailors. For Hale and his companions, they had a composite sketch provided by Lando, a middle-aged, burly man, not a young man like Hao Yuan, and moreover, Hao Yuan did not have a Southeast Asian appearance. This indicated that Hao Yuan was not from the American shipwreck, unless Lando was concealing the presence of other people on the ship. Do you think Lando might be deceiving us?" "No, I don't think that's possible." Wu Mu shook his head. "Besides, I feel it would be inappropriate for us to suspect a fellow elder. Whether it is appropriate or not is better left for the house party to debate." "So you believe Lando was honest the entire time from when he arrived in Lingao until he left for Manila? Is that correct, Comrade Wu Mu?" Zhao Mengxiang shifted his burly frame and leaned against the desk, scrutinizing Wu Mu's face as though his eyes meant to embrace him. "Yes, I believe so." Wu Mu shifted uncomfortably. His leather utility belt creaked. "Very well. We believe all elders are reliable. Then where did this Hao Yuan come from? Perhaps there are other transmigrators in this world similar to us. What you say is very interesting. That is indeed one reasonable explanation." Zhao Mengxiang stroked his chin. "We now have one person who has had contact with him. The Zihua mentioned in the report is already on her way to Lingao. I think we can confirm whether or not Hao Yuan is a transmigrator through interrogating her. Once she arrives, all will be revealed." "No, I don't think it's that simple. Unless we can capture Hao Yuan himself, a person who only had limited contact with him will not be able to provide us with truly critical testimony. Don't forget, apart from being a transmigrator himself, Hao Yuan may also be someone connected to a transmigrator. Indeed, this would allow them to connect Hao Yuan with Hale, but Wu Mu felt it was somewhat of a stretch. Why couldn't Hao Yuan simply be an independent transmigrator? Why couldn't he be an independent transmigrator? "Intuition," Zhao Mengxiang said with a smile. "What kind of reason is that, playing the mysterious sage?" Wu Mu cursed inwardly. He knew his expression would betray him, so he didn't try to hide it. "Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" "No, not at all. Because it is currently the most plausible explanation," Zhao Mengxiang said. "Although we don't have first-hand information about Hao Yuan, from the intelligence we have gathered so far, his methods, his style of doing things, and so on all indicate that he is a man of ambition and ability. He hasn't been in Hangzhou very long, yet he has already established a considerable operation. This shows that he commands substantial resources." "You are right, Comrade Zhao Mengxiang." "Very well, let us return to your hypothesis, a solo transmigrator." Zhao Mengxiang stubbed out his cigar, which had burned nearly to his fingers in the ashtray. "We already know that a solo transmigrator, as long as he has real skills and enough luck, can survive in this space-time, even thrive. Mr. Lando is a case in point. But to build up an operation from nothing, bare-handed, that is extremely, extremely difficult. Since Zhao Yingong has stated that Hao Yuan runs no businesses in Hangzhou and lives an almost ascetic life himself, yet has access to a great deal of resources, this indicates that considerable forces are supporting him from behind. Are you saying that Hao Yuan may be connected to Hale in Manila, that Hao Yuan is a pawn sent by Hale?" Zhao Mengxiang nodded. Comrade Wu Mu, we must get into the habit of linking the various black threads that emerge and examining them together. Only then can we quickly unravel the enemy's schemes. If you just recall the cases we have handled recently, you will see that Hale's reach has already extended to China. You can think of it this way. Hao Yuan is another Zheng Zhilong. Using him to tie us down, precisely. Only if we are bogged down along the Chinese coast will we not disturb his business in the Philippines, assuming he is indeed there. Then it depends on what intelligence Mr. Lando can gather in Manila. Mr. Lando is under the purview of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. His affairs are none of our concern for the moment, Zhao Mengxing said unhurriedly. We will first focus our breakthrough on the Hangzhou station. He straightened up and resumed his slow pacing. Do you know, the executive committee held a secret expanded meeting yesterday. I won't list the attendees for you one by one. However, I can tell you about one resolution reached at the meeting. He turned and fixed his gaze on Wu Mu, a faint smile appearing on his face. No, you needn't feel uneasy. What I'm telling you is something entirely within your purview, something you should know. Yes, Comrade Regional Deputy Commander. I'll keep it brief. At this meeting, the executive committee decided to dispatch inspection teams to all overseas stations and bases. I won't enumerate the long list of place names. He looked at his own toes. Of course, the inspection team is not targeting any specific location or individual. Wu Mu understood. I understand, Comrade Zhao Mengxiang. Yes, it's good that you understand. I think many of our comrades will understand, Zhao Mengxiang said. The executive committee's view is that this inspection will be primarily staffed by Cheka personnel, with a focus on auditing project expenditures, especially issues of budget overruns in infrastructure construction and project investments at the various stations. Of course, other departments will also send personnel to participate. Do you want me to join the inspection team? No, you should not go this time. Your identity is too important. Your presence would cause anxiety among the comrades. Arrange for another elder comrade to go, someone not widely known. Preferably someone that few people know, of course. You know how to make the selection. Yes, Comrade Regional Deputy Commander. Very good, get to work then. Tonight bring me this comrade's file. Zhao Mengxiang pulled out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This damned weather. Zhao Mengxiang personally opened the office door and saw Wu Mu out. Although he had not attended, he knew that at yesterday's secret expanded meeting of the executive committee, the debate had at times been quite fierce. On the question of the positioning of overseas stations and the scope of elder authority, all sides had their own positions. Whether it was Jeju Island or Hangzhou, each had its advocates within the Council of Elders. Issues involving these overseas postings and the elders always provoked great controversy. The consensus that all parties had finally, reluctantly reached was that the runaway horse tendency of the various overseas stations needed some degree of restraint. The purpose of dispatching inspection teams was simply to give warning by beating the mountain to startle the tiger, and also to get a factual look at the actual situation at the overseas stations. Merely reading reports for discussion was clearly insufficient. Zhao Mengxiang had no interest in this talk of overseas elders going rogue. In his view, it was not important. Under the current system, no elder could truly go rogue. This was nothing more than the struggle for limited resources among factions within the council manifesting itself on the political level. On this matter, more than one elder had attempted to court him, hoping to obtain from him some bombshell damaging to the overseas elders. He had rejected all such attempts. He did not intend to embroil himself or the political security general administration in such affairs. Chapter 1399, Comrade Team Leader. As you are well aware, the Political Security General Administration does not collect intelligence on individual elders. Zhao Mengxiang had used this phrase to reject all such overtures. It is highly improper for you as an elder to make such a request of us. Can you say that with a clear conscience? Do you believe in ghosts and deities? What? If you do, I can swear an oath. Zhao Mengxiang spoke in his unhurried manner. After reviewing the detailed record of this conversation once more, Zhao Mengxiang signed his name and the date and closed the cover of the memorandum. He opened the smaller of the two safes in his office and placed the memorandum inside. A secret police is a dangerous thing. Comrades, you don't understand, he muttered to himself as he locked the heavy steel door. A rhythmic knock sounded at the office door. His secretary brought him the latest 2 periodicals and 1 newspaper. Only when he saw the newest issue of the Morning Star did he realize it was Saturday. He opened the Morning Star and skimmed the table of contents. By his estimate, this issue would inevitably be full of denunciatory essays attacking Emperor Zhao and the Hangzhou station, and naturally there would be no shortage of articles defending him either. This was an old trick of the propaganda department. Before the executive committee had taken a concrete position and the Council of Elders Wind had settled on a direction, the propaganda department was always neutral. The first article was aggressive in tone. The title, Jeju Satellite Ascends to Heaven, Hangzhou Red Flag Falls to Ground. The byline read, Spartacus Regiment Iron Fist Creative Group. Comrades in the Council of Elders History of Expansion, Jeju Island is undoubtedly a successful model. Fast, cheap, highly profitable, with few future troubles. It has already embarked on the broad highway of positive feedback. The Hangzhou station, meanwhile, has become the exemplar of a negative case study. Elder Zhao spent astronomical amounts of time, manpower, and material resources, yet not a single basic objective has been accomplished. Were it not for some fortunate coincidences, the Hangzhou station would already have faced catastrophe. Why has such a great disparity emerged? The key lies in the difference in ideological lines. The ideological line is the root of everything. If the line goes astray, the greater the investment, the more the results diverge from the goal. The reason Jeju Island succeeded is because it followed the mass line. Destroy the government, slaughter the great households, liberate the slaves, and use the commune system to organize the laborers. This line comes from the masses and goes to the masses. When the government and great households are destroyed, no one will rise to oppose us. When the laboring people are liberated and organized, the people are grateful, and heroes like Jin Sanchun and model units like the White Horse team naturally emerge. Regrettably, some among us have forgotten the masses, divorced themselves from the people, and pinned their hopes on the bureaucratic gentry ruling class. This is the height of folly. They spend their days in social intercourse with great households and gentry, flirting and cavorting, drifting about in blissful complacency, as if they themselves had become elegant, noble Ming gentlemen. This is called forgetting one's roots. This is called betrayal. Do we not have cautionary examples? Back then, how prosperous was the Ximing Tower? It stood as a veritable lighthouse of fashion trends for the great households of South China. Yet at the slightest hint of trouble, it revealed its feet of clay. Only when Comrade Elder Gu returned to Guangzhou, backed by gunboats and bayonets, did the Ximing Tower manage to stand firm. The common people are a blank sheet of paper. They can be reformed and shaped into citizens of a new society. Practice in Taiwan, Hainan, and Jeju Island has proven this. However, for the royalty and gentry of the Zhou Ming Dynasty to receive our Commonwealth's salvation is harder than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. They are merely astonished or fearful of our ingenious arts. At heart, they still regard us as barbarians. The gentler ones want to assimilate us. The more radical want to exterminate us. Therefore, we must abandon all illusions about the Zhou Ming ruling class. Zhu Yaojian and Yuan Changhuan, Sun Shangxiang and Wu Sangui, Wang Cheng'an and Shikefa to us, there is no difference. Strictly speaking, these people are no different from the Spanish governor in Manila, the Portuguese bishop in Goa, or the Tokugawa shogun in Edo. Between us and them, compromise and cooperation are temporary, local, and relative. Struggle and destruction are permanent, comprehensive, and absolute. Toward them, we have nothing but jihad. I see many heads, heads wearing tall black gauze caps, round heads, in the capital in Nanjili and Hangzhou, all ripening like watermelons. The land of the Zhu Ming seems like a melon patch waiting to be harvested. Zhao Mengxiang made a mark on the article with his pencil. Next was another. Whose realm is the Hangzhou station? Is the Council of Elders Jiangnan strategy building an empire for someone named Zhao? Zhao Mengxiang glanced through it and made another pencil mark. The fire directed at Zhao Yingong was quite fierce indeed. He flipped through the following pages, wall-to-wall bombardment articles, many of which also dragged up past affairs of the Guangzhou station and Lizhu station. Shandong matters were raked up as well. Emperor Zhao has some skill, Zhao Mengxiang thought. He was clearly trying to drag all the overseas stations down with him, playing the game of rise together, fall together. The overseas elders and their backers in Lingao would inevitably jump out. When the time came, old and new grudges would erupt together. Everyone would be pulling hair and tearing at each other, and no one would have time to worry about the Hangzhou station. Naturally, Zhao Yingong's aim was to muddy the waters. The muddier, the easier to get through. As for Zhao Mengxiang, he had no interest in what fate awaited this member of his namesake clan. His only interest was in the security departments of the various overseas stations. These security departments currently received dual leadership from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Ministry of Colonization and Trade. Although members of the Group of 10 had been secretly planted among them for counterintelligence purposes, and security department members also received professional guidance and training from the Political Security General Administration, they did not fall under the administrative purview of the Political Security General Administration. This crisis at the Hangzhou station, especially the emergence of Hao Yuan, gave him an excellent opportunity to infiltrate the overseas station security departments. He did not aspire to seize leadership of the security departments, but at the very least he could establish a political security group within them and openly insert his own personnel. He must make full use of this opportunity. However, sending someone to join the inspection team was a high-risk matter. He had to fully grasp the spirit of the executive committee and the wind direction of the Council of Elders. Just as Zhao Mengxiang was earnestly studying the political winds, in a conference room in the executive committee compound, the person already confirmed as the leader of the inspection team, Comrade Yifan, head of the Special Audit Committee for the Elimination of Corruption and Malfeasance, abbreviated Cheka, was in a meeting. Those speaking with Comrade Yifan at this moment were Ma Qianju and Cheng Dong, the direct supervisor of the Cheka. Also present was Li Yan, director of the 1st Division of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Obviously, Cheng Dong was merely an observer. Everyone knew that when it came to matters concerning the overseas stations, the issues were never merely financial, were more often about resource allocation and policy regarding the mainland strategy. Comrade Yifan, your task is weighty. Ma Qianju sat on the sofa, his body leaning slightly forward. Due to his long years of busy work, his forehead was already half bald. Many of the current problems at the overseas stations did not accumulate overnight. Most are the products of long-term expedients and the jockeying for departmental interests. Therefore, I hope that on your visits to the various sites, you will not only discover problems from the account books but also identify problems in all aspects, especially structural problems. Yes, Comrade Ma Qianju. Yifan felt both excited and delighted at this moment, leader of the Central Inspection Team. In more traditional terms, he was an imperial commissioner. Though he carried no Shang Fang sword in hand, a pen for writing reports was just as weighty. One word for life, one word for death. How many people's political fates would be in his hands? He felt almost giddy. Ma Qianju seemed to read his thoughts and continued, "You are now a person dispatched by the center. What the local areas tell you and show you will inevitably be dressed up. You must have the discernment to see objective facts. Do not be misled. Yes, rest assured, I will guard against arrogance and impatience, Approach everything with a learning attitude, humbly and prudently doing all work well. Ma Qianju waved his hand. No need for declarations of resolve. The situation at the overseas stations is very complicated right now. Some clearly irregular matters also had their unavoidable circumstances at the time. Some project investments are already quite large. Some projects involve local hearts and minds. Some may even have connections to certain central ministries and commissions. For all these projects, first, you must ascertain the specific details without omission. Second, you must handle them prudently and soberly estimate the consequences. Do not act rashly. Before receiving instructions from the executive committee, I will not make any relevant decisions. Yifan nodded with the utmost sincerity, thinking to himself that old Ma's instructions were hedging and his attitude somewhat ambiguous. He should be careful. There are just a few points I would like to clarify. Go ahead. If major problems are discovered during the inspection, do we have the authority to take immediate action? For example, detaining personnel or freezing accounts. The Cheka possesses various coercive powers, and the inspection team has them as well, Ma Qianju said. However, any measures must be premised on not disrupting the normal operations of the overseas stations, unless the inspection team determines that the current operations pose a major risk to the Council of Elders or to the overseas station itself. You are there to clarify problems, not to carry out purges. The final authority to resolve problems still rests with the Executive Committee and the Council of Elders. Correct. I'm relieved that you understand this. Ma Qianju nodded approvingly. This inspection team will also include comrades from the Political Security General Administration and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Their areas of work differ from yours, but I will speak with them and have them fully cooperate with your work. Yes, I will also fully cooperate with their work. Yifan understood the implication. The industrial sector, agricultural sector, and general staff will also be sending a few people along, Ma Qianju said, as if it were of no consequence. As the team leader, you must do a good job of unity work. Chapter 1400. The Cheka. I have prepared a memorandum based on my research into some of the economic issues at the various overseas stations. Please have a look. Yifan eagerly produced a document from his imitation boss briefcase and handed it to Ma Qianju. On the question of the division of powers between localities and the center, and how to allocate fiscal revenues, he, as a veteran of Wujiaku, had made intensive studies. Ma Qianju took the document and casually passed it to his secretary, Hu Wenyang, beside him. Comrade Yifan, your mission this time is of great importance. You must be extremely cautious. He stood up and clasped the hand of Yifan, who had hastily risen. Be sure to report to the organization in a timely manner if anything arises. Yifan took his leave and exited the executive committee compound. He requisitioned a government carriage to return to his office. The Cheka's office had expanded along with the ever-growing governmental organs and state-owned enterprises of the Council of Elders. It now employed 300 naturalized civilian workers and occupied an entire 3-story building. The corridor echoed with the clatter of abacuses, and staff carrying document boxes flowed ceaselessly through the hallways. Apart from the somewhat Spartan conditions, the atmosphere here was just like an ordinary auditing firm back in the original time-space. Yifan thought back to how he had originally set up the team with 20 naturalized trainee workers whom he had begged hard to obtain. He and Jin Zhijiao and a few other elders had worked day and night teaching them to use the abacus, read account books, and prepare audit reports. During their first auditing assignment for the Council of Elders, the carelessness and rogue behavior of a few naturalized workers had often caused complete rework of the entire project. Those dark days of working around the clock in rooms stacked with paper, scribbling away with calculators and computers, still occasionally appeared in the nightmares of the Cheka's elders. Recently, however, the Cheka's affairs had become increasingly regularized. Most newly recruited workers had at least a junior primary school education. The most basic things like the abacus and arithmetic no longer had to be taught. After the reorganization of the grain levy, many skilled registry clerks and granary constables from the county yamens had been retained. Some went to the tax bureau, and the rest fell into the Cheka's hands. These people were well versed in traditional bookkeeping, and were even more familiar with all the tricks involved. As a result, Cheka staff had been repeatedly called upon to assist in inventorying spoils of war and conducting surprise audits of native collaborators' account books. Yifan's office was on the uppermost floor. When the office was being set up, someone had warned him that a top-floor office in Lingao's subtropical environment would be extremely hot in summer. Seaside's office was a cautionary example, though his rooftop at least was made with original lightweight thermal insulation wall panels brought from the old-time space. By the time it came to Yifan, he could only rely on Lingao's own manufactured insulation materials, insulation boards filled with kapok. The effectiveness of this stuff was naturally quite dubious. To solve this problem, Meiwan had added an observation platform atop Yifan's office roof, with an awning built on top of that. Only then was the problem more or less resolved. Yifan wore a baggy, obviously ill-fitting cotton mandarin collar top, similar in style to a Zhongshan suit. Because Lingao's summer was simply too hot, there was no way to put on a pair of riding boots, so the cotton jodhpurs he had ordered had to be omitted as well. Bamboo blinds hung on all the office windows, blocking out the scorching sunlight. To ensure adequate natural lighting and save electricity, all offices in Lingao used large glass windows, which made them extremely hot in summer. To cope, a large wooden tub had been placed in the middle of the office, containing a large block of ice that was now emitting white vapor. As soon as he sat down, Yifan's female secretary brought him an iced towel and cold tea. "Please invite Director Jin to come." Yifan wiped his face and neck with the towel. The towel carried a faint jasmine fragrance. He glanced at his secretary. She kept her eyes downcast and said nothing, her face full of resentment. Only then did Yifan remember that he had not favored her in quite some time. This secretary was a domestic secretary he had bought early on from the female servant school. Because he hadn't drawn a good number, he had only gotten a C grade. Later, Yifan drew a good number and bought an A grade at auction. The C grade, with whom he had never been entirely satisfied, was sent, under the pretext that she was promising material, to the Fangqiati administrative training course, then installed in the office as a secretary. Of course, from time to time, Comrade Yifan would still favor her for a change of flavor. He had been about to offer a few soothing words, but thinking of the pile of matters weighing on his mind, he lost the inclination to say anything. A few minutes later, Jin Jijiao arrived. She wore a 1634 summer season new-style dress, supposedly something concocted by a fashion club set up by several women of the Feiyun Society, currently available only to female elders and wives of elders. Yifan had always harbored misgivings about his deputy director, not because of her outstanding professional competence or burning ambition, but because her husband, Hu Mui, was an engineer at Lingao Telecom who was specifically responsible for maintaining the telephone exchange in Baron City and was always active around the exchange. As everyone knew, the elders mostly conducted their work discussions over landline telephones, and important notices and reports were also transmitted through the fixed-line telephone network. Yifan had a pathological suspicion that his conversations were being monitored by the deputy director's husband, Jijiao. Yifan always addressed her with this ostensibly affectionate title. "I'm going to join the inspection team this time. I'll probably be away for several months. I'm leaving the Cheka shop in your hands. Don't worry." Jin Jijiao pursed her lips in a smile. "Without you, the audit office building won't collapse." Jin Jijiao disliked the awkward full name, Special Audit Committee for the Elimination of Corruption and Malfeasance, nor did she like the strange abbreviation Cheka. She always insisted on calling this place the audit office. Although Yifan had always harbored wariness toward her, the two had actually become quite close due to their frequent work interactions. Heh heh, Yifan gave a dry laugh. You know what our Cheka work is like, sums it up in one word: tedious, and nobody likes us for it. It's a job that offends people. With me gone, you'll be under a lot of pressure these next few months. It's no problem. We all work according to the executive committee's orders. We're all elders, who's afraid of who? Jin Zhijie said nonchalantly. It's just, how am I supposed to handle the cases the Cheka office is working on? I don't have a clue. Whenever cases involving specific naturalized civilian corruption were concerned, Jin Zhijie never got involved. Such matters were handled by the Cheka's 5th Division. The 5th Division had no director. It was led directly by Yifan. Even the 5th Division's office was not in this building but in the adjacent courtyard. That's exactly why I asked you here. Yifan took out a stack of folders from the file cabinet. These are all the cases the 5th Division is currently working on. Most are already on track. When they're concluded, you just need to make the final check and sign off, and they can be sent directly to the arbitration tribunal for disposition. All right. Jin Zhijie took the folders and flipped through them casually. More than a dozen departments were involved, with case amounts ranging from a few hundred yuan to over 100,000 yuan in circulation vouchers. The current Cheka threshold for initiating a case was involvement of 200 yuan or more in circulation vouchers. Smaller cases were simply handed over to the relevant department for disciplinary action and placed on file. Currently, the high incidence areas for these cases are in administration and construction. Yifan spoke with weary disinterest. On the administrative side, small amounts of money are used frequently and often. Even with approval systems in place, sometimes they become mere formalities. Little by little, it adds up. Administrative spending keeps rising. Director Zio spoke to me last time, wanting us to crack a few big cases to serve as a deterrent. Crack a few big cases? Jin Zhijie asked, puzzled. You know that many of the irregular expenditures we find on the administrative side don't even meet the threshold for initiating a case. A few pencils, a few notebooks, a crate of kvass, all micro-level amounts, and it's impossible to trace where they went. Investigations are very difficult. Even if we manage to prosecute a few cases, there's no impact. So you want to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. That's the idea. But the chicken isn't easy to find. Yifan rubbed his forehead. If the position is too low, it's meaningless. If the position is high, it involves too many connections. You'd need a nest case to make it work. Jin Zhijie said expressionlessly. Yifan's eyelid twitched. This woman was ruthless. With a nest case, many small cases that didn't meet the threshold, even matters that could only be called disciplinary infractions, could be bundled and processed together. But a nest case would have too great an impact. Jin Zhijie also fell silent. Things were different now compared to a few years ago. The household and enterprise were vast. Every department was a sprawling operation, and personnel had expanded by several thousand%. If they really dug up a nest case and arrested a whole bunch of people, it would inevitably paralyze an entire department. The Lingao under the Council of Elders rule was not 21st century China, where civil service exam candidates and degree chasers angling for career establishment positions were everywhere. Every administrative worker had at least half a year of training. Arrest one, and it would take ages to fill the vacancy. Moreover, according to the Council of Elders' purity requirements, anyone arrested could never return to the administrative apparatus. This meant that administrative workers trained at great expense would simply go to waste. In the embarrassing silence that lasted several minutes, Yifan directly changed the subject. There's also the matter of the construction sector. There are major issues there, and the amounts involved are probably not small. He pulled out a memorandum. This is an investigation memo on the past year's resettlement housing for naturalized civilians under the Civil Affairs Office. These projects were all contracted to Lingao General Construction Company. Jin Zhijie drew in a sharp breath. At present, there were no private construction companies in Lingao. All construction projects were undertaken by this general company. Are you saying there are problems with the subcontracting and procurement? It's inevitable. Yifan nodded. With such a vast construction operation, I just went and took a casual look. There are several subcontracting bosses at even a small work site. One for digging foundations, one for hauling sand, one for crushing gravel. With so many outsourced projects, how could there not be problems? Chapter 1401, The Corruption Problem. Doesn't this implicate an elder? Jin Zhijiao, who had vaguely sensed the subtext in Yifan's words, immediately grew tense. Given this situation, how could it possibly not implicate an elder? After all, the final authority rests in the hands of the elders. Yifan said meaningfully, absolute power means absolute corruption. Surely you've heard that saying before. Of course, Comrade Director. Yifan was keeping something to himself. He did not tell his deputy that in the safe in his private office in the 5th Division, there was a red-covered memorandum containing all the disciplinary violations by elders that the 5th Division had collected in the course of investigating various corruption cases. Compared with the damaging materials that Cheng Dong had handed over to him when the Cheka was first established, these materials were far more lethal. After all, those earlier materials were merely procedural issues, misuse of funds, incomplete financial paperwork, not yet rising to the level of corruption. But the contents of this red-covered memorandum were different. What was recorded there were, without a doubt, acts of corruption. Although by the standards of another time-space, these so-called corruptions would hardly be newsworthy enough for a forum post, here in Lingao they were absolute bombshells. The memorandum had grown thicker through his diligent work. While savoring the pleasure of holding great secrets of others, Yifan's mental pressure also grew daily. To possess the power to destroy others is also to possess the power to destroy oneself. I really don't understand. Jin Zhijiao shifted uneasily in her chair. Why would an elder engage in corruption? Our government is just a joint stock company and everyone is a shareholder. Back in the day, we were all masters of the country too. Yifan said with a cold sneer, then felt this remark was inappropriate. The issues involving elders are mostly insignificant little matters. Many elders probably don't even feel there's anything inappropriate. A meal here, arranging a good position for a subordinate naturalized civilian there, privately purchasing female slaves, accepting some local specialties, of course, by the standards of either time-space, these amount to nothing. But as you just said, our Council of Elders is a joint stock company, and since it's a joint stock company, shareholders are very sensitive. Jin Zhijiao decided it was prudent to remain silent. Yifan stood up, cigar in one hand, the other thrust into his trouser pocket, and began pacing the office. You know, anything involving elders is very complicated. I'll be away for a few months. The 5th Division's work cannot stop, but you must be as cautious as possible in your actions. I understand. Jin Zhijiao nodded. She flipped through the folder directory in her hands. Apparently there were no cases involving elders, which set her somewhat at ease. For cases that have already entered the interrogation phase, I'll let the 5th Division staff continue with them. Right, you just need to keep overall supervision. Yifan nodded as he spoke. Who knows how long I'll be gone on this trip? A steam whistle sounded as the Haitian was towed slowly away from the dock at Bapu Harbor. Its departure was quiet. No send-off procession customary for elder departures. No elder's personal flag flying from the ship. A heavy burden and a long road ahead. In the Haitian's officer's lounge, Yifan gazed at Bapu Harbor gradually receding through the porthole and spoke with emotion. This officer's lounge had been temporarily converted into the inspection team's workroom. The elder members of the inspection team had gathered here to discuss the specific choice and work content for their first stop. The inspection team's personnel were chosen by the various departments themselves. The main members came from the Cheka and the Planning Institute, and there were also several auditing experts whom Yifan had specifically borrowed on temporary assignment from other finance-related departments. But the elder members were few. Apart from Yifan, there was only Chen Babin from the Political Security General Administration and Dai Zai from the Planning Institute. Dai Zai's presence seemed to give the elders an unfavorable hint, for he was the leader of the Planning Institute's Special Search Team, long devoted to confiscation operations, and reputed to be a man who could squeeze oil from pebbles. The Planning Institute's dispatching of him seemed to suggest a thorough getting to the bottom of assets at the various overseas stations. Yifan, having worked with Dai Zai multiple times due to their overlapping duties, was fairly familiar with him. By contrast, Chen Babin was a complete stranger to both of them. He was a tall, thin young man, like a bamboo pole, 180 centimeters tall, 50 kilograms. According to Chen Saijan's assessment, he was classified as malnourished on health examination. Although even during the so-called arduous march phase, the elders' fare could only be described as monotonous in variety and somewhat lacking in fat intake, overall nutritional levels had still been fairly well assured. Coupled with physical labor and healthy living habits, many elders had shown trends of heavy people losing weight and thin people gaining. But Elder Chen's weight had shown no change whatsoever. Although Yifan's department was the second best informed about council and elder affairs, and he had consciously collected basic information about the elders, he knew very little about this Elder Chen. He only knew vaguely that the man was a student at some obscure domestic normal university, studying some unknown major, but had mastered a vast amount of knowledge in geography, history, economics, culture, military affairs, biology, chemistry, physics, and so forth. In other words, roughly the sort of keyboard strategist who loved to hold forth on everything online. Because this person was in the malnourished category, although he had been relegated to the status of basic laborer for quite a long stretch, he had never done any heavy work, and naturally no one had wanted him when jobs were being assigned. He had simply idled about in the great library for a long time. Although his normal university credentials had once attracted Hu Qingbai's attention, he ultimately had not been assigned to serve at Fangqiati. As it turned out, he had gone to the Political Security General Administration. Zhao Mengsheng really does have a few tricks up his sleeve, Yifan thought. Without a peep, he recruited people one by one into his organization, and I didn't hear a word of it. When this Elder Chen had joined the Political Security General Administration, and what he did there was probably known only to people inside their bureau and the organization division. Since we've already set sail, let's discuss work matters first. Yifan returned to the long table. The table was already covered with folders and files. I don't need to say much. Everyone should be well aware, Yifan said. The focus of this inspection is Hangzhou. Subtle expressions appeared on the faces of the several elders around the table, but no one said anything. There is considerable dissatisfaction in the Council of Elders with the Hangzhou station, or rather, with Zhao Yingong. If we dawdle along, starting from Lizhu and working our way up the coast, Lizhu, Guangzhou, Taiwan, station by station, we will inevitably invite criticism of our inspection work from the Council. Inspection and audit work takes a lot of time after all. Each location adds up. It would be at least 1 or 2 months before we reached Hangzhou. This obviously cannot meet the Council's expectations. Therefore, I propose our first stop be Kaohsiung, Yifan said. What do you all think? Setting out directly from Lingao to Hangzhou would be too much of an affront to Elder Zhao. Slighting Elder Zhao was a small matter. Slighting certain elders in the council and executive committee was a major matter. Stopping at Kaohsiung to transition, staying a week or 2, then proceeding to Hangzhou would be more natural. It would also look better for all concerned. I have no objections, Dai Zai said. What about you, Zio Chen? Neither do I. Chen Babin's face showed no expression. I defer to team leader Yi's arrangements in all matters. Very well. Since that's the case, our first stop will be Kaohsiung. Now let's discuss the specific work arrangements. Before departure, Yifan had already visited all the members of the executive committee and privately exchanged views with the various political factions and associations within the Council of Elders. He had roughly grasped the current views of the executive committee and Council of Elders regarding the overseas institutions. The various matters at the Hangzhou station, although they had stirred up waves of verbal attacks in the council, had been met with calm indifference in the executive committee. The problems of the overseas stations had long been well understood by all the executive committee members, but how the authority of the overseas stations ought to be configured had always been a vexing issue for the executive committee. In the view of the executive committee worthies, the so-called going rogue problem of the overseas elders was essentially a contradiction between central and local division of powers. It was by no means as simple as replacing a few station chiefs or canceling a few projects. Those elders who were now pounding tables and spitting fury in the council, demanding accountability for rogue tendencies. If they themselves became the top leaders of overseas stations, they would go rogue, faster and more thoroughly than anyone else. The overseas stations were different from the county offices on Hainan Island, a typical central-local relationship. The various counties on Hainan Island, including the Sanya Greater region they had established, were bound tightly to Lingao as the center by highways, scheduled liner services, and wired wireless telegrams. In terms of local authority, these counties were basically the same as in the Ming era. Nearly all important powers were held by the center, including the most crucial fiscal authority, which was completely remitted upward and completely allocated downward. For any local project, the locality had to go through the planning and approval of departments such as the Planning Institute. The materials, funds, and even manpower needed also had to be allocated from Lingao. If local elders wanted to develop the economy with their own projects, they had to go to Lingao to run the departments. Once one left Hainan Island, even though the Council of Elders possessed wireless telegraphy and the fastest merchantmen and warships of this time-space, the degree of control inevitably declined. In particular, the shortage of qualified naturalized civilian administrative personnel and technical workers made the Council of Elders' local administration and business operations highly dependent on the overseas elders. Because the resources that could be allocated to overseas elders were limited and the waiting time very long, the overseas elders had almost without exception developed the mentality of self-reliance, self-sufficiency. Taking in refugees, educating children, training their own administrative personnel, then establishing commercial and handicraft enterprises. Almost every overseas station was following this pattern. Even a purely mining outpost like the Hongji coal mine could not help engaging in a bit of rice trading and refugee collection. Chapter 1402. The crux of the problem: why did everyone have to take this path of unlimited expansion? Yifan summed it up. The main reason was that the Council of Elders' positioning and assignment of tasks for the overseas stations was quite unclear. Most overseas stations were institutions that handled intelligence, commerce, administration, logistics, and even military affairs all in one. Although in terms of organizational structure, they were under the dual jurisdiction of the Ministry of Colonization and Trade and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, and in places like Jeju Island and Kaohsiung, also under the leadership of the Civil Affairs People's Committee. In actual operation, almost every organ under the executive committee had business ties with the overseas stations. These business ties were not limited to the executive committee level. In fact, the business connections between the various overseas stations and Lingao's ministries and commissions were even more frequent. Nearly all of Lingao's ministries and commissions had issued documents and directives to the overseas stations. In the Lingao governmental system, the overseas stations were a classic case of 9 dragons managing water. Everyone could manage, yet no one was responsible. Using the opportunity of transaction ledger audits, Yifan had personally conducted a business relationship survey of the Kaohsiung station and discovered that virtually all central organs in Lingao had had business dealings with the Kaohsiung station without exception. Even though Kaohsiung had not currently been assigned any mechanical industry production tasks, the Kaohsiung station, in the name of ship repair, had still demanded that the machinery sector establish a considerable-scale machine manufacturing plant locally. If one were to speak of violations, the establishment of a machinery repair plant in Kaohsiung was itself a violation, because it did not exist in Kaohsiung's basic project establishment. But the project had still received supplementary approval, because in the tasks assigned to Kaohsiung, it was also an important transshipment base for population and cargo and a major naval port. Once it had a home port designation, ship repair and vessel maintenance would inevitably involve some mechanical manufacturing and repair needs. Thus, establishing a machinery plant in Kaohsiung became a logical step, and the Planning Institute had no choice but to add it as a supplementary project. By extension, there were other aspects as well. The newest industrial construction project for Kaohsiung was a sulfur refinery, which would also require expanding trade with highland indigenous peoples as a matching measure. This project was not originally in Kaohsiung's specific construction plan either. Its sudden proposal actually had a direct connection to the industrial sector. The chemical industry urgently needed large quantities of sulfur to expand sulfuric acid production. The supply from Hainan's Wanning pyrite mine was nearing exhaustion. In the short term, apart from the Japan foreign trade channel, Taiwan was the only other source capable of supplying sulfur in quantity. Thus, Kaohsiung, originally intended primarily as a shipping hub and agricultural development base, was now given an additional resource-gathering task: sulfur collection. Because the functions and positioning of the overseas stations were ambiguous, and there was no specific regulation governing how contact and cooperation between the overseas stations and the ministries and commissions should operate, this gave the elders at the overseas stations enormous latitude for maneuvering. The practice of getting on the train first and buying the ticket later had become a habitual measure at the overseas stations. And the various ministries and commissions, viewing the overseas stations as experimental fields and excellent venues for expanding their own departmental achievements, all gave covert support to this approach. Since the overseas stations had long been in a state of scarcity of talent, materials, and capital, they greeted any business from the ministries and commissions with great enthusiasm, and would even proactively seek out projects to feed back to the ministries and commissions. The tasks the executive committee assigned to the overseas stations were too vast and too vague, while the resources provided were quite meager. Some tasks required massive investment of funds and manpower. The small allocations alone were utterly inadequate, but for overseas stations to apply for supplementary investment, the approval process was long and the amounts very limited. Thus, in order to rack up performance metrics, a situation of "if we can't give resources, give policy" emerged. Yifan believed this was the most dangerous of all. History had proven that "if we can't give resources, give policy" was often the breeding ground for many abuses. Many of the problems criticized in that other time-space had accumulated precisely from this loophole of giving policy. Although Yifan styled himself Cheka, at heart he was still an accountant. Cook only as much rice as you have. Proceed within your means. This had always been his guiding principle. But Lingao's current overall situation was great leap-forward style. Manpower, materials, funds, and equipment all emphasized maximum efficiency, when in truth it was all a shell game, 8 jars and 7 lids, with both central and local governments thinking of nothing but fleecing others. As the saying goes, when the top has preferences, the bottom follows suit. The problem with the overseas stations lay mainly with the executive committee and the council of elders. If the basic issues of the overseas stations, subordination, authority, and responsibilities were not straightened out, no amount of rectification would be effective. Replacing personnel and abolishing projects were treating the symptoms rather than the disease. First and foremost, direct business contact between the overseas stations and the central ministries and commissions should be prohibited. Second, the positioning and mission objectives of each overseas station should be clearly defined, with violations and unauthorized projects, especially those seemingly beautiful, self-financing projects banned. Sometimes it would even be necessary to scale back some projects. However, to persuade the Executive Committee and Council of Elders to make large-scale adjustments, one needed ample material. Yifan considered focusing this inspection on clearing out the illegal projects at the overseas stations first. In short, the problem with the overseas stations is a systemic problem. Yifan roared in his cabin, his words meant to shake the deaf and rouse the dumb. "Sir, here is a notice from the General Affairs Office." Feng Hua delivered the latest batch of letters and telegrams to his desk. "Thank you. Go and fetch Zhao Tong. He's already here, waiting outside. Let him in." Zhao Yingong looked with some dejection at the circular telegram from the General Affairs Office to the overseas stations lying on top. Without even opening it, he knew it was a notification that the inspection team had departed. He had known for a long time that the inspection team was coming. Private letters from Lingao had been keeping him in the loop, and he had always been well informed about developments in the Executive Committee and Council of Elders. Overall, the situation was looking rather unfavorable. In particular, the prime culprit Hao Yuan had still not been apprehended. He sighed, opened the telegram, and when he saw that the team leader was Yifan, immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He was not familiar with Yifan personally, but the man's famous dictum, "Drag the elders out and shoot them," had long been thundering in his ears. A man clearly determined to dye his cap button red with blood was the most terrifying of all. Then he saw Dai Zai and immediately made an unpleasant association with his duties. Finally, he saw a relatively insignificant name, but upon seeing Political Security General Administration, his heart gave a lurch. This lineup was really impossible to face calmly. "This isn't building up to putting me under double detention, is it?" Zhao Yingong worried privately. He read on. The inspection team's reported itinerary was Kaohsiung, Hangzhou, Shandong, Jeju Island, Japan, Guangzhou, Lizhu. The first inspection stop was not Hangzhou. Before Zhao Yingong could chew over the implications, Zhao Tong entered. "What's the progress?" "We still haven't found the wanted person," Zhao Tong said. "All our men have been sent out. The government arrest warrant has been issued. Posters with his image are being put up everywhere for capture. However, the Office of Sticky Polls has found some valuable leads on Jia Le Captured and Stone Elder, and we're following up. If he stays in hiding in Hangzhou and doesn't come out no matter how hard we try, we won't catch him." Zhao Yingong frowned. "What about the escort lead?" "We've found some materials on them in Hangzhou and sent them to the Beijing station, but we haven't received a specific response yet." Zhao Tong hesitated and then added, "However, it would be best if we sent our own people to investigate this. Write a report to the Intelligence Bureau explaining the current situation and our plans, and apply to send people to the capital. Whether or not recent efforts succeed, the paperwork must be complete." "Yes, sir." "Good, go on now. These matters must be pursued urgently." Zhao Yingong rubbed his head, not a bit of progress. He thought for a moment, then picked up the pile of private letters beneath the telegram. For confidentiality reasons, the names of sender and recipient were never written on the envelopes of private letters between elders. Only code numbers indicated the recipient. He had never received so many private letters before. Zhao Yingong had quite a wide circle of acquaintances in Lingao, and after being posted overseas, he had tried to maintain contact with acquaintances in Lingao. Thus, correspondence back and forth was considerable. But recently, the volume of private letters from Lingao had suddenly surged. There were ones from people he knew, ones from people he didn't know, and even outright anonymous letters. One signed an honest elder launched directly into a scolding. Well, well, Zhao Yingong, Eunuch Zhao, Emperor Zhao, what kind of mess have you been making in Hangzhou? You've lost sight of priorities, put the cart before the horse, acted on your own and been self-righteous. Whining and dining those native officials and gentry, scheming and sycophanting. Don't forget your identity and don't forget your mission. Feel your pig head and think hard. What is your real task? All right, let's not even talk about other tasks. You, Eunuch Zhao, sitting in Hangzhou, the most resource-rich area for Jiangnan beauties, have accomplished absolutely nothing in female servant procurement. You, on the other hand, have been enjoying the advantage of proximity. I hear you've got several hundred young girls in your so-called charity school, training them. What do you mean by that? Trying to hog it all for yourself? Trying to cultivate a personal cult and set up your own faction? Why haven't these hundreds of children been sent to Lingao? Is Lingao's Fangqiati teaching quality worse than your charity school? To say you're sitting on the latrine without producing is really no injustice to you. Look at Quark Qiang, a slave trader who traveled thousands of miles and in the same amount of time delivered nearly 200 great ocean horses to the council. And you have the nerve to boast and cry injustice. There were ones offering constructive suggestions for the smooth development of the Hangzhou station's work, to reduce unnecessary resistance from Lingao and gain more people's support. It is recommended that Comrade Zhao Yingong vigorously procure virgins who meet the aesthetic tastes or special preferences of the elders. Hire famous Jiangnan courtesans and veteran madams as trainers, preferably keep one or two with bound feet. Some elders have a taste for that. Our goal is to protect classical Chinese beauties and preserve traditional high culture of World Heritage significance. You know the specific requirements and standards. Chapter 1403. Jia Le Captured. There were ones that threatened and cajoled. Old Zhao, there are a lot of people in the council who are dissatisfied with you and opposed to you over this Hangzhou station incident. Given the current situation, to reverse the dissatisfaction of most elders toward you, you need to make greater achievements in a certain area of work. Specifically, the consensus is that on the principled question of the elders' sexual well-being, and on the important work of satisfying certain elders' particular tastes, Comrade Zhao Yingong's contributions to the council are still far from sufficient. Of course, we brothers express sympathy and understanding for your predicament. Procuring high-quality female servants is also long-term, meticulous work. But old Zhao, you'd better hurry, otherwise, even if you get through this time, we won't be able to protect you next time. By the way, my requirements aren't that high. Chen Yuan and Li Xiangjun must be reserved for me. Don't hog the other few of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai either, they've long since been reserved. Remember, you dregs who think with your lower halves. Zhao Yingong didn't even have the strength to retort. But these private letters could not go unread, because within them were more or less hints of the political winds in Lingao. He read every letter carefully. In recent days, his exchanges of private letters and official correspondence with Lingao's various ministries and commissions, and the various overseas stations, had been numerous. Private letters for acquaintances, official letters for strangers, the content sprawling, discussing projects, trading work experience, debating plans. He sent them out everywhere not to see results, but to read attitudes from the replies. Overall, the official replies were entirely normal. The various projects already in progress showed no sign of being rejected or suspended by the ministries and commissions. As for official correspondence with the overseas stations elsewhere, he had received normal replies. Jeju and Kaohsiung had even sent inquiry letters regarding the gender, age, and occupational skill composition of refugees currently in Hangzhou. Yet Zhao Yingong understood somewhat that the calmer the sky, the more imminent the storm. From the various private letters he could discern some inklings. This time, he probably could not escape easily. It was quite possible he would be summoned back to Lingao for a hearing. He lit a cigar and paced out of his study. He had made all the preparations that needed making. All projects that had not been formally approved and itemized by the Planning Institute and had not yet formally started were shut down. Those that had already achieved some results also had their expansion plans halted. He tallied his accomplishments against the resources the Planning Institute had given him, and felt that his cost-effectiveness over his years of running Hangzhou was actually quite high. The Japan trade, raw silk procurement, publishing and printing, refugee resettlement. Which one of these had not exceeded its quotas? Take the Japan trade alone. Although the Japan station and Elder Ping had rendered great assistance, if he had not organized the supply of goods and shipping here, what would the Japan station have had to sell? Then there were the raw silk and sundries supplied to Kaohsiung, and the various goods to be delivered under the trade agreement with the Dutch. At present, over 70% of these were organized and supplied by the Hangzhou station. Of course, the credit also belonged to the mountain and sea routes, but as the organizer and leader, surely his achievements could not just be casually dismissed. It's hard to be a man. It's even harder to be a man who gets things done. Zhao Yingong, cigar in hand, was rather inclined toward self-pity. When it came down to it, he was merely resented for having assumed a regional viceroyship and living in grand style. No, he should say, his transfers of benefits to the soy sauce elders had been insufficient. He really was a fool. He had been so preoccupied with racking up achievements that he had forgotten that to the soy sauce elders, these achievements were irrelevant. They would only appreciate you if there were tangible, personal benefits for them. He suddenly saw the light. In Shandong and Jeju, even under harsh conditions, they had been continually selecting female servant candidates from among the refugees and shipping them back to Lingao with priority. By comparison, he had foolishly buried himself in educating refugee children and orphans. He really was stupid to the core. Not only had he received not a bit of praise, but he was even suspected of harboring ambitions to establish a personal faction. Just as he was engaged in this creative divergent thinking, Zhao Tong suddenly arrived and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Yingong's eyes immediately widened. Really? The news Zhao Tong brought was exhilarating. The office of Sticky Poles had captured Jia Le. That's right. The little girl's father fell ill, and they sent someone out to buy medicine. One of our employees recognized her at the Runchi Hall pharmacy. Jia Le had been very careful. Not only had she herself not gone out, but she had not allowed her family members to go out either. Hao Yuan had warned her that the enemy very likely had sketches of her entire family's faces. Once they appeared on the streets, they could easily be recognized. But she had still underestimated the efficiency of the office of Sticky Poles. The person sent out was not one of Jia Le's family members but a neighbor. When the office of Sticky Poles had investigated Nangxiawa, they had placed all those who were close to the Jia family on a list for photographing and surveillance. When the surveillance noticed her appearing at the Runchi Hall pharmacy for several consecutive days to buy medicine, even though no one in her family was sick, Zhao Tong immediately dispatched a team to tail her. They discovered that she met someone in a private residence, exchanging medicine and money. Zhao Tong was secretly startled, because this method was no different from the clandestine tradecraft that he had been taught by the elders during his training in Lingao. Apart from Foreign Intelligence Bureau personnel, no one in the Great Ming yet knew these techniques. If not for the office of Sticky Poles running its own operation, relying merely on the government yamen or the cities, vermin and foxes, it would have been absolutely impossible to catch this fleeting opportunity. He immediately arranged for surveillance around this dead drop, finally tracking the messenger who came to pick up items, which in turn led to the discovery of Jia Le's hiding place. But subsequent investigation revealed that Hao Yuan was not there. The place held only Jia Le and her family. Time was of the essence. To find Hao Yuan's whereabouts as quickly as possible, the office of Sticky Poles did not hesitate to raid the residence that night, capturing Jia Le and her entire family. Although they had not captured Hao Yuan, catching Jia Le was still a major breakthrough. Where is she now? In the manor's secret prison. Good, take me there immediately. Zhao Yingong stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray. Please ask Chief Kyan to come as well. Jia Le's head was groggy, as if she had passed through a long tunnel. Time had never moved so slowly. Suddenly, a basin of cold water was splashed over her face. She gave a start and tried to leap up, but heard chains clanking. Her hands and feet were restrained and could not move. She forced her eyes open and discovered that her wrists and ankles were shackled to a sturdy armchair. She tried to struggle. The chains rattled, but the chair did not budge. It seemed to be fixed to the floor. A man stood beside her, wearing a strange button jacket, a drab grayish color with many pockets. His belt hung with all sorts of objects. The man was short, stocky, and muscular. His hair cropped to a buzz cut, and he stared at her expressionlessly. This was an astonishingly bright little room. In each of the four corners were square glass boxes that emitted brilliant light, and large mirrors were embedded in the walls, making the entire room as bright as day. There was not a single window in the room. One could not tell day from night. Although it was summer, in the corner sat an ominously glowing brazier. Jia Le drew in a sharp breath. Her previously foggy mind suddenly cleared, and she remembered the surprise attack in the night, the sudden assault. Before she could even struggle, a wet cloth with a strange, foul odor had been pressed over her face, and then she had lost consciousness. She had been captured. Terror, accompanied by a wave of nausea, surged up from her stomach, making her retch several times. The stocky man glanced at her with contempt, as if he knew all her secrets. There was no need to guess. Her captor must be Zhao Yingong, and this place was most likely his lair, won by Mountain Manor. Since the plan had failed, she and Hao Yuan had separated. Arranged by his subordinates, she and her family had been hiding in a private residence in the city. Following his instructions, she and her family had kept a very low profile, never going out. All letters and items were transmitted through couriers. She hadn't expected to be caught so quickly. At the thought of what fate awaited her in Zhao Yingong's hands, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She had not failed to consider what she would face if captured. Uncle Hao had personally warned her. Once she joined this cause, she was risking not just her life. Once she fell into enemy hands, she would face torture worse than death. At the time, she had confidently declared that she would never betray Uncle Hao. But now that the test was right before her, her body trembled involuntarily. The man pulled a fire iron glowing red-hot from the brazier and inspected it carefully, then gave her a meaningful look. His gaze was lewd and obscene, as if he had already stripped her naked. Jia Le's stomach immediately clenched into a knot. She watched as he carefully, slowly inserted the fire iron into a bucket of cold water. The surface hissed and bubbled with white steam. So this is Jia Le. Zhao Yingong straightened up from the peephole, frowning as he asked Zhao Tong. Yes, the photograph matches, and she's admitted it herself. She's so small. Zhao Yingong had never met Jia Le, but looking through the peephole, her frame was small and thin. By old-time space standards, she would be 11 or 12 years old at most. Sir, shall we begin interrogation immediately? It's a bit. Although Zhao Yingong had developed quite the consciousness of a ruling class, the thought of using torture on such a young prisoner made him feel somewhat like a zombie. Let my people question her. Kyan Shuixi observed for a moment, then said, Old Kyan, I'm not trying to be saintly here, but, shouldn't we still approach this with the attitude of curing the sickness to save the patient? Kyan Shuixi laughed. I hear you routinely paddle the female workers and maidservants in your manor, and now suddenly you're feeling protective of the fairer sex. He patted Zhao Yingong on the shoulder. Don't worry. Our special investigation team has specialized rapid interrogation courses. There won't be any blood and gore. He pointed at his chest. Winning hearts is paramount. She's just a little girl. She won't have particularly strong convictions. Chapter 1404. Guidance. The interrogation did not last long. From his brief observation of just a few minutes, Kyan Shuixi knew that Jia Le had not truly prepared herself for sacrifice. Perhaps she was not afraid of death. but she might not be able to withstand mental and physical torment. For a girl like this, there was no need for formal torture. Mere threats of violation and beatings were enough to shatter her psychological defenses and make her submit completely. Zhu Ziliang had said as much when instructing the Special Investigation Team in interrogation and torture techniques. Many human trafficking and organized prostitution rings controlled the women they had abducted in exactly this way. Caiyan Shuixi naturally was not willing to do something so beneath his dignity. Although the Council of Elders was quite unscrupulous, on certain moral bottom lines, everyone still tacitly acknowledged some basic principles. The Special Investigation Team had members who had received specialized interrogation training, but using psychology and logic to extract confessions was a skilled art, and skilled arts required extensive practice to master. The Special Investigation Team obviously killed more often than it interrogated, so more often than not it resorted to crude but relatively civilized methods. Several team members directly brought Jia Le's parents into the interrogation room. Before her eyes, they were stripped and bound. Then a burly man produced a sharp knife and began to gesture menacingly. Less than 5 minutes after threatening to slowly flay them to death, Jia Le's spirit collapsed. She struggled desperately in her chair, wailing and screaming for mercy, declaring she would say anything, do anything. Question her carefully according to the interrogation outline, Zhu Ziliang instructed through the internal speaking tube, especially about Hao Yuan's situation. He glanced at Zhao Yingong. How about it, do you have anything to add? No, the key right now is finding Hao Yuan. Everything else is empty, Zhao Yingong said wearily. He felt the air in the room was somewhat stifling and suggested they go outside to have a smoke. The Special Investigation Team sentries standing guard at the door immediately stood at attention, raised their hands in salute, and were about to call out "Greetings, Chief," when Caiyan Shuixi, following behind, waved them off. Seeing the grave expression on Elder Zhao's face, the sentries immediately shut their mouths in disciplined fashion, rendering only a silent salute of attention. After exiting the little black room, the two walked to a nearby pavilion. 4 Special Investigation Team members stood guard wordlessly a dozen meters away, their overt and covert posts layered and distinct. Seeing how well-trained these Special Investigation Team members were, Zhao Yingong silently gave a nod of approval to Zhu Weiny's troop training skills. Perhaps it was because the outside air was indeed fresher, but Zhao Yingong's heart felt somewhat more at ease, and his sense of oppression had lessened considerably. This was a spot deep within Phoenix Mountain Manor, remote and quiet on all sides, and up on the hill, which was why the secret prison had been built here. Zhao Yingong pulled out a pack of Holy Ship brand cigarettes, offered one to Caiyan Shuixi, and the two lit up, standing in the hilltop pavilion and gazing at the bustling night lights of Hangzhou City. Caiyan Shuixi took a deep drag on his cigarette and spoke first. Old Zhao, we weren't close before, but in the few days since I've been in Hangzhou, I originally felt you had some real skill. The operation in Lizhu and the situation in Guangzhou, I think old Guo and the others may not have done any better than what you've accomplished single-handedly. But these past few days, I get the feeling you've made enemies with someone and are losing your grip. All the hooligans and riffraff in the city have been rounded up to give you trouble. Feels like you're on the defensive everywhere, fumbling around. There's a problem with how you've been running this Hangzhou station. What he feared had come. Zhao Yingong nearly broke into a sweat again. If those trash talkers in Lingao knew how badly things had deteriorated here, wouldn't they riddle him with verbal bullets? And the inspection team was already on its way. Who knew what they would tell the Council of Elders? But on second thought, damn it, at worst he'd be demoted and sent back to push female servants around. What was there to fear? He just felt pained at the loss of this enterprise he had spent countless hours and effort building. He exhaled the smoke from his lungs in one breath and said with a bitter smile, Squad Leader Caiyan, you also know I've been operating solo. Originally, I just wanted to create some economic value for our council. The intelligence war in Hangzhou wasn't that important yet. After all, this isn't the capital. But as soon as I made a few moves in the silk market, I got targeted. Do you think I don't want to have both the white and black paths under control? But this isn't Lizhu or Guangzhou. I can't act with impunity. Heh, I'm not trying to criticize you, brother, but we House Party members saw it clearly early on. You've been brought down by your own love of glory. Caiyan Shuixi smiled. Your operation here is already large-scale, and you've been assigned the work of procuring commodities for the trade sector. You've got a dedicated dungeon practically open for you to farm achievements. But you didn't think that was enough. You insisted on opening your own dungeons. You say you're acting purely for the public good, but people also call it a left-deviation adventurist line. Yes, so I'm not popular, Zhao Yingong said with vexation. I've made my share of mistakes, that's true, and sometimes I've overlooked the interests of the elders. But surely it should be a 70-30 split in my favor. Now everyone's treating me like a big tiger, saying the Hangzhou station's work is worthless, practically ready to brand me a traitor. Is this how we treat revolutionary comrades? I really don't understand. His voice was even trembling as he spoke. Caiyan Shuixi smiled as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Old Zhao, I spent quite a few years in America after all. How is it that you, who spent so long in China, don't even have this basic understanding? Achievements and successes are only ever attained under the leadership's guidance. They're not personal. Who's our leadership? The Council of Elders. You've been ignoring the elder community, treating only the few elders directly connected to you as the elders. How can that work? If they don't target you, who would they target? 70-30 split. With your level of understanding, the Hangzhou station is nothing but a great poisonous weed. His tone was gentle, but his words were quite sharp. You think this whole Hangzhou operation is all your personal achievement. You've been wheeling and dealing here, and you've indeed run things well. But you need to know, your roots are in the Council of Elders. Without the Council, you couldn't last 1 minute here. We must always keep our roots in mind. Your mistake is thinking you're so great, rushing off to do great things, yet you're not great enough to handle everything yourself. Back in the day, little Guo and the others made the same mistake you did and nearly didn't make it through. The lesson isn't far off. Zhao Yingong stood there dumbstruck, the cigarette in his hand glowing and dimming. After a long while, he finally exhaled. Old Caiyan, you've truly awakened me from my dream. If we're talking about problems, forget about the overseas stations that are completely isolated. Even the ministries and commissions in Lingao, the county offices in the various counties, which one doesn't have problems that could be pulled out for criticism. Caiyan Shuixi smiled. Attitude is what matters most. As long as your attitude toward the elders is correct, I believe everyone can still see your achievements. Even if some people can't see them, many others still can. Zhao Yingong nodded silently. For a moment neither spoke, but each completely understood the other's meaning. The preliminary results of Jia Le's interrogation were disappointing. Jia Le did not know Hao Yuan's specific whereabouts. They had dispersed and gone into hiding separately. All communication was through dedicated couriers. Every few days, Jia Le would receive instructions from Hao Yuan and also collect some information to pass on via courier, but no one knew where the couriers came from or where they went. However, Jia Le confessed that Hao Yuan should still be nearby, because every time they communicated, a response came back by the next day. Continue the rigorous interrogation. Zhao Yingong was very dissatisfied with this result. Make her tell everything she knows. Nothing may be left out. The Office of Sticky Polls and Special Investigation Team personnel analyzed that Hao Yuan should still be within the city. Currently, all of Hangzhou's gates had office personnel secretly watching them, and the government had put up posters with his sketch for public capture. To avoid the risk of exposure, Hao Yuan would not dare flee the city. Therefore, the main direction of the search remained within the city. Since he was hiding in the city, there would inevitably be traces and clues. Caiyan Shuixi suggested Zhao Yingong offer large rewards to entice informants. Would that work? I believe so. According to this girl's testimony, this Hao Yuan has quite a thorough operational network and should have quite a few people under him, Caian Shuixi said. Where there are many people, there are easily traitors. I feel Hao Yuan is no simple character. Zhao Yingong was somewhat dispirited. The Political Security General Administration sent me a very long telegram about this matter, Caian Shuixi said, the cigarette in his mouth glowing and dimming. But even if he really is a genius transmigrator, his subordinates are still from this time-space. Their thinking and behavior still carry the inertia of this time-space. Perhaps they're more than capable of dealing with the local yamens, but against us, there will certainly be gaps. I hope so. Zhao Yingong was deeply worried. If he could capture Hao Yuan before the inspection team arrived, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. Zhuang Heoran's eyes were bright and alert as he squatted on a pleasure boat wharf by Westlake. Although the Black Dragon Society had been mobilized several times during the recent crisis, preparing for a major battle, they had never actually engaged. They had only done some intelligence gathering and peripheral security work, which left Zhuang Heoran, who had always fancied himself a Zhuge Liang, somewhat unsatisfied. Although he did not know who Hao Yuan was or why Master Zhao wanted him captured at all costs, since it was the patron's request, he, Zhuang Heoran, would spare no effort. After all, ever since he had attached himself to this master, his life had gotten better day by day. Moreover, during this crisis he had witnessed the powerful forces behind Master Zhao. He was now eager to demonstrate his own abilities. According to the information Zhao Tong had given them, Hao Yuan was still hiding in the city. Given Hao Yuan's shrewdness, the favorite hiding place for such notorious bandits would be the pleasure quarters. Although the pleasure quarters dealt in the lowest of trades, the profits were enormous, and behind them often stood big gatekeepers. Famous courtesans might have connections reaching all the way to the provincial governor's office. As for retired gentry living at home, or renowned young masters of great families, all had dealings with them. The authorities did not dare provoke them lightly. The pleasure quarters often had close financial ties with the runners and clerks of the yamen. They could handle matters both above and below. It was not uncommon for notorious bandits to use the pleasure quarters as a base and hiding place. Chapter 1405. The man on the pleasure boat. The madams and proprietors of the pleasure quarters were notorious for their insatiable greed. As long as enough money was paid, they would hide anyone. The pleasure quarters were also relatively closed little worlds. What was said outside stayed out. What was said inside stayed in. Notorious bandits who spent several hundred taels of silver, hid in a courtesan's boudoir, ate and drank, and made merry for months without stepping outside, waiting for the authorities to relax their vigilance before escaping. Such cases were too numerous to count. Zhao Tong agreed with his thinking. According to intelligence obtained from further interrogation of Jia Le, the letters sent from Hao Yuan recently all carried a faint scent of face powder. The scent of face powder was faint, but as a young woman with awakening romantic feelings, she was very sensitive to it. Although the letters had all been burned, under the relentless pressure of the round-the-clock relay interrogations, Jia Le had been forced to recall many details. For example, these letters were all written on high-quality stationery, not the sort used by ordinary literati, but items from a lady's boudoir. Nor did the ink carry the stench of the cheap, smelly ink Hao Yuan had previously used for bookkeeping. Clearly, the place where Hao Yuan was hiding had a woman, and this woman's residence was not a poor place. If he was hiding in the pleasure quarters, that would match these details. Zhuang Heoran, as a lowlife hanger-on who had long frequented the pleasure quarters, was very familiar with all the behind-the-scenes dealings there. Thus, from the very beginning of the manhunt for Hao Yuan and the others, Zhuang Heoran had focused all his attention on the pleasure quarters. Having been a hanger-on, he knew the faces of people in the pleasure quarters inside and outside Hangzhou City well. With men at his command and money at his disposal, he quickly brought the pleasure quarters in the city and around West Lake under surveillance. Yet Hao Yuan was not hiding in the pleasure quarters. Not only was he himself not there, but none of his subordinates were hiding there either. Although there were a few suspicious individuals hiding in the pleasure quarters, none of them were the targets they sought. This put great pressure on Zhuang Heoran. Having attached himself to Master Zhao, he had yet to render any service, let alone being unable to answer to Master Zhao Tong of the Office of Sticky Poles. Even within the Black Dragon Society itself, he would be unable to command respect as its leader. He racked his brains thinking and thinking. Could his deduction have been wrong? He was someone who had spent years in the underworld of Hangzhou City, after all, and understood the world of urban foxes and rats very well. After pondering painfully for several days, he finally discovered a blind spot he had overlooked: the pleasure boats on West Lake. Though West Lake was outside the city, in fact it was separated from the city by only a wall, and traffic between inside and outside was extremely convenient. The pleasure boats on West Lake had brisk business. Every day they sent people in and out of the city gates, coming and going frequently, with heavy flows of people and goods. With just a few informants posted at the city gates to keep watch, they might not detect anything unusual. If Hao Yuan was hiding on a pleasure boat, drifting amid this scenery of lake and mountains, never mind that being on the water would make it hard to track him. Even if he were discovered, capture would not be easy. Once on shore, the hills around West Lake were right there. Hide anywhere, and without several hundred men to search the mountains, one would never find a trace. However, Zhuang Heoran was not entirely confident about this either. Although the pleasure boats on West Lake were also a form of the prostitution trade, the people in this business were different from those in the pleasure quarters inside and outside Hangzhou City. The practitioners were mostly nine-surname boat people. The nine-surname boat people were a pariah class in the Great Ming, an even more closed small community. As long as they paid their taxes on time, the government did not concern itself with their internal affairs. Thus, the outside world knew very little about their inner workings. Although the nine-surname boat people engaged in lowly trades and would occasionally ask passing guests on the river whether they preferred wonton noodles or cleaver noodles, they rarely sheltered people outside their group. For them, the distinction between inside and outside was crystal clear. To go through fire and water for an outsider and risk official trouble was, in Zhuang Heoran's view, very hard to imagine. But if it was indeed the nine-surname boat people sheltering Hao Yuan, then Zhuang Heoran would be at his wits' end. No matter how wide his reach, he had no means to extract any useful information from the nine-surname boat people. Unable to think of any clever stratagem, Zhuang Heoran resorted to the clumsy method. He posted men at the various pleasure boat wharves around West Lake to watch day and night for any unusual activity. After 7 or 8 days of continuous surveillance, he finally discovered something unusual. Someone reported that one pleasure boat was behaving strangely. Every morning it moored in the Bai Causeway area and sent people ashore to make purchases. Then it drifted on the lake. At dusk, when all the other boats began returning to their berths, it would set sail toward the Yangon Causeway area. At nightfall, it would moor by the Yangon Causeway. Although the Yangon Causeway area was not exactly a wilderness, apart from the villas of wealthy families, there were only temples and nunneries, very secluded. This pleasure boat was not a private vessel of some wealthy family. Such behavior was suspicious. Zhuang Heoran immediately sent people to investigate the particulars of this pleasure boat. He learned that the boat was called Fragrant Drizzle Vessel and belonged to a madam named Mainyang. Ordinarily, at night or when there was no business, it would moor outside the Yangjin Gate. "What luck! I know this boat," Zhuang Heoran exclaimed when he heard his subordinates report. He recalled that Master Zhao had chartered this boat many times to entertain guests. But Master Zhao was not much interested in such frivolities, and in the past 6 months, the manor's affairs had been so numerous that he had stopped calling for the boat. Zhuang Heoran had heard that Master Zhao had once been quite interested in one of Mei Yang's daughters, Mei Yanner, but then for some reason had cooled down, so much so that Mei Yang had come to the manor several times to pay her respects, hoping to find out where exactly she had offended Master Zhao that he had broken off relations. In the traditional business world, this was a very serious matter. This Master Zhao of ours, sometimes terrifyingly shrewd, sometimes utterly clueless about how to deal with people, really can't figure him out, Zhuang Heoran thought, and decided to first investigate the boat thoroughly. He spent money to bribe several small sampans that sold goods on West Lake to surveil the fragrant drizzle vessel. Then he personally went to the vicinity of the Bai Causeway to watch what items the people from the pleasure boat bought when they came ashore each day. Although the people on the sampans had not spotted any men moving about on the pleasure boat, after several days of surveillance, Zhuang Heoran was quite confident. Apart from the boatmen and the male servants, the pleasure boat was hiding other men. The fragrant drizzle vessel had been doing business here for many years. How many people were on the boat, how many men and women, how many adults and children, all this was clear and easily found out. Their daily food expenses, how much rice they consumed, there was a set amount. The pleasure boat was in the entertainment business, not a cargo vessel. The fewer extraneous items on board, the better. Ingredients were bought fresh daily. Even everyday necessities like rice, salt, and charcoal were not stored in quantity. Zhuang Heoran shadowed them for several days and investigated the shops where they bought ingredients and sundries. He obtained detailed purchase quantities and quickly analyzed that in recent days, more people were eating on the fragrant drizzle vessel. There had been no additions to the crew recently, nor was any guest chartering the boat. If there were guests, there would inevitably be purchases of fine, high-quality ingredients for banquet preparations, not to mention good wine. Zhuang Heoran felt this was a lead. After further investigation, he became even more certain and went to report to Zhao Tong. Besides the provisions, I spent money to bribe an old woman who does odd jobs on shore for them and washes their clothes. According to her, the laundry delivered recently seems to include more men's clothing. What kind of men's clothing? That's just the strange part, Zhuang Heoran said with relish. Apart from 2 boatmen, the boat only has Madame Mei Yang, her 2 people, and 1 maidservant who does rough work and runs errands. The extra men's clothing is definitely not the sort the boatmen wear. It's the kind of cheap silk long gowns worn by senior shop clerks or private school teachers. As your honor knows, such people can't afford to frequent pleasure boats. Then Zhuang Heoran produced a slip of paper. I asked about the approximate sizes of the long gowns and trousers. They're the kind Hao Yuan could wear. Zhao Tong nodded. Based on Zhuang Heoran's investigation, it could more or less be confirmed that the fragrant drizzle vessel was hiding a man of similar build to Hao Yuan. But whether it was really him was still hard to say. It would be best to verify. Should we send someone to call for the boat and probe a little? Zhuang Heoran suggested. No, that would alert the quarry. Zhao Tong shook his head. He thought for a moment. Can you get someone from the boat and have them look at the portrait? I'll figure something out. Zhuang Heoran hastily patted his chest. We've been posting portraits at all the city gates to catch Hao Yuan for quite some time now. The people on that boat have probably already seen them. If that man really is Hao Yuan, the people on the boat must have received considerable benefits from him. I understand. If soft tactics don't work, we'll use hard ones. Try not to alert the quarry, Zhao Tong said. If he's willing to offer benefits, so are we. I'll send a few more people to work with you. For this purpose, he had been squatting at this pleasure boat wharf for several hours already. The fragrant drizzle vessel came to moor here every 2 or 3 days recently, letting the maidservant ashore to deliver laundry and purchase provisions. He was bored and idle when suddenly a vendor on the Bai Causeway waved his fan. Zhuang Heoran immediately perked up. The pleasure boat was coming. Sure enough, the fragrant drizzle vessel was slowly approaching across the lake. A boatman stood at the bow, lightly poling. The pleasure boat swayed gently as it drew toward the wharf. From the outside, there was nothing unusual about the boat. The boat pulled up to the wharf. As soon as the gangplank was set, a maidservant in a blue-gray dress came off the boat, carrying a large covered rattan basket on her arm. She looked to be about 37 or 38, her hair loosely pinned in a knot with a coral hairpin. Though her bloom had faded, her gestures and smiles still retained traces of her former allure. Zhuang Heoran knew she had originally been a woman of the pleasure boat trade. Now, grown old and without savings, she could only work as a maidservant on the boats to get by. Zhuang Heoran tilted his head, signaling to the office of Sticky Pole's men on shore. Target has appeared. Several office men nodded imperceptibly and silently followed. To guard against anyone nearby watching and leaking the news. Although the area had already been quietly cleared beforehand, the office men still waited until she had dropped off the laundry and was heading into the city before clapping a cloth over her nose and mouth and bundling her directly into a small sedan chair, which headed into the city. Chapter 1406, The Belated Warning. Little Ding Ma, why put yourself through this? Zhuang Heoran looked with an expression of pity at the maidservant held between two burly men. Her hair was disheveled, her face swollen, and traces of blood remained at the corner of her mouth. You were once a young lady yourself, dressed in silks and satins, eating and drinking the finest. Now you've fallen to being someone's scullery maid scraping by on leftovers. Why be so loyal? Zhuang Heoran lifted her chin. Right now I'm still observing some code of the streets. Otherwise, I could have you stripped naked and strung up from the rafters. How would you like that? You probably think that since you were once a girl in the trade, saltwater whippings and kneeling on iron chains were routine, and you can take it. Maybe not, though. This brother Chen of mine used to eat at the pleasure quarters. He specialized in disciplining disobedient girls. No matter how chaste or heroic, in his hands even they would be turned into wanton harlots. The maidservant clenched her teeth and refused to speak. Zhuang Heoran glanced sideways. A thin, weasel-faced man with a vulgar expression came over with a smile, holding a box. He set the box on the table in front of the maidservant and ceremoniously unlocked it, lifting the lid. Inside, all gleaming darkly, were various instruments of torture. Though small in size, each one was grotesque, glinting with a sinister black sheen. How about it, little Ding Ma? Your body is still quite delicate. Why suffer like this? Zhuang Heoran said softly, one hand caressing the back of her neck, lightly brushing her earlobe, making her body shudder. It's not too late to reconsider. At his signal, someone brought out a gleaming ingot of silver, a full 50 taels. How about it? No need to think too hard. Zhuang Heoran's lips had drawn close to the back of her neck. She identified him, Caiyan Shuixi asked. Yes, it's confirmed. It's Hao Yuan. Zhao Tong could barely contain his excitement. The maidservant on the boat identified him from both the portrait sketch and the photograph. Excellent. Move immediately. The moment Zhuang Heoran left, the Special Investigation Team and Office of Sticky Pole's personnel went into combat readiness. Kidnapping someone from the boat was time-sensitive. Once the maidservant failed to return to the boat on schedule, Hao Yuan would certainly flee immediately. So Caiyan Shuixi had already issued orders in advance, everyone armed and ready. As soon as definite word came, they would launch the assault. No one on the boat may escape. Caiyan Shuixi donned his full gear. Anyone attempting to flee is to be shot without mercy. Take Hao Yuan alive if possible, if not, at least leave a corpse. The latest orders had come from Lingao via the executive committee. Even if they could not capture Hao Yuan and had to kill him on the spot, they were to find a way to preserve the body and send it to Lingao for forensic examination. Beneath a glass lamp shade embossed with the 3 characters, Zhiqingjai in relief, the crimson candles burned high. The candles were also products of Guangzhou's Zhiqingjai. Their price was 3 times that of the best candles on the market, but they burned brightly without odor and had become a household item eagerly sought by officials and gentry. The fragrant drizzle vessel catered to the wealthy, so such novel and useful items had naturally been procured at no small expense. Beneath the candle stand, Hao Yuan was writing rapidly. Though daylight still lingered outside, the cabin was cramped. To shield himself from outside eyes, the windows of his cabin had been screened with bamboo blinds, making the interior quite dim. Even in broad daylight, reading and writing required candlelight. He had been lying low on this boat for about 10 days now. The boat had been rented at great expense by one of his subordinates, Dong San, who had instructed the boat's crew to simply serve him well and ask no questions. These past 10+ days, Hao Yuan's mood had been rather low. Xinwu's betrayal and the failure of the operation had dealt him a heavy blow. Since coming to Hangzhou, this was his first clear-cut failure. Xinwu's betrayal in particular had caused the complete collapse of his carefully prepared plan to raid the Wanbai bookshop, thereby trigger a great fire in Hangzhou, frame Zhao Yingong, and force the shorn-headed bandits' influence out of Hangzhou. And yet that was not what struck him hardest. Although he had not participated in the attack on the manor, he soon learned of everything that had happened outside. Months of careful preparation had been easily thwarted by a few gunshots. These shorn-headed bandits indeed possessed the most formidable power, just as his master had said. Thus he had not dared to slacken since. Following the methods his master had once taught him, he immediately went into hiding in the city, maintaining contact with the others through couriers and dead drops. Though not a single subordinate was by his side, he kept himself fully informed of every movement inside and outside Hangzhou City and of the state of his organization. Hao Yuan dared not flee far. His organization had only been built up over 2 years or so. Though he now had a corps of trusted lieutenants, the organization was not yet tightly knit. Once he left Hangzhou, he would be unable to keep firm control over it. Given enough time, there was the risk of it dissolving or degenerating. His choice to lie low on a pleasure boat on West Lake had been carefully considered. Pleasure boats had always been places the authorities ignored. As long as one paid enough, the pleasure trade folk could keep their mouths shut. Westlake was outside Hangzhou City, making it convenient whether for contacting the organization, gathering intelligence, or escaping in an emergency. But how long could he go on hiding like this? How was he to begin the next phase of operations? His collaboration with Stone Elder had ended. Cao Guangzhu was dead. The 3 escorts from Beijing had also been silenced. The connection had been cleanly and decisively severed. But Zhao Yingong's counterattack was now extremely fierce, as though he would not rest until Hao Yuan was destroyed. Had the enemy already sniffed something out? And recently Jia Le had been arrested, somewhat unexpected yet somewhat expected. Lately quite a few people in the organization had been assassinated or kidnapped, but most were low-level personnel. It did not affect the overall situation. Jia Le was the first relatively important figure, but Jia Le's arrest posed no threat to him or to the organization as a whole. She knew few of the organization's secrets and did not know the hiding places of Hao Yuan or the other leaders. Even so, he felt deep regret for Jia Le. She was clever, and he had personally taught her. In his heart, he had already regarded her as his disciple. When news of Jia Le's arrest arrived, he had briefly entertained the idea of trying to rescue her. But then he remembered what his master had once said. Once these Australians learned of his existence, they would use every means at their disposal to destroy him without hesitation. At times like this, survival is what matters most. Only by staying alive will you have the chance to educate more people. You must endure. Besides, he had no capability at present to rescue Jia Le. All he could do was wait quietly for an opportunity. He finished writing his letters to Li De, Li and the others, sealed them, and set them aside to be sent out tomorrow when little Ding Ma went ashore to shop. After writing for so long, he was somewhat tired. He stood and walked out to the outer cabin. The outer cabin served as living quarters for honored guests. Though not large, it was elegantly appointed. In the center was a small square table, and Mei Yanner was sitting at it, absorbed in shelling lotus seeds. Since there was no banqueting on the boat, and the summer heat was truly oppressive, she was not wearing her usual elaborate attire. She had on only a lake blue skirt with a Ramy gauze sleeveless jacket over it. Her black hair was loosely knotted in a simple bun, secured with a pearl hairpin. Making ice bowls again. Hao Yuan smiled and sat down on the couch by the window. Isn't it a lot of trouble? Iced bowl. A small bowl with a few pieces of crushed cooked ice, topped with fresh lotus root slices, fresh lotus seeds, fresh walnuts, all drizzled with a light sugar syrup. Cool and refreshing to eat, a seasonal delicacy on the boat. Though the ice bowl sounded simple, preparing the ingredients actually took a great deal of effort. It was a typical wealthy household indulgence that required much labor for a small treat. It's hot, and you're cooped up on the boat all day. I was afraid you might have no appetite. This is both cooling and appetizing. Eat it, and the summer heat will vanish. Mei Yanner smiled. Hao Yuan laughed heartily, not taking it to heart. Though he had not been in the great Ming long, he was not naive. He knew all about the tender, attentive little gestures of pleasure quarter women. Naturally, he would not be beguiled by them. I'm fine, really. It's only been about 10 days. You all are on the boat every day. Don't you find it stifling? We're people who live our lives on the water. We're used to it. In fact, we feel freer on the water. Mei Yanner smiled. Besides, it's convenient out here on West Lake. Hangzhou is truly the foremost prosperous land south of the Yangtze, and this boat of yours is a paradise within paradise, Hao Yuan said with a smile. Even though the weather is so hot, in summer you still have ice. Mei Yanner lowered her head to shell lotus seeds as she spoke. How would you gentlemen know the trouble behind it? The ice for ice bowls isn't river ice from the ice house. Eating that would give you a stomachache. In winter, you have to find a place with a big courtyard, fill special clean wooden boxes with boiled water, cover them, and leave them out in the yard overnight to freeze. The boxes can't be too big either or the ice won't set. Once frozen, it's sent to the ice house to be stored. Then when summer comes, it's taken out. This ice is small, so it has to be kept cold with big blocks of ice or it'll melt. A little bowl like that, so much fuss. She looked up and glanced outside. Little Ding Ma still isn't back. Mother is waiting for her to buy a winter melon from the Wang family garden to make winter melon bowls. Oh, you have to go to a specific place just to buy a winter melon for the bowls. Of course. Winter melon bowls take the most effort, and you need a good winter melon. Too old won't do, too young won't do either. Mei Yanner waved her slightly aching hand. If she doesn't come back soon, there won't be time to prepare it. Hao Yuan's heart gave a start. This was the second time Mei Yanner had mentioned that little Ding Ma still isn't back. Little Ding Ma's trips ashore to shop and run errands had no fixed schedule, so ordinarily no one paid attention. But now that Mei Yanner had said still isn't back, it meant little Ding Ma's errand today had already far exceeded the usual time. Before his thought could fully form, there came a splash of water from the bow, and the boatman cried out in alarm. "Who are you?" His voice was abruptly cut off mid-sentence. In an instant, Hao Yuan drew the dagger from his waist. With his other hand he pulled a double-barreled flintlock pistol from beneath the wooden couch. Without asking questions, he fired a shot at the cabin door leading to the bow. Chapter 1407. The Council of Elders Song Tixing clad in her threadbare jeans and faded blue tracksuit, both relics from the old-time space, now worn well past the point of respectability. Su Wan shuffled barefoot down the gangway. A pair of counterfeit Kyangren 3515 combat boots slung over her shoulder by their knotted laces. With weary disdain, she plucked the tattered straw hat from her head and sent it spinning into the sea. The Spanish whore was convenient enough, but dear God, the ship was small. It had pitched and rolled so mercilessly that Su Wan had spent the entire voyage sprawled across her bunk, moaning with seasickness. "Greetings, Chief. I am a staff member of the Kaohsiung Municipal Hospitality Office. Welcome to our location for guidance and inspection." A young man in crisp attire bellowed his introduction and snapped a salute. Receiving and sending off every elder who passed through Kaohsiung was part of his duties. The young naturalized civilian worker had seen plenty of elders by now, including female ones, and his sense of novelty had long since worn thin. But Su Wan's appearance still gave him a start. This female chief is terrifyingly tall, he thought with secret alarm. I didn't know women could grow this big. Su Wan stood at 180 centimeters, a height rare even among male elders, let alone natives or naturalized civilians. Yet she weighed only 59 kilograms. The combination had earned her the dubious distinction of being the female elder with the worst figure, at least according to the curve-obsessed otaku contingent. "Skip the pleasantries," Su Wan said, waving a listless hand. "I'm dying of exhaustion. Is there a carriage?" "A carriage has been prepared for you." The cadre's gaze drifted to her bare feet and he received another shock. This woman's feet were even bigger than Elder Wei's, and those boots slung over her shoulder looked like little boats. "What, never seen a woman before?" Su Wan asked with pointed displeasure, catching his astonished stare. "Ah, no, no." The worker started in alarm. Attempting to molest a female elder was probably a capital offense for one's entire family. But he felt aggrieved inside. Where did I have such intentions? He hastened to recover. "The carriage is ready. Please, Chief." "What about my luggage?" "It will be delivered to the guest house." She boarded a two-wheeled Dongfeng official carriage. The vehicle had been stationed in Kaohsiung for some time, overworked in the subtropical heat and starved of maintenance. The body and oilcloth canopy had been bleached by sun and rain. Here and there, ugly patches had been applied. The rush mat cover on the seat cushion had split at the edges and been carefully mended. The whole thing looked rather shabby. No welcoming ceremony presided over by elders. No review, no welcoming band, no mounted escort of Japanese security troops with sabers. She had been unceremoniously bundled into a carriage by a lowly clerk. The indignity rankled. Back in Lingao, at least police officers and students would salute her when she came and went. "What kind of treatment is this?" she thought. "I'm still a senior police officer after all." As one of the few elder police officers in the National Police, Su Wan's public profile was pitifully low. Her profession confined her mostly to crime scenes, autopsy rooms, laboratories, and classrooms. Even in Lingao, few knew her face. But at her height, once she appeared in that black police uniform, she was guaranteed to leave an impression. Her features were decently proportioned, her complexion fairly fair. With proper styling, she could be quite attractive, but her small, sharp eyes were forever darting about, sizing up the exposed skin of every person she encountered, regardless of gender or age. Her black hair, long enough to reach her waist when loose, was sometimes worn down, sometimes braided and draped over her left chest. A pair of black-framed glasses perpetually hung around her slender neck. Her small hands, sometimes painted with red nail polish and sometimes silver, often propped up her pointed chin in unconscious contemplation. To forensic scientists of later generations, she was the empire's song Ci, its song Tixing, and more than that. She was to forensics what Liu Ban was to carpentry, the founding ancestor and pioneer of modern forensic medicine and criminal investigation. Marble and bronze busts of her stood in the lobbies of the Central Police University's Forensic Medicine Department and various forensic institutions, gazing upon those who came after in expressions both stern and serene. The dozen or so monographs she authored became authoritative texts for the profession's theoretical courses. Her portrait was even engraved on medals specially awarded to forensic workers, beneath which appeared her famous saying, "Speak for the dead, uphold the rights of the living." But in the old time space, Su Wan had been merely a mediocre forensic examiner from a third-tier county seat in the Northwest, who had lost her job over a misdiagnosis, and in despair, had defiantly signed up for the transmigration as a single participant. As the only seedling in 1,000 acres, the sole actual forensic professional among the transmigrators, she was naturally more qualified than doctors who treated the living or veterinarians who treated animals. Thus, like other elders who had possessed no prospects in the old time space, She had risen to high position in this new one. She had been appointed director of the National Police Forensics Center, with the rank of regional commander, equivalent to a lieutenant colonel in the military. The carriage lurched and jolted along the gravel road. Kaohsiung was not Lingao. Road conditions were limited and there was no small train to ride. The carriage crawled along, slow and teeth-rattlingly bumpy. Su Wan, already wrung out from seasickness, began to wonder if she would give up the ghost right here. And worse than dying was the thought of being buried anywhere other than Kuigang. She clutched her collar and braid and gutted it out until, at last, the carriage shuddered to a halt before the central stilt house of the extremely sci-fi Kaohsiung guest house. Su Wan jumped down and, after a bout of dizziness, finally steadied herself. The sentry at the door took in the carriage and her attire and recognized her at once as the expected female chief. He immediately presented arms. "Greetings, Chief." Su Wan raised her right hand in a perfunctory salute, forgetting entirely that she was out of uniform and still barefoot, lowering her head with a yawn. "Someone help me." The sentry didn't dare delay and quickly called out. Two soldiers resting in a nearby hut came running and hastened to support her by the arms. Su Wan was simply too tall. Even though by this era's standards the two sentries were burly men, they seemed rather short beside her. Though she was thin, she weighed them down considerably, especially over the several dozen steps they had to climb. Getting her inside and seated took considerable effort. The room was circular, decorated in the Elder's habitually minimalist style. A semicircular service counter occupied the center, and rattan benches with matching low tables lined the walls. Beyond that, there were only cabinets standing against the walls. After slumping in a rattan chair and spacing out for a while, Su Wan finally recovered. When her head and eyes felt somewhat normal again, two servants in short-sleeved summer-made uniforms were already standing before her. She looked up and suddenly realized that her disheveled hair and bare feet were really too undignified, hardly befitting an elder's imposing aura. She instinctively tried to shrink further into the chair, but at 180 centimeters, she found it rather cramped, and no matter how she curled up, she couldn't shrink much. Finally realizing she had lost her composure, Su Wan hastily suppressed the fatigue and numbness on her face and summoned the cold arrogance and sharpness befitting a female forensic examiner. "Comrades, who are you?" "Reporting to Chief. This is the Kaohsiung Special Municipality Guest House of the General Affairs Office, a residence specially for chiefs to stay and recuperate. We are the servants here. The secretary from Chief Wei's office has already given us instructions to arrange for your comfort. We will now prepare your room. Please rest for a moment. If you need anything, just summon us." "Good. Take me to my room." "Please follow me, Chief." When she opened the door and looked, Su Wan's eyes went wide. This guest house was truly fantasy, or sci-fi enough. It was nestled in a sparse grove of tall trees at the foot of a hill. With mountains behind and the sea before, it was both well ventilated and shaded. The place where she stood was the central large domed stilt house, surrounded on all sides by an open veranda. Arranged around it in two levels with tasteful irregularity were smaller dome-shaped stilt houses. All of them were connected to the central structure by rope-woven suspension bridges. "This is just like the Yacht village in Star Wars," Su Wan exclaimed inwardly. "So fucking corrupt. No wonder everyone said the overseas elders were all corrupt without exception. They had elevated corruption to an art form. I wonder how Wei Bakuyan and the rest are living it up. Should report them to the Cheka." Two maids supported the still dizzy Su Wan across the swaying suspension bridge and opened the door of one of the small huts. "This is your room. Your luggage has already been delivered. If you wish to bathe, please go to the central hall." "Thank you. You can go about your business. I need to rest." Su Wan went happily inside, finding it somewhat similar to a budget hotel from the old-time space, except far more spacious. The decor was extremely simple, but the all-wood construction possessed its own rustic charm. A large bed had been set up in the center of the room, already fully made. Su Wan didn't care that her feet were filthy. She dropped her boots on the floor, flung off her jacket, and flopped face first onto the mattress. Just as she had done when returning home from work in the old time-space or at her residence in Lingao, she wriggled about and tugged off her skirt, underwear, and bra, tossed them aside, pulled back the covers, and burrowed in. There's nowhere as comfortable as bed, that really is the truth. She murmured contentedly at the ceiling, stretching her limbs and savoring the pleasant sensation of the rough cotton sheets and fine land grass mat against her bare skin, utterly unbothered by the fact that she was sleeping naked. I wonder whose distinguished corpse they've specially summoned me to dissect. The thought drifted pleasantly through her mind as she rolled over. Less than a minute later, she was asleep. Chapter 1408, The Council of Elders Song Tixing continued. By the time she woke, it was past noon. Su Wan's stomach rumbled, and she was delighted to discover that her long-lost appetite had returned. I'm going to have a big meal. She stretched lazily, threw off the covers, and rose, standing stark naked with bare feet on the floor. From lying flat to standing upright, gravity sent a surge of pressure through her already full bladder. Ignoring the wooden and leather T-strap sandals placed in the compartment of her bedside table, Su Wan strode barefoot toward the small door on one side of the room. Relaxing her sphincter on the flush toilet and savoring the pleasure of release, she couldn't help letting out a satisfied moan. After addressing the initial physiological pressure, she sat on the toilet and surveyed the bathroom. Whether in decor or sanitary fixtures, it was no worse than the apartment she had purchased in Lingao. Better, even, it had been arranged with care. The louvered window, protected by wire mesh, was open, letting in nature's cool breeze. A potted green plant sat in the corner. So corrupt, Su Wan declared indignantly, sitting naked on the toilet. After showering and wringing out her wet hair with a towel, she padded back to the bedroom. The polished natural wood floor felt pleasant beneath her feet. She glanced at the clothes strewn everywhere across the floor, and only then remembered she hadn't yet opened her luggage. The naturalized civilian cadre from the hospitality office had said the luggage would be left at her door. Without a care, Su Wan pulled open the bedroom door, and a cry of alarm sounded from outside. A female naturalized civilian in police uniform with blue collar tabs jumped up from the bench in the corridor, clapping her hand over her mouth in shock. "What are you yelling about? I'm not a tiger." "Attention," Su Wan commanded, one hand on her hip, striking a T-stance with chest thrust out while timely covering her fried eggs. Report." The other woman was scared witless by this tall, naked chief. But training had instilled in her a conditioned reflex to commands. Almost instantly she stood at attention and saluted. "Reporting to Comrade Regional Commander, Kaohsiung Police Bureau, Political Security Section, Political Security Trainee Associate Commissioner Yao Yulan reporting for duty. At ease, bring my trunk inside." "Yes, yes." Still shaken, Yao Yulan did not dare look at the female chief's dazzlingly pale body. Head bowed, she carried the two cases from the corridor into the room. "Get out. I'm changing," Su Wan ordered. Yao Yulan scurried out. Only then did Su Wan slowly open the trunk and get dressed. Inside was a National Police summer uniform, the so-called summer uniform being nothing more than a cotton linen blend short-sleeved open-collar blazer shirt, paired with a loose cotton skirt. She methodically fastened her crossbody leather utility belt, genuine cowhide, brass buckle creaking as she walked. Hanging a command saber from it would look very impressive. The only drawback was the smell it gave off in humid weather, but for Su Wan this was hardly a drawback. Still, she felt the cotton uniform lacked violent aesthetics. First, it wasn't crisp enough. Second, nearly all uniform decorations had been omitted. If not for the shoulder boards, collar tabs, and utility belt, one could hardly tell it was a uniform. Nor did she have impressive riding boots to wear, of course. In Lingao's climate, wearing riding boots most of the time was a form of self-abuse. This cap, the hobby of bumpkins. Su Wan sighed as she picked up the women's service cap, a black, brimless, disc-shaped soft cap with white piping. The enamel cap badge, custom-ordered by the General Affairs Office from Zhejiang Studio, at least gleamed nicely. "Even if we can't make peaked caps at this stage, we could at least make garrison caps," she muttered, putting it on. In the Council of Elders apparatus of state violence, police and political security bureau personnel wore the same style of black uniform. This wasn't for aesthetics or deliberate imitation, but rather dictated by simplified supply chains and the textile industry's limited dyeing capabilities. The distinction was that police wore lapel pins while political security personnel wore blue-collar tabs. Finally, she took a holster from the trunk and hung it at her waist. The finely crafted leather holster was stuffed with toilet paper. Suwan found it too heavy to carry a pistol at her side all day, and besides, her daily work required none. She had simply brought the holster alone. Wouldn't it be nice to have a saber instead of this junk? She patted the holster with regret. Her self-designed image was black turn-down collar police uniform, garrison cap, utility belt, riding boots, a black sheathed saber hanging at her waist, and a long-handled riding crop in hand, readily evoking those cruel female Nazi concentration camp guards, or the female special agents of Dregs cave from films and television dramas. When she emerged properly dressed, Yao Yulan sized her up with another look, then saluted. "Reporting to Comrade Regional Commander, I have been ordered to take you to the Kaohsiung Infirmary. Several chiefs are waiting for you there." "And how do you intend to get me there?" Su Wan gave a mirthless snort. She had truly had enough of carriages. One more ride and she would probably vomit everything from her cardia to above her appendix. "Horses have been prepared outside. If you wish to leave, we can go now." Though she had been transmigrated for quite some time, Su Wan had never learned to ride, an oddity among the elders, especially among those who worked in the organs of state violence. She preferred cars and airplanes. Unfortunately, one of those forms of transportation simply didn't exist, and the other almost never operated. "Never mind, I don't know how to ride." "Let's walk. I can take a look at Kaohsiung along the way." Su Wan tugged at her utility belt, utterly unconcerned that her bare feet in rattan sandals clashed badly with her uniform. Seeing this tall chief with waist-length hair, barefoot in sandals, choosing to walk like an ordinary soldier rather than ride a horse, Yao Yulan was somewhat surprised. Horses weren't exactly abundant in Kaohsiung, but even naturalized civilian cadres of slightly higher rank could requisition one when going out. Before Yao Yulan could figure out the reason, Su Wan had already strode out the door. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Yao Yulan didn't dare delay and hurried to keep up. Although it was the Little Ice Age, Su Wan detected no hint of Ice Age whatsoever. Kaohsiung's summer was no less oppressive than Lingao's. The scorching sun still baked the ground until it was hot to the touch, and the salty, fishy smell borne on the sea breeze triggered another wave of dizziness. But thanks to the textile technology of the old time space, at least her clothes didn't leave her collapsing from being both stiff and non-breathable. Kaohsiung City's construction had progressed considerably since Dr. Zhang's visit. The Army's Fengshan Fortress and the Navy's Kijin Base in particular were now taking initial shape. Barracks and training grounds had expanded. A dry dock capable of maintaining and repairing large vessels was under intensive construction. Besides the troops permanently stationed here, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and security forces from as far away as Hainan, Jeju Island, and Shandong had been sent for rotation training. Soldiers in various uniforms hurried along the roads, fully armed. Sabers flashed. Gunfire, shouts, drums and bugles, cannon blasts, and military songs all blended together, playing a symphony of steam-age war. The main roads of Kaohsiung had all been paved. Su Wan walked along, enjoying this symphony while questioning Yao Yulan about the city. She was tall with a long stride, and Yao Yulan had to nearly jog to keep pace. After walking for more than 20 minutes along Council of Elders Avenue, Yao Yulan led her to a prefabricated wooden frame building hidden among trees, about a dozen meters off the main road. "This is it." "Reporting, Chief. This is the Kaohsiung Infirmary. Several chiefs are waiting for you here." Su-wan noted the infirmary was quite substantial. The foundation, raised a meter above ground, was built of stone blocks with a row of dark arched ventilation openings. There had to be a sizable basement below. Yao Yulan didn't take her through the main entrance but led her in through a side door. Passing through a corridor, they reached the entrance to the basement. Yao Yulan showed her credentials to the two police officers at the door. One opened the door leading below. The two descended via a ramp. At the end of the passage, a door swung open to reveal a large vaulted brick cellar. Electric lights blazed inside. It was quite cold, the air laced with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Su-wan's nose twitched. What a familiar scent. In the center of the cellar stood an autopsy table covered with tiles. Along the walls, shelves and cabinets held glass jars of various sizes containing specimens. Two men sat at a table. One she recognized, Lei In from the Ministry of Health, originally in epidemic prevention. Su-wan had seen him a few times at joint meetings. She hadn't noticed him in Lingao for quite a while. Su-wan never paid much attention to personnel transfers, so he'd come to Kaohsiung. The other she didn't know, a young man of about 25 or 26 who, like most male elders, wore his hair cropped extremely short. At first glance he looked like a background extra. His face wore the expressionless look typical of elders. From his uniform and blue-collar tabs, she could tell he was a political security bureau elder. "Ah, forensic examiner Su is here." Lei In saw her enter and rose to greet her. "Dr. Lei, so you've been transferred here." Su-wan returned his greeting politely. "I've been here quite a while. Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Chen Babin of the Political Security Bureau." Lei In gestured. "And this is Su-wan, forensic examiner. How do you do? Pleased to meet you." The young man named Chen Babin extended his hand. Su-wan nodded at him with a smile but didn't shake. She merely said, "What's the important matter that required summoning me all the way to Kaohsiung?" Chen Babin seemed not good with words. Lei In stepped in. "This is a task assigned by the Political Security General Administration. There's a special corps that requires your professional expertise to examine." Chapter 1409, Calluses in Service of the Council of Elders. Su-wan snapped to attention. "In service of the Council of Elders." Chen Babin came to attention as well, his expression solemn and voice booming. "Service, service." Lei In echoed perfunctorily, then added, "To be honest, your timely arrival is a great help. You know, I'm actually an epidemic prevention worker." Su-wan understood his meaning. During the Battle of Chiang Mai she had witnessed him, face ashen, having to run to the seaside several times to get some air, while working among piles of corpses already displaying signs of bloating putrefaction. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable to ask someone who had worked at an urban epidemic prevention station, giving vaccinations, spraying disinfectant, and occasionally doing public health education, to perform autopsies. What Su-wan found rather admirable was that, regardless of his actual skill level, Lei In had at least taken on all of Kaohsiung's autopsy work. He had graduated from medical school and was no stranger to cadaver dissection, but that had been in a university anatomy lab, with properly sourced and basically treated bodies. What forensic examiners faced were corpses at crime scenes already rendered grotesque by circumstance. Some had incomplete limbs, some were highly decomposed. The stench alone was more than most people could bear. "It's fine. Let's get to work," Su-wan said. "Let Comrade Chen Babin brief us on the situation first." "All right." Chen Babin nodded. He was in plainclothes and had been standing silently to the side, appearing somewhat shy. Only now did he speak. This case was ordered to be investigated by the executive committee itself. To be honest this time, it's somewhat. Unable to find the right words, he hesitated before continuing. "We want to verify this person's identity." "Hey now, verifying identity isn't really a forensic examiner's job, you know." Su-wan was amused. "Autopsies mainly determine cause of death, time of death, specific age, past medical history, and other physiological matters. How am I supposed to determine someone's social identity?" Implantable ID chips weren't even close to being rolled out by the 21st century. Lei En stepped in to explain. The idea is to ascertain as many of this person's physiological characteristics as possible so they can infer his social attributes. This person is that important? Su Wan grew curious. Yes. Chen Babin's face looked troubled. This person was an enemy of our Hangzhou station. He was shot dead by our people just a few days ago, but his words, actions, and thinking in Hangzhou and elsewhere exceeded our imagination. He paused again. He seems to have transcended this time-space. You're saying this person might be a transmigrator like Lando. That's exactly what we want to find out. Now that you put it that way, I'm getting eager. Where's the body? Lei En pulled a bell rope on the wall beside the table. A thick wooden door in the corner of the basement was pushed open, and two orderlies in white isolation gowns emerged carrying a tightly wrapped stretcher. They placed it on the autopsy table. This body just arrived from Hangzhou. How long has he been dead? 1 week. Chen Babin frowned. The special investigation team raided his hideout. Before he could be captured, he shot himself. Following instructions, the Hangzhou station immediately refrigerated his body and transported it to Kaohsiung right away. 1 week, Su Wan thought. After drifting at sea for 7 days, who knew what state the body was in? But no smell of decay came through the air. Lei En added, this time we specially used ice blocks as ballast for preservation. How extravagant. Su Wan's gaze fell on the tightly wrapped body bag. The executive committee was clearly taking this matter very seriously indeed. After changing into autopsy garb, Lei En helped her don gloves and fasten her belt and mask. He changed into work clothes as well, in case he needed to assist. He could tell Chen Babin was very uncomfortable. You can wait next door for the report. No, I'd better stay and watch. Chen Babin steeled himself, apparently unwilling to appear timid in front of a woman. The body had already been moved onto the autopsy table. Even the well-experienced Su Wan drew in a sharp breath. The deceased's head was no longer recognizable, like a smashed tomato. The entire face was gone. Black scorch marks from powder burns remained on the surviving skin. From experience, it appeared that a massive bullet had entered through the mouth and simply exploded the skull. Even in the old time space, Su Wan had rarely seen such severe gunshot wounds. The fiercest weapons used when local underworld gangs clashed had been 5-shot hunting shotguns and Huolong-made pistols. She had never encountered such a terrifying fatal wound. This bullet must have been extraordinarily large. What was this fired with? She asked with a frown. A handgun, 20mm caliber. Chen Babin steadied his breathing, forcing himself to face the horrible corpse. Su Wan shook her head. She carefully examined the remains of the head, then the torso, then the hands, feet, and joints. From the degree of rigor mortis and lividity, the body's preservation was acceptable. Many details should still be detectable. She opened her autopsy toolkit, laid out her 18 weapons, and set to work with practiced skill, narrating as she examined. The deceased is male, of the yellow race, approximately 25 years old. Living height was approximately 155 centimeters. Nutritional status was good, teeth regular, body was healthy with no latent diseases. Is that all? More or less. I could also examine the stomach contents to determine his last meal. No need, that's already covered in the Hangzhou station's report. Lei En felt nauseated just thinking about examining stomach contents. If we removed all the flesh, we could learn more details from the skeleton. Do you have a large pot here? Chen Babin's face had already turned ashen. Suddenly he clapped his hand over his mouth and hurried from the room. I don't think removing the flesh would be very meaningful. Just tell us from the skin and anatomy what other characteristics he has. All right. My impression is that this person was not a laborer. His muscles are underdeveloped, his bones not thick. He clearly didn't engage in regular physical labor. The skin covered by clothing isn't very rough, in fact rather delicate. The calluses on the soles of his feet indicate he often walked in shoes rather than barefoot. Su Wan examined carefully. His hands are smooth, with no signs of long-term manual work. He was not a soldier either. There are no calluses from long-term gripping of swords, spears, or firearms, nor the finger scars common among archers. She picked up the corpse's hand and examined it closely. His index and middle fingers have calluses from long-term pen-holding. He should have been an intellectual. As she spoke, she suddenly frowned and turned the hand over several times. Strange. What is it? The calluses on his middle and index fingers are from long-term use of a brush. But these other calluses on the outer side of the first and second joints of his index finger and between the first and second joints of his thumb, they don't match. That's not how you hold a brush. Lei En looked closely, unconsciously miming the motion. He exclaimed suddenly, "These are marks from regularly using a fountain pen." "Exactly." Su Wan nodded. From the calluses, the brush-related ones are older and harder. The pen-related ones have already softened. Clearly that came earlier. So he really could be a modern transmigrator, Lei En exclaimed. Very likely. At this point, Su Wan frowned again. But there's something I can't figure out. The calluses on his knees are very thick, as if he was someone who often knelt. I can't think of any occupation in modern society that requires working on one's knees for extended periods. Let's keep looking for other clues. The autopsy continued until after 3 in the afternoon. All right, there's nothing more to examine. Stitch him up, Su Wan said with some relief as she removed her gloves, speaking to Lei En and to Chen Babin, who, after leaving the room once, had looked much better upon returning. My stomach is famished. I really want to eat something. Lei En was fine, but Chen Babin's face went pale again. He turned and hurried out. Did I say something odd? Lei En smiled and helped her with the suturing and cleanup. How Yuan's body would be stored temporarily in the underground morgue of the Kaohsiung infirmary. How to handle it would await orders from the Political Security General Administration. Come, let's go upstairs and get some fresh air, Lei En said apologetically. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I've already had someone prepare something. The two came to the back courtyard of the infirmary, where a small garden had been arranged specially for elders, in practice, for Lei En's exclusive use. His domestic secretary had already set up a small table under a sun umbrella and was waiting. Sit down, rest a bit. I'll have them bring food right away, Lei En said. We don't have anything fancy here, mostly seafood, but there's plenty of venison and quite a bit of game too. I don't like meat and I don't like seafood either. Do you have vegetables? Lei En started, then hastily said, Yes, quite a variety actually. I'll have them prepare some right away. Su Wan sank limply into a chair. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than 4 years since leaving the old time space. The suffering of not being able to eat her hometown cuisine and her longing for her parents tore at her heart every moment. But on the other hand, in the old time space, she had been merely an obscure forensic examiner who had even lost her job due to a misdiagnosis. Here she had obtained countless things she would never have dared imagine before: rank, money, honor, respect. To become the nation's sole authority before the age of 30. What did that feel like? Then she thought of her sadistic boss in the old time space with his daily scolding and berating, the indifference and coldness of her colleagues, and the mockery and criticism from family and friends after she lost her job. All those annoying things could go to hell. Thinking of this, Su Wan felt rather smug again. Chapter 14:10. Conclusion, however, being queen of a monkey mountain wasn't so easy. The working conditions in this time-space were truly hard for her to accept. She had brought several complete forensic toolkits and related spare parts, and had even managed to claim a certain share from the general material reserves. But even so, she was constantly plagued by shortages of equipment and materials. Many things readily available in the old-time space simply didn't exist here. The stainless steel autopsy table had become a tile-covered cement slab. There was no electric cranial saw, so she could only rely on her own arm strength to work a hand saw. Fortunately, after recruiting a few students, such rough, heavy labor was delegated to them. The dissection knives that the industrial sector had laboriously produced were also far less effective than those from the old-time space. especially since the lack of stainless steel made cleaning and maintaining equipment painfully complicated. Even so, rust was unavoidable. Fortunately, cadaver dissection required no sterilization, so making do wasn't a critical issue. It just felt uncomfortable. There weren't even plastic bags for the waste, such as internal organs after dissection. She had to use cowhide paper bags coated with tung oil. Everything required making do with limited conditions. As for protective equipment, though crude, at least masks, isolation gowns and safety goggles had been produced. But those safety goggles, flat glass lenses in leather frames, were really too heavy. Every time she took them off, deep marks remained on her nose. And the essential latex gloves still couldn't be manufactured. They had to be carefully cleaned and disinfected for repeated use. The only thing that satisfied her was that the chemical factory could provide enough formaldehyde and other agents for preserving bodies. Stingy executive committee can't even come up with a standard set of dissection equipment, and they want me to be the song Tixing of Australia song. But on second thought, the actual song Tixing back then hadn't known the first thing about dissection, and her predecessors had solved cases without all these gadgets. What did she have to complain about? Then came another bout of random thoughts, and this time her mind wandered even further afield, from whether she was truly a Han nationalist or a paid government shill wearing Han nationalist skin, to whether she should join the Huaxia Society or the House Party, from whether to support the Manchu Qing or Li Zicheng in bleeding the Ming Dynasty dry, to whether her relationship with the young officers' clubs Wei Awen and Zhang Balin was friendship or love. Finally, when she got to wondering when she would finally lose her virginity, the food arrived. The meal sent by Lei En's domestic secretary was quite lavish, especially the venison steak on the sizzling iron plate, heavily spiced and giving off an enticing aroma. Other dishes, stir-fried pheasant slices, stewed rabbit, were rare treats even in Lingao, but Su Wan showed no interest in any of it. She focused all her attention on a large bowl of vegetable salad and without a word, simply pulled the bowl in front of her and began devouring it. Lei En only nibbled. Chen Babin sat at the table staring blankly, not eating a single bite. The entire table was filled with crunching sounds, as if rabbits were dining. This woman can really eat. Lei En thought, watching her finish the entire bowl before finally looking up, tomato juice running down the corner of her mouth, still chewing on a carrot and saying indistinctly, "Do you have potatoes?" "Yes, yes." Ever since the successful cultivation of potatoes on Jeju Island, ships from Jeju always brought a good supply of fresh potatoes, dried potatoes, and potato flour. Kaohsiung had plenty. "Make me a sauerkraut and potato soup." Su Wan said loudly, "Extra potatoes. We can't make sauerkraut here. How about vegetable and potato soup instead?" Su Wan had no objection. Soon another large bowl arrived, not a single drop of oil, with green leafy vegetables floating atop the potatoes. She slurped it all down without complaint. After finishing, the domestic secretary cleared the table and brewed fresh tea. "This is real Taiwanese oolong tea," Lei En poured for her. "I grow and ferment it myself in my tea garden here. Unfortunately, it's not dongding. I can't drink any more." Su Wan waved her hand. "Let's talk work. Give me a toothpick." Though she had eaten vigorously, her brain hadn't rested for a moment even while her stomach worked hard. She had been continuously summarizing the various findings from the autopsy. What the executive committee really wants is to find out whether this person is another transmigrator. Su Wan picked her teeth, one leg already hugged to her chest. "Right now, it's hard to say. But didn't you just say it was very likely?" Lei En asked. "That pen grip evidence. Who else but a modern person would hold a pen that way? Don't forget that our modern way of holding pens was actually introduced from Europe." Su Wan pulled a large handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her mouth. "I hadn't noticed this before, but last week I was teaching an anatomy class at the Ministry of Health. The cadaver we used was a Spaniard who died of illness in the detention camp. He'd been a ship's clerk or something while alive, and his fingers had similar calluses. It was unusual enough that I specifically cut it off and made a specimen. Chen Babin hastily interrupted before she could elaborate further on dismemberment and preservation. Let's not discuss that, so you can't confirm it. That's right, Su Wan nodded. Also, I just thought of another issue. Since the widespread adoption of computers, except for students who still have a lot of handwriting work and a few specific occupations, pen grip calluses on modern people have become very faint. Some people don't have them at all, so using this to make a judgment is obviously insufficient evidence. But he was a yellow race person, and look at his photograph. Chen Babin took a photograph from his folder and handed it to her. This is a Chinese face. If he was a native of this time-space, he shouldn't have used European writing methods. Chen Babin immediately realized his reasoning was too absolute, because their investigation reports mentioned that some merchants engaged in overseas trade and Ming Dynasty church personnel also used quill pens for writing, though such people were extremely few. Su Wan studied the photograph. Good-looking young man. And there's one more thing. I didn't find any vaccination scars on his arm. Modern Chinese people, older ones generally had cowpox scars, younger ones had BCG scars. BCG scars were usually not very obvious, but they could still be identified through dissection. He has no surgical scars, no vaccination scars, no fillings or tooth extraction marks, Su Wan said. He's as pristine as a native of this time-space. Speaking of teeth, there's another piece of evidence. She took out a cowhide paper bag and removed a clay dental mold box containing the bite impression of Hao Yuan's teeth. I took a bite impression and also examined the wear on his tooth enamel. This is absolutely not the teeth of a modern person. Though modern people had high rates of cavities due to greater sugar intake, because food was generally processed extensively, and people rarely ate very hard foods or gnawed on bones, tooth enamel wear was much lighter than in ancient times. In medieval society, grain was milled using stone tools, and the resulting flour often contained large amounts of tiny sand and grit particles. Even the upper class who ate the finest foods had much more enamel wear than modern people. This person's tooth wear was quite severe, not only worse than modern people, but worse even than the wealthy individuals' corpses I've dissected. Finally, there are those strange thick calluses on the knees. Su Wan was finally thirsty. She drained the oxeye cup of oolong tea in one gulp. I really can't explain them. Taken together, this evidence basically confirmed that Hao Yuan was not a modern person, but he was clearly also not quite like a native Chinese person of this time-space. At this point, Chen Babin could only grasp at one last hope. Forensic examiner Su, can you verify whether this corpse is the person in the photograph? Lei En thought. The face is severely damaged, so from a certain angle such suspicion is reasonable. The problem is, the body was recovered directly from the scene by personnel from the Hangzhou Station Security Department and Special Investigation Team, led by an elder. Such suspicion practically accuses one of those two of being a traitor. No wonder people said the Political Security General Administration showed no mercy to anyone. Lei En groused inwardly but said nothing. No problem. Though the face is badly damaged, I can still do a facial reconstruction. Su Wan nodded, then asked, do you have a pot here? Doesn't have to be big, just big enough to boil a human head. Chen Babin turned pale again. Lei En said, not a specialized one, but I can have someone bring a large new clay pot. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Babin had already risen and left the table. Take it down to the basement in a bit, along with a charcoal stove and so on. It'll take quite a while to boil, Su Wan said. I'll also need some clay and some thin wooden sticks. Su Wan was busy all afternoon and obtained a cleaned skull. She carefully reconstructed the facial model. By rights, this work should have been done by a specialist, but her county forensic center's staffing had all been consumed by administrative positions. There had been no opening for one, so she had been sent to learn it and taken on the job herself. The reconstruction was not perfect, but comparing it with the photograph, the main features all matched. This was indeed Hao Yuan himself. Chen Babin was dumbfounded. He had been certain Hao Yuan was a modern transmigrator, but the forensic conclusion leaned toward native of this time-space. This made the already murky case even more confusing. He returned to the inspection team's office. Yifan and the others were not there. As a member of the team, he had little work to do in Kaohsiung. The task Wu Mu had given him was mainly to clarify Hao Yuan's identity. But after all this, nothing had been clarified. How was he supposed to report to the Bureau? Over and over he flipped through the illustrated autopsy report Su Wan had given him, going back and forth through all the intelligence about Hao Yuan in his possession several times, but still could not reach a conclusion. Chapter 14:11. Testimony. It was a gloomy basement. Apart from a heavy wooden door covered in leather, the entire room had not a single window, sealed tight as a can. No sound from outside could penetrate. Those inside could hear only the ventilation opening's faint hum. Lights blazed day and night, blindingly bright, making it impossible to distinguish day from night. This was the underground prison interrogation room of the Political Security General Administration. The walls and floor were tiled for easy cleaning of blood and excrement. The room was empty except for a table for interrogators. In the center stood only a hardwood chair reinforced with iron bars and bolted firmly to the floor. Several professional enforcers from the Security Bureau stood to the side, smoking cigarettes and watching the person in the chair. A completely naked woman was shackled to it with handcuffs and leg irons. Her head drooped to her chest, long black hair falling loose, her body convulsing as she cried. Purple whip marks covered her body. Black electrodes were fastened to her censored, with wires running from her body to the hand-cranked telephone on the table. Zhou Dongshan stood before her, coat removed, the sleeves of his white shirt rolled high. "Have you really told us everything Hao Yuan said? Really? Really?" The woman shook her head uncontrollably, crying and wailing. "I've told you everything I know. You are being very dishonest," Zhou Dongshan said sternly. "You should know you're not the only one we've captured. There were other people present at that meeting besides you." Sob, sob, sob. Jia Le burst into tears. From her capture to her transfer to Lingao, she had lost all sense of time. Since disembarking and being brought here for interrogation, nearly every moment had felt like hell. Day and night interrogation and torture had pushed her to the brink of mental collapse. In truth, she had no way of knowing how much time had actually passed. She had lost consciousness and come to again several times. Each time she awoke felt like crawling out of hell, as if she had been reborn. But when she opened her eyes, everything remained dark and chaotic. Her clothes had long since been stripped off, yet she no longer felt any sense of shame. She felt only a burning pain all over her body, especially where the tape-attached black cords were connected to her censored. Apart from her head, face, and hands and feet, there were wounds almost everywhere. These people took turns pressing her about two things. First, Hao Yuan's organization. What was its structure? How many people were in it? Who were the key members? What were their usual activities? What theory had Hao Yuan instilled in them? Second, Hao Yuan himself. What did he often say? How did he behave day to day? Had he ever spoken of his own life, his parents, relatives, friends? These questions were asked over and over. Even when she told them everything she knew, it was no use. The enforcers seemed unconvinced of her memory, and repeated torture forced her to keep remembering. Any scrap of a clue would be pursued relentlessly. The person presiding over this coercive interrogation was Zhou Dongshan himself. Besides his own proteges, there were also several Yamen runners retained from the various government offices. "Director, there's a phone call for you." Just as Zhou Dongshan was pressing her, someone came to report. Zhou Dongshan left the interrogation room, picked up the phone, and glanced at his watch. Just past 7 in the morning. The call was from Zhao Mengxiang, asking about new progress. Zhou Dongshan reported on the latest interrogation results. "Very good. Press harder and see if you can get any new information. There's an internal security meeting at 9 this morning. This case will be discussed. The more detailed the materials, the better. Zhou Dongshan hung up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, drank a big glass of cold tea, stuffed a few pastries in his mouth, and returned to the interrogation room. Think again carefully. About that meeting Hao Yuan held, what else do you remember? Zhou Dongshan softened his tone. His gaze fell again on the telephone on the table. A worker moved closer to it. No, no, don't, Jia Le screamed, struggling and writhing. I'll talk, I'll say anything. The weekly internal security meeting was held as usual in the secure conference room of the Executive Committee compound. This was a joint working meeting of the Council of Elder Security Agencies, attended by representatives from 8 departments: the Political Security General Administration, the Arbitration Tribunal Investigation and Enforcement Bureau, the Army, the Navy, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, the National Police, Customs, and the Cheka. The main purposes were for each department to exchange the past week's intelligence, share views on the current security situation, and report on upcoming work. When cooperation was needed, it was also coordinated here. When major security issues required discussion, representatives from the Executive Committee and the Council of Elders Standing Committee would attend as well. Today was such an occasion, so when the meeting adjourned, particularly many people emerged from the conference room. Jiang Shan walked briskly out, mixed in with the crowd. Unlike the others who quietly discussed the meeting's contents, he greeted no one. He walked straight through and hurried toward Wu Mu, who was almost at the main gate. "Comrade Wu Mu," he called out in a low voice. "I'd like to speak with you." Wu Mu blinked. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Political Security General Administration had some overlap in their work, but their contacts were infrequent, let alone a direct request to speak. He immediately realized Jiang Shan wanted to discuss the Hao Yuan case. This matter had already been classified as the Political Security General Administration's #1 case for investigation. At today's meeting, the introduction and discussion of this case had taken up more than half the time. "I need to go back to my office to take care of something. Why don't you ride back with me in my carriage?" The Foreign Intelligence Bureau headquarters compound was a good 15-minute walk from the Political Security General Administration headquarters compound, but Jiang Shan felt the trip would be worthwhile. He nodded. After leaving the compound gate, he spoke quietly to his guard secretary and sent them and his own carriage ahead. The two boarded Wu Mu's Dongfeng carriage together. The carriage traveled along the cinder road. For a moment, neither spoke. Jiang Shan was well aware that the unremarkable-looking man beside him, with the air of a minor clerk who had spent 10 years in an office, was the #2 figure of the Political Security General Administration and the highest-ranking head of that agency most elders could come into contact with. "Don't you have a certain feeling," Jiang Shan said slowly, "that Hao Yuan and Hale have some kind of connection?" Wu Mu was cautiously silent for a moment, then said, "You mean they both have certain characteristics that only transmigrators would have?" "Yes," Jiang Shan nodded, "but the autopsy report leans toward the judgment that Hao Yuan is a native of this time-space. Precisely because Hao Yuan is physiologically a native, yet his thinking is that of a transmigrator. That's why I say Hale and Hao Yuan have some kind of connection." "You mean Hao Yuan's thinking comes from Hale?" "Exactly, unless you believe in soul transmigration in our time-space. Your inference is quite reasonable, but even so it doesn't fully prove that Hao Yuan ever had direct contact with Hale. Bear in mind that Hale is in Manila, while Hao Yuan was a Chinese person. Hao Yuan was a Chinese person, but he wasn't a native of Hangzhou. According to intelligence, he only appeared in Hangzhou City after the summer of 1632. Based on information from interrogating prisoners, Hale visited the Chinese coast multiple times in 1631 during negotiations with the Zheng clan. That was when he could have first obtained first-hand intelligence about the mainland. If he learned about Zhao Yinggong at that time, then whether he dispatched Hao Yuan from Manila or recruited him locally, the timing works. But there's no direct evidence. No, not yet. Hao Yuan is dead, but there are still prisoners, Jiang Shan said. Mr. Lando has written a compilation of Hale's statements. If we can collect enough of Hao Yuan's statements and compare the two, we can determine where Hao Yuan's modern thinking came from and whether there's a teacher-student relationship between them. Including Zihua, Jia Le, and several other captured Hangzhou natives, all had already been sent to Lingao and were currently held in the Political Security General Administration's secret prison undergoing interrogation. Wu Mu fully understood his meaning. You want to obtain those interrogation records and secret reports? Yes. Are you doing this for Mr. Lando's sake? For our operations in Manila, I'm very concerned right now. Our opponent may be an unprecedentedly formidable figure. Jiang Shan spoke solemnly. Hao Yuan's emergence has shown me a dangerous signal. Not cannons, not firearms, not reflector furnaces. From the fragments about Hale and Hao Yuan that had emerged in the meeting report, he realized that Hale was very possibly systematically transmitting his ideas. In his view, these ideas were far more dangerous than any technological innovations Hale was making in Manila. To the Council of Elders, no army, fleet, or empire in this time-space truly mattered. Even if Hale had 3 heads and 6 arms and could set up a new artillery factory and cast a few era-transcending cannons, so what? He would still be crushed all the same. But if that little spark was not extinguished in time, sooner or later, it would become a conflagration that would consume the Council of Elders. Therefore, he was urgently eager to know whether Hao Yuan was indeed Hale's student, and to what extent they had disseminated these ideas. Very well, Wu Mu said. Let us agree as follows. We will give you a copy of the Hao Yuan case file. I guarantee that all future interrogation and report materials related to this case will also be copied for the Intelligence Bureau. But how much is copied and what is copied must remain under our control. On the principle of reciprocity, you must also give us Lando's materials from Manila. Okay. Chapter 14:12. Manila. The most terrible hour in Manila was around noon. In the morning, a fresh breeze tapped at the window shutters, slipped into the room and refreshed the spirits. But the pleasant interlude never lasted long. The morning wind had barely dispelled drowsiness and roused the spirit when scorching heat quickly followed from outside. Even leaning at a window overlooking the sea, one could not gaze into the distance, for the glittering waves blazed like a roaring coal fire. The whitewashed walls of the Spanish houses gave off a dazzling glare, while the sky itself seemed a sea of flames, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Before noon even arrived, venturing outside had already become a purgatory, while staying indoors left one listless and drained. The demon of sleep would return, driving people into the stifling prison of mosquito nets and pillows. Not until dusk could anyone awaken from their stupor and feel human again. The Spanish had conquered the Philippines, but were themselves conquered by the weather, and had no choice but to reschedule their beloved bullfights for the evening hours. "Who is that man?" asked Senora Delgado, wife of a ship owner. Contrary to her surname, Note 1, she was plump with a round face. At 5 in the afternoon the bullring remained sweltering. Though the sun had begun its decline, its light was still fierce. The cotton awnings hung limp without a breath of wind. She gently waved her silk fan, which covered most of her face, a languid yet affectionate pose that greatly pleased the lover sitting beside her. "Who? Sitting under the canopy." "Devil take it, that's the mayor." "No, the tall man next to the mayor. Look, he's speaking with him, holding his hat in his hand. Heavens, if only we could sit in that seat. It's really too hot here." "Ha ha ha, if you sat next to him, you'd be even hotter. He's the latest celebrity. It's as if Apollo has descended upon Manila in his sun chariot. The moment he arrived, everyone started revolving around him." "Haven't you heard people talking about him?" "Who is he?" "Then you really are out of touch. Right now he's the talk of all Manila, the man who brought Doña Marina de Arellano, the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis Gonzalo de Arellano, to Manila. That's him." "So it's him. What a remarkable gentleman. I never imagined he'd be so handsome, but I can't remember his name." "Heh, Who he really is, no one can say for certain. The fellow claims to be from Italy, but standing before you, he's as tall as a Patagonian savage. He might be a nobleman from Parma, a marquis from Sicily, a prince from Naples, perhaps a prince from Montenegro who wandered to Asia and was embraced by a great horde of savages. That mob would crown him king of Japan, emperor of China. "You're talking nonsense, Paulino," said Senora Delgado, raising her fan and tapping it lightly on her young lover's shoulder. "You're always talking nonsense. Nonsense. In the name of the Holy Virgin Mary." The young man called Paulino drew out a perfumed handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow, deliberately displaying the initials of her name embroidered on it to earn her charming smile. "This man is called Vince Lando, or perhaps Vince, Vice, or Vincennes, but his surname is definitely Lando. They say he paid 30,000 pesos to those lawless Australian savages to ransom Doña Marina. My uncle, Don Basilio, the port customs officer, was the first to see this fellow come down from the Trinidad, as haughty as a king. In Macau, he had already booked the 2 best cabins on the ship. On board, the ham and wine he and Miss Arellano ate were the finest goods he had brought with him. This rich man always invited the captain and officers to dine in his cabin, and even found a few violinists among the passengers to play music during meals, tipping each of them a piaster every time. 30,000 pesos. Goodness, then he must be a great fortune. But I've heard Miss Arellano's fiancé is also a great rich man. Surely he'll be reimbursed. Perhaps, but he may not care much about that money. For him, it's just a drop in the bucket. Have you seen the pair of golden crosses newly erected on the altar of the cathedral? They were contributed by this Lando. The first thing he did after disembarking was attend Mass and offer those treasures to God. Now the whole city knows he's a devout rich man." Seeing his lover's widened eyes, Paulino warmed to his task of showing off the gossip he had picked up in taverns and gambling houses. "Mr. Lando once had some kind of military career, I suppose, but he certainly never achieved any glory in his homeland. That's probably why he came east several years ago. At that time he was destitute, with nothing but a noble title. One night, after the ship passed Malacca, he fell asleep drunk on the bow. 2 sailors picked his pockets for his last few coppers and then pushed him overboard from the deck. Heavens! But he swam to shore and with the help of the missionaries made it to Macau. After that the worthy Mr. Lando faithfully served, by the sword, the servants of God, the Jesuits. They say he recruited a great horde of Chinese and Japanese and led them into battle everywhere. Later, Captain Lando went to the aid of the Kingdom of Patani and defeated an invading Siamese army of 30,000 men, capturing the king of Siam's brother. The Queen of Patani rewarded his valor handsomely. So this man's titles and fortune were all bestowed by the Queen, Senora Delgado asked. A Christian, ennobled by a heathen monarch, is certainly amusing, but hardly something to boast of. No. He claims to be a Count of Sardinia. You know the noble titles from that place are worth next to nothing. But what happened next is as wondrous as a tale from the 1001 Nights. Captain Lando asked the Queen to sell him a tract of mountain land up the Kellenton River. That little hill produced nothing. A gold mine had once been found below it, but after the gold was exhausted, the place was abandoned. So the Queen agreed at once, taking only a single silver coin for the price of the land. But heaven knows what method that genius used to discover a new, even larger vein beneath the beds everyone thought had long since been exhausted. That is the legend of Mr. Lando. That is the source of his wealth. Now several thousand Chinese are working there for him, mining ore and smelting gold. In my opinion, this Mr. Lando you describe is not just a brute who knows only how to wield sword and gun, but someone who possesses real skills and knowledge, rather like Miss Arellano's fiancé, come to think of it. Senora Delgado covered her face with her fan, revealing only her eyes beneath her brow. The eager gleam in them made even her lover feel a bit daunted. "Paulino, why don't you go buy a piece of land in Siam? Maybe then you'll be as rich as him." "Now you're the one talking nonsense, my dear," said Paulino. Someone told me that Mr. Lando obtained his talent for finding gold from the devil. In exchange, the devil made him sign his name on a piece of red parchment, selling his soul just as Esau sold his birthright. I don't quite believe such talk. Faust's offering could never be placed on God's altar. But striking gold like that only happens to a man once, otherwise there would be divine retribution. Look, the lancers have entered the ring and the trumpeters are about to sound. Let's watch the bullfight. The blare of military trumpets was deafening. The lancers in their splendid attire rode in one by one on horseback to the cheers of the spectators. The lovers opportunely ended their conversation about the gold mine tycoon and mercenary captain, for at this moment neither could make themselves heard. The rainy season in the Philippines was usually dreaded, but tonight was an exception. The moist haze that typically drifted in the night sky gradually dispersed, and the Manila Cathedral, the governor's palace, and the distant city walls stood like ghosts in the moonlight and intermittent mist. The mayor's residence, however, was bustling. Brilliant lamplight peeked through the slats of shutters. The orchestra alternated between stately sarabands and rapid tarantellas. Clearly the mayor was hosting a lively party, unprecedented in Manila, one might say, with even the garden hung with colorful lanterns of Japanese paper. Those in the know recognized this style as a fashionable imitation of Italian customs. Apart from the governor and the archbishop, nearly all of Manila's notables had gathered here. The gentlemen and ladies affected, elegant chatter and laughter mingled with the music, punctuated by the calls of servants high and low. Short, white-uniformed Tagalog servants carrying cups and plates, sweating profusely, now bumped into tall, strapping black slaves, now squeezed through the crowd. From the main hall door came, from time to time, loud announcements proclaiming the arrival of such and such a colonel, such and such an official, such and such a wealthy man who had purchased himself a noble title. The crowd would sometimes stir slightly at certain names, but most were greeted only with indifferent glances or contemptuous smiles. Manila was too remote. The few notables of colonial high society were already well known and could not stir a spark of novelty. As for merchants known only for legendary fortunes, and nobodies who aped the manners of peninsular literati to pose as cultured folk, they were even less capable of arousing any interest. It was not until a servant reappeared at the drawing-room door and called out in a long, drawn-out voice a whole string of titles that the atmosphere shifted. The Count of Fananavua in Sardinia, defender of Setange, vanquisher of the King of Siam, Lord of Kelantan, His Lordship Vincenzo Lando di Fananavua arrives. Note 1. Delgado means thin in Spanish. Chapter 14:13. The debut. As if an electric shock had passed through the room, every gaze turned toward the door. There stood a tall, imposing guest, dressed like a fashionable young gentleman from Europe. Over an embroidered waistcoat and sumptuous sash, he wore a dark gray velvet pleated coat. He wore no starched ruff. Instead, the outline of his dark coat was set off by glittering gold braiding that extended from his collar past the shirt ruffles, all the way down to the tops of his stockings. A small section of spotless white silk gloves peeked from his pocket. His right hand nonchalantly held a plumed hat, while his left, rings gleaming, rested on the hilt of a gem-studded saber. The guests whispered among themselves about the newcomer's identity, history, attire, and all manner of related rumors. Even the gaudy medal decorated with ribbons on his chest was rumored to be a Patani gem medal bestowed by Queen Rajabungsar, when in fact it was nothing more than an utterly ordinary cross issued by the Society of Jesus. Vince Lando squinted as he stepped into the great hall. Hundreds of thick whale oil candles bloomed like jade flowers, and their light reflecting off the whitewashed walls momentarily dazzled him. Manila, like most cities of this era, was completely ruled by darkness at night. Even the best inn in the city lit his room with nothing more than a dim, flickering coconut oil lamp. The torch cages on the fortress and the torches along the main roads were mere stars in the night sky. Only now in this brightly lit drawing room did he feel as if he had returned to Lingao, returned to the civilized world, even stepped onto the stage of a great metropolis. The show was about to begin. The lights had been lit. The curtain was about to rise. The Count of Faninavois, Vincenzo Lando, was about to make his formal debut. The Count possesses the bearing of a conqueror. In martial attire, standing at the door, he surveyed the assembled guests like Emperor Trajan atop his column. And when he stepped into the mayor's drawing room, it was as if Hernan Cortés were entering the palace of Montezuma II. Pretty boy handsomeness was alien to the Count, yet he was surely a bewitching lover. His body was as solid as a steel frame, without a single soft spot in his entire silhouette. When he stood in the great hall and inclined his head slightly, even the proudest bull in the bullring would have felt ashamed. The profile of his head called to mind the image of Augustus on ancient Roman coins, every line so sharply defined. His forehead was very round, his chin quite charming, and his Adam's apple large, all of which reinforced my impression of his bold virility. The Count walked to the center of the hall, paid his respects to the mayor, and kissed his wife with great style. The tender pose of his lips as he bestowed the kiss, and his smiling gaze, added a touch of elegance to the Count's heroic bearing, making him at once a legendary hero in the eyes of men and a perfect gentleman in the hearts of women. This lady of colonial high society wrote down the Count of Faninavois' debut in beautiful handwriting in her diary, then hid it in a secret compartment in her vanity drawer, where it remained until it became spoils of the imperial forces that captured Manila. A member of the Planning Institute's special search team carefully opened the drawer, hoping to find something of value inside. As is often the case when eyes are blinded by emotion and distort the truth, the former mercenary Vince Lando could hardly concern himself with how some love-struck lady might describe his gentlemanly bearing, when he very ungentlemanly extricated himself from the overly enthusiastic embrace and kiss of Senora Isabella, the mayor's wife. He was nearly suffocated by the pungent mixture of greasy body odor and perfume emanating from her. No sooner had he escaped one overheated embrace than he found himself surrounded by a large crowd of enthusiastic people and curious eyes. "Sir, Count, sir," Customs Officer Don Basilio pushed through the crowd to greet him first. "What a lively occasion! Do you enjoy the bullfighting here? Those brave knights are absolutely splendid, don't you think?" The Count glanced contemptuously at Don Basilio. This fellow was the first colonial official he had encountered in Manila. The fawning smile on that cunning, sinister face always reminded him of that detestable character of the same name in Rossini's opera. "Senor Basilio is quite right," he said in a half-mocking tone. "The weather here is most extraordinary. As for bullfighting, I regret that all my military experience has been acquired in battle against the enemies of Christendom. If His Eminence the Archbishop should happen to discern that the local cattle harbor pagan or heretical beliefs, I expect it would not then be too late to seek instruction from the knights on the art of fighting savage bulls." A ripple of suppressed laughter ran through the guests. The customs officer had never been popular, and everyone was delighted to see him rebuffed by the distinguished newcomer. "Oh, your lordship, Count, pay no attention to him." The hostess came to Vince's rescue. "Senor Basilio is very clever, especially when dealing with the Chinamen, but precisely because he spends all day dealing with Chinamen, he no longer knows how to speak like a civilized person." Senora Isabella took the Count's arm amid envious glances and chattered on. "Having 12 soldiers ride around the ring on horseback, waving lances at a poor buffalo, watching it slowly bleed to death, it's too horrible. I can't bear to watch." She took out a handkerchief and covered her eyes in mourning for the unfortunate bull. "Local water buffalo are unsuitable for bullfighting," said an elegant gentleman. "What a pity we don't have Castilian bulls here. In terms of size and agility, the water buffalo here are in no way inferior to any breed from the peninsula." Another immediately retorted. Just as the two were about to have a small argument over which cattle were best for bullfighting, Senora Isabella had already led her distinguished guest away from the debate. She urged him to take the seat of honor, but the Count firmly declined, choosing instead a seat with his back to the window. All the shutters had been thrown open, and the evening breeze, carrying the scent of jasmine and catalpa, blew through the stifling hall. Vince sighed inwardly. Maintaining an aristocratic air while properly dressed in this sweat-drenching heat was truly an ordeal. The nighttime temperature was nearly 30 degrees Celsius, and he was wearing a full suit of wool. Yet as far as the eye could see, every banquet guest had gone all out to preserve their dignity. Every gentleman wore a crisp wool formal suit with a stiffly starched rough collar. The ladies hid beneath hats stuffed with peacock feathers, or concealed their faces behind veils of various colors. "Won't you try some braised oxtail, dear Count?" It was the mayor himself. His appearance was the complete opposite of his wife's, white-haired, thin and lean, as if Manila's scorching weather had dried him out. "This is from that fine bull defeated this afternoon." "Thank you, Your Excellency. But I must venture to inform you that, despite your gracious hospitality, I must leave before the gates close. Otherwise, when the great bell strikes 22, I won't be able to return to my lodgings. My application for a special pass has never been approved. As I understand it, His Majesty's decrees do not permit foreigners without approval to spend the night within Manila's walls. The special pass and residence permit must both be signed by the governor personally." "Of course, your leaving the city won't be a problem," the mayor said, looking somewhat embarrassed. "With a written order from the commander of Fort Santiago, you may pass through the gates at any time." The fortress commander was a grizzled old colonel. He merely nodded at Vince in response, then buried his head in his plate, devoted to chomping and gulping. His graying whiskers were soaking in the plate, splashing gravy everywhere. "If you don't mind, we could arrange lodgings for you here. My wife and I, as long as your lordship would deign to give us instructions, would do everything in our power to serve you." "Your Excellency, I am most grateful for your kind offer." Vince signaled for a Tagalog servant to take away the untouched plate of braised oxtail. He picked up a glass of sherry. "But imposing upon you would weigh upon my conscience. I have already found lodgings in the Parian note, and my luggage is stored there." "Good heavens! You're actually living among those filthy, savage heathen Chinamen, those wicked idol worshippers, smugglers, thieves, gamblers, and sodomites. They're experts at petty theft and harboring criminals. I'm afraid you'll never see your luggage again," exclaimed one gentleman who had apparently been buggered by a Chinese man. Note: the Parian was the Chinese quarter outside Manila at that time, now known as Chinatown. Chapter 14:14 The Parian. "No, the Chinese are very timid," Vince said, slowly sipping his wine. This party was making him feel incredibly awkward. Fortunately, there was still the cool, refreshing sherry that had been chilled in well water. "And for half a piaster, the innkeeper will have his 2 sons stand guard at my door with spears all day." "The Lord of Kellenton hires a Chinese honor guard for half a piaster." The speaker sat at the far end of the table. He looked about 50, with a hooked nose and high cheekbones, above which were a pair of fierce eyes. A few strands of hair on the back of his protruding skull were slicked down with oil and gleamed neatly, though his head gave off a stench of rancid butter. The mayor glared at him with some annoyance, but noticed that the Count was still calmly sipping his sherry, as if he had not heard the rude remark at all. "Your lordship the Count, perhaps you have been overly generous with the Chinese," said Colonial Treasurer Sebastian Andrade. "Half a piaster is enough for a Tagalog with a family for 4 days' expenses." He began to enumerate how wealthy the Chinese in the Philippines were. Yet whenever the governor tried to collect special residence fees in exchange for the right to live outside the Parian, they endlessly delayed and pleaded poverty. The sins of the Chinese also included corrupting the devout native inhabitants with the vice of gambling. Governor Salamanca had actually agreed to let the Chinese establish cockfighting arenas in Tondo and Binondo. Although these 2 arenas paid 80,000 pesos a year in gambling taxes to the colonial government, Heaven only knew how much money had already flowed into Chinese hands. Andrade rattled off a long list of figures, pointing out that more and more Chinese merchant ships were entering Manila harbor each year. Yet thanks to the combined efforts of Chinese brokers and the port customs officer, the royal colony's treasury had not seen much increase in revenue, because the figures in the submitted reports remained the same few ships. The rest, even though they were anchored right there in the harbor, had simply vanished from the records. Everyone discussed just how much the governor and his cronies must have received from this blatant fraud to turn a blind eye to such glaring discrepancies. Of course, such discussions could only be conducted behind closed doors, in whispers among trusted friends. Clearly, His Excellency the Governor had his own worries. He spent his days living in fear of a non-existent threat, that Dutch forces, together with all the pirates of the East Indies, would invade Manila. He had already spent 300,000 pesos on expanding fortifications and recruiting troops, and was prepared to spend even more. His reports to His Majesty and the Privy Council were always filled with desperate appeals, as if he were eking out an existence in a besieged fortress. Now his fearful fantasies had a new addition: the Australians. The Spaniards had learned from Macau that the Australians had concluded a trade agreement with those detestable lowland brigands. Not only that, they had simply launched detestable pirate operations. Last year, 1,632, two galleons from New Spain, carrying the royal subsidy, had been seized by Australian pirates not far from Manila. This news had immediately caused a small earthquake in the city. The hijacking of the San Luis and the San Raimundo was not simply a matter of the governor losing 230,000 pesos of royal subsidy money. The ships had also been carrying large amounts of cargo and cash from New Spain, both legitimate and illegitimate, involving nearly every grandee in Manila. As a result, just how much loss the seizure of the two ships had caused remained a mystery. Not long after definite news of the seizure emerged, several major merchants in Manila declared bankruptcy, followed by a large number of small and medium merchants. The money supply in Manila and throughout the Philippines tightened considerably, interest rates shot up, and the discount rate on bills of exchange rose to unbearable levels. As a result, the Chinese moneylenders in the Parian made a small fortune. The Australians were originally very peaceful. They did profitable business with the Portuguese, selling many wonderful goods. Andrade seemed somewhat regretful. They say there are quite a few believers among them, and the Jesuits have great influence there. Unfortunately, after they got mixed up with the lowland brigands, they became base and vile. Thankfully, they're still buying abaca. Andrade had a large abaca export business in Manila, earning tens of thousands of pesos a year from it. The Australians were the biggest buyers. They're all a bunch of godless atheists who deserve the stake. Someone's religious fervor began to erupt after the ingestion of large quantities of alcohol. Vince slowly sipped his sherry without joining in. He noted down these valuable pieces of information and figures, mentally drafting how his first report back to Lingao should be written. Servants brought out after-dinner sweets and cigars. "There, Count." Andrade leaned toward a candelabra and lit a cigar. He continued, "Laid out before you is the most worthwhile investment in the entire Philippine colony. The tobacco here is in no way inferior to the products of the best plantations in Cuba and Mexico, but private individuals now have no hope of profiting from it." He spoke of how the governor had ordered a monopoly on tobacco throughout the colony and was establishing a monopoly cigarette factory. "This will add at least 40,000 pesos to the governor's annual revenue," he said. "The governor will hand this large sum over to that miraculous Japanese fellow to have him manufacture cannons with a range of 1 league and shells that can sink a ship with a single hit. Each of these remarkable shells costs 500 pesos. The treasurer's words set off a clamor of discussion at the banquet. "Pure nonsense," shouted a judge of the Royal Audiencia of the Philippines. "Having to pay a monopoly tax even to grow a little tobacco for one's own enjoyment in one's own yard. Doesn't Salamanca know he has no authority to impose new taxes? Has that fool not read the royal decrees? Complete rubbish, said the commander of Fort Santiago, who had been pouring glass after glass of wine into his mouth after his hearty meal. His speech was slurred. Gentlemen, has any of you heard of or personally seen a cannon with a range of 1 league? Complete rubbish. How ignorant you are, dear Echezu, said a shrewd-looking officer, the commander of Cavite Fortress. In the time of Louis XI, the French fired a cannon at the Bastille, the place where they lock up sane people for being mad, and the cannonball flew all the way to Charenton before it landed, the place where they lock up madmen for being sane. You should be familiar with that place, dear Echezu. Hey, Alfonso, the angry old colonel snorted, his breath reeking of wine, and pointed a threatening finger at his colleague across the table. Let's not talk about cannons and bombs anymore, the mayor stepped in to smooth things over. Without cannons, the brave knights of the king can still defeat the heathens and Calvinists. The grace and glory of God belong forever to the great Catholic king. There was a crash of clinking porcelain and silver cups, accompanied by wild shouts of "Long live the king!" and "Long live Manila!" Fireworks began to go off on the lawn and the party's atmosphere reached its peak. The Parian, this Chinese quarter outside Manila's walls, became pitch dark and silent as soon as night fell. The former mercenary jumped down from his horse and let Shrek lead it back to the inn stable. The inn was a 2-story tile-roofed wooden building. He climbed the creaking stairs. The innkeeper's 2 young sons had their sharpened bamboo spears laid across their laps and were sleeping soundly against the staircase until the sound of footsteps woke them, and they hurriedly stood up. Vince waved them off. Vince Lando had taken over the entire 2nd floor of the inn, though he occupied only the largest guest room. He knocked on the door. "Open up, Mimi. It's Count Faninavois." The bolt behind the door clicked several times, and he pushed it open and walked in. There was no light in the room. Moonlight streaming through a corridor window clearly illuminated the features of whoever entered. Vince knew that if a stranger rather than he had been standing at the door, they would most likely have been greeted immediately by 9 bullets. The half-lit coconut oil lamp was lit. Mimi ran about the room fetching towels and drawing wash water. Lucia, or Mimi, as Vince called this maid, was petite and dark-skinned, and looked no different from an ordinary agent of the 5th Division, Vince's private term for the Political Security Bureau. He was well aware that the center had transferred her over and assigned her to his side as personal maid and assistant, with an unspoken task of keeping him under surveillance. The weapon issued to her was a Zastava CZ-99 automatic pistol, not one of the black powder revolvers Lingao manufactured. Thinking that one day he might have his skull blown out by a weapon he himself had brought to this world, Vince could only shrug. Any news from the docks? The fake Count stripped off that gaudy outfit piece by piece. All the clothes were soaked through with sweat and reeked. Right now, all he wanted was a good bath. Unfortunately, there was no bathroom equipment here. To bathe, one could only go to the inn's courtyard and use a wooden bucket to draw water from the well. Including the one that came into port today, there are 21 Chinese ships and 1 Portuguese ship. Thanks to Selena and Miss Mendoza, Mimi's English was excellent, and her Spanish passable as well. 2 of the Chinese ships will sail to Guangzhou and Hong Kong. The rest are all Fujian ships. Going to Hong Kong, that's excellent. Tomorrow let's see if we can get it to carry some cargo back. I really can't stand this hellish light. Mimi, go light some candles. Tonight I must finish my report to Jiang. We need to set up an intelligence station here. We can't go on without even a radio. Chapter 14:15. The treasurer Mr. Lando opened his cipher cylinder, one of the few mechanical products Lingao imported from Europe. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Political Security Bureau were its main users. Inside Lando's cylinder were a codebook written on thin paper and tablets of secret-writing chemicals. Just as he began to spread out paper and write a bland, ordinary business letter, he suddenly remembered something. What? A Portuguese ship. Yes, there's 1 Portuguese ship. Tomorrow, try to find out who the owner is and what cargo it's carrying. Vince Lando did not maintain his dandyish pose for long. One day, Colonial Treasurer Sebastian Andrade was ordered to inspect the commercial tax collection in the Parian district. When he accepted the suggestion of Juan Aguilar, the Parian district chief, to visit a tavern to observe local conditions, and incidentally discuss expenditure of the Chinese community's public fund, the Count of Faninavwa happened to be coming out. He was dressed like a sailor in a spotless white shirt of fine Dutch linen, collar open, holding a Manila straw hat that, though refined, was far less flamboyant than a plumed wide-brimmed hat. Only his riding breeches did not follow European fashion. Rather than being tied to the shirt tails with ribbons and laces, they were cinched tightly at the waist with a water buffalo leather belt. The gold buckle was carved in the shape of a roaring lion. His tall leather boots were polished to a shine, and there was, of course, the jewel-encrusted saber that never left his side. This half-baked attire made the treasurer realize that the Count was first and foremost a military man, second a wealthy military man, and only lastly a counterfeit nobleman. And military men, or soldiers, in the eyes of Andrade, who had studied philosophy and Latin at the University of Alcalá and dreamed of becoming a court scholar but had been sent to a remote colony as an inspector, were synonymous with drunkards, idiots, and bandits. Perhaps the Count was no idiot, but at the moment he certainly reeked of wine and exuded a bandit's ferocity. A short, slightly hunchbacked Chinese man followed the Count out of the tavern and disappeared around a corner in the blink of an eye. Andrade did not pay much attention to the fellow because the contrast between the Count's current image and his usual fastidious appearance was too striking and drew too much attention, and because the Count was now greeting his party. Ah, well, it must be God's arrangement. Vince waved the straw hat in his hand and walked toward the group. The Spaniards sat in sedan chairs with awnings, carried by Chinese coolies. Two Chinese men walked in front, bowing and scraping obsequiously to Andrade and Aguilar. Vince recognized them as the Huang brothers, Huang Jian and Huang Xiang, both devout Catholic Chinese merchants, and also the Chinese community's management official and secretary appointed by the colonial government. I have just concluded a deal with a respectable Chinese gentleman. He has agreed to provide 300 Japanese muskets for my men, at only half the price of Senor Jia de Cruz, Note 1. Gentlemen, please come and toast my good fortune. The Count's beaming smile made Andrade rather uncomfortable. He seemed to be using his smiling mask to conceal some kind of mockery. If the treasurer had known that this grinning expression was Vince's imitation of Jimmy Carter, he might have mocked his efforts. But if he had known that the fake Count's conversation in this tavern just a minute earlier had been with an informant, gathering intelligence and plotting against the colonial authorities, he would certainly have praised his acting skills. Though he fancied himself the James Bond of the 17th century, the former mercenary's month-long efforts on the intelligence front had yielded only a few informants willing to provide information: petty merchants, sailors, and low-level employees running errands for colonial institutions. These people were of low status, all Chinese residents or mixed-race locals, and could only provide general information of limited value. Nevertheless, Vince was well aware that if his activities were exposed to the colonial officials, there would certainly be no good outcome. He pondered who among his subordinates or agents he should arrange to meet with the informants in the future. At the same time, he continued to smile and observe. The glances and hesitant expressions exchanged between the two Spaniards showed that his appearance and invitation had caught them off guard. Sure enough, the district chief pleaded that he still had to inspect the Parian prison. He thanked the Count for his kindness, but departed with a disgruntled expression. The treasurer, for his part, sincerely said that he had to return to the city at once because Governor Salamanca was waiting in his residence for his report. Then please do me the honor of using my carriage. As for the sedan chair, that is the product of several thousand years of stagnant Eastern life. They love this cradle-like mode of conveyance, and so they do not value heroes. Their adult men are as timid and childish as infants, and they are destined to be conquered. As you know, Caesar stood on wheels to win all of Rome, whereas Atahualpa sat in his litter and lost his empire. Having delivered this strange speech, the Count turned around and whistled. Two pairs of black horses with white star markings on their foreheads drew a four-wheeled carriage slowly toward them and stopped. Andrade was flabbergasted. He forgot even to decline. His feet seemed nailed to the ground as his eyes roved back and forth over the red carriage with its gold trim, then gazed greedily at the four spirited, elegant draft horses and their silver-gleaming harnesses. By the time the Count signaled Shrek to help Andrade up the velvet-covered running board, he was still in a daze. The slam of the carriage door snapped the treasurer out of it. The Count's black slave jumped onto the back of the carriage and took his position. The coachman took up the reins and the carriage began to move slowly forward. Andrade reached out to stroke the gleaming satin of the sofa seat. This was the finest Nanjing satin. Then he gazed at the interior panels decorated with cloisonné, the sheer curtains, and like a curious child, he imitated the Count and turned the handle to raise and lower the glass window. "Your lordship, people know you only as a man who became wealthy through good fortune," Andrade sighed. "But now I must change my view. If one is merely wealthy, no matter how great the sum, it would not be enough to let a person live like a Neapolitan prince in this god-forsaken corner of the earth. Perhaps it takes some kind of magic or sorcery to accomplish that. Be careful, Mr. Treasurer. You are about to describe me as a sorcerer. I hope the Inquisition has not yet established itself in Manila, or I should be most unjustly treated. Please forgive me, your lordship. I do not consider myself ignorant. Such horses are mentioned by name in the chronicles of Alexander's campaigns. The princes of India are willing to exchange gems and gold to make them their mounts. Don Esteban Santafria wished to buy a pair of such fine horses to match his carriage. He offered up to 1,000 pistoles, and still no one was willing to sell. As for estimating the value of such a carriage, hold on, your excellency. Vince interrupted Andrade, opened a hidden compartment in the paneling and took out a small, exquisite silver box. Inside, cushioned with velvet, were 4 carved goblets and a bottle. No matter how much I paid for my carriage and horses, please tell me, did that sum diminish their beauty? No, it did not. I merely wish to point out. Andrade took a sip of rum and immediately began coughing. Good heavens, this liquor is potent. Don Esteban Santafria. The name you mentioned tells me he must be a thoroughbred nobleman. I imagine this gentleman should be ranked among Manila's first-class gentlemen. Your lordship, your question will receive a Parianist note to answer, yes and no. Senor Santafria is a first-class rich man. Without that premise, he is no gentleman, let alone a thoroughbred nobleman. Please elaborate. You must have heard, after several glasses of rum, the atmosphere of mingled politeness and wariness had completely evaporated. Andrade comfortably leaned his head against the back of the sofa, his enthusiasm for conversation growing ever greater. The Philippines is praised as a pearl granted by God to our sovereign, yet all who are drawn by its luster are penniless dreamers of fortune, people so destitute they cannot even make a living in New Spain. Senor Santafria was such a man when he was young, but he quickly got his hands on money in Manila. They say he won a large sum from a Chinese rich man at dice, though there is better reason to believe he robbed it. He was a volunteer during the Chinese uprising 30 years ago. A smile appeared on the treasurer's face. Lando understood the meaning of that smile. The so-called volunteers of that era were a gang of bandits who received no military pay whatsoever. All their expenses and supplies came from looting. After that, Senor Santafria made several successful speculations. In particular, he had married a wealthy widow, and after she quickly died of illness, his fortune finally accumulated enough to buy a don to put before his name as proof of noble lineage. Soon he began showing up at the homes of Manila's grandees, and his wealth rolled in. Vince continued to refill the treasurer's glass. Experience had proven that whether with Chinese, Japanese, or Spanish, if he could get them to drink a bottle, things would go much more smoothly. I suspect the gentleman you speak of did not spend very much on that Don, no more than the pittance he offered for the horses he fancied. You see, the grandees of the East despise us sword-wielding barbarians. Their most prized possessions are fine horses and beautiful women, and stocking one's stables costs far more than stocking one's harem. For Senor Santafria to offer only a mere 1,000 pistoles for 2 of the finest Marwari horses is really beneath the dignity of a first-class rich man. Note 1. One of the founders of the Macau Cannon Foundry. Note 2. A philosopher of the ancient Greek school of skepticism. Chapter 14:16. Chatter in the carriage. As for Santafria's wealth, probably only the port customs officer can give you an exact figure. His residence is even more famous in Manila than the governor's mansion. What the captains of the Royal East Indies Fleet envy most is Santafria's private yacht. He likes to show off the fastest, most luxurious carriage in the region, of course. The treasurer made a dismissive gesture. That would not be in comparison to yours. Ah, if only His Majesty Philip II had known that such vast wealth could be obtained simply by extorting and robbing the Chinese, how he would have regretted abandoning his plan to conquer China. Vince lit a cigar for Andrade. Though somewhat bleary-eyed from drink, the treasurer still stared curiously at the gilded Australian lighter in the Count's hand, trying to get a closer look. Conquering China, that's an impractical fantasy. Andrade exhaled smoke. There are too many Chinese. Even the tens of thousands of Chinese in the Parian, timid and endlessly factional though they are, the governor still lives in constant fear, terrified that some Chinese agitator will stir them up into revolt. After that uprising 30 years ago, they should know what cannons taste like. They say 30,000 Chinese died in that uprising. The blood stained the rivers red. Many people thought the Chinese would never come to Manila again, but look, the population of the Parian is now several times what it was then. From a purely utilitarian perspective, the Chinese make better subjects than any of the local natives. But they are all superstitious heathens who don't believe in God. Yes, I quite agree. The Chinese certainly have all manner of vices, but what use are pious, lazy people to us? Besides, they can hardly be called pious. After drinking and smoking, Andrade was in high spirits. Whether it's building roads, constructing houses, doing business, or farming, we rely entirely on the Chinese. Carpenters, brickmakers, blacksmiths, sugar refiners, iron workers. Any job you can think of, the Chinese must do it. They're the ones paying the head tax, too, and so they keep pouring in. More Chinese have arrived recently. Although the governor worries day and night about the number of Chinese, he has recently been recruiting large numbers of Chinese artisans to come to Manila. This is all due to the beguiling influence of some fellow who popped up out of nowhere, spending money freely on all sorts of new gadgets, as lavishly as the Marquis of the Valley. At this point he fell silent, as if realizing it was not quite proper to discuss the governor with someone he didn't know well. Lando deliberately changed the subject. Please tell me, who exactly is Don Esteban Santafria? If he's a country gentleman, how much land does he own? If he's a merchant, what business is he in? According to royal decree, Manila applies the wholesale transaction law to Chinese goods. The goods brought by the Sangli's note are valued in bulk by an official appointed by the governor, then sold to local Spanish merchants in proportion. Private trading is forbidden before the valuation. Generally speaking, the port customs officer is sent to do the valuation, but Don Basilio and Don Santafria are obviously very good friends. Andrade smiled meaningfully. So he always knows the lowest price in advance and gets the largest share of the best Chinese goods. He also has his own merchant ships, sailing between Manila and Coromandel. Chinese silks and porcelain, Indian ivory and spices fill the cargo holds he occupies on the royal galleons. The Viceroy of New Spain has ordered that each galleon may carry only 4,000 bales of cargo to Acapulco, yet Señor Santafria alone accounts for nearly that number. Other merchants cannot compete with him at all. On the contrary, they often have to borrow money from him. He has failed only twice, once when the galleon San Ambrosio was sunk by the Dutch, costing him 300,000 pesos worth of cargo. The other time was because of the Australians, some strange people living on an island in the China Sea. Careful there, you're sitting in a carriage made by those strange people. I don't mind the goods those strange people make at all. Their products are excellent, not only in short supply here, but welcomed everywhere from India to the Near East, Andrade said indifferently. If I could get a steady supply of Australian goods, I would have been the richest man in all the Philippines long ago. At this point, the carriage drove past extensive coconut groves and bamboo forests, passed through several Tagalog villages, and sped past thatched huts. These dwellings were extremely crude. The walls were merely bamboo fences woven from village bamboo, topped with banana leaves for roofing. Women bustled in and out. Men gathered in groups along the roadside and at corners, almost everyone carrying a rooster under his arm. Vince had known even 300 years later that cockfighting was a national pastime of the Filipinos. A group of mischievous children chased after the carriage begging for coins. The red flag carriage sped on, and in the blink of an eye had left them far behind. The road from the Parian through Binondo to Manila was highly valued by the colonial authorities and regularly maintained. Yet even so, the unpaved surface was full of ruts and potholes. Thanks to the double cushioning of shock-absorbing springs and upholstered seats, even when the coachman whipped the horses into a gallop, the passengers inside felt only a slight swaying. The strange thing is, these people occupy only an island about the size of Formosa. In the eyes of the Chinese emperor, such a remote island is just a tiny grain of sand at the edge of the world. Yet these people have built prosperous cities on the island, and all Chinese goods, after passing through their hands, become at least 10 times more refined. When the Southeast Asian Company's first fleet arrived in Manila, the whole city was in an uproar. The governor was shaken too, because the salute they fired even drowned out the cannon of Fort Santiago. So when the Australians refused to accept the wholesale transaction law, Governor Salamanca agreed to their demands. Señor Santafria prepared to make a killing the old way, and ended up with nothing at all. He hates them to the bone. He's always lobbying the governor to seize the Southeast Asian Company's ships and cargo, or at least fine them a large sum. Why? Just because he didn't get any benefits? You could say that, the treasurer sneered. Of course, everyone knows that the major shareholders of the Southeast Asian Company are actually the Australians. Ever since the Australians seized our 2 ships, Don Santafria's proposal has gained quite a bit of support. But the governor is still hesitant. Trade with the Southeast Asian Company is essential for the colony. Andrade did not mention that he himself was strongly opposed to this proposal. The abaca shipped and sold by the Southeast Asian Company accounted for half of his current annual sales. Vince knew that the trading fleet of the Southeast Asian Company was valued highly by the Planning Institute because the Manila trade could bring back much-needed timber, abaca, tobacco, and copra. He wanted to steer the conversation away from the Australians, but just then there was a sudden low, muffled boom, as if an enormous drumstick were pounding the ground. The former mercenary reflexively threw himself against the carriage window. Señor Salamanca is off admiring his new toy cannons again, Andrade said. The scattered woods on both sides of the road flashed past as the carriage sped along. The delicate, bright banana trees and the tall, somber coconut palms wove together into an endless green hedge. Through gaps in the branches, a few ochre-colored barracks seemed visible, but they passed in an instant beneath broad banana leaves. The cannon fire continued volley after volley. Vince's heart clenched. He heard the drawn-out whistling tail of a cannonball, reminding him of that very common 76 Mtito gun from his service in the Balkans, followed by the roar of an explosion. A cloud of white smoke billowed up above the hedge, mixed with flying grass and clods of earth. Vince impulsively wanted to stop the carriage immediately and get out for a look. But he quickly changed his mind, reached out and pressed a bell in front of the seat twice, the signal to hurry on. At the coachman's urging, the two pairs of horses seemed to sprout wings. The dust churned up by the wheels swallowed everything else on the road. Several Spaniards galloped up on horseback, hoping to get a glimpse of this dazzling carriage streaking by like a meteor, but were all left behind. Crossing the narrow wooden bridge over the Pasig River, below the gray city walls, the soldiers at the gate seemed quite familiar with this carriage and its coat of arms. As it rumbled through like a whirlwind, they even saluted. The red flag carriage rolled through the cobblestone streets of the city with a thunderous clamor. Pedestrians scattered to the sides of the road, gazing with astonishment and envy at the Count's carriage and the fine horses with their flowing manets. "Only now do I know that speed can produce pleasure," Andrade said, his drunkenness somewhat fading. "Ah, watch out, Count, there's a carriage ahead." The carriage ahead bore a large coat of arms with an extremely elaborate design. Although the driver was trying his hardest to maintain his lead, his efforts were completely futile. The overly wide body, the greatly mismatched front and rear wheels, and the leather-strap suspension all ensured this was not a vehicle suited for high-speed travel. Amid exclamations from onlookers on the street and in the buildings, the red flag carriage easily swerved around the one in front and left it behind. As the two carriages passed, the white satin window curtains of the other parted, revealing a greasy, shiny head with only a few strands of hair, the high cheekbones, hooked nose, and a pair of fierce eyes that Vince recognized well from the banquet at the mayor's residence. "It appears," said Andrade, "that Don Esteban Santafria has become your enemy." Note: Sangli refers to Chinese immigrants to the Philippines, as well as their mixed-race descendants with locals. Chapter 14:17. The Seaside Villa. After taking leave of the treasurer, the red flag carriage traversed the garden plaza before the governor's palace, wound through several streets and alleyways, and at the Count's command exited through the castle's south gate, heading toward the sea. The road beneath the wheels would become, more than 3 centuries later, Manila's storied Roxas Boulevard. In the present, however, despite the colonial authorities treating this artery as a vital military corridor linking Manila to the fortresses at Cavite and Carmona, and despite annual appropriations for its upkeep, the road conditions remained wretched. What passed for repairs amounted to shoveling a few loads of dirt into the ruts and tossing bundles of firewood into the sinkholes. The carriage lurched over these obstacles but did not slow. The shock-absorbing leaf springs creaked beneath the body yet held firm. They drove all the way to a small bay ringed by sand dunes, behind which sat a fishing village called Malay. Beyond the small boats beached on the sand and a cluster of shabby huts, only 2 brick and stone buildings stood near the village. A church and a 2-story villa perched on a slope overlooking the bay, surrounded by a wooden fence. A former Manila city official had built it for his sickly daughter so she might breathe the healthful seaside air. After the girl died and the official returned to Spain, the fine building had fallen into slow decay. Vince had purchased it for very little. The carriage had barely stopped when Vince threw open the door and leapt down. Shrek, however, lingered on the rear step for a long while before finally clambering down with ponderous reluctance. Vince had long known that this seemingly powerful black slave was, in truth, pitifully timid. The swaying, bouncing ride of the speeding carriage had frightened the wits out of him. Leaving Shrek standing there in a daze, Vince strode toward his new residence. Both the garden and villa gates stood wide open. The courtyard was heaped with bricks and lime. Creepers and weeds that had smothered the stone walls had been stripped away. Carpenters and masons hired from the Parian were busy repairing years of neglect, and per the Count's instructions, giving everything a fresh coat of whitewash. The vegetation in the courtyard had been cleared. In the tropics, plants were ruthlessly aggressive. At the slightest reduction in human activity, they reclaimed their territory with astonishing speed. When Vince first purchased the villa, the undergrowth had been so dense one could scarcely walk through it. Apart from Mimi, who supervised the workmen inside, a young man was directing several local servants in unloading wooden crates from an ox cart and carrying them into the house. This was all Vince's luggage, a considerable portion of which consisted of the various trappings the false count required to maintain appearances, all purchased at great expense from Macau, some of it plunder from the Manila galleons. The young man wore a newly made livery coat embroidered with the coat of arms of the Faninavois family. His hair was cut unevenly, with short stubble sticking up at different heights across his forehead like a dog had gnawed on it, undoubtedly the result of cutting his own hair in a mirror. No local would have cropped it so short. This was already a kind of compliance with organizational arrangements. Originally, he had worn his Navy training uniform constantly, but on the matter of hair, the young man refused to compromise and persisted with this strange style. Vince knew that this young man, so desperate to advertise himself as an Australian shorn head, was named Jia Le, a naturalized citizen from a Chinese merchant family residing in Tonkin. The protracted civil war in Vietnam had dragged quite a few overseas Chinese merchants into the abyss of bankruptcy, and Jia Le's father was among them. Though they had not lost both lives and property, the whole family had been left without means of livelihood. They could not even afford passage back to their ancestral home in Fujian. Through acquaintances, father and son found work at the Dacheng trading post. Unlike his father, who only wanted to make a living, the exquisite Australian products ignited in the young man an almost fanatical longing for Australia. This passion had impressed even Bakui, the chief of the Tonkin station, who sent a report to Lingao recommending Jia Le's admission to study at Fangqiati. Thanks to his family's business, Jia Le had learned reading, writing, and bookkeeping from childhood. Being clever and eager to learn, he needed far less effort than most refugee-origin natives to obtain a Lingao Grade B certificate. Given his age and specialty, he enrolled in Fangqiati's commerce vocational track. Near graduation, he was selected to join the Southeast Asian Company's first Luzon trading voyage as an intern. This coveted internship, which everyone at Fangqiati envied, played a cruel joke on the young commerce star. He contracted tropical typhus, and the complications nearly killed him just as the fleet was preparing to return. Though the ship's doctor pulled him back from the brink, a full recovery would certainly take more than 10 days or half a month. The fleet could not wait. A sailing trade fleet had to return before the monsoon season ended, and no one could accept the enormous risk of bringing a still convalescent infectious disease patient aboard. Ocean-going ships were already breeding grounds for epidemics. Even the strictest quarantine measures might not prevent an outbreak. In the end, it was decided to leave Jia Le to recuperate at the Cantonese Guild in the Parian. Ping Qiasheng left him a supply of medicines and silver, and gave extra gifts to the guild headman, arranging for someone to look after Jia Le until the next trading ship could take him home. Before setting out, Vince had learned through intelligence channels that he would find a useful person in Manila. After today's near disaster of a meeting with the informant, Vince decided that this young man, bursting with enthusiasm since his recovery and always ready to contribute to the cause of Australia song, really ought to be put to work. Leaving him in the house to do odd jobs all day was far too much of a waste. Vince climbed the steps and strolled along the veranda. Thin, dark Chinese workmen passed in and out through the open front door, carrying buckets of lime and sawn lumber into the house. He followed them inside. To increase the indoor lighting, the first-floor windows had been enlarged, and a full-height atrium space had been added. A hole had been cut in the roof, ready for a glass skylight. The newly installed Lingao shutters were all thrown open, brightening the formerly dim living room considerably. Despite the good ventilation, the pungent smell of lime and lacquer mixed with linseed oil still made him frown. Mimi, however, didn't mind. She ran back and forth tidying up, nimbly dodging falling plaster and paint. The swirl of her skirt and her slender young waist suddenly made Vince catch a whiff of alluring youthful fragrance amid the acrid air. He waved his hand, signaling Mimi to accompany him as he looked around. The entire villa and garden were a bustling construction site, the sounds of hammering walls and nailing wood mingling with the clamor of the workmen. His bedroom on the second floor was largely complete. The walls still smelled of fresh whitewash, and the floor had been laid with Porto cork flooring from Macau, durable, attractive, and resilient, very popular among the elders in Lingao. Furniture had already been placed in the room, old pieces from the original villa, warped by moisture during years of vacancy. Mimi had hired a carpenter to refurbish it all. Everything was solid, made from fine local timber. Per Lando's instructions, the single bed had already been made up with Lingao grass mats, gauze mosquito netting, and a bamboo bark cooling pillow. It looked refreshingly inviting. Just thinking of how the Spaniards in Manila actually slept on mattresses made him itch all over. He wanted desperately to take a bath, but the newly built bathroom was empty, no fixtures at all, just a few holes left for plumbing. The bathroom fixtures won't ship from Macau until later, and the piping too, but the people here don't know how to install them. That's all right, installers will be sent along with the ship, Lando said. Has the drainage culvert been completed? The coolies won't come to work until the day after tomorrow. Local coolies are in short supply right now, and prices have gone up. Mimi took out a small notebook. The foreman says everything here is getting more expensive. Even timber. Timber was something that could be found everywhere in Manila, as long as you could find enough workers to cut and haul it. If even that was rising in price, it could only mean labor costs had skyrocketed. A new bathtub has been prepared for you in the washroom downstairs, as you instructed, bought from the Japanese village. A temporary latrine has been set up in the yard. As for soap, bath brushes, and toilet paper, I found everything in the Parian. It'll be delivered shortly. The Southeast Asian company is doing well, Lando thought. At least he wouldn't have to write letters specially requesting the most ordinary daily necessities. All the windows must be replaced. These ridiculous shells must all be changed to glass. Filipinos like to fit pearled oyster shells in their windows to block the scorching sunlight. Moreover, in earthquake-prone Manila, replacing broken shell window panes was far cheaper than glass. Even the Spaniards were not immune to this custom, especially since any European glass that survived the year-long voyage to Manila intact commanded exorbitant prices. Go to the Huang Jai shop in the Parian to buy glass. The Southeast Asian company's glass plates are all marketed through them, and have them send a glazier over. No, I don't mean you. Have Jai Mide handle this. Remember to bring my card. And as for that fool Shrek, have him stand guard at the front gate in full gear. He smiled. Off you go, sweetheart. Watching Mimi blush as she closed the door and left, Vince happily pulled off his sweltering boots. He did not lie down directly on the bed, but instead stretched out on a bamboo daybed he had bought from a bamboo shop in the Parian. He wasn't ready to strip off his dirt-tan sweat-stained clothes just yet. With the habits he had developed on the battlefield, he quickly fell asleep amid all the noise. Chapter 14:18. The Firing Range at Dusk. His lordship the Count emerged from his study and ordered the coachman to harness the carriage. He wished to take a stroll before dinner. He wore the same outfit from that morning, with only the addition of a dark hooded cloak draped over his shoulders. The carriage rolled along the coastal road, entered Manila through the south gate, passed out through another gate on the far side of the castle, and sped onward until it stopped beside a mixed grove of banana and coconut trees near a village. Vince stepped out and instructed the coachman to wait. He drew the cloak tightly around himself. Concealed close to his body were a dagger, binoculars, and the CZ-75 pistol that had never left his side throughout his entire mercenary career. He made his way through the mixed grove, then struggled through a dense thicket of acacia, catalpa, and holly. Beyond the thicket, A large bamboo grove had been almost entirely cleared. Only the uprooted bamboo roots remained, stretching out toward an open field. This had certainly been wasteland before, but now much of the waist-high vegetation had been cut down and lay across the carpet of tender grass and wildflowers. That natural carpet, however, had clearly suffered considerable damage. Much of the grass lay trampled along deep rut marks, crushed flower petals scattered about, as if the pile had been stripped to reveal the burlap backing beneath. Apart from gun carriages, Vince could not imagine what other heavily loaded vehicles would come to this wasteland to roll back and forth. These ruts crisscrossed, extending into a temporary lane. The ochre-roofed, green-walled barracks he had glimpsed from the main road stood behind it. Bamboo fence walls topped with thick layers of straw and banana leaves. These structures were just as crude as the peasant huts in nearby villages, only larger. They were nothing compared to the solid stone barracks inside Fort Santiago and had clearly been thrown up in haste. It was mealtime now, and the open ground around the barracks buzzed like a beehive. Short East Indian soldiers in shirts and baggy pantaloons were all barefoot. The colony did not have enough shoes for its men. They ladled soup and stewed vegetables like taro from wooden barrels and ate, standing or sitting on the grass and along the lane. Vince adjusted the focus of his binoculars and slowly scanned the scene. Several spears leaned against the wall outside the gate. He did not see the cannons or firearms he had expected. Beside the lane, two gaudily dressed Spanish sergeants stood drinking. A group of Tagalog children played on the parade ground, circling around the soldiers and barracks. They must have come from the nearby village hoping to beg scraps. One of the half-drunk sergeants kicked a child into the mud, and a burst of crude laughter immediately erupted all around. At the far end of the parade ground rose several low hills. Through his binoculars, they all presented strange, crooked shapes, pockmarked with craters. Some had wooden poles stuck in them, from which hung red cloth now shredded to ribbons. One had half collapsed, with clods of earth and rubble scattered far and wide. Vince felt a surge of excitement. This new artillery training ground established outside Manila must have a great deal to do with Senor Salamanca's new toy. Dusk was falling, and lamps were being lit inside and outside the barracks. At the sergeant's commands, the soldiers formed into small squares and began drilling formations. Vince never saw them bring out any cannons. He put away his binoculars and quietly worked his way back through the brush. Relying on his impressions from that morning, Lando found the village beside the main road, very close to both the barracks and the training ground. He made his way through the muddy little paths between the huts, extricated himself from the circle of Tagalog village women enthusiastically hawking taro, bananas, and homemade tuba wine, and beckoned to two children playing in the mud in front of a house, handing each of them a small biscuit. The results exceeded expectations. After accepting the biscuits, the two children vanished in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes later, he was surrounded by more than a dozen children of various heights, all filthy from head to toe. Vince asked the children over and over in Spanish, and in the Tagalog phrases he had newly learned. The answers were very satisfying. The oldest-looking child said he had seen Spanish soldiers firing cannons on the training ground every morning. The cannons were both short and thick, the child said, spreading mud-caked fingers to gesticulate, and they gleamed like brand-new pesos. The former mercenary took out a string of lead pieces, the local everyday currency, actually cheap privately minted coins from the Great Ming, like the Shak Guangpen and other inferior small cash. Called copper coins in name, they contained almost no copper. The main component was lead. The Spanish and Dutch quite aptly called them lead pieces. Not only were they thin and small, but they were riddled with impurities and would shatter if dropped on the ground. Base as these coins were, throughout Southeast Asia, they were the most widely circulated small-denomination currency. Whether Spanish or Dutch, the Europeans brought large quantities of silver. For petty transactions in the colonies, they relied entirely on Chinese cash. In the markets, One rarely saw silver pesos from New Spain. For everyday consumption and trade, everyone, including Europeans, used this base currency. Thus, Chinese maritime merchants made huge profits shipping this coinage to all parts of Southeast Asia. As the monsoon season approached, the exchange rate of pesos to lead pieces would fall steadily. When the first Chinese merchant ship sailed into port, there might even be a crash. And as the monsoon season drew to a close and Chinese ships began departing one by one, the value of the lead pieces would rise again. In every European colony throughout Southeast Asia, there were always merchants engaged in speculative currency exchange. Facing a crowd of greedy eyes, Vince announced that whoever could bring back copper or iron fragments left by the cannon fire from the training ground would receive a string of lead pieces. Before he could finish saying it a second time, the children had scattered. Vince thought it a good deal, a few hundred cash in exchange for a big heap of shrapnel. He had to buy a rattan basket in the village and hire 2 villagers to carry this basket of scrap metal to the carriage. All the locally hired servants found it strange that his lordship the Count was acting quite out of character that night, ignoring a sumptuous dinner of roast duck and sherry. Upon returning to the villa at Malate, he ordered Jaimede to carry a basket of blackish objects from the carriage up to the second-floor study, then had the kitchen send up coffee and a few chicken-filled pies. Finally, Mimi brought in, as instructed, a candelabra with 6 Australian candles lit. The study door slammed shut behind her, a sign that the Count did not wish to be disturbed. Vince put on cotton gauze gloves, spread a bedsheet on the floor, took the metal fragments from the rattan basket, and laid them out one by one for inspection. Much of what the children had collected was genuine scrap iron, broken horseshoes, fallen horseshoe nails, iron plating from an axle, lead balls fired from muskets. All this rubbish he pushed aside. One small tubular fragment intrigued him greatly. It was made of brass and looked very much like the impact fuse of a mortar shell, but unfortunately the rest was gone. The most valuable finds were concentrated at the bottom of the basket, the larger fragments. He discovered he could almost piece together a complete conical shell from the fragments he had picked out. Among all the fragments, the entire base of the shell casing had been preserved. Vince brought it close to the candles and turned it over and over, examining it. He was startled to find that this round metal plate, about the size of a pot lid, was actually composed of a sandwich-like structure. A thick cast-iron shell base with a copper plate of the same diameter cast onto the bottom, and beneath the copper plate, a slightly smaller thin iron plate. By candlelight, the edges of the copper plate clearly showed the marks left by rifling. Discovering an expanding driving band structure on a 17th-century shell truly astonished Vince. As a former member of the U.S. Army, he was no stranger to the 4.2-inch chemical mortar shells with a similar design. He turned the rattan basket upside down and carefully examined every item, hoping to find a complete fuse, but to no avail. He began re-examining the broken shell fragments. The shattered walls were all quite thick, with residue from burnt black powder adhering to them, but both inner and outer surfaces were very smooth, possibly machined on a lathe after casting. The fragments varied in size. Overall, the fragmentation rate of the shell body was not particularly high. One especially large fragment caught his attention, about a quarter of a shell thinner than the other explosive fragments. Both the curved portion and the base section had been blown off. On the inner wall near the base, 2 grape-like pellets were stuck. Vince pried them off with tweezers. The pellets were iron, about the diameter of a 12-gauge shotgun shell, with very rough surfaces. He moved closer to the candelabra. The rough surface was a layer of black, dense, adhesive-like substance that gave off a slightly pungent smell near the flame, like a mixture of asphalt and tar. This mixture had bonded the iron balls to the shell wall, or perhaps the heat of the powder had not completely melted it. He found more than 30 iron balls in the pile of scrap iron garbage. They were easy to distinguish from the lead balls fired by muskets. All were about the size of 12-gauge shotgun pellets, with more or less of the black mixture stuck to their surfaces. Vince pondered for a long while, then suddenly jumped up and pulled open the door. "Mimi!" he shouted down the stairs. Seeing his intelligence officer and maid lift her skirt and run up the stairs, he said softly, "Go prepare the secret writing ink and codebook." "Sir, the monsoon season is over," Mimi reminded him. All the Chinese merchant ships in Manila harbor had already returned. Only one Fujian ship that hadn't finished loading was stuck here, and it wouldn't set sail for at least another 5 months. "I'll entrust the letter to the San Bento." The San Bento was only a small caravel, but it had already made multiple round trips between Macau and Manila. Not long ago, Vince had been drinking with its Portuguese captain in a tavern and learned that the ship was loaded with fresh sappanwood and Palawan birds' nests and would set sail within the next 2 days. "Don't expect to sleep tonight. As long as the report can reach the Macau intelligence station, neither Jiang nor God himself can find fault with our work." Chapter 14:19. Fort Santiago. These mornings, Jiang Shan had been arriving at the Foreign Intelligence Bureau office a little later than usual. Moreover, he had developed a rather inconspicuous habit. As soon as he sat down, he would unconsciously rest his hand beneath his nose, as if a hint of pleasant perfume still lingered on his fingers. The Bureau's secretary brought in the documents awaiting processing, placed in different trays according to their labels. This classified secretary had been transferred from the political security training course and was responsible only for work. Jiang Shan had never purchased a domestic secretary. He lived alone in an apartment and ate all his meals in the canteen. He closed his eyes for a moment to dispel the lingering feminine images from the previous night, then picked up the document pouch on top, stamped with red marks. The label indicated this document came from the Macau station. The letter's classification was extremely urgent, top secret. The Macau station was the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's primary window and channel for observing the movements of Europeans in Southeast Asia and maintaining contact with Jesuit channels. It enjoyed the status of a first-tier station. He broke open the wax-sealed cowhide envelope, and a European-style letter slid out. From the ostentatious coat of arms, he knew immediately this was a letter from Lando. The letterhead inside bore an elegant family crest. The stack was quite thick. The Count of Faninavo's Portuguese was extremely scrawled, with a translation attached below. In the letter, he used extraordinarily lengthy passages to discuss mineralogical matters with a purely fictitious subordinate, rambling endlessly about tedious requirements for mining machinery ordered in Macau. Jiang Shan glanced over it briefly, then turned the paper over. The real intelligence was written on the back. The classified room decoder had already applied a layer of iodine solution to the paper, revealing blue characters on what had been the blank reverse side. The combinations and arrangements of the letters were all encrypted ciphertext. Besides the original, the envelope also contained a printed transcript that had been decoded and organized by the classified room. The report was written in English, a language Jiang Shan knew well, so it had not been translated. In the letter, Vince detailed his new discoveries in Manila, the newly constructed artillery firing range, the fact that the Spanish already possessed some kind of rifled cannon fitted with shells equipped with some kind of fuse, both explosive shells and shrapnel shells. Finally, Vince cautiously offered his speculation. The transmigrator who had gone missing from Ship A, that is, the Mackerel, the Japanese-American Hale, was currently in Manila and had become the chief military engineer upon whom Governor Salamanca relied greatly. Jiang Shan read the report 3 times from beginning to end. He set down the transcript, grabbed the crank of the magneto telephone on his desk and turned it several times, then picked up the receiver. "Hello, is this the telephone exchange? Please connect me to the executive committee. Who's there? Chairman Wen. Good, then connect me to Chairman Wen's office. Despite not making many public appearances, the Count of Fananavois had caused quite a stir in Manila's high society. The local belles were all quite interested in him, and the various legends about the Count were the most eye-catching topics at boudoir tea parties. This inevitably created displeasure among husbands, that is to say, the colonial officials and wealthy merchants. The major merchants especially despised the Count, because his understated luxury made their nouveau rich ostentation seem worthless and utterly ridiculous. Esteban Santafria went around proclaiming that the Count was a thorough fraud, actually a swindler who had escaped from New Spain. But at a charity fundraiser for the Feast of St. Peter, Santafria's words were roundly rebuked. "You always judge others by your own standards." The Jesuit from Macau attacked him. The Dominican and Franciscan friars who had received large donations from Mr. Lando joined in this chorus with one voice. Santafria found himself not only the laughingstock of the whole city, but also in danger of becoming an enemy of the clergy, and thus a heretic. It was said that His Excellency the Inquisitor was always very attentive to the faith of wealthy merchants. To avoid attracting that attention, he could only swallow his anger, and so his hatred for the Count grew all the more bitter in secret. This commotion had no effect whatsoever on Vince Lando, or rather, he had no time to pay attention to such trifles. He was now dedicated to cultivating the colonial military officers, inviting them to hunt together and hosting lavish banquets at his villa, the likes of which had never been seen in the region. All this quickly bore fruit. Major Alfonso praised the Count's excellent horses and weapons, as well as his outstanding marksmanship. Colonel Echezu wallowed contentedly in rum, rhubarb liqueur, mixed fruit brandy, and porcelain plates heaped with delicacies. The rum mixed with fruit juice and chilled with well water was especially heavenly in Manila's terrible temperatures. Since even the Jesuits praised the Count's valor in fighting for the glory of the Lord, and since he was so generous, this man was definitely one of us. This was the unanimous view of the colonial officers. For the first time ever, Echezu wrote a personal letter inviting Vince to participate in a pelota match. The pelota court was actually a patch of land marked out on the parade ground outside Fort Santiago, shaded by trees on all sides, with grass as thick and soft as a carpet. The hollow clay balls fired from clay would not shatter even when they fell to the ground. At 8 in the morning the officers had all assembled, fully accoutered as if going to war, mounted on their war horses, lined up magnificently in 2 rows. Drums thundered. First to ride out was Captain Pillar, a cavalry captain under Echezu's command. A cavalryman beside Vince immediately rode out to meet him. The two engaged in a splendid chase. Captain Pillar showed off his horsemanship, nimbly dodging clay balls thrown by his pursuer or accurately deflecting them with his shield. Another rider galloped out from the opposite line to support the captain, and in an instant the pursuer became the pursued. Vince spurred his horse forward to support his comrade. One by one, the riders charged out from their lines to face each other, and the match eventually devolved into a free-for-all where everyone threw clay balls at everyone else. Servants ran about behind them, scrambling to pick up balls and hand them to their masters while also dodging horse hooves. It was skilled work. The clumsy Shrek was hit several times by clay balls flying about like stray bullets and fell onto the grass. Fortunately, he was not trampled by any hooves. The game ended at 10 in the morning. The Count clearly still had plenty of enthusiasm and proposed a tour of Fort Santiago. His request was naturally granted, though the old colonel was somewhat fatigued after 2 hours of vigorous exercise. He had Captain Pillar accompany the Count, made his apologies, and slipped back into the barracks. "It's certainly cool in here." Captain Pillar turned his head in surprise to find the Count watching him, wearing that trademark toothy smile he used to mask his true expression. It was near noon, and the tropical sun was beginning to cast its vicious white glare. Sweat beads seeped from beneath the cavalry captain's powdered wig and streamed down his cheeks like little rivers. The Count's patience was almost too much for him. He seemed interested in every room, every corner, even every drain and vent of the fortress, examining each in detail. And all the while he walked with a somewhat unnatural, mechanical gait. Pillar did not know his distinguished guest was using pace counting to estimate the size of the fortress, the distances between gun emplacements, defensive works, and barracks. He assumed the count might have strained his hip while riding. They climbed all the way to the top of the castle. Behind the merlons of the wall, dark-skinned Tagalog sentries with spears stood beside gleaming cannons. The cannons were all bronze, mounted on four-wheeled carriages. The largest was a 42-pounder, enshrined on a separate gun platform. Judging from the patina, this gun had been here for many years. But what caught Lando's attention was a pivot-style gun mount with an inclined slide that gave it nearly a 180-degree field of fire. This did not look like Spanish work. Vince carefully examined the massive wooden carriage and the iron plating wrapped around its surface. The iron was not yet rusted, indicating it had been recently made. Vince raised his hand and felt inside the muzzle, no rifling. Mounted on this suspicious carriage was merely an ordinary muzzle-loading smoothbore cannon. "Take a look at this thing," Captain Pillar interrupted his thoughts. "Isn't that a stove?" Vince noticed that every few gun positions along the platform had a brick furnace. "I recognize that thing next to it. That's a bellows the Chinese use." "Exactly right, it's a blast furnace. Your breadth of knowledge never ceases to amaze us. If this is a furnace for heating grenades, I don't understand why such an elaborate blast furnace is needed. Wouldn't the normal practice be to set up a brazier? Unless the colonel hopes the soldiers on the gun platform can also get hot meals out of it, that wouldn't be proper. It would spoil them." "Now you're quite mistaken," the captain said, a smug know-it-all smile appearing on his sweaty face, the kind stupid people often wear when they think they're being clever. "This is His Excellency the Governor's handiwork, a new gadget he came up with after listening to that Japanese fellow's ideas. What's roasted on this furnace is neither bread nor a soup pot but cannonballs. Have you ever seen it? Before firing, the cannonball has to be heated on the furnace until it's red-hot." "No, first time I've heard of it. Then when it's fired, it sets the target ablaze. It really is a good idea." The captain laughed. "Perhaps we should also wrap the cannonball in lemongrass, sprinkle it with salt and pepper, and turn it into a nice fragrant roast chicken. Then fire it off. The Dutch and the English will surely thank us from the bottom of their hearts for our generosity. Are you tired? Let me take you down." Lando thought to himself that this captain's knowledge was truly limited, or perhaps it was because he had only ever served in the Philippines, where he saw only low-level warfare against natives. Red-hot incendiary shot was nothing particularly new in Europe. But then again, it was all for the better that Manila's defenders were a bunch of rookies rather than veterans of the 30 Years' War. Chapter 14:20. The yacht. "Thank you, but would you be so kind as to tell me what those windmills are about? They're lined up one after another, looking like a forest." The captain looked puzzled at the sea glittering with white light. It was quite a while before he understood that the count was pointing toward Cavite. "That's Cavite Fortress. Ah no, you must mean the shipyard. The windmills are also the Japanese fellows doing, used to pump water from the dry dock. Do you like them?" "I do," said Vince. "In my youth I was fortunate enough to travel in the Canary Islands, a land of windmills, so this scene looks particularly familiar to me. What sort of person is this Japanese you mentioned? I'd rather like to meet him." "You won't be able to see him. Although he's a layman, his manner is like that of an ascetic or hermit. He sees no one except the governor and the archbishop. Even his beautiful fiancée, who endured such hardships to come to Manila, probably hardly ever sees him, a pitiable beauty indeed." The captain's mustache quirked suggestively. "However, our esteemed Commander Alfonso has frequent dealings with him. He can introduce you later." "Senor Alfonso, that worthy gentleman was absent from our match today. He has a battle to fight," the captain said with a sour note in his voice. "The governor gave him 4 companies and 1,000 natives to attack the Ilocanos of Pangasinan. The Japanese fellow went along too, to look after the cannons and rockets he made. Vince was about to follow Captain Pillar down from the gun platform when suddenly a distant, muffled gunshot seemed to be carried over by the wind, followed by another. "What's that?" Pillar raised his telescope. "Coming from Corregidor, could it be a signal from the lightship?" The two took turns looking through the telescope. The sunlight reflected off the sea was so fierce it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. They could only vaguely make out several white sails flickering on the horizon. After nearly an hour, Vince saw a puff of smoke rise from Cavite Fortress, followed by a cannon report. "Damn it! A ship has broken into the bay," the captain cried, his hands gripping the Merlin. "Sound the alarm! Battle stations!" The sentry rang the alarm bell. As the bells pealed, the company drummers began beating the assembly call. Gunners poured from the barracks and ran to their positions. Infantrymen donned their armor and began forming ranks. Vince knew it was no longer appropriate to stay here. He descended the stairs. He had just stepped out of the fortress when he saw a panic-stricken Don Basilio galloping toward him. "I sent men searching everywhere for you," the port customs officer gasped, unceremoniously removing his hat to wipe his brow. "Holy Virgin Mary, look at what your sailors have done. Your yacht is going to alarm the governor." "Don Basilio, I shouldn't have to teach you how to address a nobleman," Vince replied arrogantly. "What on earth has happened?" Half an hour later, Vince sat in a small sampan rowing out into the bay. The customs officer sprawled beside the helmsman, chattering on about how a fast ship had ignored the warning from the Corregidor patrol boat and broken into Manila Bay, cruising about inside the harbor at astonishing speed. None of the patrol galleys or warships in the harbor could catch up to this ship. Finally, the sailors aboard agreed to let an unarmed small boat approach, and only then did the port officials learn that this fast ship belonged to the Count. The small sampan cut through the waves to the rhythm of the oarsmen's chant. The two-masted yacht that had thrown Manila Bay into such an uproar gradually came into view, its elegant, elongated black hull, its handsome Victorian livery. As the sampan drew closer, Vince looked up and saw a familiar weapon in the masthead fighting top trained on them, a typewriter. Along the gunwale and the quarterdeck, sailors with rifles were at their posts, covering the surrounding waters and warning off native canoes. The sailors lowered a gangway and Vince climbed up from the sampan. As he stepped onto the last rung, a hand pulled him onto the deck. "Welcome back," said Zhu Ziliang. The Hale, or by its new name intended to deceive the Spanish, the Esmeralda, had originally been a private yacht built by the Hong Kong Shipyard for the wealthy Portuguese merchant Landera of Macau. The ever-shrewd industrial sector never missed any opportunity to exploit foreign clients, so Mr. Landera's order was switched from the Hong Kong Shipyard to the Bapu Shipyard, becoming an excellent test subject. Someone even proposed building this yacht as a catamaran or trimaran. In the end, these overly alarming suggestions were vetoed. The final hull design was essentially derived from the 200-ton two-masted patrol boat, using the already mature iron-frame wooden hull construction. The displacement was slightly reduced, the length-to-beam ratio increased, and bilge keels were added to enhance stability. However, when the hull was basically complete and workers were nailing copper sheathing to the bottom, unfortunate news arrived. Mr. Landera had gone bankrupt. One of his merchant ships had struck a reef and sunk outside Macassar, and another, laden with precious sandalwood from Timor, had become a Dutch prize. Naturally, the bankrupt Mr. Landera could not pay the remaining 40% of the balance. The yacht, over 90% complete, became the property of the Planning Institute. The Navy fought many verbal battles with the Agricultural Committee, the Special Investigation Team, and the Long-Range Exploration Team before finally getting its wish and obtaining this ship for sail training. The condition was that it had to be ready at all times to perform VIP and critical materiel transport missions ordered by the Executive Committee. The Hong Kong shipyard made numerous modifications, large and small, according to the Navy's requirements. To familiarize the naval cadets with different rigging, the original two-masted fore and aft sail design was eventually transformed into what Caiyan Shuiding called a brigantine. Square sails on the foremast, fore and aft sails on the mainmast. After all these twists and turns, the sailing training ship Hale, evolved from a yacht, was commissioned into the Navy at the Hong Kong base. As for how it later transformed into the Count of Faninavo's private yacht Esmeralda, playing a role in an operation jointly led by the intelligence services, that was something no one could have foreseen at the time. "Don't sail the ship into that stinking ditch called the Pasig River," Vince said. The Esmeralda lowered sail and dropped anchor near the beach at Tondo, prudently keeping its distance from the red hotshot cannons of Fort Santiago. Tondo was, in another time-space, the Philippines' largest and most densely populated slum. Now it was merely an unremarkable little village on the north bank of the Pasig River. Though sparsely populated, the handsome yacht still attracted plenty of attention. A dozen or so canoes laden with goods gradually gathered around. Dark-skinned natives waved their arms and shouted in various incomprehensible languages, hawking pineapples, bananas, mangoes, and taro to the crew. The yacht's sailors were unmoved, merely pointing their black muzzles at anyone who tried to approach. Boarding a ship under the pretext of selling goods and then robbing it was a common trick of Malay pirates, and both Chinese and European merchant ships sailing these waters had suffered from it. The patrol ship's captain stood on the wooden crosspiece at the top of a sampan, leaning so far forward it seemed a single stumble would send him into the water. Yet he remained perfectly steady in that posture, staring at the Esmeralda as it drew ever closer. In the eyes of a Basque old salt who had sailed halfway around the world, this barracuda-sleek fast-sailing yacht was a rare beauty. Not only were her proportions perfect, but every detail of the ship was exquisitely and symmetrically crafted. After the three-banked oar patrol ship had chased away the native canoes, it shipped oars and faced the yacht head-on, stopping 2 cables away. Before getting into the sampan, the captain had ordered that the cannon on the forecastle platform be combat-ready, and that the swivel guns on both sides be loaded and ready to fire at any moment. But his orders came to nothing. Except for the oarsmen below deck, all the sailors and soldiers, whether on duty or not, had crowded onto the forecastle and quarterdeck, even climbing the masts with their sails furled, to gawk at this strange tall-masted, narrow-hulled sailing ship the likes of which they had never seen. "Rabble," Zhu Ziliang said, jerking his chin toward the forecastle gun platform of the galley, which was packed with men. A Tagalog sailor was straddling the iron spike of the bow ram, meaninglessly waving a linstock for lighting cannons, while the gun he was supposed to fire was several meters behind him, its muzzle blocked by people. Just swing the typewriter around and give them a few long bursts, and that pathetic wreck would become a floating coffin. Those idiots wouldn't even have time to fart. The sampan bumped alongside the yacht with a few soft thuds. The patrol ship captain grabbed the rope ladder on the side and bounded up onto the deck in a few steps, completely ignoring the 2 pot-bellied port officials who were still struggling and swaying on the ladder until the yacht's sailors hauled them aboard. The captain felt puzzled. This yacht's lines were unlike any other, long, flowing, and very smooth. There was no towering superstructure, no prominent figurehead, and none of the elaborate carvings that usually extended from both sides all the way to the quarterdeck. All he could see were neatly coiled ropes, some machinery of unknown purpose, and a teak deck polished to a mirror shine. Taking 2 steps forward, he immediately understood why the deck was so reflective. A team of barefoot sailors, obviously Chinese, were following a hose and scrubbing the deck. Then they scattered sand on it and got down on their hands and knees, vigorously polishing it with stones. These Chinese were utterly unlike the listless, slovenly fellows on junks. They wore neat blue uniforms, their collars turned flat over their shoulders and backs in the Dutch style. Round-brimmed straw hats with white cap bands revealed cropped hair beneath. They were energetic but spoke little, moving in unison to the boatswain's whistle. This sight made the captain reminisce about his own days as an apprentice seaman. He failed to notice the scupper at the edge of the gunwale. Seawater sprayed from the hose and washed across the deck, reaching his boots before he realized it. He hurriedly jumped aside to avoid the dirty water, only to crash straight into someone. Chapter 14:21. The Esmeralda. The Count of Fananavois had already removed his hat and inclined his body slightly as greeting. "Esteemed gentlemen, your presence here is truly my greatest honor." The Count had shed his cavalry attire from the ball game and was wearing an elegant hunting suit. Standing behind him was a sailor, perhaps the captain, whose build was as tall and rugged as a northerner's. His deep tan was clearly the result of long exposure to tropical sun and sea wind. He wore a wig and a long-tailed coat with gold double-breasted buttons. A tricorn hat decorated with an anchor and oak leaves was tucked under his arm. His feet were planted apart, his body as straight as a mast. The way he looked at others made the Spaniards feel as if they were young sailors who had committed some offense, trembling as they awaited punishment from the ship's captain. "Your lordship the Count, is this really your ship?" Perhaps disoriented from rocking about in the sampan, one port official asked stupidly. Don Basilio glared at him fiercely. But the Count was unconcerned and simply pointed up at the masthead, where the flying banner was embroidered with Lando's family crest, the same one that adorned the famous red flag carriage known throughout Manila and its environs. The wind was growing stronger. Spray laced with dazzling sunlight leapt high, shattering into bright foam on the beach and rocks. The Esmeralda had dropped a single anchor. All her sails were furled, yet she still pitched and rolled with the waves. Vince walked across the rolling deck as easily as if he were strolling along the gallery outside the yacht's stern. The patrol ship captain grew ever more curious about the Count. He had assumed the Count was merely a knight, yet he walked aboard ship like an old seaman. By comparison, the port officials had already fallen behind and had to hold onto the gunwale just to maintain their balance. What sort of person was this European nobleman who had come from so far away? There was not much to see aboard the yacht. Compared to her beautiful hull lines, the deck from bow to stern presented an astonishing simplicity and neatness. It seemed her sole mission was to sail fast and nimbly evade enemy ship attacks, as if this were not a yacht at all, but an armed fast boat ready for combat at any moment. After viewing the cannons on deck, the patrol ship captain was even more convinced of his assessment. "Does your ship have only 2 cannons?" the patrol ship captain asked. When the Count, at his request, ordered the gun covers removed, the gleaming black cannons made his eyelids twitch. In all the Far East, he knew that only the Portuguese technician Bicaro in Macau could cast heavy iron guns. Of course, the Chinese also cast iron cannons, but those could hardly be called cannons at all. The captain had once boarded a junk to look at Chinese iron guns. They were all small, shabby iron tubes with no standardization or machining whatsoever, seemingly made by casually shaping a clay mold and pouring in molten iron. Tied haphazardly to the gunwale with ropes, they could not possibly be compared to the finely cast cannons before him now. Without swivel guns and light falconets, how do you deal with Ladrone's pirates? Their fireships and small boats will swarm up like a tide. The Count turned and said something. The bewigged yacht captain shouted several orders in an incomprehensible language. In the blink of an eye, 4 sailors rushed to the gun positions, cast off the lashings, and worked several screw wheels beneath the gun carriages. Wherever the Count's riding crop pointed, the muzzle turned, elevating, depressing, as if these were not heavy cannons but merely single-handed wheel-lock pistols. The demonstration was performed twice, proving that the short gun on the foredeck and the cannon at the stern were both genuine swivel guns. Only they fired not 2-pound iron balls or grape shot, but devastating 24-pound and 68-pound giant balls. Whether Ladrones or Malay pirates, I have prepared the finest gifts for them here. The Count pointed his silver-tipped crop at the ammunition rack beside the 68-pound carronade, where fearsome grape shot was neatly stacked. "Your lordship, your warship is so superb that even in all of Europe, Seville and Genoa, which produced the finest fast ships. One could hardly build her equal. Even though the gunnery demonstration had deliberately avoided aiming at the patrol ship, the Spaniards were nonetheless deeply shaken. Anyone with even a smattering of naval warfare knowledge could see that, with fast ships mounting such cannons as the Esmeralda, just 2 or 3 could circle around and attack a galleon from its vulnerable stern. And Vince's guests had not yet witnessed the terror of 68-pound explosive and incendiary shells. "You are quite right. The Esmeralda is my ship, and I am a soldier. My ship, like my sword, is a weapon in service of God. I am glad to hear you call her a warship," the Count said proudly. "My warship must be able to beat to windward swiftly and chase down Malay pirate vessels. She must have a sufficiently shallow draft to penetrate the shoal-infested lairs of brigands and rescue Christians held captive as slaves. No local ship met my requirements, so I commissioned the Esmeralda at the Hong Kong dockyard. There is also a factory there that manufactures mining machinery for me. I designed gun mounts that can rotate flexibly and had them made there. As for the cannons, they were ordered from Senor Bicaro's foundry in Macau. All these expenses came from my personal income." "Hong Kong? You mean that little island in the seas off Canton that is now in the hands of those Australians?" "Precisely. The Australians have built excellent shipyards and foundries on the island. They are very skilled at manufacturing machinery, and their cannons are especially fine. Unfortunately, they refuse to sell them no matter how much you offer. You certainly seem to have very close relations with the Australians," the customs officer said maliciously. "Of course," Lando said proudly, stroking his mustache. "A nobleman of my standing, a faithful servant of God, is welcomed wherever I go, especially since the Australians are a bunch of money worshippers." He patted the velvet money pouch at his waist, which gave a clear jingling sound. Laughter immediately broke out on deck. Lando continued. "The Jesuit fathers in Macau proposed launching a fundraiser to build this ship, so that it could patrol the waters off Macau and hunt pirates. I rather hope the gentlemen of Manila could raise this sum, if it can be raised, that is. With just 2 or 3 more Esmeraldas to form a small squadron under my command, the fierce, cunning Moro paddle boats would be utterly destroyed, and the heathen bandits harassing Cebu and the Visyas would have no choice but to surrender. Then the glory of God and the honor of His Majesty would shine upon the entire eastern archipelago, from Malacca all the way to the Moluccas." Don Basilio looked at the Count with an expression half astonished, half skeptical. The patrol ship captain, however, gripped his sword excitedly. "Ah, the Mercury is likewise a well-equipped fine ship, yet Senor Santafria's head could never conceive such noble and great ideas as yours." "The ship this esteemed gentleman speaks of," the Count said to Don Basilio, "must be the floating palace of your close friend Don Santafria, no?" He turned back to continue listening to the patrol ship captain, leaving the customs officer with an embarrassed expression and a view of the back of his head. "In the Royal Colonial Fleet of the East Indies, there is no 3-masted ship faster or more magnificent. Senor Santafria spent a great sum to hire Goa's finest shipwright, Diego Luis, to personally supervise its construction. Its rigging and sails are also of the finest quality. With a good wind she can make 2 to 2.5 leagues an hour, but a slightly stronger side wind would capsize her." The bewigged yacht captain suddenly interjected. His Spanish had a rather strange accent, but it was comprehensible enough. "Carving ornate decorations on the gunwales, erecting enormous statues of Apollo, Minerva, Neptune, and the like. That only adds useless weight, reduces speed, and makes the voyage less stable." "Ho Mario, my good captain," the Count said, "have you actually seen Don Santafria's Ocean Express? In the name of the Merciful Virgin, you haven't offended his ship, have you?" "Your lordship, as soon as we entered the bay and passed by Marivel's and the nuns, that 3-master came after us." Captain Mario kept touching the wig on his head, as if afraid the wind would blow it off. "I'm sure it was the ship you mentioned, covered in gilded statues from bow to stern, like those rich Chinese women who show off their wealth, hair full of glittering ornaments, yet can barely walk straight. Her captain probably took us for pirates. He set every sail and chased us desperately. And what did you do? I ordered us to circle around the three masters so that blind-eyed captain could get a better look at your flag. She still tried to catch up with us, even set her studding sails. In the end, of course, she was left behind. How can a water buffalo outrun a thoroughbred? Well, look at you. You've quite frightened our distinguished guests. My dear Mario, if Don Santafria hears you describe his treasure ship this way, he'll probably use Jupiter's thunderbolts to blast us both to smithereens. The Count strolled all the way to the open hatch at the rear of the deck before stopping. He unhooked a heavy silk pouch from his waist and patted it, producing the clear, pleasant clinking of gold coins. Mr. Customs Officer, I give you my word of honor. This 180-ton small ship carries no cargo intended for sale in Manila. But I am still prepared to comply with His Excellency the Governor's decrees and pay the anchorage tax of 12 silver pesos per ton. You and your colleagues may inspect every cabin, every corner, to verify whether there is any falsehood in my words. Don Basilio was extremely embarrassed. He had almost crushed his hat in his hands. He could only bow low, incoherently praising the Count for his virtue of forgiveness, repeatedly expressing apologies, and declaring again and again. The Count's private yacht Esmeralda, anchored in Manila, required no inspection, much less payment of any merchant ship taxes and fees. Chapter 1422. Timely reinforcements. The Count did not intend to make things too difficult for the customs officer. After completing all the official formalities, Don Basilio, the patrol ship captain, and the other officials all received gifts from the Count of Faninavwa, Princess Dadung's sweet wine. Never mind that rhubarb liqueur was already a highly prized commodity in Manila. The Chinese porcelain bottles alone would fetch a handsome price if shipped to Acapulco. The Spaniards departed the ship in high spirits. Vince, also satisfied, walked into the cabin below deck. Now he had powerful support forces and transportation, and all of it had acquired legitimate cover and considerable freedom of action. He also urgently needed people to protect his personal safety. Once Hale returned to Manila, his position would become quite delicate. If that man decided to kill him, the few men under his command would be no match, and he could not stay awake 24 hours a day. The moment he stepped into the spacious captain's cabin below the quarterdeck, Vince headed straight into the officer's washroom without looking back. The bathrooms and fixtures he had ordered were still on their way from Lingao. The life of either swimming in the sea or rinsing off with a wooden basin continually stirred up unpleasant memories of his time in Macau. After a refreshing shower in the officer's washroom, he changed into the cotton linen blend uniform the orderly had brought. Vince felt every pore in his body relax. The wool-stuffed pourpoint jacket, the cumbersome pumpkin trousers, the stockings stuck to his skin with sweat, and the boots with their gilded spur decorations. All these, like the foolish, affected aristocratic manners and etiquette, made the transmigrator from 300 years in the future feel exhausted and disgusted. He even began to miss the Balkans, the roar of guns, the teeth-grinding screech of tank treads, the blood-chilling rattle of machine guns, the shouts before an attack, the groans of the dying, and the crude, savage laughter of survivors after a battle because they were still alive. But that world had bid him farewell forever. The stench of sweat and fish that pervaded Spanish-ruled Manila made him miss the pungent smell of high explosives, the hot scent of steel, and the smell of engine lubricant in this world, scents that belonged only to the Lingao industrial empire, far more nostalgic than the perfume on 17th-century women's clothes. I didn't know you could speak Spanish. Professional necessity. I couldn't very well greet Mexican drug traffickers with a New York accent and tip them off that I was an American law enforcement officer about to send them to prison. The wig was off, hanging on the wall along with the tricorn hat and long coat. Zhu Ziliang, in a neatly pressed khaki short-sleeved shirt, looked every bit the American Navy type. Let's see what gifts I've brought you." He pressed the electric bell and issued orders into the speaking tube. Standard packing crates were carried in one by one. Several pairs of strong hands silently set the heavy crates on the linen carpet of the officer's wardroom. "How many people did you bring? Like these?" Vince was very interested in the naturalized soldiers temporarily serving as porters. Although all wore sailors' uniforms, their sturdy builds, highly coordinated movements, and the combat boots on their feet and submachine guns hanging from three-point slings made it unmistakably clear they were Special Reconnaissance Team members, the Council of Elders Green Berets. "Just these 4. Don't think it's too few. They're all top-notch from 6th Squad. If necessary, you could take them and capture all of Manila's fortresses." The Special Reconnaissance Team's newly formed 6th Squad specialized in maritime reconnaissance and amphibious infiltration, considered Lingao's version of the SBS. Both the Navy and the Marine Corps, which provided training support, were desperately jealous of this force. Shiziki in particular had repeatedly said he would create the Marines' own SEAL team. Vince asked a Special Reconnaissance Team member for a submachine gun and examined it closely. The Scorpion, salvaged from the Mackerel, had been modified beyond recognition in the hands of Bai Yu and Li Yiwo. The original folding stock had been replaced by a telescopic stock made of steel tubing with ancient Gapota rubber padding. A homemade muzzle flash hider and compensator made the barrel look somewhat longer. In front of the magazine, another foregrip protruded, connected to a cylindrical tube. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a target designator converted from a laser pointer. Do these Chinese engineers treat automatic weapons like Lego toys? Vince found his own familiar Scorpion in the packing crates. Fortunately, it had not yet suffered at the hands of Li Yiwo. He trusted the original wire-folding shoulder stock and suppressor more. "They're more capable than you can imagine," said Zhu Ziliang. "The weapon maniacs in the mechanics division are working on modifying the barrel and drum of the MGV-176 to accommodate more powerful parabellum pistol ammunition. Although .22 LR cartridges could already be reloaded with black powder, the MGV-176 submachine gun was not very popular due to its low power." After the novelty wore off, the elders in the military department lost interest. Apart from small quantities issued to the Special Reconnaissance Team and used for training, most were sleeping in warehouses at Gaoshan Ridge. "May the Holy Virgin Mary bless their success," Vince replied offhandedly while continuing to examine the supplies in the wooden crates. C4 explosives packed in waterproof metal boxes, enough by his estimate to blast through one side of Fort Santiago's stone walls, which were several meters thick. The radio and folding antenna he had long awaited, FAL paratrooper rifles, M75 hand grenades. "Check your signature weapons, Mr. Bond." Zhu Ziliang was referring to the odd-shaped items in the crate, a spy gun disguised as a walking stick. Unfortunately, it could not be silenced. A grenade launcher converted from a Mini-A rifle barrel, with 2 ammunition boxes containing over-caliber anti-personnel grenades and incendiary bombs for use with blank cartridges, range up to 100 meters. Vince fingered the thin iron shell filled with white phosphorus and thickened grease, and thought that firing this thing in actual combat would require some courage. "I'll make the field test report as detailed as possible." Vince shrugged. He said he was more interested in the Esmeralda herself. Zhu Ziliang produced a controlled materiel transfer form. "Sign it after you've finished the inventory." Mr. Lando whistled and took it. "This even lists ammunition with distinctions between black powder rounds and original rounds. Do I have to count them one by one?" "That's right. The Planning Institute doesn't specifically require you to collect the brass, but you'd better do so whenever possible. God. And the radio." Zhu Ziliang indicated the crate containing the radio. "Be especially careful with the batteries. There's also an explosive charge in the crate. If you have to abandon the radio, don't forget to trigger the charge." "I think that's a bit wasteful. You don't know the elders well enough." Zhu Ziliang wore a slightly mocking smile. What about the other goods I requested? All in the lower hold: bathroom fixtures, tableware sets, building materials, food and wine, and all the trappings you need to play the Lord's part here. Li Yan spent several days rummaging through the Planning Institute warehouses to put all this together for you. The Planning Institute thinks you're living too extravagantly. Comrade Jiang fought to get these for you. 7 always stays in the presidential suite on every mission. With the shrill sound of the electric bell again, an officer in a spotless white Type 32 summer Navy uniform walked in, stood at attention, and saluted. Training Ship Hale Captain, Navy Lieutenant Qian Changshui, reporting for duty. Awaiting orders, sir. Vince stared wide-eyed at the man before him, thinking that in his standing collar uniform with gleaming gold epaulets, he looked just like those short but majestically imposing Japanese naval officers from World War II movies. He did not know that this Navy lieutenant, who bore a striking resemblance to Fuchida Mitsuo, had been a pirate captain under Liu Xiang's command only a few years ago, captured in the attack on Bapu and subsequently joining the cause. "Captain," Zhu Ziliang said, taking a pistol holster from a drawer and hanging it on his belt, "please take Mr. Lando and me on a tour of the ship." 2 or 3 hours passed. Vince felt as if he had already spent an entire day aboard the yacht. On deck, he studied the various rigging and mechanically assisted sail-raising devices. Then he went below deck to inspect the various cabins. Whenever a sailor saw the group and set aside his work to salute, the former mercenary immediately waved him off. He preferred to stand with his hands behind his back, silently observing the crew at their work. What was originally mounted on this rack? The former mercenary asked laboriously in Mandarin Chinese. He pointed to the gunwale where hammock bundles were now stuffed. Above it were pivot brackets supported by steel frames, installed on both sides, far sturdier than the universal mounts welded onto the mackerel for the M240. "Autocannons, sir," Captain Qian Changshui answered in a solemn yet measured tone. "Autocannons." Vince seemed to hear the familiar thump of the Bushmaster chain gun. He also thought of the Yugoslav-made 20 cannons that made mercenaries blanch at their mention. How was that possible? Hand-cranked autocannons like a Gatling gun. Zhu Ziliang made a crank-turning gesture. "Right now they're stored in the forward hold below, so as not to frighten our Spanish friends." Although all the ship's wastewater was discharged through the main pipe running along the keel, the forward hold at the bottom still reeked of a foul, putrid odor. This is it. After the waterproof tarpaulin was lifted, Vince almost thought the Australians had stolen exhibits from some Civil War museum before transmigrating. 5 barrels gleamed bluish-black in the gas lamp light. He grabbed the handle and gave it a spin. The mechanism was oiled and very smooth. The barrels rotated with no resistance at all. How fast can it fire? Nearly 100 rounds per minute, provided your arm is strong enough. Zhu Ziliang gestured. "That's the theoretical rate. This thing was developed based on the Hotchkiss hand-cranked revolving cannon. Compared to the historical prototype, the caliber has been reduced from 37 to 30, and the barrel length increased to 25 calibers." Chapter 1423, the mission brief, so the shell's power is reduced. No, the explosive charge is greater than in the museum-piece shells, and the blast is more powerful. If Lin Shen had been present, he would probably have expounded at length on the superiority of high-density columnar black powder. Zhu Ziliang couldn't be bothered. He didn't think much of Lingao's homemade explosives anyway. Those couple of cranks you just gave would be enough to blast a pirate speedboat to pieces. Too bad there's no steam engine. The mercenary was never confident about anything without a motor. In Manila, you have nowhere to take on coal. The industrial sector did have people suggesting we experimentally install a hot bulb diesel engine on this ship. I don't recall the Planning Institute having any diesel. There is a little, actually. If push comes to shove, you could burn coconut oil. But after the industrial sector people tinkered with it for a while, they said they couldn't get the fuel pump working, so the whole thing fell through. Zhu Ziliang said with some regret. This ship was originally going to get a diesel engine. The space was already set aside. The former mercenary neither knew nor cared what a hot bulb diesel engine was. In any case, apart from lacking a propulsion system, everything aboard the Esmeralda was satisfactory and impeccable. The fake Count returned to the captain's cabin in high spirits. "We've lingered here long enough. Let's go to Malate. That little bay is just big enough to hold the Esmeralda. More importantly, the Count ought to be able to see his ship at a glance from the villa window." Interesting. Zhu Ziliang sat cross-legged on the floor of Lando's study. A large piece of canvas covered the cork floor in front of him, spread with all sorts of battered metal scraps. These had been secretly collected by Jia Le, on the Count's orders, from the artillery firing range on the outskirts of Manila. Fragments of spherical and conical shrapnel shells and explosive shells. The shattered conical shell bodies were covered with rust spots, and on the remaining copper or lead expanding driving bands, the ridges carved by the rifling were clearly visible. "Look at this thing." The Spanish Saturn V. Vince picked up a rocket carcass that was completely charred but still more or less intact in shape. If Lin Shen had seen it, he would probably have recognized it as an improved Congreve rocket, even though the body, made of rolled sheet iron, had a strange taper from thick to thin. The guide rod affixed to the body had burned down to a short stub. On the nose cone, several rows of neat round holes could be seen, their edges distorted and cracked by high heat. The incendiary compound inside the warhead had sprayed out from there, leaving traces of a sulfur and asphalt mixture. In fact, after this rocket was launched from the artillery firing range, it had somehow veered off course in midair and plunged into a nearby village. When Jia Le, disguised as a Chinese peddler, bought this devil's firework from a Tagalog peasant woman, she was still weeping over her hut, which had been burned to ashes. "This friend of yours should be drawing $100,000 a month from Bin Laden to build him a nuclear bomb. Why would someone like that risk his life to smuggle a few broken rifles? Damn it," Paul brought Hale aboard. "Before he got on my ship, I had no idea such a person even existed in the world. Would you like something more? Rum or wine?" "Rum, thank you. Just how much good stuff have you scooped up in Manila, my lord?" Lando took a dripping rum bottle from a wooden bucket filled with well water, poured some into a glass, added a bit of guava juice, and topped it off with soda water. "Too bad there's no ice. I'm quite satisfied with soda water and rum. Thank goodness the Council of Elders has always been cosmopolitan when it comes to creature comforts." Zhu Ziliang stopped slowly sipping the ruby-glinting, bubbling liquor in his glass and instead threw back his head and drained it in one gulp. He set down the glass, opened the briefcase he had not let go of since disembarking, and handed Vince a brown paper packet. The seal was stamped with a bright red wax impression, "Classified, destroy after reading." Inside the brown paper packet were several documents with different letterheads. The instructions Vince received were far more complex than he had imagined. He had to establish regular radio contact with Lingao, thoroughly investigate the military strength and economic situation of the Manila colonial authorities. He noticed that Jiang's intelligence bureau was more interested in the latter than the former. He was to report on the movements of the colonial authorities at all times, port information, especially information on the Manila galleons, and collect all kinds of intelligence about the situation in Europe from colonial officials and merchants. He was even to try to obtain permission for an expedition team from Lingao to enter the interior. Although the executive committee was unwilling to invest resources in conquering the Philippines at this time, it had long coveted the mineral deposits beneath the archipelago. As for the ghost-like, possibly existent former comrade of his, the Intelligence Bureau's orders were, try to confirm his existence, but avoid active contact that might result in self-exposure. This year the Philippine rainy season had come late, but it had come at last. Raindrops the size of beans pounded the window glass, converging into a waterfall of streaming water. The Esmeralda had dropped anchor in the small bay near the fishing village. This bay was formed by a natural stone jetty extending from the shoreline, which happened to block the wind and waves surging from the northeast. How long can you stay here? Not long. Special Reconnaissance Command will call me back soon. You can give orders to the captain and the 4 Special Reconnaissance Squad members. Their instructions are to follow your orders in the Philippines unless they receive new orders radioed from Lingao. Vince gazed out the window. The curtain of rain beyond the glass blurred his vision. All the sails on the ship had been furled and neatly lashed to the yards. He could just make out several figures in oilskin raincoats moving about on deck, sailors on watch. From downstairs came the banging of hammers, audible even through the closed study door. Chinese artisans from Manila were laying pipes in the garden despite the heavy rain, installing the newly arrived bathroom fixtures under the direction of the naturalized technician who had come with the ship. None of this investment was meant to add to his show of lordly grandeur, he thought. The villa in the Count of Faninavo's name would serve in the future as an intelligence center targeting the Manila authorities, as well as a trading post for the Australians in the Philippines. The Chinese in the Lingao Council of Elders were just as fiendishly shrewd as the congressmen on Capitol Hill. In their eyes, the little ship they had provided him was equivalent to an entire carrier battle group. Vince Lando had to produce results, or else he and Jiang might together face a congressional hearing. He stuffed the orders back into the brown paper envelope, set it alight with a lighter, and tossed it into the fireplace. "That Hale," Vince said, watching the paper licked into ash by the flames, said he was from America. "Didn't you find anything about him on the computers?" "You're joking," said Zhu Ziliang. "If there were a Japanese or Japanese-American named Hale in the ATF or immigration files, I'd certainly remember. The thing is, there isn't." Zhu Ziliang had made a mistake. Although he did not remember any Japanese or Japanese-American named Hale, both the FBI and immigration databases could find a Japanese-Brazilian student named Evaristo Rosa Okamoto, a terrorist on the wanted list. In 1974, 30-year-old Kenji Okamoto left his homeland with his wife and child, crossed the ocean, and finally settled in a village on the outskirts of Sao Paulo. Although by the 70s, the post-war Japanese emigration wave had passed, no one in Brazil, with its more than 1 million Japanese Brazilians and Japanese nationals, would pay much attention to a new Japanese immigrant. But as time passed, the local Japanese community gradually discovered he was a difficult person to approach, especially disinclined to associate with other Japanese immigrants. They did not know that this farmer who claimed to be from Kumamoto was a distant relative of Kozo Okamoto, who had become infamous the year before for spraying gunfire in Tel Aviv International Airport. Kenji had emigrated to Brazil to escape the police, and this he had carefully concealed. His son's Portuguese name was given by his stepmother. In the 3rd year after settling in Brazil, Kenji's wife died of illness. After several years as a widower, he married a mixed-race Brazilian Catholic woman and added her surname to his son's name. Young Okamoto grew up on this nearly isolated farm, as taciturn as his father. Besides farm work, he had a self-taught talent for repairing cars and all kinds of farm equipment, which earned him considerable praise among the Japanese immigrants in the surrounding villages. And when Evaristo was admitted to the Florida Institute of Technology and went to study in the United States, it caused quite a stir among the generations of farming Japanese Brazilians. Evaristo Rosa Okamoto displayed no remarkable peculiarities while pursuing his degree. When federal agents questioned them, his professors and classmates could only recall a medium-build, mild-mannered, quiet Japanese student with good grades. Besides his studies in mechanical and chemical engineering, he was quite interested in Eastern history and had taught himself Arabic in addition to Japanese. To raise money for a trip to Asia, he had worked during vacations for Union Pacific, maintaining and restoring the antique steam locomotives. His passion for those old machines had impressed even the railroad company's engineers. If it had not been for a chance drug raid that led police to discover detailed diagrams and some already manufactured components for remote-controlled explosive devices in his apartment, he would have continued playing the harmless, well-behaved student indefinitely. Chapter 1424. The man called Hale's subsequent discoveries gradually made the facts clearer. Evaristo had been working with peripheral organizations of Al-Qaeda. These bombs were to be smuggled into Japan, reassembled, and used to attack the American embassy and U.S. military bases. But young Okamoto did not fall into the net, nor did he flee back to Brazil as the police had expected. A year and a half later, intelligence agencies found him in a training camp in southern Lebanon. Over the following years, he appeared sporadically in Palestine and Syria. The last time Americans knew of young Okamoto's whereabouts was in Iraq in 2007, when he narrowly escaped a U.S. military raid on a Shia militia underground weapons factory. The torrential rain pounded on tents and bamboo hats with a dense crackling sound. The locally conscripted native laborers called out to one another, trying to find shelter from the rain in the military camp. They were not permitted to enter the Spanish soldiers' tents, so they could only gather under the trees with a few banana leaves over their heads as makeshift cover, letting the downpour soak them through. Besides this group of wretches, there was one other person standing outside the tents, a man wearing a Chinese-style bamboo hat. His whole body was wrapped tightly in a black friar's robe made of coarse woven wool. In the mosquito-infested tropical jungle, this was a good protective measure, and in the rainy season, this rough woolen fabric was also effective at shedding water. Only by getting up close could one see, beneath the deliberately low-pulled brim of the hat, an Asian face. Evaristo Okamoto had grown accustomed to standing alone outdoors to calm the excessive excitement in his heart. The various elaborate religious rituals his stepmother had drilled into him since childhood were very useful now for disguising himself as a fanatic. Even certain traces of faith remaining from his childhood had begun to occupy his mind in a distorted form. Escaping from Iraq, fleeing blindly, boarding a smuggling ship, and then, like the Philadelphia experiment, transmigrating through time and space, all of it had come as suddenly as this downpour. When the dying Okamoto was washed up on Dongsha Reef, he had somehow miraculously survived. After more than 2 months of drinking rainwater and eating shellfish and raw fish, a Portuguese merchant ship bound for Malacca had rescued him. The two things he had inherited from his stepmother, Catholic faith and Portuguese, had saved him. And so the terrorist Evaristo Okamoto, having already transformed into Hale the arms-smuggling gang member, transformed once again. He became Paulo Takayama, a Japanese Carishitan persecuted and exiled for his faith. Perhaps after that, God suddenly took mercy and favored this fake believer. Paulo Takayama had been obscure in Manila until he rose to fame by manufacturing rockets that decisively defeated the Asenese army during their renewed siege of Malacca. When some Jesuits publicly questioned his background out of jealousy, he claimed, just as he had always said, to have followed in the footsteps of his great kinsman Takayama Yukin and come to Manila. In gaining the trust of the Spanish colonial government and the church, he had achieved initial success. In another 2 days, when the army returned to Manila, Paulo Takayama's reputation would surely rise to a new level. This was an unquestionable victory, a triumph. The colonial army, in its expedition from Lingayen through the Agno River Valley all the way to the Cordillera Mountains, had easily wiped out hundreds of Ilocanos, razed the fortified villages built by the descendants of fierce Chinese pirates, and occupied the rich Baguio Valley. The casualties in battle had been astonishingly few. The new-style cannons and rockets that Paulo Takayama had devoted all his ingenuity to inventing deserved the chief credit, though he would certainly face the wave of praise with the notable modesty for which he was known. But his achievements and his name would certainly be reported once again to the Council of the Indies by the governor, and might even be presented before King Philip IV. Some said he might even be ennobled for this. A bride of noble illegitimate birth was already waiting for him in Manila, but Hale was not interested in any of this. Compared to the title of liberator of humanity, what did any of this amount to? If not for the fact that this would effectively consolidate his position in Manila and win him sufficient official support, he would not have bothered with it at all. With enough support, Paulo Takayama could organize an expeditionary force of Spaniards and Japanese volunteers, liberate Japan from the ignorant, barbaric rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, just as Evaristo Okamoto, before transmigrating, had devoted himself to liberating Japan from the oppression of American imperialism. The difference was that back then he could only hope to sacrifice himself for his ideals. In this time and space, he seemed to see the liberator's laurels and the ruler's throne beckoning to him. The tropical downpour came and went quickly. The rain ceased, the clouds scattered, and the sun shone on the wet ground. Paulo Takayama suppressed his excitement and turned to enter the tent. He did not notice that on the northern horizon, a small dark cloud was gathering ever larger, slowly drifting closer. The villa near Lingao Point Park theoretically belonged to the General Affairs Office, but it was the Foreign Intelligence Bureau that used it most frequently. Jiang Shan always arranged the joint intelligence working conferences in this former residence of Wude. Outside the villa walls, sentries stood guard, ensuring security and secrecy. Open the window and you could see the beach at Lingao Point, far more comfortable than the airtight, sealed conference room of the Political Security Bureau. Even when the shutters were closed for the projector, fresh sea breezes still wafted in, dispelling the indoor heat. Let's look at this one. The slide projector cast an image of a triumphal celebration. The howitzer that Paulo had supervised the casting of, said to have played a decisive role, was displayed on a parade float. The photo was taken from very close range. Vince Lando had probably hidden his camera in the folds of his cloak and shot it from close to his body. Jiang Shan was not very familiar with old-style artillery. After searching his memory, he thought this gun looked like a hybrid of the 9mm bronze mortar and the Dahlgren gun he had seen years ago at the Yushukan in Tokyo. Unfortunately, the legendary Paulo Takayama did not appear in the triumphal parade. It is said he declined to attend on grounds of health. All over Manila, they are praising his indifference to glory. Zhu Ziliang continued his report on his reconnaissance in the Philippines. New photographs were projected onto the screen. At least 3 new gun emplacements have been added to the Fort Santiago ramparts, all fitted with 24-pounder converted rifled guns made by boring rifling into old bronze cannons. The photographs were enlarged bit by bit. He pointed his white rattan crop at various details, drawing the attendees' attention. The elevation screw beneath the breech, the ironclad wooden rails with pivot tracks laid on the platform floor, the 4-wheeled gun carriage snug against the triangular truss lower carriage. Rather CIA-ish, Jiang Shan thought, but sending field agents to infiltrate enemy territory to take these photographs in person, then sending them back on a disguised courier ship, it's slow, inefficient, and unsafe. His thoughts drifted years into the future, to an intelligence bureau conference room with real-time satellite reconnaissance images scrolling across a big screen, drone aerial photographs showing every detail, and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's U-2s, Blackbirds, and Global Hawks forming the world's most efficient surveillance network. Later, he would have to talk to Xinwu. The aviation industry needed to get underway as soon as possible. Before they could build planes, he would try to get the Resource Department's remote control aircraft models. The drone force could get started first. He should also ask Lin Hanlong, how could aerial reconnaissance do without high-precision lenses and cameras? The fortifications discovered on the northern edge of the Cavite Peninsula are completely different. No bastions. 4 circular coastal batteries, connected by communication trenches, with a covered trench for infantry extending outward, Please note the parapet constructed here. This fortress faces Fort San Felipe on the peninsula to the south across the water. If both are fitted with rifled guns of sufficient range, they can effectively blockade Cavite Bay. Jiang Shan realized he had been daydreaming when Zhu Ziliang's report was nearly finished. He silently reproached himself. Indulging in random thoughts had recently become a habit, as if only thus could he temporarily suppress a certain undercurrent of desire in his heart. He forced himself to sit up straight in his chair, drew his attention back, and listened on. Finally, Fort San Antonio, south of Malate Bay. The Spanish call it a fort, but it was really just a wooden barracks with a crude little round keep. Recently they've started major construction here. Judging from the foundation work underway, this is a small-scale bastion. It may be equipped with 15 to 20 cannons. The observation post established by the intelligence station can fully monitor the progress of the battery construction. It's only 2 kilometers away. So that arrogant American gun runner who's lost sight of who he is has actually placed our intelligence station right under the enemy's guns. Wang Ruixiang interjected. As a former member of the Naval Forces Division and the First Weapons Design Team, and a veteran of Operation Engine, he had always had strong opinions about the Manila operation. There is no such threat at present, Zhu Ziliang said, somewhat annoyed at being interrupted. All the newly constructed fortress gun mounts discovered so far are installed on semicircular tracks, with a directional field of fire not exceeding 180 degrees. The 2 batteries under construction can only bombard the sea. They cannot aim northeast toward Malate Village and the harbor. Fine. That Japanese bastard has built all these genius batteries and mounts. What's he going to put on them? Is he going to rifle every Spanish cannon? Never mind anything else. Making new shells of every caliber to fit all those mismatched guns would be enough to work even a genius to death. The Japanese devil is still using expanding driving bands. Not bad, quite advanced, with something of his ancestral Type 89 grenade discharger and his godfather country's chemical mortars about it. But the bands are made of copper, so the cost shoots right up, and you need precision machining. If he himself isn't afraid of being worked to death, the Spanish governor is surely worried about the guy bankrupting him. Chapter 1425. The Spanish Arms Race. The expanding driving bands don't necessarily have to be copper, Lin Shen said, his voice laced with fatigue, his eyes bloodshot. The task of mapping and identifying the weapon parts and shrapnel brought back from Manila by the Hake one by one was not easy. The Intelligence Bureau had been demanding his assessment report urgently, so he had been working through his rest time. Lead will work too. It's much cheaper and easier to machine. The shells and driving bands are minor issues. Wang Ruixiang lit a limited edition gold South Sea cigar, took a puff, and continued, clearly not done talking. The key point is, what kind of guns can he actually build? Let's ignore that nonsense about rifling an old Spanish cannon just to show off in a parade. Are large-caliber rifled guns so easy to build? Does that Japanese devil have the ability to replicate Crux or the Rock Island arsenal with his bare hands? Does he have drilling machines, boring machines, steam hammers? Even the Commie 8th Route Army at Huangyadong had 2 steam engines, for crying out loud. If he can climb the entire artillery tech tree all by himself, leading a bunch of white skins who only know how to wave Bibles and matchlocks and Filipino natives who don't know shit, then our entire industrial sector in Lingao might as well go hang ourselves from lampposts. I have a long telegram from the Manila station here. The confidential office only finished translating and delivering it just before the meeting started. Jiang Shan took over. It reports the latest situation. The Spanish authorities are building a metal smelting workshop of considerable scale west of Manila, at the confluence of the Pasig and San Juan rivers. The authorities have conscripted Chinese masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and coppersmiths from Manila and Cavite to work there. 400 or 500 men have already been sent. About 1.5 kilometers upstream from the river mouth, They are building a dam on the San Juan River for hydraulic power. Chinese artisans are using hardwood cut from upstream to build some kind of water wheel mechanism. That's useless. Wang Ruixiang blew a smoke ring dismissively. Hydraulically powered machine tools, heh. The efficiency is appallingly low. Do they expect to forge gun barrels with hydraulic hammers? Then the biggest thing he can possibly make is a 12-pounder Napoleon. That's not the point. The point is that he believes he can build it and the Spanish believe he can build it too, Lin Shen said. Besides, he could simply use the crudest method, rifling smoothbore cannons, to make large artillery. The Spanish aren't very good at making cast-iron guns. That doesn't matter. They can use those bronze guns. The Spanish have very mature experience in casting bronze guns anyway. We shouldn't underestimate his ability to maximize the potential of a primitive environment. Let's look at his work. He took an object from the sample case, the rocket wreckage Zhu Ziliang had seen. Crude enough, right? It falls far short even of our Hale rockets, let alone any modern rocket we're familiar with. Since this Japanese fellow is a modern arms smuggler, what hasn't he seen? Aviation rockets, Stalin's organs, Type 63-107 rockets. Why did he choose the Congreve rocket? Because this thing is simple enough. Just a body plus a balanced stick. The body is rolled from sheet iron, no need even for seamless steel tubing. Lin Shen took a drink of water to catch his breath, then continued confidently. Some fragments indicate that this Paul has further simplified the process by pressing the warhead casing directly onto the mold using papier-mâché. Yes, even if this guy improved the design, the accuracy of these rockets is still very poor. Fired off, many would practically perform Brownian motion. But they're good enough to bombard cities, burn ships at the docks, and tear down native villages. Most importantly, they're not hard to build. You mean, Wang Ding tried to summarize, he's proficient in weapons technology, but he's not a simple tech worshipper. He focuses on manufacturing weapons with the best possible performance permitted by the conditions of this time-space. Cheap and plentiful, Lin Shen replied. That's the principle of underground arms dealers supplying irregular forces. If that Paul did this kind of work in the past, this man is dangerous. He used a fake name and identity even on Lando's ship. What secret is he hiding from an accomplice in illegal dealings? Jiang Shan offered his view. Maybe before transmigrating he was a weapons expert or at least a technician in a related industry. He might be a terrorist. And after transmigrating, he smartly used his knowledge and skills as a stepping stone. We don't know yet whether he chose to join the Spanish colonial authorities passively or actively, but the Spanish would certainly welcome an inventor bringing them new weapons. Why? Just because we attacked the galleons and scared the piss out of the Spanish devils in Manila. They spent so much money and trusted a yellow man of unknown origin just to quell their vain fears. Even just expanding the fortifications had stretched the governor's budget to the limit in the history of the old timeline, forcing him to repeatedly appeal to the king for increased subsidies. Yet now the scale of rearmament in the Manila colony far exceeded that of the old timeline. First of all, historically, the current governor of Manila has spent years immersed in the fear of an imminent Dutch invasion. If you care to read the compilation of historical materials provided by the Great Library, you'll know to what extent the Spanish feared this threat. The letters from the Spanish governor to the Council of the Indies, the Privy Council, and the king are filled with the delusion of being besieged. And historically, he did indeed invest large sums in the defense of the Philippines and Manila. Wang Ding spoke with assurance. After we seized 2 Manila galleons and signed a commercial contract with the Dutch, the fears of the Spanish in Manila were further amplified. Their hypothetical enemies now include us, in addition to the Dutch and the British. Speaking of the big picture, this is the 30 Years' War. Richelieu's France is about to ally with Sweden against the Catholic camp. Spain's situation in Europe will become difficult. War is the greatest driver of military technology. Now they have a weapons genius who is good at utilizing existing technical resources, and who also happens to be a devout Catholic, in Spanish eyes, this is practically a blessing from God. Moreover, the military pressure Spain faces is global. Global. The Spanish, or rather the Habsburgs, are the world's first global empire. Unfortunately, this empire was born in an era without radio or motorized ships. In the Mediterranean, they faced the Turks. On the European continent, the Protestant German princes and the harboring evil intentions French. Then there are the Dutch and the British. In Asia and the Americas, the Dutch and British spare no effort in attacking Spanish ships and colonies. As if to add more burdens to this empire, now the Spanish king is also the king of Portugal, and the already stretched Spanish naval squadrons have to shoulder the task of defending Portuguese possessions. So the decline of the Spanish is not accidental, but inevitable. Every governor of a Spanish or Portuguese colony knew very well that once attacked by an enemy, unless a local squadron happened to be stationed in the harbor, they would receive no support whatsoever. The defense of the colony depended entirely on themselves, on being prepared for battle in ordinary times. Wang Ruixiang snorted. Who gives a damn? Let the Spanish fire rockets and burn Paris, and the French learn to make rockets and burn Madrid. Wouldn't that be great? As for the colonies, they can burn each other. The more the white devils kill each other, the better, saves us from having to do it ourselves when we conquer Europe later. That's thinking too far ahead. Let's look at what realistic threats this transmigrator's works will bring us, said Suki, who had come from Kaohsiung to attend the meeting. Leaving aside what cannons will be mounted on the Manila fortresses, the mysterious vessel under construction under the bamboo shed in the shipyard Lando discovered should probably concern us more. As he spoke, an image of a dry dock completely covered by bamboo sheds appeared on the projector. Judging from the outer dimensions of the dry dock and the area of the temporary bamboo shed, the tonnage of this ship is not large, even very small. If it is a ship, the displacement won't exceed 100 tons. The question then arose. A ship of merely 100 tons would not be worth covering with a bamboo shed by any means. Obviously, there must be some secret weapon under that bamboo shed. Given the usual nature of the Japanese, it's definitely something like a final decisive battle weapon. Very likely. Could it be a Gundam? Suki coughed. Naval intelligence believes the possibilities of a submarine or a spar torpedo boat being built under that bamboo shed are 50-50. Given that there is no sign Hale has mastered steam engine technology, the likelihood of a human-powered submarine is very high. If we don't pay enough attention, one day when the fleet enters Manila Bay, the tragedy of the Housatonic might be replayed more than 200 years early. You're joking. If you put it that way, we should be building console-class subs too. Besides, even if it's real, the fishery sonar on our Type 80-154 cruisers is already thirsty. The history of submarines goes back a long way. It's not surprising if he can build one. It's just not of much value. This so-called submarine, as long as the ship maintains proper lookouts, it's impossible not to spot it and it can't attack moving targets. The submarine doesn't matter. If this transmigrator makes simple naval mines and lets the Spanish take them to Keelung to lay them, it would pose a threat to our convoys sailing in the Taiwan Strait. Naval mines. Even if the guy can design them, can the Spanish build them? Simple moored mines are no problem. Drifting mines are even easier to make, much more convenient than cannons, Lin Shen said. The trigger mechanism can use chemical fuses. Since he can make mercury fulminate, this isn't difficult. If the Spanish intend to give up the Keelung base but want to cause us trouble, naval mines are a very good choice. Chapter 14:26. The Observation Post, the Type 854 and 901 ships, as well as the underwater hull of the H-800, lack longitudinal anti-torpedo bulkheads and anti-torpedo belts. Even a detonation of a few dozen kilograms of black powder against the wooden hull would be disastrous. Do we have to consider mine defense for all subsequent models? It's not impossible. If you ask me, all ironclad ships are the future direction of naval construction. It's already been proven that wooden-hulled warships are not unchallengeable in this time-space. Wu De coughed. Let's not discuss subsequent plans based on unconfirmed matters. I think, Xiao Jiang, you're overestimating the risk of this Paul spreading military technology to all of Europe. It's a bit like worrying the sky is falling. After all, we are the only ones who possess systematic industrial power. No matter how much he jumps around, he can't turn the sky upside down. Wen Daisy said after listening to Jiang Shan's report. However, under his influence, the Spanish are strengthening the defense of the Philippines, and intelligence on their maritime power should be monitored. Do you have further information indicating how far the Spanish authorities can take Paul's armament plan? For example, after Operation Hunger is implemented, will the Manila government still have enough silver to pay for upgrading weapons and building fortresses? The operation to rob the silver galleons had a considerable impact, but the substantive blow to the rulers of the Philippines was not as great as imagined. Jiang Shan looked at the stack of materials in his hand, mostly reports written by Vince, with some from the Portuguese in Macau. The tobacco monopoly forcibly promulgated by the governor, plus the collection of gambling taxes and the leasing of land to the Chinese, have raked in quite a bit of revenue for the colonial government. In addition, they have conquered more natives than in history and attracted more Chinese immigrants. So now the colonial government's revenue from tributes and poll taxes has increased significantly compared to the past. He paused. And there's another interesting point. Manila's demand for a commodity usually imported from China, mercury, has greatly increased. He dug out a telegraph form. 3 weeks ago, a Portuguese merchant ship from Macau unloaded 119 jars of mercury in Manila, each jar about 2 gallons. The governor ordered a group of convicts sent to Palawan to mine mercury, even postponing plans to garrison troops and build a castle in Zamboanga for this purpose. Despite this, he continues to write letters requesting more mercury be shipped to Manila from Peru. Judging from the large imports of mercury and the start of local mercury mining, obviously they aren't doing it to make mercury fulminate. You don't need that much for fulminate. They must intend to use the amalgamation process to extract gold and silver. You must remember the report mentioned a recent grand celebration in Manila to celebrate the victory over the Ilocano rebels. Noticing Chairman Wen nodding slightly, Jiang Shan continued. In fact, the area conquered by the colonial army includes Baguio, the most important gold-producing area in the Philippines. The Spanish have long known that rock gold and placer gold are produced there. Proving his worth with other people's money bags, he really is clever. Chairman Wen seemed to be talking to himself. Where is the Heike, the Esmeralda now? It is undergoing routine maintenance at the Bapu Naval Shipyard. After the overhaul is complete, it will return to Manila, taking a batch of new cargo with it. I personally support the Navy providing support for the Intelligence Bureau's field operations, as long as it is within the Navy's capabilities. When Daisy rose from behind the conference table, and Jiang Shan knew this signaled the end of the meeting. That Japanese fellow who can build semi-submersible spar torpedo boats is also a bit interesting, quite intriguing. Shrek tiptoed across the garden path. Ever since he had received several doses of his master's tough love for trampling the flower beds, he had begun to imitate Mimi's light-footed gait. To onlookers, it looked like a mule trying to catwalk. Early in the morning, bursts of gunfire suddenly rang out behind the villa, greatly disturbing Shrek in his concentration on the art of tiptoeing. He was so frightened he nearly pitched headfirst onto the steps. The newly built carriage house occupied the east wall of the villa courtyard. The original stables behind the house had been converted into a shooting range on the Count's orders, and a veranda with a pergola had been added to the outside. Shrek now stood before the steps of the shooting house. The intoxicating aroma of sweet wine and the terrible smell of gunpowder smoke mingled and drifted in the early morning air. A life-and-death question spun ceaselessly in his dull brain. Should he go up? The master was up there, dressed like some uninhibited sea captain, his white silk shirt collar open, breeches bound tightly at the waist with a water buffalo leather belt, holding a wine glass in one hand and a wheel-lock pistol in the other, chatting and laughing with the mayor and his wife and a group of officials. The doors were wide open, and Shrek could see the crooked, headless, and legless wooden figures inside the shooting house. He didn't know why the Count used these Tagalog handicrafts as targets, but his dull brain thought, if he displeased the master now, he might very well end up like that pile of broken puppets on the floor. "No, my dear Sebastian, Lord Faninavois is right," Captain Pillar shouted, legs propped up on the coffee table, a discharged wheel-lock pistol resting on his knee. He had drunk quite a bit and spoke loudly in his drunkenness. "I'm not saying the liver isn't important to a man. I've killed many enemies with my own hands, and many have died before my eyes. No, don't think I'm talking about niggers and heathen savages. Dutchmen, Frenchmen, Saxons, Englishmen, even Spaniards are all the same. If the liver is pierced by a pike or shot through by a bullet, it's agonizing but not immediately fatal. Some people look dead, but they've just fainted from the pain. To end a man's life and suffering, the fastest and most merciful way, as the Count says, is to put a lead ball through the heart, or relieve him of the heavy burden on his shoulders with a steel blade." "But Aristotle," Sebastian de Andrade wanted to continue. "Drop your Aristotle, give up your scholastic philosophy." Pillar drained a large glass of sherry brandy in one gulp. "Seeing is believing. Let me tell you about natural philosophy. 5 years ago I fought a duel with a friend. Yes, that Catalan once had my friendship. I ran him through the liver. The fellow shook all over with pain, but he didn't fall and he didn't die. Instead, he struck back and wounded my arm. He was carried home and took a week to die, and I was exiled here. What? You don't believe me, but you believe some Aristotle. Let facts resolve your doubts. The Count has plenty of swords and pistols here." Vince Lando summoned a local maidservant and whispered instructions to refill the captain's glass, intending to confiscate all the guns once he was completely drunk. These gatherings involving guns and swords were popular with the officers, but if things went wrong, there could be an accident. Although the villa was a small arsenal, besides modern weapons, it was stocked with Lingao-produced rifles, Navy 12-gauge shotguns, and custom-made .45 caliber new-model revolvers. He only ever brought out wheel-lock guns to entertain guests. The mayor and his wife sat on the veranda. Vince noticed that Senora Isabella was already showing a trace of impatience. He was about to order the servants to fetch some iced soda water when he turned and saw his black slave standing bewildered at the foot of the steps. "What's the matter?" Shrek finally remembered what he was supposed to say. "Miss Mimi asks you to go to the kitchen to look, because the cake is burnt." "Mimi," Alfonso teased Vince. "Is that the name of a young lady or a cat? I'll bet an escudo it's a pretty little pussycat, and one that makes its nest in the Count's bed every night. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me for a moment." Vince waved his hand in response to the laughter. "I'll be right back. The servants here really don't give one any peace of mind. I heard that his lordship the Count possesses a kind of repeating pistol with a wheel." "If you would honor us, I would like—" The mayor didn't finish his request. His wife cut him off. "My dear, I think we have seen enough shooting performances and heard enough terrible talk of blood and gore." Senora Isabella cast a bored look at her husband, then extended a hand toward the Count. Her lace-trimmed sleeve slipped down her shoulder, revealing a plump, white arm. "Many say your rooms are built entirely of Chinese porcelain. Would you honor a poor woman's curiosity?" Vince saw a look of resignation on the mayor's face. He began to display his trademark smile. "You probably mean the bathroom. I'm afraid curiosity aroused by overly exaggerated rumors will lead to great disappointment." Vince gently took those pudgy fingers. "Please follow me. Find someone to go to the bathroom and help that Iberian stupid cow use the flush toilet. Watch her, don't let her wander around," Vince said to Mimi. "Now tell me, what's happening?" The observation post spotted the Spanish transporting cannons to Fort San Antonio. Most of the detached buildings built by Spaniards in the colony had towers. The villa's tower had been raised by a story during the renovation. In the best weather, the observation post could even see ships entering and leaving Cavite Harbor. The special reconnaissance team was divided into two groups, rotating guard duty up there. Vince first saw a team member with his back to him, observing with binoculars. Another sat near the observation window, which was piled with sandbags to support the scoped Mosin-Nagant rifle in his hands. The observation post monitored the surroundings 24 hours a day, night being no exception. They were equipped with night vision gear that could be turned on in an emergency. With this team on duty, Lord Lando slept much more soundly at night. Chapter 1427. The cannon. Vince raised his binoculars. Inside the battery parapet, 3 stout wooden poles had been driven into the ground at diagonal angles, their tops secured together with iron fittings to form a crude derrick. A block and tackle dangled from the apex, a hook swinging at its end. Nearby, the Spaniards directed coolies to install a winch with trailing rope. He studied the arrangement for a long moment, then lowered his gaze to the beach below. A plank road had been laid across the sand. Colonial soldiers in gaudy uniforms clustered along its edges, some gripping pikes, but most wielding bamboo whips and the forked rests used for matchlocks, driving forward a large gang of local coolies. The laborers, stripped to the waist and already streaked with welts, hauled on ropes that drew the eye inevitably to their burden. A black cannon. This was no bored-out antique Spanish bronze piece. It was larger than any gun mounted on any fortress or ship in Macau or Manila, comparable, perhaps, only to the main armament the Australians fitted to their steam warships. The barrel was black iron, its peculiar profile flaring like a magnified soda bottle. Beneath the thick, squat weapon sat a triangular carriage of rough-hewn timber beams, fitted with 4 pathetically small iron wheels. Without the planks beneath it, such an ungainly contraption would surely have sunk into the beach and refused to budge. "When was it spotted?" Vince asked. "Before sunrise, 5:15. We saw a ship first." The special reconnaissance team member pointed southwest, and Vince swung his binoculars in that direction. Sure enough, a sloop rode at anchor near the coast, sails furled. The Spanish have been busy laying the temporary road ever since. They set up the derrick about an hour ago. The cannon was just unloaded by block and tackle. He turned back to the cannon being dragged laboriously up the beach. Soldiers bellowed orders while bamboo whips and matchlock forks fell incessantly on the coolies' heads and backs. Beneath the lashing and the crushing weight, their faces contorted in agony. Vince observed this cruelty without visible reaction. He searched his memory instead. Visiting Fort Quem with his father in childhood was too distant to recall clearly. But he remembered vividly his time as a recruit at Fort Jackson, when they toured Charleston to see Fort Sumter and Fort Moultrie. Young Private Vince Lando had stood awestruck before the massive Dahlgren guns. Now he felt that same jolt of recognition. Though he lacked professional knowledge of antique ordnance, he knew enough to understand that those Civil War-era fortress guns had been built to sink ironclads. If the Esmeralda were unlucky enough to catch a shell from one of these, the consequences were easy to imagine. "If I gave the order now," Vince asked suddenly, "could you kill one of them?" "Can't hit at this range, over 2,000 meters," the sniper replied. He pointed to a sparse patch of brush south of the villa. "But if we took up a position over there, no problem." Vince shook his head. The tower was an excellent observation post they couldn't afford to abandon. Now he regretted not adding a few Barretts or .50 Macmillans to the Mackerel's cargo hold. Even an M2 heavy machine gun would have helped. He lifted the cover of the speaking tube set into the wall and pulled the bell. "Mimi, is that you? Send the big telescope and the camera up to the tower top. Right now." He closed the tube and muttered, "God knows when those bastards will start test firing." When the Count returned to the shooting house, Captain Pillar and his colleagues lay sprawled across chaise longues, dead drunk and snoring loudly. Andrade was locked in heated discussion with the mayor about Oriental art and idolatry, peppering his discourse with famous maxims from Augustine and Aquinas. The Count motioned for a servant to bring over another chaise longue, then settled onto the veranda beside Alfonso. Vince studied this newly prominent figure, the talk of Manila lately. Alfonso's gold-embroidered uniform was new, setting off his recently acquired medal and sash to dazzling effect. The Major spoke first, a hint of intoxication slurring his words. "Count, is this way of drinking your genius invention? Rum with iced fruit juice, it's wonderfully refreshing like a cool mist. Someone once told me that if I'd switched trades and become an innkeeper, I'd have been even better at it than fighting heathens." Vince gestured for a servant to bring over the shaker and well-chilled kvass. "Tell me about natural philosophy, sir." "Natural philosophy? My dear Faninavois, I am no doctor or scholar. I'm a soldier who wins God's favor through battle, just like you." "No, but you heard Pillar. If studying how to kill a man faster with bullets and swords counts as natural philosophy, then surely how to kill 100 men with one cannon shell belongs to the same realm." "You mean the Paulo cannon," Alfonso chuckled. "That is indeed a delightful thing, like your wine, as long as you don't happen to be standing in front of the muzzle." "Then tell me about it." "Tell you what exactly? The Paulo cannon or Paulo the cannon founder? Tell me everything, dear Alfonso, everything you know." Vince pressed a large glass of cocktail into his hand. "These things fascinate me. Who doesn't want to achieve more glory on the battlefield? Speaking of this Senor Paulo, he really is mysterious." Alcohol had loosened Major Alfonso's tongue. "Still mysterious even after you've worked with him." "Of course, I have indeed worked with him, but to tell the truth, this is a man whose inner thoughts you can never discern. Perhaps he really is as pious as the priests claim, so devoted he cares nothing for the outside world. Indeed, this wondrous person didn't even attend the triumph. Giving up such great honor is truly perplexing. He doesn't care about that. Besides, shortly after returning to Manila, he boarded that fast sloop and left again. Except for the governor, no one in the Philippines knows where he went. He does whatever he wants, and His Excellency always expresses unconditional support. Senor Paulo is now the governor's closest friend." A slightly lewd smile curled at the corner of the Major's mouth. "But every time he comes back, there are always surprising new tricks unveiled. Just wait and see." At that very moment, hundreds of nautical miles from Manila, chants and curses in a mix of Spanish and local dialect echoed across the desolate west coast at the northern tip of Samar Island. 3 sailing vessels of various sizes lay at anchor off this uninhabited coastline of dangerous reefs and shoals. On the quarterdeck of a small lateen-rigged sloop, Evaristo Okamoto watched the coolies struggling through waist-deep water. The scorching sun and the overseer's relentless whips drove them onward, tottering yet straining with all their strength to haul ropes that chafed their skin raw. Out on the shoal lay a massive tangle of debris. Rusted iron ribs, encrusted with dead marine organisms, jutted chaotically into the air. Clinging to them in fragments were plates whose original color could no longer be discerned. The wreckage of the Type 901 gunboat Nangchao, which had capsized and sunk during Operation Hunger after encountering a typhoon off Samar's west coast, had been pushed onto the shore by a recent storm. Evaristo Okamoto had become intensely interested in Operation Hunger. From Spanish prisoners ransomed back to Manila, and from his own fiancée, he had gleaned many details of the operation, including the fact that an Australian ship had gone down at Samar. To him, any ship was a treasure trove, especially for someone who had arrived in this time-space with nothing. He had immediately brought men to Samar and soon located the spot where the Nangchao had sunk. But thorough disposal by the Navy had left him helpless before the wreckage. The hull rested on underwater sands and reefs, still 3 or 4 meters down even at low tide. Massive breaches in the hull made clear that the structural components had been deliberately destroyed. With the technical resources at his disposal, salvage was impossible, and even if he could raise it, the thing had no repair value, nor did he possess the capability to repair it. After several exploratory dives using a primitive diving bell, Evaristo Okamoto had come up with nothing useful. He could only return in frustration. Yet the Nang Chao lying in Samar's waters remained an obsession. He had no doubt these so-called Australians had destroyed their own ship, but the destruction had been carried out after the vessel capsized and sank. That meant the dismantling couldn't have been truly thorough. In other words, this ship was still a treasure trove, provided he could reach it. Paulo Hale's salvage conditions were severely unfavorable. He had no diving equipment, and using a primitive diving bell permitted only very limited action. But God seemed to favor his enterprise. Shortly after a recent typhoon passed, a ship passing near Samar Island brought news. The wreck of a strange large ship had been pushed onto the beach by the storm, and its ribs were made of iron. Hearing this, Evaristo Okamoto set out at once with a fleet. He brought hundreds of coolies, massive quantities of rope, winches, and blocks, even a complete blacksmith shop. He was prepared to thoroughly dismantle the wreckage on Samar Island and see exactly what he could extract from it. Chapter 1428. Scavenging. The hard work of this expedition would not go to waste. At the very least, dismantling the iron ribs and transporting them back to Manila would prove valuable. This was all malleable iron, which would save him enormous manpower and resources in metallurgy. But he soon received a gift more precious than iron. The pearl divers he had hired discovered a surprisingly large cannon resting on a reef barely 2 meters underwater. Evaristo Okamoto descended himself. Through the clear blue water, he recognized it immediately, a Dahlgren gun. This was one of the Nang Chao's 2 main guns. The Navy salvage team had successfully removed one using winches, but this piece had sunk deep into the reef and defied retrieval. The typhoon had dislodged it from the depths and pushed it onto the shoal. Its carriage had been destroyed in the storm, but the gun body remained intact. Marine organisms hadn't even had time to encrust the entire barrel. Hale ordered salvage to begin at once. With the help of blocks, tackles, and the reef itself, hundreds of coolies toiled for 3 full days before finally hauling the Dahlgren gun from the water onto the shore. Feeling as if he'd unearthed treasure, Evaristo Okamoto immediately set about measuring the cannon. He soon discovered it had not been manufactured to the English system. Though he had no metric measuring tools on hand, it was easy enough to deduce that the caliber was 130 millimeters. For a Dahlgren gun, that's a bit small, was his first assessment. With the technical and artisanal capabilities he currently commanded, he could not yet manufacture such a powerful muzzle-loading rifled gun, but as a weapon for Manila's defense, this cannon would be invaluable. More importantly, it would serve as a reference sample for his next step, experimentally manufacturing this type of artillery. Soon he received a second gift, better than the first, a smaller cannon. He had already examined the naval guns aboard the captured HH-64 traditional smoothbores, but this weapon was entirely different, a 75 caliber Dahlgren gun. This was the first time Hale had seen such a small caliber Dahlgren gun. Historically, they were rarely produced in small or medium calibers. During the mid to late 19th century, when such artillery flourished, Dahlgren served almost exclusively as coastal and fortress guns. One need only look at the American coastal forts. Most mounted calibers above 200 and 406 Dahlgren guns were not uncommon. These Chinese had actually manufactured 75 Dahlgrens. It defied Evaristo Okamoto's imagination. Unless they simply refused to waste resources making their warships overly powerful, he could find no other explanation. Load both cannons onto the ship immediately and transport them back to Manila. Give them to Marcos, he ordered. Tell him I want them restored to optimal condition quickly. Yes, master. Reward the pearl diver who found the cannon 20 pesos, 1 peso for everyone who participated in hauling it out. Report any new discoveries to me immediately. Under this material incentive, the coolies who had been struggling in the baking sun and seawater found renewed enthusiasm. More items emerged from the water, first several shells, then gunpowder kegs containing propellant charges. These held little value, but Hale rewarded them all the same. A steady stream of salvage followed. Several damaged naval-pattern short-barreled Minié rifles, a 12-gauge shotgun, more shells, and a small quantity of propellant. Then came the wreckage of the boiler and steam engine. The storm and explosion had smashed these to pieces, and many parts were missing entirely. Nevertheless, Evaristo Okamoto had the coolies lay out the debris in rough order on the beach for his detailed study. Neither boiler nor engine could be reused. Black understood this clearly. His opponents were professionals. The destruction of the Nong Chau had been thorough. But by studying the wreckage, he could still deduce what manner of industrial capability they possessed. Through intelligence gathered over time and analysis of these remains, he confirmed what he suspected. These Chinese, from the same time-space as himself, could not yet construct iron-hulled ships. All their vessels, including warships, were wooden-hulled. Clearly, they believed no power in this era possessed firepower capable of threatening them. This aligned with their choice to arm their main warships with small and medium-caliber Dahlgrens. Just enough will do. He silently surveyed these highest crystallizations of Australian industry. The shock was unparalleled. Knowing what they possessed was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. The gap is too great, he thought. What he saw today confirmed every piece of intelligence gathered thus far. The Chinese on Hainan Island held an astonishingly vast advantage in industrial capability. By comparison, the situation he had painstakingly built in Manila was truly vulnerable before them. If these Chinese decided to intervene in Manila by force, everything he had accomplished in the Philippines would be swept away. Evaristo Okamoto worried in silence. Fortunately, God had delivered this cannon into his hands, giving him a little more leverage. Now he had to upgrade Manila's defenses as quickly as possible, at all costs. Work on new large-caliber rifled cannons had to commence immediately, and progress on naval mines and spar torpedo boats had to accelerate. The scavenging operation on the Nong Chau continued. Though the boiler and steam engine were beyond repair or use, the heap of scrap copper and iron was loaded onto ships and transported back to Manila. The anchor chain and windlass wreckage salvaged from underwater, along with the iron ribs, were all dismantled. Evaristo Okamoto wouldn't even let go of the copper sheathing remaining on the hull bottom, organizing coolies to strip it off piece by piece. The dam on the lower reaches of the San Juan River has been completed. The accumulated hydraulic power can drive multiple sets of water wheels, each set comprising 2 to 4 wheels of different sizes. I observed that all the wheels are installed with drive gear sets, making the power they transmit to factory machinery smooth and efficient. Even Manila's local Spaniards were surprised by the colonial government's vigorous efficiency. Delay and laziness were its normal style. A recent explosion at the newly built gunpowder factory had burned down the wooden workshop sheds, yet in less than half a month, they had brought in new timber and repaired the damage. Under strict orders from the governor, workers resumed production before repairs were fully complete. At present, the military-industrial complex had recruited no fewer than 1,000 Chinese workers and several thousand Tagalog coolies. The director of the Royal Shipyard complained publicly that the new munitions factory had poached so many Chinese artisans that he lacked sufficient hands to complete the colony's orders. Manila's authorities had therefore decided to expand recruitment of Chinese craftsmen, dispatching agents to Macau for this purpose. Chinese workers in the military complex received double the wages of casual laborers in Manila and the Parian, and skilled artisans earned even more, though payment came only after completing the contract term. They were concentrated in camps attached to the factories, their every movement under strict surveillance and control, treated almost like prisoners. Fort San Antonio has received a large-caliber cannon similar in appearance to a Dahlgren gun. The weapon was delivered by ship. The specific origin of this gun, and whether it truly has rifling, remain unclear. However, the Spanish guard it heavily, strictly forbidding anyone to approach. A brand new emplacement is reportedly being constructed inside the fortress, along with a completely redesigned carriage. Droideka's whereabouts and specific address remain unknown. According to colonial officers and priests who have had close contact with him, he sometimes resides in the church, but more often hides in a cave outside Manila for retreat, or lives in a hut in a valley within his own territory. It is said he built a hermitage for himself there, but I personally believe he mainly operates within the newly built munitions factory outside Manila. Security is tight. Outsiders cannot enter without the governor's warrant. Guards have orders to shoot directly at anyone attempting unauthorized entry. Undoubtedly, he does this to avoid interference from meddlesome Catholic priests. I believe it is now necessary to take some proactive measures. If Droideka restricts his movements to Manila proper or the munitions factory because he senses some threat, it may actually prove advantageous to us. Jiang Shan set down the thick stack of translated telegrams and pressed his temples. Vince Lando's reports were always long, eloquent essays that kept the decoding room busy for half a day. Fortunately, he could read English directly, or this would have been as slow as a declaration of war from the Japanese embassy. He's writing reports like novels, Jiang Shan thought. It's a pity this guy didn't become a reporter or write 7 stories. The hour was well past midnight. Only the soft movements of the night duty staff stirred in the office building. From the secretariat came the occasional clatter of a typewriter. Jiang Shan organized the documents, locked them in his safe, secured his office door, then went to the downstairs dormitory for a quick shower. Work, work, and more work. He hadn't been back to his apartment in days. He simply had his domestic secretary deliver meals and changes of clothes to the gate. If not for his discipline of running 5 kilometers or swimming 1,500 meters in the sea every day, he probably wouldn't have been able to sustain this relentless pace. Chapter 1429, A Woman After Showering. He bypassed the dormitory entirely. Instead, he returned to his room, threw on a trench coat, and picked up the PHS from his desk. Several years had passed since the transmigration. Though the PHS call function hadn't degraded, battery life was all but gone. More and more units had failed entirely. Dr. Zhang had invested considerable effort, but found no safe method for refurbishing lithium or Ni-mH batteries under current conditions. So PHS units with dead batteries had been converted into landlines, wired to glass-encased external batteries the size of thick dictionaries. Still, the PHS required no telephone lines, featured dedicated numbers without need for switchboard transfers, and offered strong confidentiality. It remained a favored communication tool among the elders. Jiang Shan dialed a number. A woman's voice answered, crisp and bright but pitched deliberately low, carrying a hint of affected coquettishness. "Are you asleep?" "No, I'm working. You know how it is. There's always more than can be finished." She paused, then dropped her voice further. "I was waiting for your call. It's 1 in the morning. You're a night owl." "I have a pair of green eyes," she laughed. "How beautiful. Do you have time?" "Anytime. I can get off work right now. Are you coming over or—" "Go to the old place. I've already notified the guards." "All right. I need to make a few more calls first. There are things I need to discuss with others. Go ahead. I might arrive a little later." After hanging up, he placed several more calls, scribbled a few lines in pencil on the memo pad, then pulled the bell rope to summon the orderly. "Prepare the carriage. I'm going out." Jiang Shan's carriage was on 24-hour standby, available on call without registering through the General Affairs Office duty room, a small privilege granted to powerful, critical departments. "To number 3 Lychee Grove," he instructed the driver as he climbed aboard, draping his coat around his shoulders. "Drive a bit faster." "Yes, Comrade Director." The Executive Committee had once proposed granting military ranks to Foreign Intelligence Bureau personnel, or internal service ranks like those of the Police and Political Security Bureau. Jiang Shan had resolutely refused. He had no desire to become some regional deputy commander. Did the director of the CIA hold a military rank? Number 3, Lychee Grove was the code name for a house in Bern City, a workplace shared by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, the Political Security Bureau, and the National Police. The Investigation and Execution Bureau of the Legal Tribunal also maintained offices there, though almost no one knew it. With the driver's hushed cry and the crack of the whip, the carriage turned off the main road onto a cinder path winding through the woods. Hundreds of lychee trees, ranging in age from decades to over a century, spread their dense canopies overhead, plunging the midnight grove into darkness. Only the safety lanterns burning along the carriage path provided faint illumination. Jiang Shan pushed aside the rain curtain and watched the driver and guard sitting in the front seat. Both were soldiers of the Lingao Garrison Battalion, wearing cross-slung bandoliers with 2 modified .45 caliber revolvers, produced by the machinery plant to compensate for the insufficient stopping power of the 9 Model 1632 revolver. The carriage halted near a 2-story red brick building deep in the grove. Jiang Shan stepped down. "Park the carriage and go rest. I'm spending the night here. Come pick me up at 7 tomorrow morning." "Yes, Comrade Director." Rather than entering the offices, Jiang Shan walked through the porch and out the back door to a room on the first floor of a smaller building, his dormitory here. He unlocked the door. Light spilled out. A faint fragrance filled the room, essential oils distilled from various plants and flowers by Zichenji. They were quite popular in the Guangzhou market, and female elders and their maids commonly used them as perfume. He closed the door behind him. The room was modest. A bed, a desk, a 2-seater sofa. The shutters were drawn, and a large block of ice rendered the air cool and pleasant. A woman sat at the desk, examining herself in a small, round mirror. A makeup bag lay open before her, bottles and jars scattered about. Nearly 5 years had passed since their transmigration. In 1633 Lingao, no cosmetics or skincare products from the old-time space remained. These were luxury goods manufactured by Zichenji for export, all-natural products with short shelf lives. "You're here early." The woman set down her compact, turned, and offered a charming smile. "I thought you'd be a while longer." She was perhaps 27 or 28, petite in stature. Because of the heat, most female elders kept their hair short, but she maintained a thick mane of lustrous black hair. Her features weren't strikingly beautiful, but could fairly be called delicate. With careful makeup and a girlish smile, she appeared younger than her actual age. "I said just a few phone calls. How much time could that take?" Jiang Shan hung his trench coat behind the door and dropped onto the sofa with a weary smile. "I didn't expect work at the Great Library to be so busy either. Look at you." She rose, dragged her chair over to sit opposite him, and rested her chin on its back to look down at him. "Our Great Library is the busiest department in the Council of Elders, compiling propaganda pamphlets, revising books, translating ancient texts. The work is endless." She wore a nightgown of fine silk in a modified Hanfu style, flattering to her figure while showing off a pair of beautiful long legs. She sat sideways with legs crossed, the hem riding up to her thighs, revealing just a hint of smooth curve. Jiang Shan let his gaze trace the contours she displayed. The faint scent of carnations drifted to his nose, stirring something within. She seemed to sense his thoughts. She wiped behind her ear, brought her finger to her nose, and sniffed. "The scent has faded. You don't like carnations." "No, I like them very much." He leaned back languorously on the sofa. "You didn't use this perfume before. I noticed you always have carnations in your office and apartment. You must love this flower very much. Perhaps it's connected to a certain woman. You are an observant woman." "A girl's heart is always delicate," she laughed, then suddenly stopped smiling and fixed her gaze on his eyes. "Especially for the man she likes, even the smallest trace makes her a Sherlock Holmes. Would you like a drink?" "Of course," Jiang Shan answered casually. "So you're saying you like me? Otherwise, why would I be here?" She brought drinks, took a bottle of kombucha for herself, and knelt on the chair with her legs curled beneath her, smooth, bare thighs fully exposed to his view. "But I know you don't intend to marry me." "What exactly are you saying?" Jiang Shen drank a glass of rum with lime juice, his mood strangely pleasant. Let me put it this way, I'm not bad-looking. I'm a modern woman. I've watched porn, read erotica, have some sexual experience, and know how to dress to suit a modern man's interests. Compared to a life secretary who offers nothing but her body in silent devotion and with whom you have zero communication, a dull, flavorless existence, I clearly fit your aesthetic tastes better. And then, but a beautiful rose can never compare to a whole garden you can pluck at will. She smiled. You don't pluck now simply because there isn't a flower in the General Affairs Office's garden that you find suitable, yet you're a perfectionist. So, as a perfectionist, I give up the rose. If there were only a single rose in a rose garden, wouldn't it be too desolate? Yes, indeed too desolate. Jiang Shen had no desire to discuss this with her. Of course he wouldn't discuss marriage with her. There was no need to examine a decided matter in depth. Men are philandering animals, she said, brushing back her hair and sipping kombucha. Perhaps because spreading genes comes at such low cost for men. I don't understand biology, let alone biosociology. She gave a charming smile. I just like this aloof coolness of yours. Some call it being out of touch with the masses. Unreasonable. Don't you know women subconsciously hate nice guys? That's a sweeping generalization. Many in the Council of Elders are nice guys. That's why they're so keen on the creature known as the maidservant. Jiang Shan did not reply. In truth, he rather agreed with this assessment, but the topic was dangerous. A super AOE taunt, first-class aggro puller. Not only could he not agree, it was best not to touch the discussion at all. He never believed in phrases like heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. For some words, two people knowing was already too many. Moreover, the woman before him was not someone who could keep secrets. Staying silent when someone is talking or answering irrelevantly, that's not good breeding, you know. Yes, it is impolite. You're quite right, but I don't like this topic. In my view, saying nothing is much better than joining a conversation carelessly. Your slickness is really annoying. I thought a man from the upper class, an elite family like yours, would disdain to act like this. She pouted prettily. I am not a member of any upper class, nor am I from any elite family. You people always have a tendency to deny your own excellence, to belittle yourselves. I really don't know what you're afraid of. She tilted her head. According to Director Zio, you are an out-and-out elitist. Chapter 1430, Ideals. It's a good thing I didn't indulge her on the maid issue, Jiang Shan thought. He felt somewhat weary. True, he came from a privileged background and possessed strong personal qualities. In his heart, he sometimes considered himself a member of the social elite. But he didn't care for the term upper class, and even felt some aversion to it. As for deliberately concealing his excellence, yes, that was true. The Council of Elders was a ruling collective, and Jiang Shan understood very well the sense of crisis held by the soy sauce elders, the rank-and-file members. Though their anxiety seemed inexplicable to him, group consciousness was often irrational. Displaying his sharpness too openly would bring no benefit to his career in the new world. I don't like labels like elite, he said. It's easy to become detached from the masses. You ceased to be the masses long ago. You don't have the consciousness of a ruling class at all. The masses of the ruling class. That's truly ridiculous, she laughed. You are clearly the most powerful rulers in this time-space, yet you insist on pretending to be hardworking and simple, constantly putting on the face of the working people. It's affected to the point of being incomprehensible. I really don't understand who you're trying to please, the common people or yourselves. Are you rulers or the ruled? What is she trying to do? Jiang Shan wondered. What is she hinting at with these baffling words? All along, he had considered Cheng Yangxin merely a literary youth who had read a bit of everything, possessed a little insight, and thought highly of herself. He had encountered many such types. But tonight she clearly had some purpose in trying to influence him. All right, he smiled faintly. We are indeed the ruling class. As for whether we have that self-awareness, I'm afraid time will need to prove it. The transformation of identity also requires a long process. How is your life secretary? She changed the subject abruptly. I think she looks all right, just a bit thin. Very good, very capable at housework. Fairly smart, too. The key is that she cooks very well. She's one of those rare people whose tastes align with mine. You know that's not what I'm asking. Do you like comparisons? Jiang Shan laughed. I don't think men or women enjoy them. Just curious. Cheng Yangtze hugged her knees. Exactly how much better am I than they are? Where am I better? I want to understand what the male elders really think. It's a long story. You work in intelligence. Being concise shouldn't be a problem. Interests, conversation, thought. Just as I suspected. The current maids are severely lacking in those 3 areas, aren't they? Not just lacking, severely lacking. Then why do the single and thirsty male elders look down on female elders? Those single female elders, apart from that girl in the exploration department, don't seem to have boyfriends. Even non-binding lover relationships are rare. She interjected suddenly. Do you know that Xiao Zishan often spends the night at Li Xiaolu's dorm? That is a personal matter. As for the others, perhaps the timing isn't right. You're playing dumb again. She gave a charming smile. Fine, I can't outplay you in mind games. Aside from some male elders being useless, it really comes down to the lesson of Liu San and Wu Yunhua. Jiang Shan shrugged. A single case proves nothing. Otherwise, Bai Guoshi would be a counterexample. No, Bai Guoshi is the outlier. Most male elders are unwilling to pursue single female elders. Look at Elder Shi in the chemical industry ministry. Is her figure or appearance lacking? Why does no one pursue her? Not because they don't want to, and not because she lacks charm, but because they fear marriage with a female elder would hinder their pursuit of 3 wives and 4 concubines. Isn't that so? The divorce of Wu Yunhua and Liu San, though Liu San came out nearly unscathed and made an almost perfect exit, he still lived in fear for days and fled for months to avoid the limelight. No one wants such trouble. So they'd rather make do with what's simple. Your observation and analysis skills are quite good. Thank you, so I think I should do something. You want to be a matchmaker. I don't have time. Civil affairs dumped a pile of county Yamen archives on me. Besides, I'm an older, unmarried woman myself. Being a matchmaker would have 0 persuasiveness. She paused. I want to start a magazine for the maids. A magazine for maids. Not the kind of training you're imagining. You said it yourself. Many elders complain their life secretaries lack taste. Simply put, they don't understand what the elders are talking about. The elders would be quite pleased if someone provided a subtle education to their maids, allowing them to make a qualitative leap. I want to start a magazine aimed at life secretaries. Working in the Great Library gives me a natural advantage in resources, and I am a modern woman. Of course, this needs Ding Ding's approval. Very interesting. A look of puzzlement crossed Jiang Shan's eyes. Of course, I'm no living Lei Feng. If doing this brought me no benefit whatsoever, wouldn't that be strange? Perhaps you're doing it to maintain the greater good of the Council of Elders. Yes, that's not wrong to say. Cheng Yangtze laughed. Look, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the Great Library translating ancient texts. The best prospect is becoming director after Yu Shui retires. By the way, I've clashed with him over professional matters. He might even tell the organization department that I'm incompetent. You could come out and work elsewhere. Administrative agencies are short-staffed everywhere. So is the education system. My ideal is a bit higher than that. You want to be an executive committee member. At least at the People's Commissar level. Not now, of course. I'm not arrogant enough to think that, nor do I have the ability. But in 10 or 20 years it should be possible. So I hope to use this opportunity to build some popularity for myself. Staying in the Great Library gives me absolutely no presence. No one knows who I am. Why tell me such a grand ideal? To seek your help. How can I help? Nothing much. You're like the Buddha when the time comes. Just loosen your hand a little and don't slap me down directly, and this little woman will be endlessly grateful. Cheng Yangtze adopted a pitiful expression. You know, most men in the Council of Elders always have some petty prejudices against women. Such a low request. I think it's quite high. All right. Jiang Shan nodded. People with ideals should be respected. Wonderful, Cheng Yangtze beamed. "Would you like something to eat? I brought sandwiches." "No, eating late at night is not a good habit," he stretched. "Wouldn't it be better to do something more interesting?" A faint smile. "The spring night is short." He could hear the steady breathing of the woman sleeping beside him. Exhaustion after climax made his eyelids heavy, yet he couldn't fall asleep. Lando's report invaded his mind again. He had read it so many times during the day that the text still appeared clearly before him, using minor characters from Star Wars as code names for foreign intelligence operations. He didn't know if it was Li Yan's or some other elder's bad taste. But the reality was, even if the Army and Navy under the Council of Elders were viewed as clone troopers, he had no authority to mobilize them to destroy this potential threat, nor did he have Jedi Knights at his disposal. He could only rely on a mercenary whose background he knew to deal with another mercenary about whom he knew nothing. The elders attending the joint conference remained undecided. Should Lando lead the special reconnaissance team to assassinate Hale, or ignore it for now and send an expeditionary force to flatten Manila after the first phase of the mainland conquest was complete? Both opinions had supporters. He estimated that once the Heike delivered the intelligence photos of the Manila Dahlgren gun, the military-industrial departments would surely be thrown into considerable turmoil. Jiangshan woke. The sky was faintly light. A heavy gaze pressed upon him. The woman was propped on the pillow beside him, watching his face. "You talked a lot in your sleep," she murmured. "You're under a lot of pressure." "Did I scream or make other strange noises?" She sighed, studied his forehead cautiously, and stroked it with one finger. "It's 6 o'clock. Do you want to sleep a little longer?" "No," he sat up. "The driver will be here in an hour. Perhaps we shouldn't meet at night. Your sleep time is too short." "A proper sex life makes one energetic," Jiangshan said. "I'm getting up." She slipped out of bed, retrieved her nightgown and draped it casually over her naked body, then walked barefoot to the sofa. She gathered the clothes he had thrown there the night before and handed them to him. "Thank you," he said. "Serving the man she loves is a woman's pleasure. That pleasure is truly wonderful for a man." She smiled in silence. "Enjoy it." Jiangshan departed number 3 Lychee Grove at precisely 7 o'clock, arriving at his office still carrying a faint scent of carnations. His secretary brought the latest intelligence compilation and internal publications, still fragrant with ink. "Coffee black." He lowered his head and leafed through the pages. "And get me a sandwich." "Yes, Comrade Director." The coffee was the special Golden South Sea supply from the General Affairs Office. Just as Jiangshan liked it, clear black, no sugar, no milk. He took a sip, picked up the sandwich, and chewed while reaching for the telephone. "Connect me to the Analysis Division Director's office." 10 seconds later, the call connected. Wang Ding was already in. "There's something. Do you know Cheng Yangtsen?" "You do? Good. I want a file on her." "Yes, I know accessing an Elder's Organization Department file requires permission from the General Affairs Office. Don't go to Wu Mu, they won't admit to any of this. Try asking around discreetly. Don't write anything down. Come directly to me." He hung up and silently finished his coffee. "Fine. Let's be prepared and see what game you're playing." Chapter 1431. Cockfighting. His coffee was not yet finished when the phone on his desk rang. Xinwu from the Manufacturing Supervisorate. He knew the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had operatives active in Manila and wanted to ask if they could assist in covering a small exploration team entering the Philippines. The Manufacturing Supervisorate had long coveted the archipelago's rich mineral resources. Beyond the well-known gold and copper deposits, they prized the Philippines' advantages in nickel and chromium ore even more. "These two ores are very, very, very important to us." Xinwu used the word 3 times for emphasis. His anxiety was justified. If the chemical industry wanted to expand production capacity, it had to break free from equipment materials with severely deficient processing properties, glass and ceramics, whose use meant the Council of Elders' chemical industry would forever remain merely expanded laboratory production. The chemical sector clamored constantly for corrosion-resistant metal pipes and pressure vessels. The medical sector desperately needed stainless steel for new surgical instruments. The machinery industry thirsted for high-performance alloy steels and anti-corrosion coatings. Even finance had proposed issuing Australian mithril coins made of stainless steel. Yet chromium and nickel were scarce resources in Hainan, indeed, in all of China. Only when mining monazite in Wencheng had they obtained some associated chromite sand. The manufacturing supervisorate had concentrated its technical strength to experimentally smelt a small quantity, but the output fell far short of industrial production needs. Xinwu had an enormous headache over this. "It will be quite difficult, but we'll try to find a way," Jiang Shan said into the phone. "We have to wait until our agents have fully established a foothold and considerable relationships with Manila's upper echelons before we can start. Yes, we could certainly send our own ship, but given the current situation in the Philippines, the Spanish know far more than we do. If we can secure support from local Spaniards, the exploration work will be much more convenient." He replaced the receiver and began considering the next question: how to support Mr. Lando in meeting the manufacturing supervisorate's new request. The Parian, or Jiane, the Chinese quarter outside the walls of Manila, was a vast sprawl of low buildings fashioned from bamboo, wood, and thatch. Among them, the cockfighting arena stood out prominently. Another cockpit lay further north in Binondo, mainly for Tagalogs, but it was much smaller and cruder. The Parian had always hosted various gambling dens, and ever since the governor levied a gambling tax to expand revenue, the industry had flourished. Cockfighting, a spectacle rich with local color, had emerged as a form of gambling both theatrical and sufficiently exciting. Even those with no original interest in wagering would spend a copper coin to watch on a boring afternoon or evening. They were often quickly inflamed by the fanatical atmosphere and would lose their last lead piece on the premises. In Jiane, one heard daily of some wealthy merchant ruined by cockfighting, or some pauper grown suddenly rich through a stroke of luck. The Parian cockpit resembled a giant bamboo parrot cage, riddled with lattice holes through which activity inside could be glimpsed from the street. Inside, wooden planks formed 3 tiers of seating around the perimeter, encircling a sandy fighting ring. The conical roof was woven from bamboo as well, with several skylights opened for light and ventilation. Whenever a sudden rainstorm struck before they could be closed, the fighting cocks in the ring and the spectators in the stands all became drenched together. Despite this, tickets were always in fierce demand whenever a cockfight was held in this oversized birdcage. Everyone paid an entrance fee of 1 copper coin, yet the venue, which could hold more than 500, was perpetually packed. Outside stood crowds unable to squeeze in, natives, Chinese, mestizos, and white Europeans jostling together. Vendors selling drinks and snacks wove through the throng, hawking their wares. The place boiled with human voices. Adding to the din were the crowing sounds of roosters echoing from every corner inside and outside the arena. Only the fighting ring itself was quiet. Several Chinese men in silk shirts circled, collecting bets. The audience threw down piles of lead pieces, countless silver coins, and Chinese silver ingots of various sizes and shapes, even small bags of gold dust. The judge arranged the stakes in neat heaps on the sand. The audience hotly debated the previous winner while vying to predict whose rooster would triumph next. 2 Tagalog handlers entered the ring. Clearly old hands at this, they teased the roosters with practiced ease until the birds' feathers stood straight up, their combs flushed purple with rage, ready for mortal combat. The audience erupted immediately, emotions running high. Another 100 pesos on the yellow one, a white European in a captain's uniform bellowed. His voice struck the crowd like a boulder crashing into water, sending up countless waves. People rioted, calling to one another, reaching out hands or clapping shoulders to signal additional bets. The handlers removed the leather sheaths from the chicken's claws, revealing sharp steel spurs attached behind the shanks. The arena fell silent. At the sound of a gong, the judge made a gesture. Both sides released their birds simultaneously. The two gladiators spread their neck feathers, lowered their heads, and stared each other down. Then all at once, they leaped and flew at one another. The captain let out a bestial cheer. The roosters turned, stood facing each other with heads bowed and bodies arched, then slammed together again, battling for 3 or 4 rounds as feathers flew everywhere. The yellow rooster swept over its opponent's head and slashed viciously with its claws. The white rooster counterattacked without hesitation, kicking its enemy into a stumble. The captain began to curse, until the yellow cock staggered upright and lunged at the enemy with redoubled ferocity. The captain was the first to rise, waving his arms and shouting, and the spectators who had wagered on the yellow rooster cheered alongside him. But soon, nothing could be distinguished clearly. The battle had entered its melee phase. The fighters bit each other's combs and twisted into a tangled ball, now one falling, now the other knocked to the ground, blood-stained feathers swirling into the air. On the highest tier of steps, a hunched figure sat motionless, completely wrapped in a black cloak, wagering with no one. This person paid little attention to the ring below. Instead, he seemed quite interested in the fanatical captain. The captain had raised his spasming fist overhead and was letting out hair-raising screams. The yellow fighting cock had already collapsed sideways onto the sand, then struggled upright and limped away. After a few steps it fell again, dragging a wing, crawling slowly across the ground and leaving a long trail of blood behind. The crowd erupted once more, some beaming with joy, others pale as death, silently handing their stakes to the winners. The owner of the defeated bird picked up the yellow rooster with head hung low. "Make it into a cold dish," the captain roared, waving his fist in fury. "That bastard cost me 300 pesos. His mania did not subside until the next pair of fighting cocks entered the ring. The audience boiled over because the new combatants were larger and stronger than any of the previous pairs. As the Tagalogs attached steel spurs, the seats erupted. Gamblers pulled out their stakes one after another. 300 pesos, the captain hoisted a bag high. "All on the red one. It'll kill that gray one for sure." The audience whispered and chattered more noisily, and soon piles of varying heights of betting money were stacked around the ring once more. The two Tagalog handlers set down the birds and backed away. The fiery red-feathered cock and the slightly shorter silver-gray cock immediately hurled themselves at each other, fluttering into the air. The instant their claws touched sand, they pounced again, sharp beaks pecking fiercely, steel spurs flashing, movements dazzlingly fast. The arena fell temporarily silent. Few had ever witnessed such a ferocious battle in this cockpit. Then suddenly the silver-gray cock was struck. The fiery red cock drove a steel spur into its opponent's wing. Both birds crashed to the ground, one struggling desperately to free the spur lodged in its body, the other pecking relentlessly at its opponent's head, fighting to the death. "Good, good," the captain shouted. "Peck it to death, stab it to death, kill that damned sick chicken." The two wrestlers finally separated, leaped up to collide again and fell to the ground once more. The fiery red cock rushed forward, attempting to finish its opponent, but the silver-gray cock dodged sideways at the last instant, drawing gasps from the crowd. Before the overshooting red cock could turn, the silver-gray was upon it. They rolled fiercely on the sand, rose again, locked beak to beak, beat violently with wings above while hacking rapidly with spurs below, then leaped into the air, landed, and resumed ground combat with blazing fury. Scattered cheers burst from the audience but were immediately drowned by the captain's furious curses. The silver-gray cock had gashed its opponent badly, a dark patch spreading across the red cock's breast, crimson feathers falling. But the red bird battered its enemy with powerful wings until the silver-gray fell, then leaped upon it to deliver the killing blow. The silver-gray, however, crouched, dodged, and evaded with incredible speed. The tide shifted in an instant. The fiery red cock wheeled and knocked its opponent onto its back, striking the Silver Grey's chest twice and spattering blood onto the sand. Yet the Silver Grey managed to retreat, sprang into the air to evade the next attack, and upon landing struck the red cock's neck. Both birds were now disheveled and bloody, circling with heads low, kicking at one another, searching for a weakness. The captain nearly jumped from his seat, spewing a frantic torrent of Spanish and French. As if encouraged, the fiery red cock launched a dazzling flurry of attacks, seizing the upper hand. Its wings beat the Silver Grey violently, spurs stabbing until blood splattered everywhere. As usual, the Silver Grey retreated step by step. Defeat seemed imminent and the captain shrieked in ecstasy. But then, impossibly, the Silver Grey leaped into the air, landing to drive a steel spur squarely into the red cock's heart. The vanquished bird collapsed, becoming a heap of faintly quivering feathers, blood bubbling from its beak. Chapter 1432. The secret of the shipyard. No one noticed when the black-clad man slipped from the third tier of stands. The crowd was immersed in fanatical uproar, followed by a not-so-small riot. The white captain, in his excessive excitement, had broken his seat board and tumbled from the upper tier. Fortunately, he suffered no serious injuries, though he lay stiffly on the ground, groaning in pain alongside those he had crushed in his fall. An hour later, the captain staggered into a tavern in the Pasig River Dock District, ordered a large glass of tuba made from coconut juice, nearly the cheapest alcoholic beverage in the Philippines, and cursed the ruthlessness of fate between swallows. "Captain Fernando," someone greeted him. The captain looked up to find a young Chinese man standing before him, wearing a straw hat and a typical Chinese button jacket, though his trousers were European sailor's style. The man seemed to push his pottery wine cup deliberately toward Fernando. The captain's eyes widened, nostrils flaring as he inhaled greedily the aroma of rhubarb liqueur. An unassuming Chinese could actually afford Princess of Tang liqueur, quite expensive in Manila. "My master is in the private room next door. He wishes to treat Mr. Fernando to a few good drinks. Please follow me." The Chinese man turned and walked away. His movement as he picked up his cup was deliberately slow, and beneath the ordinary pottery, Fernando glimpsed something golden. The other had already turned. Fernando reached out, pressed down on the gold coin, and swept it slowly into his sleeve. "Who cares?" the captain muttered to himself. "I've lost everything already." He set down his glass, grabbed his hat, and followed the Chinese man toward the rear of the tavern. Fernando squinted. The shift from the bright outer room into the dark back compartment made his eyes uncomfortable. There were no windows. The door closed behind him. The only light came from a crude coconut oil lamp flickering on the table. The flame struggled, barely illuminating half the tabletop. As his eyes gradually adapted to the dim, dancing light, he made out a somewhat hunched figure seated behind the table, deliberately avoiding even that faint illumination. "Please sit, de Fernando." The hunchback, most of his body hidden in shadow, spoke in a deliberately hoarse, altered voice. Captain Fernando took the chair opposite and started slightly. Not many in Manila knew his home country, yet this mysterious figure spoke French. The Chinese man brought cups and plates to Fernando, filled them with liqueur, then retreated to the door, apparently uninterested in any conversation. "De Fernando, a question about you has been troubling me." If anything could stop Fernando from guzzling the liqueur, it was this mysterious figure's words. "Which god do you believe in, the Vatican's or the Huguenots?" The captain's hand shook, and he didn't notice he had spilled wine across the table. Breaking out of the siege at La Rochelle, risking his life for Muslim pashas on the Barbary coast, and nearly dying from Portuguese cannonballs, transporting goods for the English in Surat only to be attacked by the Dutch East India Company, losing both ship and cargo. He had never mentioned these experiences to anyone, at least not while sober. In Spanish-ruled territories, a Huguenot could expect no fate other than the stake. "God is the only true God," the captain said slowly. The figure in the darkness shifted in his chair. Fernando could now see that most of the man's body was wrapped in a black cloak, his face concealed by a black half-mask, revealing only a meticulously trimmed beard. "Captain Fernando, I know you are a businessman." The black-clad man switched to Spanish, using the formal usted. "A businessman has only one god." He raised his right hand. The black kidskin glove made Fernando shiver, as if seated opposite him was a non-human monster encased in a black shell. The gloved hand opened, and a handful of ducats clattered onto the table. Several struck the captain's wine glass before falling, producing the unmistakable sound of gold. "The gospel of God is indispensable, my friend, especially after a heavy gamble." Fernando's eager eyes fixed on the coins. Under the flickering, dim light, the entire tabletop seemed to dance with golden brilliance. "Sir, you wouldn't make up my losses for free, would you?" He swallowed hard, trying to lubricate a throat gone dry, forgetting entirely the fine wine placed before him. "Under the shed in the Manila shipyard, what kind of ship is there exactly? Why does His Excellency the Governor value it so highly, Mr. de Fernando?" The private room plunged into silence. Only Fernando's heavy, panting breaths could be heard. "That is His Excellency the Governor's secret. Mr. Salamanca hired you to command that small boat under construction because you are a captain brave enough, and also because you are always short of money." The black-clad man squeezed a chuckle through his teeth. "I want to know, what kind of ship is it exactly that requires a captain like you who dares to risk his life to command it?" Brave Captain Mr. de Fernando felt sweat bead on his forehead. This was the governor's great secret. In all of Manila, only 4 people knew the true nature of this ship. If leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You need money, my friend." "I have no ties with Mr. Salamanca or those priests in Manila, and I don't care for their paranoid fanaticism. I simply want to know what that ship and the shipyard are busy with right now." The black-clad man placed a purse on the table, untied its ribbon, grabbed a handful of gold coins, and let them fall one by one through his fingers. With each crisp clink, Fernando's pupils contracted. "I am also a businessman, dear Fernando." "This is merely a business transaction. Just a business transaction." When the black-clad man left the tavern with his Chinese attendant, the sun was setting. They walked out and boarded a canvas-covered ox cart, one of hundreds, if not thousands, in and around Manila. The cart finally halted before a warehouse surrounded by a walled courtyard and departed after the two disembarked. The dock area along the Pasig River teemed with such crude log-and thatch warehouses. The black-clad man slipped through the back door, produced a key, and opened the padlock. He and the Chinese man entered the warehouse. The door closed behind them. When it opened again a quarter-hour later, the black cloak and mask were gone. The beard glued to his chin was torn off. The cotton padding stuffed into his back to fake a hunchback. The purple disguise had been removed. Count Faninov mounted a horse tethered in the courtyard and departed through the front gate. Moments later, Jimmy donned a Chinese long gown, swapped his sailor's straw hat for a skullcap, and hurried toward the next contact point in the Parian district. Mr. Geronimo Paño had been suffering from severe headaches lately, as if all the foul humors in his body had rushed to his brain. But even if his skull split open, he refused to see a doctor. Those physicians only knew how to bleed people, and he didn't dare let a barber, drunk all day, cut open his arm. Priests proficient in medicine weren't so keen on bloodletting, or he could try a Chinese doctor. But Geronimo Paño knew his headache wasn't really a medical issue. As manager of the Royal Shipyard, his suffering stemmed from a damned contract to build 12 new patrol sloops for the East Indies colony. The blame for everything belonged to that bastard Japanese, the infinitely evil Paulo Takayama. The design and model of that single-masted lateen-rigged sloop were said to be his work. He had also convinced the governor to use them to replace obsolete galleys and crude rowing boats, promising the colonial fleet a new look. Of course, anyone who had seen Takayama's personal ship knew these so-called patrol sloops were modeled on his vessel. Geronimo Paño was among those who had passionately seconded the proposal. No one could remain indifferent to the money such a large order would bring, and the praise that would follow upon completion. Only after undertaking the entire shipbuilding contract and impatiently ordering work to begin had he realized he'd fallen into a trap. The requirements Paulo Takayama imposed on this seemingly simple small boat were bizarre: strange rigging, picky demands on the size and quality of timber, and beyond that, he actually demanded the entire hull below the waterline be sheathed in copper. Geronimo, a shipwright for more than 20 years, had never heard of such an absurd thing. Even the great galleons crossing the Pacific only had their bottoms covered with a layer of tarred canvas and a little lead sheeting. Geronimo decided to coat the new patrol boats with 2 layers of wood tar. At least that would ensure durability. As for copper sheathing, go to hell. All the copper in Manila had been collected for that Japanese genius to make his precious cannons. That wasn't even the most outrageous part. Mr. Salamanca, listening to God knows what nonsense from that Japanese bastard, had actually asked Geronimo to his face whether the keels and ribs of the new ships could be made of iron. Had the governor not been of such noble station, Geronimo Pano would have laughed his belly open. No one in this world possessed the ability to bend pig iron into the shape of ship ribs. Furthermore, even if cast, its brittleness made it unsuitable for keels and frames. As for wrought iron, setting aside where Manila would obtain such quantities, just how to process forgings of that size was a monumental problem. The shipyard director interpreted this as the governor worrying about structural strength. He had been forced to use double the material on key components. Fortunately, excellent shipbuilding hardwood was plentiful here. But now the dry timber stockpiled for years was running out, and not even 1/3 of the project had been completed. Chapter 1433, The Submarine, a Boat That Can Sail Underwater. Lando narrowed his eyes. This was his second meeting with Mr. de Fernando at the tavern, and news that the shipyard was building a submarine came as genuine surprise. Mr. Vince Lando had never been a studious pupil, but he recalled seeing the turtle from the War of Independence in popular history books during his middle school days. He hadn't been particularly interested in it, but at least he remembered that the thing could submerge and navigate, and had once attempted to destroy a British warship. That's ridiculous. How can a boat float up after sinking underwater? You must have drunk too much tuba. I swear to God I haven't. Captain Fernando, terrified that the gold coins already in his pocket might fly away, described in meticulous detail the secrets of this mysterious submarine, completed and already tested at sea. According to Captain Fernando's account, the small craft resembled a shark and carried 8 crew members. Its design was remarkably simple, with no facilities like ballast tanks. Naturally, there was no need to flood or pump water. The submarine was lowered directly into the sea by crane. By carefully calculating buoyancy and gravity, and using 4 external iron ballasts along with 4 leather bags filled with oil, the vessel was made to suspend underwater at a depth of roughly half a Spanish fathom, about 0.8 meters, when fully loaded. At this depth, the conning tower at the bow sat slightly above the surface, allowing observation of sea conditions. Crew members propelled the submarine by hand cranking a propeller and steered via rudder. When it needed to surface, discarding the ballasts allowed the vessel to float up, though after doing so, it could no longer submerge and had to return to port to re-equip. A boat capable of lurking underwater is certainly intriguing, but how will you operate it in combat? Obviously, you can't fire cannons underwater. Yes, Captain Fernando agreed. This involves another mysterious new weapon invented by Mr. Takayama. This did not exceed Lando's expectations. A spar torpedo. He had seen spar torpedo boats built by the Council of Elders in Bapu and elsewhere. Since there were no targets worthy of their deployment, these vessels currently served in harbor defense. In his view, operating such a weapon bordered on suicide. It only made some sense for a navy like the Council of Elders, which possessed steam power and armor manufacturing capabilities, to equip them. This weapon is designed very cleverly. It can easily pierce an enemy hull. After hooking the torpedo body in place, the submarine can quietly withdraw. It will explode 30 minutes later, extremely punctually. Captain Fernando spoke with great enthusiasm, apparently oblivious to the immense danger involved. Simply madness, Lando thought. Using a human-powered submarine without even a periscope to conduct spar torpedo attacks, this was a 17th-century kamikaze squad. Captain Fernando probably didn't understand the enormous peril he would face. "Do you have a chance to arrange for me to see this boat? I'm afraid it's very difficult." Sentries are posted around the dock at all times. The black-clad man tapped the gold coin in his hand lightly. Captain Fernando swallowed. "I'll think of a way." In subsequent meetings, Captain de Fernando provided nearly every detail of the submarine, so much that Mr. Lando, who had no drafting experience, was able to draw a line diagram from his descriptions, though even he couldn't fully interpret it. The matter of entering the shipyard for an on-site inspection, however, never materialized. Mr. Lando decided not to wait any longer. Since he already knew the craft's general structure, and he possessed no knowledge of this ancient weaponry anyway, he wouldn't be able to analyze much even if he saw it with his own eyes. At this moment, Mr. Geronimo Paño's headache was growing worse. The deadline stipulated in the patrol boat contract loomed ever closer, yet the newly established munitions factory sucked away skilled Chinese craftsmen like a water pump. Geronimo couldn't even gather enough blacksmiths to make boat nails. Most critically, even iron materials were in short supply. If that Paulo Takayama hadn't sent men over to generously deliver some bent scrap iron, he truly wouldn't know how to continue. Though these iron pieces looked as if they'd been corroded by seawater, after the rust was removed and the metal heated, the shipyard blacksmiths praised them highly, all excellent malleable wrought iron. Geronimo Paño had plenty of reasons to curse this damned job. Just days ago, Count Faninavwa, the hottest social star in all of Manila, had graced the shipyard with his presence aboard the Esmeralda, beautiful as a white swan. What a noble and generous man. Geronimo could have repaired his yacht and easily taken handfuls of gold coins from his pocket. But the nobleman had wandered the shipyard, shaken his head at the packed slipways and docks, returned to his yacht, cast off, and departed. Geronimo's dream of quick profit had fallen through. At present, he could only desperately try to complete the patrol boat orders before the deadline. He had no desire to be sent back to Havana by an enraged governor, returning miserably to a shipwright's life with no hope of advancement. To make matters worse, the governor had also ordered him to complete the refurbishment of the Nautilus submersible as soon as possible. Geronimo had been forced to divert precious manpower. Paulo Takayama's masterpiece enjoyed special treatment, occupying the only covered dry dock in the shipyard all by itself. The governor had been generous with iron parts manufactured at the munitions factory, as well as thin copper sheets for wrapping the hull and well-made copper nails, all rolled by water-powered mills, bright and gleaming. Geronimo recognized them as high-quality tin brass, but he hadn't received the craftsmen he needed most. Instead, the governor had sent soldiers to guard the dock where the Nautilus was parked day and night, watching for all suspicious persons. The shipyard director had been forced to recruit manpower himself. Local natives were weak and lazy, fit only for rough coolie work like moving timber. Fortunately, 2 new Chinese men had arrived at the shipyard seeking employment the day before yesterday. They actually wore shoes, so they didn't seem to be destitute coolies, which was why they hadn't been dragged into the munitions factory the moment they disembarked. Both wore short jackets and hats, and their carpentry and painting skills were passably acceptable. Geronimo particularly noticed their strong arms. They could lift timber that would take 2 or 3 Tagalogs to carry. Watching the shipwrights and coolies labor desperately, the director felt his headache ease a little. He stepped out of his office, looked at the darkening sky, and ordered dinner to be served. Mr. Geronimo Paño's dinner was not so easily earned. To be worthy of this taro soup and tuba wine, not too watered down, those uncouth heathens had to produce a sufficient amount of work. Night deepened. As was typical in the tropics, a clear mist filled the sky, shrouding the moon and forming a soft, complete halo of color around it. The Spaniards had never established a strict night production system, so after Mr. Geronimo retired to his cool and comfortable residence, the overseers slipped back to their huts to sleep. Most local coolies were drunk, sprawled beneath the slipways and snoring. Faint lights still burned in a few spots around the shipyard, fires lit with waste wood chips and old hawsers to facilitate night work. The two Chinese men continued laboring methodically. The thick two-man saw hissed rhythmically in their hands. Mr. Geronimo had ordered them to prepare enough timber for the next day's use. Occasionally, a ball of firelight would flare beside the covered dry dock in the distance, soldiers patrolling with torches. By midnight, however, all noise in the shipyard had gradually ceased. The two strong Chinese men slowed their work as well. They, too, appeared tired and in need of rest. At last they dropped the saw and walked toward the dark, covered, dry dock. No one witnessed their movements. Even if someone had, they would merely have assumed the pair wanted a quiet spot to sleep. Two colonial soldiers sat smoking behind the dry dock. The torches had burned out, but they would continue patrolling until relief arrived after sunrise. The duty was boring and exhausting. The strange olive-shaped vessel under the roof had aroused their curiosity at first, but guarding such a boat day after day had become mind-numbing. Light footsteps approached from ahead. One soldier looked up, alert, his hand reaching for the matchlock leaning against the dock wall. He quickly relaxed. It was only the two off-duty Chinese craftsmen walking this way. Both wore hats, and the moonlight gleamed on their naked, sweat-glistening torsos. Worn-out short jackets were draped over their shoulders. Both colonial soldiers were Pampangans recruited from Maccabe. They didn't understand Chinese, but they were accustomed to the cringing, fawning manner Philippine Chinese involuntarily displayed when facing colonial soldiers. The Chinese men who approached bowed, clutching their clothes, pointing at the soldiers' cheroot cigars and miming a lighting motion. The Pampangan mercenaries decided these two were simply asking to borrow a light. One produced a flint-and tinder pouch from his shirt, waved it in front of the Chinese, then stuffed it back into his pocket, waiting for the Chinese to show disappointed, pained expressions at being tricked. Compared to getting whipped by the sergeant on the drill ground, this little game was far more amusing. The Chinese men's actions suddenly turned strange. The Pampangan soldier panicked, felt his arm pinned. Instinctively he tried to shout, but the ragged clothes clutched in the other's hand sealed his mouth, reducing his cry to muffled gurgles trapped in his chest. A cold blade pierced his windpipe. The colonial soldier's life ended there, he and his companion falling dead together on the cold ground. Chapter 1434. Arson. The victims were stripped quickly. The two perpetrators deftly collected the uniforms and weapons, then carried the bodies into the dry dock, dragging them all the way to the Nautilus. Refurbishment of the submersible had only just begun. The area was piled high with ship timber, planks, and copper and iron components. Wooden barrels brimming with tar and pitch lined the stone steps inside the dock wall. One Chinese man climbed onto the deck, lifted the hatch cover, and slipped inside with an agility that would have astonished Captain Fernando. After a rapid inspection, including turning the crank twice to observe how the propeller worked, noting various key details, he opened every hatch and opening on the hull that could be opened. His partner immediately began handing up prepared wooden buckets, pouring pungent wood tar into the cabin. The two labored for some time, heaping flammable planks, felt, and abaca twine used for caulking beneath the craft. They carefully left air channels in the fuel pile. Whole barrels of pitch and tar were tipped down from the deck, flowing across the hull and soaking the accumulated combustibles. Finally, the saboteurs discovered a stack of strange black strips among the sundries, reeking of foulness. They didn't know these were deerskins soaked in wood tar, intended for waterproof sealing around hatches, but they took them anyway to wrap the soldiers' corpses, then tossed the bundles into the pyre prepared for the Nautilus. One saboteur climbed back into the cabin. He opened a paper bag, revealing 2 small tin tubes. In the moonlight, one was painted white, the other red. They were the same thickness, though the red tube was longer, with threads cut at one end like a fountain pen and the other end sealed with a celluloid waterproof cap. He withdrew several copper alloy discs from the bag, examined them briefly, selected one of suitable thickness, and placed it carefully inside the iron tube. Finally, he screwed the 2 tubes tightly together. A pair of special small pliers clamped down hard on a certain point of the white tube. As the tin dented, the faint sound of a glass ampule breaking and liquid flowing came from within. This tube was left in the tar-filled cabin. His companion did the same, placing another in the firewood pile beneath the Nautilus. In the lumber stacks and material yards where they had worked, they planted several more similarly treated tubes. After completing all tasks methodically, the 2 saboteurs stripped off their tar-stained trousers and cloth shoes and threw them into the dry dock, removing the last traces of their disguise. Then they slipped into the sea and swam eastward, rounding the headland. A small boat waited by a desolate rocky beach to collect them. Unnoticed chemical reactions continued inside the tin tubes. The faint hiss of copper alloy discs corroding in acid was drowned entirely by the noise of the tide against the shore. After nearly 4 hours, the discs finally dissolved. Concentrated sulfuric acid seeped into the red halves of the tubes, where mixtures of sugar and potassium chlorate erupted into violent spontaneous combustion. Flames burned through the celluloid caps in an instant, spraying onto planks already soaked in tar. Within minutes, the Nautilus had become a gigantic torch. Sparks burst everywhere, fierce tongues of fire curled upward. Soon the wooden shed over the dry dock was ablaze as well. The entire shipyard lay shrouded in a trembling red glow, black shadows darting across the ground. Workers, roused from sleep, either sat howling on the earth or ran wildly in circles, gasping desperately, shaking too violently to speak. Geronimo Paño arrived pale with terror. As if to celebrate his hurried appearance, the roof of the dry dock collapsed into the inferno with a thunderous boom. Red flames soared heavenward, their tips rising a full 2 pesos high. He shouted for his subordinates to fight the fire, but no one heeded. Everyone simply ran, shoving one another, falling, total chaos. Order was restored only after an officer from Fort San Felipe arrived at the shipyard with a squad of soldiers. Geronimo divided his manpower into 2 groups, one to save the burning lumber yard, the other straight to the dry dock. A strange scene awaited them there. Although the inside of the dock had become a massive brazier, accumulated seawater filled a low-lying passage at the head of the dock. The flames could not cross, and the water gate had escaped the fire. But when Geronimo ordered the gate open to let in seawater and douse the blaze, they discovered that the ingenious mechanism Paulo Takayama had built for the heavy gate had been deliberately sabotaged. No matter how they pulled and cranked, it refused to budge. They hurried to bring water pumps, only to find the hoses had been pre-cut. By the time the fire was extinguished, the only remains of the demon ship of Manila, the Nautilus, were a deformed propeller and a few twisted, charred copper skeletal frames. Several charred human bones were cleared from the ash heap in the dock. A Chinese cloth shoe was found in the accumulated water at the dock's head. These, undoubtedly, were the final traces in the human world of 2 poor Chinese craftsmen. As for the 2 missing Pampangan soldiers, they were initially thought to have deserted. A few days later, their spears and matchlocks were fished from the sea near the dock, along with a bundled uniform, its bloodstains already discolored. Though the bodies were never recovered, it could be concluded they had been murdered by the arsonists. Geronimo Paño was summoned before the Manila Audiencia. Though the interrogation ultimately absolved him of responsibility and he was released, his spirit had collapsed since the blow. Beyond muttering prayers to the Virgin Mary, he could no longer speak other words. The vacant position of shipyard director was sold according to custom. The governor set a price of 1,000 pesos. After several lively rounds of bidding, Mr. Geronimo Paño's nephew and assistant, Carrucio Paño, purchased the post for 1,500. Everyone rumored that Carrucio could only produce such a large sum with Takayama's financial backing. Carrucio was a close friend of Takayama's and frequently visited his estate and factory. Attention to the new shipyard director didn't last long. A fresh homicide quickly captured public interest. On the night of the second day after the fire, Captain Fernando, the most fanatical cockfighting gambler among Manila's whites and a man recently flush with cash, was assassinated in the Parian district. The night watchman reported finding the captain lying in a gutter by the roadside, the smell of alcohol on him even overpowering the scent of blood. What had taken his life was a strangely shaped creased dagger driven into his chest, a weapon favored by Malays. The scene showed evidence of struggle. The captain's right hand was clenched in a fist, tightly gripping a small scrap of cloth torn from his attacker's garments, a fragment of Dutch linen. The search of the captain's residence proved disappointing. In his inn room, this drunkard and gambler had nothing left, not even a single small coin. The priests all declared it a sin created by gambling. Rumors that Dutch scoundrels had hired Malay assassins to infiltrate Manila for sabotage caused a brief sensation throughout the city. But apart from the governor and a few others who worried over it, these tales merely added some excitement to the overly leisurely and lazy lives of most Spaniards. For most self-proclaimed Iberian nobles in the Oriental archipelago, how could such trifles as a ship burning in the shipyard or a murdered gambler lying in a gutter compare to tonight's banquet and ball? Work at the shipyard did not stop despite the sabotage. With the Nautilus destroyed, manpower and resources could actually be concentrated on the patrol boats. Lando noticed the Spaniards displaying unprecedented efficiency. The newly appointed director supervised workers personally and transferred many native soldiers to urge the Tagalog coolies along. Within a week of the dry dock fire, the coolies had drained the water, repaired the gate, cleared all debris, and brought in new timber. According to reports from Jimite and others, the shipyard had apparently not restarted submarine construction. All energy now went to the patrol sloops. Even someone like Lando, who knew nothing of shipbuilding or sailing vessels, could see that these craft gradually taking shape bore striking resemblance to the twin-masted patrol sloops mass-equipped by the Lingao Navy. Even the reserved gun positions were exactly the same as the originals. Lando quickly realized the patrol sloop the Navy had once lost was not in Zheng Zhilong's hands. 9 out of 10, Hale had taken it and brought it to Manila. What use is it for him to build submarines and these patrol boats? Lando wondered. Pointless. Though this could indeed strengthen Spanish rule in the Philippines, against the Council of Elders it was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. While considering how to compose his next report, a rhythmic knock came at the study door. It was Mimi. "Come in." "Chief, Jimai just came back from the dock. He has something to report." Mimi spoke in a whisper. "Call him in." Jimai reported that 7 or 8 foreigners had disembarked from a ship, carrying a great deal of luggage. Foreigners arriving in Manila was nothing unusual, but for the governor's servants to specifically welcome them was very special indeed. Hair color, eyes, black, yellow, and red. Didn't notice the eyes well, some blue, some green, maybe black too, the lad said. What did these people look like they did for a living? They didn't look wealthy, but they seemed sturdy, not poor folk either. Jimai gestured. I took a look. Some had very thick fingers and wrists, looked like craftsmen. Craftsmen. Then they must be artisans. Lando thought it over. European artisans coming to Manila was unremarkable. The issue was that the governor's palace had sent people to welcome them, indicating they held these newcomers in high regard. Chapter 1435, putting into action. Since that's the case, let's proceed as planned. I will continue coordinating with the Executive Committee and the Council of Elders on your behalf. You should get started immediately. Jiangshan rose and shook the other man's hand firmly. Rest assured. Both the Zhang family and Liu Xiang are fish in a drying pond. Just wait for my good news. The speaker wore a standard cadre suit, but had long hair tied in a ponytail at the back of his head, none other than Lin Beiguang, current station chief of the Guangzhou station, who had secretly returned to Lingao from Guangzhou just days ago. His return concerned a major matter for the Council of Elders, the final resolution of the Liu Xiang group. Since fleeing to the Chaosin area, the Liu Xiang group had adopted a strategy of lying low to counter the Council of Elders' naval expansion in Fujian Guangdong waters. With the Zhang Zhilong group having suffered a devastating blow and control over Tainan deepening, the Council's navy had effectively mastered command of the sea along the entire Fujian Guangdong coast. The remnants of the Zhang group were besieged between Jinmen and Xiamen, their trade ships barely able to put to sea. The Liu Xiang group, hiding in Chaosin, faced the same predicament. They could neither plunder nor trade. A vast force sat idle, consuming resources. Unlike the Zhang family, which possessed extensive estates on shore and government backing, Liu Xiang's group had many men and ships, its strength undiminished, but this massive power had become a crushing economic burden. Though stationed in Guangzhou, Lin Beiguang's focus had long since shifted to the maritime powers of the Guangdong-Fujian region. He understood Liu Xiang's situation intimately. His return to Lingao was to propose his own plan for the final solution of the Liu Xiang problem. The plan carried certain risks, but the rewards were substantial. Lin Beiguang estimated the success rate at over 90%. It had already passed preliminary approval by the executive committee. After seeing off Lin Beiguang, the secretary announced that Wang Ding had arrived. Show him in. Wang Ding reported in person on the materials gathered from the private investigation into Cheng Yangxin. Generally speaking, there wasn't much juice. Cheng Yangxin was a girl from Taiwan. Jiang Shan had known this for some time. Though she avoided discussing the matter and her Mandarin carried almost no Taiwanese accent, occasionally her grammar, word choice, and pronunciation of certain common terms betrayed her origins. She had studied ancient Chinese literature at a university in China, defending her thesis before D-Day and obtaining a Master of Arts degree. During her studies, she had moonlighted as a screenwriter, co-writing some not very famous television drama scripts, mainly Ming Dynasty braid dramas and family emotional dramas. As for why she had transmigrated, according to her own account, the story went like this. Before D-Day, she was just a naive literature student harboring dreams of literary greatness. When she discovered that critical interpretation of ancient texts had absolutely nothing to do with the American dramas she loved, Cheng Yangxin began hanging around the television station with a senior she'd met in an elective course, taking on occasional writing jobs from production crews. Before graduation, the senior naturally became her boyfriend, and she became assistant to a well-known screenwriter. Studies, work, and love had all proceeded smoothly. Considering her age after completing her master's and figuring early marriage would settle things, the wedding was put on the agenda, until she discovered that the senior had copied script outlines from her hard drive to give to the famous screenwriter who had run out of ideas, and had requested a likable supporting role for a third-tier actress he was secretly seeing on the side. She remained calm but simplified all the wedding plans, lulling the senior into believing he could enjoy the best of both worlds. Then, on the day of the banquet, before friends, relatives, colleagues, and bosses from both sides, amid the MC's blessings, she turned around and sprayed champagne all over the groom, adding a slap to the stunned man's face for good measure. Someone tell Director Zhu to hurry up and take his little lover to collect the adulterer. I, Cheng Yangxin, don't care for this petty thief who only knows how to plagiarize other people's work. After such a scene, turning in-laws into enemies, Cheng Yangxin naturally felt relieved, but she also had to lie low to escape the fallout. After a backpacking trip to relax and gather material, she finally arrived in Lingao in western Hainan. a place even seasoned backpackers wouldn't normally bother with. Of course, she wouldn't have chosen Lingao as her final destination had she not seen Wen Dacey's post. But unlike other enthusiastic transmigrators, right up until D-Day she, like Yu Yi and others who had stumbled in by accident, believed this was actually a survival cult. Rather than truly believing the other side of the wormhole was the Ming Dynasty, Cheng Yongsan was more interested in how Wen Dacey and the others would justify themselves after the D-Day scam went bankrupt, a kind of occupational disease, an instinctive curiosity about dramatic people and situations. Where did this material come from? How credible is it? Jiang Shan found himself somewhat incredulous after listening to Wang Ding's report. It's based on her own narration. She has spoken about her past experiences more than once to people around her. The versions differ slightly, but the gist is roughly the same. I think this experience is too dramatic. Based on analysis of collected background materials, combined with her experience as a screenwriter, the possibility that she dramatized her own history cannot be ruled out. Wang Ding smiled. It's human nature for people to beautify and gloss over when recounting their own experiences. Removing the excessively dramatic plot points, I believe her actual life before D-Day was probably, went to university, participated in TV drama screenwriting, dated a boyfriend and got cheated on. The motivation for participating in the transmigration should also be genuine. Tell me about her work and life in the Great Library. Generally speaking, not much material. She leads a largely reclusive existence. Her primary work involves translating and polishing ancient Chinese and ancient vernacular texts. Specifically, on one hand, translating various Ming Dynasty documents and archives into modern Chinese for reference by different departments. On the other, Ming-ifying various propaganda materials. The propaganda department and the Office of Truth produced propaganda constantly, and most required polishing and translation into classical Chinese or ancient vernacular. These were routine tasks of the Great Library, endless for anyone willing to do them. Cheng Yongsan completed them remarkably well, with both quality and quantity guaranteed. Yu Shui was quite affirmative about her work. As for her private life, even her colleagues at the Great Library knew little. Cheng Yongsan's daily routine was largely point-to-point. When busy, she slept in the library dormitory. Occasionally, she would visit the Farm Cafe or Lingao Point Park for leisure, attending gatherings held by the Feiyun Club and several assemblies organized by the Women's Federation. Beyond these gatherings, she maintained only a small number of private interactions. She associated more with female elders, rarely with males, and those connections were almost entirely work-related. Many elders in industrial and military sectors didn't know her at all. Further investigation into these activities revealed no close associations with any specific group. Her relationships were all casual acquaintances. She was quite active at gatherings but rarely revealed ideological tendencies. She never commented on the Council of Elders' policies or on other elders, apparently maintaining an attitude of indifference toward politics. Recently, she submitted an application to the General Affairs Office to purchase a maidservant. The application has been approved, but she hasn't yet gone to select one. Apart from that, nothing worth mentioning. From this, Cheng Yongsan appeared to have nothing special about her, living a semi-reclusive life. For the time being, no evidence suggested she held any designs on the Council of Elders' political circles. Let's leave it at this for now. Thank you for your hard work. It's a pity we don't have an intelligence network and corresponding relationships in Lingao, Wang Ding said. Should we go through the Political Security Bureau? Over the past half-year, Wang Ding and Wu Mu had established a solid business cooperation relationship. No, we can't let them know about this. Destroy all notes you made during the investigation. Jiang Shan exhaled. That guy Zhao Mangsheng, who knows how much black material on elders he's compiled in secret. Now he wants to use the purge of overseas stations stemming from the Hao Yuan case to extend his reach into their security departments. All right. Cheng Yangtsen left work relatively early that day, departing the library at 5 o'clock. After returning to the dormitory, she showered first, dabbed on a little jasmine perfume produced by Zhichengji, and then boarded the commuter train. She bought a ticket to the Nanhai demonstration farm. After alighting at the station, she hailed a yellow rickshaw taxi affiliated with the Tiandehui. To the farm cafe, she instructed the puller. The rickshaw soon arrived at the cafe entrance. She stepped out and the Spanish doorman Sancho welcomed her with a beaming face. "Welcome, madam. Thank you." Cheng Yangtsen showed her card. "I reserved a private room." "Yes, please go in." Sancho hurried a few steps forward to open the door for her. It was still early, 5:30, before the official end of the workday for most elders, and the cafe's first floor was nearly empty. She had reserved a small private room on the second floor. "Bring me coconut juice. Is the dinner I ordered ready?" She had requested the limited edition vanilla roasted lamb chop set meal, only 10 servings a day, reputedly excellent. "Ready. When shall we serve it?" "Wait for my word." "Yes, chief." Cheng Yangtsen checked her Swiss watch. Still 5 minutes until the agreed time. She picked up the young coconut with its inserted straw and sipped, calculating how to conduct the upcoming conversation. A few days earlier, on official business regarding pamphlet publication, she had visited the Lingao Times office, also the headquarters of the propaganda department, to coordinate work. By chance, she had witnessed a quarrel between Dingding and his wife in the office. It was precisely that dispute which had made her finally resolve to put into action the plan she had been calculating for years. Chapter 1436. Entry point. Cheng Yangtsen recalled the encounter from a few days prior with some delight. As a great library staff member, the propaganda department, the printing plant, and the public intelligence center were places she visited frequently. In the Council of Elders' organizational structure, the propaganda department roughly served as the body managing both cultural undertakings and propaganda. Consequently, the organization was complex and personnel numerous. The area it occupied rivaled that of any top-tier major ministry. 3 two-story red brick buildings stood in the propaganda department compound, along with auxiliary courtyards. Naturalized citizen staff members came and went in a continuous stream. Besides the department's own offices, many branches and subordinate organizations were housed here: the newspaper office, the magazine office, the troupe, and the Mass Culture Society. Yet the core of this place remained the 2 journals and 1 newspaper. The 1 newspaper served as the organ conveying the Council of Elders' policies and discourse to the broad masses of naturalized citizens and indigenous people, its importance and authority self-evident. As the leading elder on the propaganda front, Comrade Dingding's power and status had naturally risen with the tide. Though he rarely spoke in public, the commentary articles signed "Special Commentator" and "Voice of the Origin" in the Lingao Times were mostly written or drafted by him. He was vaguely known as the Goebbels of Lingao and the Suslov of Bern. He couldn't help feeling somewhat elated himself, working with increasing vigor at his propaganda post. Panpan had once drunk too much at a Feiyan Club cocktail party and cried, while saying Dingding had betrayed his ideals. This was one reason Cheng Yangtsen had always been watching gently over this couple. Since she came to the propaganda department often on business, the naturalized citizens there nearly all knew her. Beyond showing her pass once to the sentry at the compound gate, Cheng Yangtsen had unimpeded access all the way to Dingding's office, but Dingding wasn't there. The secretary mentioned that Chief Ding had gone to the Times editorial office, apparently something urgent. "Would you like to wait here for a while?" The secretary smiled warmly. "No, I'll go directly to the editorial office to find him. I was heading there anyway." Cheng Yangtsen seemed to catch a scent of something. Panpan was the executive deputy editor-in-chief of the Lingao Times. The editorial office wasn't far from Dingding's. Before she reached the door, she heard his voice. "Panpan, don't be like this. You can't just drop all the work. This newspaper has to be published every day." "Work? Pan Pan's voice was sharp, her Mandarin extremely fluent and precise. Without seeing her face, no one would know she was an American girl. Fine, I demand that you approve that manuscript immediately, and stop interfering with my right to select manuscripts. Pan Pan, you know very well that report cannot be published. Ding Ding's voice rose involuntarily. Judging from his level of impatience, this was no small matter. Do you have a shred of humanity left? Pan Pan slammed the table and shot to her feet, the impact audible in the hallway. Her sharp, high-pitched voice pierced through doors and windows. This is a human life. A human life. Since the matter is still under investigation, what are you afraid of? What is the Council of Elders afraid of? A guilty conscience. Cheng Yangtze felt her nerves quicken. She slowed her steps and walked softly through the main door of the editorial office. Ding Ding looked grim, panting as he paced the floor. Pan Pan sat with her head lowered, saying nothing. The few naturalized editors who had come to ask for instructions didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Leaving wasn't right, staying wasn't right. They stood awkwardly to one side. Pan Pan, we must pay attention to the influence of public opinion. Once this matter is reported, how will you have the naturalized citizens and natives think? Why should I care what they think? Haven't you always wished for them not to think? As soon as these words left her mouth, both their expressions transformed. Ding Ding's face turned ashen. After several panting breaths, he turned to the naturalized citizens in the room and roared, "What are you staring for? Everyone get out." Pan Pan's pretty face had gone pale. She bit her lip without a word. The atmosphere in the office turned frigid. Several minutes passed before Pan Pan spoke, her voice low. "Write to the Council of Elders, a human life is nothing. Everything is for the great cause of the Council, but I don't want to do this anymore. I quit as Editor-in-Chief." Her voice turned ice cold. "Sorry, did I disturb you?" Pan Pan and Ding Ding snapped back to reality simultaneously, looking at the woman leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. "No, you didn't disturb us. You are." From the other's posture and demeanor, she was clearly an elder, but Pan Pan had no recollection of her at all. "I'm Cheng Yangtze from the Great Library. We have an appointment at 9 o'clock. I believe I'm not late." Pan Pan recalled. Her secretary had indeed mentioned it when reporting the day's schedule that morning. "I'm sorry, I have something going on here." She sounded somewhat weary, seemingly apologetic for the quarrel. "Please tell me, what specific matter is it?" But Ding Ding's expression showed a trace of surprise. Cheng Yangtze, though fewer than 72 hours had passed, she had already painted a layer of dramatic color over her memory. Ding Ding's expression might indeed be described as somewhat surprised, but her recollection defined this surprise as shock, and she took it for granted that her appearance at the time, fitted short shirt plus tight jeans, shoulder-length hair falling smoothly in an arc, collarbone clearly outlined by a simple silver chain, had left an extraordinarily striking impression on Comrade Ding Ding. After all, she had even changed her hairstyle today. Just as she had treated her non-existent wedding as real. In actuality, it had merely been splashing a plastic cup of Coca-Cola on her ex-boyfriend, who was hitting on a junior female student at a small restaurant near the university. Her ex had never met a third-tier actress, nor had he encountered many Beijing drifter girls who were doing even moderately well in the industry. "You look much prettier without glasses," Ding Ding complimented. "Actually, your reaction just now was the best compliment." Pan Pan shot him a sidelong glance, rather displeased by her boyfriend's flirtatious response after being stunned by beauty. Yet this also loosened the cold and awkward atmosphere considerably. Ding Ding hurriedly made an excuse about still having things to do and returned to his office. Pan Pan watched her boyfriend leave with a complicated expression, then settled back into her chair. Though she had announced, "I quit," she still possessed basic professional ethics. No matter her complaints about the job, leaving without permission before someone took over remained deeply irresponsible. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid you saw that." Pan Pan managed to squeeze out a smile. "We were arguing." "It doesn't matter. Arguments can be good for enhancing feelings." Cheng Yangtze smiled. "Better than keeping everything bottled up inside." "Don't you think? True, I envy you being single," Cheng Yongsan laughed. Don't say that. I wish someone would take a fancy to me. Living alone is quite empty. When a person is physically and mentally exhausted, opening one's heart to someone who shows kindness comes easily. The meeting that day went very well. The two chatted congenially, as if wishing they had met sooner. Because it was working hours, Pampen couldn't linger long, so Cheng Yongsan took the opportunity to propose a date at the cafe. I will definitely come. Pampen agreed without hesitation. In her plan, Pampen had always been her primary entry point, the person she privately assessed as the easiest to make a breakthrough with. But until now, she had never found a suitable opportunity. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Cheng Yongsan was certain that Pampen would swallow the bait today. Once she took it, catching the big fish ding-ding would be as easy as turning over a hand. She withdrew a mirror from her bag and carefully examined her reflection. She had groomed herself meticulously for today's meeting. A gentle knock came at the door, 3 taps, then it was pushed open. Chief Pampen is here," the waitress announced. Pampen had evidently dressed up as well. She hadn't had such a social outing in a long time. Everyone loves beauty. "You really are beautiful." Seeing her arrive, Pampen greeted her warmly. "I'm not late, am I?" "Safe," Cheng Yongsan cracked a joke. "I reserved the vanilla roasted lamb chops. You won't mind, will you? I love them." Pampen hung her bag on the wall and took a seat opposite. "Bring me a glass of ice water," she told the waitress, then continued. "You know the General Affairs Office supplies too little red meat. Most of the week we eat fish and chicken. God," she made a praying gesture. "Unfortunately, neither of us can cook, so we can only eat in the cafeteria." The waitress soon served borscht and vegetable salad, and the two began to eat. The lamb came from the General Affairs Office's special supply pasture in Changhua. The animals were raised with care, grazing on mineral-rich seaside pasture grass that included many herbs. The result was meat rich in fat and tender on the tongue. After the main course, the waitress brought the cafe's signature dessert: fruit yogurt, ice cream, and hot coffee. Cheng Yongsan didn't drink coffee, so she asked for a pot of black tea instead. "What perfume are you wearing today?" Cheng Yongsan asked. "A very nice scent." "I had a female elder from the Chemical Industry Ministry help blend it," Pampen said. "She's very good at this." "That must be Elder Shi. I rarely see her." "Yes, compared to you, I have even fewer chances." Pampen looked Cheng Yongsan up and down. "You look very charming today." Cheng Yongsan had dressed carefully. A white shirt, a light-colored floral skirt of layered tulle, and strappy sandals, all stock from another time-space. Clothing produced by modern industry like this could not be replicated here, and in the hearts of the elders, such items were rare treasures. Worn on her, the allure radiated was enough to shatter a whole cohort of life secretaries who possessed nothing but their looks. Chapter 1437, Provocation. "You usually dress so plainly," Pampen said, sucking thoughtfully on her small wooden coffee spoon. "Ponytail, thick glasses. When you actually put effort into your appearance the other day, I almost didn't recognize you." This was precisely the opening Cheng Yongsan had been waiting for. She had dressed up today for exactly this moment. She arranged her features into a mask of careful consideration before answering with a faint smile. "Ever since Selina was nearly raped, and no one was punished for it, I decided it was safer to make myself look less attractive." Pampen nearly choked on her coffee. The attempted rape of female agent Selina was an open secret among the elders who held real power, especially the Ding-Ding couple, who had already been running the propaganda department at the time. Because Selina's group had not yet been officially recognized as elders, and because of the usual instinct to shield one of our own, the perpetrators had been quietly transferred to distant posts under the guise of maintaining stability. Selina herself was placed under the protection of the powerful departments. For women, however, the shadow cast by that incident loomed far larger. Pampen had tacitly accepted the outcome at the time, yet a kernel of resentment had never quite dissolved. A single sentence from Cheng Yongsan was enough to dredge it back to the surface. "Exactly." Pampen's voice rose with sudden heat. If we abandon every moral principle from the old world the moment we arrive in the new one, how are we any different from animals? And once you make an exception for something that should be an absolute line, what becomes of future cases? The Council of Elders might as well just legalize rape outright. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Cheng Yangtzen's mouth. Foreign girls were so simple-minded. A few pointed words and their emotions were already churning. The Selena incident was simply too perfect for her purposes. Selena was not only a young woman but also a white American, sharing natural commonalities with Pan along both gender and racial lines. Feeling as if it happened to oneself. That phrase was no empty platitude. Cheng Yangtzen had already made her assessment. In this group that openly listed the purchase of white female slaves as a government project and nakedly promoted Lebensraum, the implicit dual discrimination of gender and race exerted constant pressure on modern white women. Pan could not have failed to experience it. With proper guidance, those buried resentments could be channeled into a reflexive self-defense instinct, one Cheng Yangtzen could exploit. "The thing is," she said, deliberately adopting a helpless expression, Selena was an agent investigating the Council of Elders at the time. Being hostile to the Elders, she had to accept her misfortune. But I keep thinking, back then, it was the interests of a non-companion that could be sacrificed for the great cause of maintaining stability. What about next time? Pan nodded silently. In that instant, she understood the unspoken second half of the sentence. When the interests of the few conflict again with the interests of the many, or the interests of those in power, who will be sacrificed then? The ease with which Selena's case had been smoothed over was itself a warning sign. It meant this group's moral floor was sinking. In a race to the bottom, whoever retained a shred of humanity could claim the mantle of righteousness. Since D-Day, Ding had learned through countless rejected manuscripts precisely what degree the executive committee expected. The Lingao Times was meant to expose the scars of the Ming Dynasty without mercy. Black was black, gray was painted black, and white was also painted black. But anything concerning the Council of Elders, even self-critical reflections, had to read like an emperor's edict of self-reproach. Everything must proceed from the premise that the rule of the Council of Elders is salvation. Put simply, it was the Chinese version of divine right. The council aimed to wrap their rule in a veneer of sacred redemption. Ding understood this perfectly, and Pan was not confused either. The evidence was in how she spoke less and less these days, and how she had gradually stopped asking to run field stories. Every interview with naturalized citizens, those halting, strangely accented Mandarin sentences, painted a hell Pan dared not imagine. Yes, a true hell on earth. Atrocities that would have been considered heinous crimes in the modern time-space occurred here openly and without consequence. Superiors oppressing subordinates, the strong bullying the weak, all of it naked and taken for granted. Indescribable suffering. Horrors that made one's hair stand on end merely to hear them. Terrible crimes ordinary people committed without hesitation for the sake of survival. For Pan, poverty meant nothing more than a late paycheck forcing her to fill up at that corner pizza shop with its explosively bad taste. The greatest hardship she had ever endured was the food scarcity and military drills of the combat readiness period just after D-Day. Ironically, the Council of Elders had weaponized her professionalism to erode her principles, all in the name of pulling countless souls out of hell and back into the human world. Yes, the human world. That was Pan's final compromise with herself. Lingao under the Council's rule was certainly not heaven, but at least it was a place fit for humans, so she had chosen to serve them in silence. Yet that compromise left her conscience perpetually uneasy. The execution news a few days ago, followed by Cheng Yangtzen's words today, only deepened the shadow growing within her. "You know," Pan finally said, "I've always felt some of the Council's practices were improper, but no matter their motives, objectively speaking, they are leading this world toward something better. For survival. For the majority." Cheng Yongsan tossed in another provocation. Excuses like these create a sense of absolution, a belief that the sins one commits are all a kind of necessity. The final destination of that road is the iron cross and gas chambers that even Germans are ashamed to mention. She knew precisely how much weight Nazis occupied in European and American political correctness. Hinting that the council was sliding toward that abyss exerted powerful psychological pressure on someone like Pan, a journalist by trade. The implied message, you must act immediately. You're quite right. Pan's deepest fears had been struck dead center. In truth, she didn't need Cheng Yongsan to awaken her. Over the past few years, how could she not have recognized what kind of regime the Council of Elders was, and what roles she and her boyfriend played within it? Seeing Pan's expression, Cheng Yongsan knew her words had taken root. Time to retreat and let them germinate. She pivoted to lighter topics, but Pan remained distracted throughout. Cheng Yongsan felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. Today's operation was already more than half successful. Then Pan spoke abruptly as though some internal dam had finally broken. Do you know why Ding and I fought? No, that's between the two of you. No, it's public business. Pan's expression twisted. I'm chilled to the bone. I didn't expect him to be like this. She hesitated. You'll keep this secret, won't you? Cheng Yongsan could barely contain her excitement. Sharing secrets, the unmistakable sign of upgraded friendship between women. Of course, she said solemnly. Here's what happened. 3 days ago, there had been a falling accident in Bern City. The deceased was a pending assignment made from the maid school named Lin Xiaoya. At 5 in the morning, a cleaner found her dead at the base of a building in the elders' dormitory area. The police conducted an initial investigation and ruled it a death by falling. The body was then transported to the forensic center for examination. Accidents were not rare in any society. A fall could be suicide or a tragic slip. But this case had a suspicious wrinkle. As a pending assignment maid, Lin Xiaoya had no pass to enter the elders' dormitory area. The Lingao garrison battalion's security protocols were meticulous. They would never allow an undocumented naturalized citizen inside. Something's not right about this, Cheng Yongsan said. Exactly what I thought. I went to the scene for an interview, came back, wrote a story, and Ding killed it. Why? Cheng Yongsan feigned surprise. He said it couldn't be published, too likely to cause bad consequences in public opinion. Pan's voice rose again. I reported the facts. No speculation whatsoever. Why must it be suppressed? I argued with him for hours, but he wouldn't budge. Is the council really that afraid of a guilty conscience? How is the case being handled now? It's been transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division at police headquarters. I told Ding, I've already submitted an interview application demanding full access. The official investigation results will be published. Otherwise, I'm done. I quit. Cheng Yongsan shook her head slowly. I can already foresee the outcome. The final report will have absolutely nothing to do with any elder. Pan fell silent. Don't you know the council's basic tenet for matters involving elders is to muddy the waters? Cheng Yongsan's voice sharpened. Even if the investigation proves an elder was involved, the case will be left to rot, just like Selena's. Who cares about the life of one female slave? And there's always the almighty common program to ensure no elder ever faces real punishment. It can't go on like this, Pan said, almost involuntarily. No, Cheng Yongsan agreed, her tone laden with meaning. It cannot. She paused, then recited softly. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Catholics, and I did not speak out, because I was a Protestant. Finally they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Chapter 1438, Sun Shangxiang leaving the farm cafe. Cheng Yongsan felt happier than she had at any point since D-Day. The comfort and exhilaration were unprecedented. It seemed she possessed a genuine talent for political struggle. Pan had been so easy to cultivate. The woman's emotions were now thoroughly stirred, transformed into a most reliable ally. Cheng Yangsen took it for granted that conquering Pan was equivalent to indirectly conquering Dingding. Mastering pillow talk meant possessing the ability to subtly influence him over time. You call yourselves media people, yet you lack any self-awareness of what that means, she thought as she sat in the rickshaw, enjoying the coolness of the night breeze on her face. You have no idea what power you hold, yet you willingly serve as cogs in the council's machine. How pitiful. I will make you awaken. She stepped off the rickshaw some distance from Bern City Station and caught the last small train to Gaoshanling, where the great library was secretly located. Back in her quarters, a letter from the General Affairs Office waited on her desk, a permit approving direct purchase of a maid from the maid school. Director Zio is quite efficient, she murmured, tossing the letter aside, a faint smile curving her lips. Why not go pick out something cute tomorrow? The maid school's formal name was the General Affairs Office Life Secretary Training Center. It stood not far from Fangqiati Academy, but its security was so tight and its concealment so thorough that few people knew the place existed. High walls rose behind dense bamboo groves and tangled hedges. No one could pass through without axes and machetes. Only a narrow path wound its way to the main gate. There were no sentries visible at the entrance, no nameplate, only a simple house number. Even the most experienced postman at the Lingao post office had no idea where this address was. All correspondence went through a post office box. The gate remained closed throughout the day. Whenever a visitor arrived and pulled the bell rope, a small window would slide open, and the visitor would be required to surrender their pass and identification for inspection before being granted entry. In theory, elders did not need to select their life secretaries in person. The General Affairs Office maintained detailed files on every pending assignment candidate, complete family histories, school performance, scores in every subject, and multiple photographs in various poses, allowing elders to make informed decisions under conditions as realistic as possible. But given the opportunity, most elders preferred to see the merchandise with their own eyes. However, visiting the school required written permission from the General Affairs Office. Without a permit, even elders, unless they held positions within the institution, could not set foot inside. This was a special regulation designed to guarantee equal rights among elders and prevent disruptions to the school's teaching and daily operations. Sun Shangxiang, what is wrong with your leg position? The harsh reprimand echoed through the physique classroom for what felt like the 100th time. The dance instructor was a senior, not much older than the students themselves, but having entered earlier, she held authority. A single shout from her was enough to make unrelated students tremble. Sun Shangxiang hurriedly adjusted her stance. The skin on her back tightened in anticipation. The blow came as expected. The instructor strode over, rattan cane whistling down without mercy. Waves of searing heat bloomed across her back. She held the pose, motionless, tears welling in her eyes. Sun Shangxiang did not understand the purpose of these exercises, gripping the bar before a massive mirror, executing one baffling movement after another on command. It wasn't quite like opera training, yet too slow for dancing. She had bound feet. Anything involving bodily movement was agony for her, and she paid dearly for it. By the end of each class, her body bore dozens of fresh welts. Further out, stand steady. The cane kept lashing at her thighs and calves. No matter how wide she opened her eyes, the tears slid down anyway. Just then, beyond the classroom window, a pair of eyes watched her. "I'll take this one," Cheng Yangsen said. "Prepare her file." "Yes, Chief." "I'll have the handover documents ready immediately." Sun Shangxiang carried her small rattan suitcase, beads of sweat gathering on her back. Walking had been difficult when her feet were bound, and unbound they were hardly better. The chiefs forbade any woman from binding her feet, least of all a life secretary like herself. Yet even if she still privately believed small feet were beautiful, She had to admit that natural feet held undeniable advantages when fleeing disaster, especially after what she had suffered. During fleeing, women with bound feet could only wait to be caught, raped, and killed. Had she not encountered Master Lu's local militia in time, Sun Shangxiang, abandoned by the roadside with the other refugee dregs, would long since have fallen into the hands of rebel soldiers. Sun Shangxiang was not her original name. Her father, Sun Huiwu, was a kinsman of Sun Yuanhua, the governor of Denglai. The kinship was tenuous at best. Her family had lived in Shandong for generations, sharing nothing with Sun Yuanhua except the surname. But even the flimsiest clan connection offered possibilities for patronage. Though her father was merely a petty hereditary officer in the Dengzhou garrison, he understood that without backing, advancement was impossible. Seeking a powerful leg to cling to, Sun Huiwu had converted the entire family to Catholicism, and Sun Shangxiang received an education, learning to read. She took the baptismal name Sun Shangxiang. Neither the clan connection nor the foreign faith yielded much benefit. When Dengzhou fell, everything turned to ash along with Lord Sun. She felt little about whether Lord Sun lived or died, but the fate of her father and family gnawed at her constantly. On the road of flight, the household servants had first stolen the livestock and fled, forcing her and her mother to struggle forward on foot. Then the refugees were attacked by marauding soldiers. The thunder of hooves, coarse shouts, triumphant laughter, and desperate screams, these were her only memories of the assault. When she crawled from beneath the pile of corpses, the snow-covered ground was littered with stripped bodies, some headless, some missing arms. Her family had vanished. She knew exactly what fate awaited a lone woman with bound feet in such chaos, in snow a foot deep. Never mind soldiers or bandits. Even able-bodied refugee men might seize the opportunity. Seeing dust rising in the distance as another group approached, Sun Shangxiang thought briefly of fleeing into the woods to hang herself. She tried to run, only to realize in despair that her bound feet had carried her mere steps. As the snow dust drew nearer, she collapsed again, letting out a desperate wail. Fortunately, it was Master Lu's militia. She rode a cart to Xinwu Island, and from there all the way to Hainan. Sun Shangxiang was not stupid. On the contrary, compared to her eldest brother, on whom the family pinned all hopes for inheriting some millet-sized future position, she was far cleverer. But no matter how sharp her wits, she was just a 15-year-old girl with bound feet. She could not fight off Master Lu's sturdy maidservants and was bundled onto a great ship in a few efficient moves. In a daze, she arrived in Qiangzhou Prefecture. In the dim hold, girls from opera troupe backgrounds whispered about what awaited them in Qiangzhou. From their chatter, she gathered they had all been selected by the chiefs to become concubines. Though their words betrayed fear of the first wife, they brimmed with excitement, imagining silk and satin at an Australian lord's side, fine food on the table, or at least enough white rice every day. Sun Shangxiang shrank further into her corner, avoiding their gazes. A few extra meals have rotted your brains. No matter how prettily you dress it up, you're just concubines, replaceable as cats and dogs. Her mother had been the daughter of a convicted official. Had Sun Huiwu not redeemed her, had she not leveraged the birth of the eldest son to whisper pillow talk and maneuver the childless first wife out of the picture, she might never have bound her feet, let alone hoped for a respectable marriage. Yet even as second wife, her mother had suffered cruelly at the hands of younger concubines once her beauty faded. Niu, mother will make sure you marry wearing a red skirt. Never be like mother. Her mother's sobbing merged with her own tears. Mother, Niu has failed you. Niu is going to be a concubine for an Australian lord in this trance. Sun Shangxiang followed the other girls, tears streaming, forming a long queue. Where are you from? What is your surname? Dengzhou, Shandong, surname Sun. Do you have a name? A name. Of course she had a name, but what did it matter now? In the church, the priest had praised her greatly and bestowed the name Sion, saying she would become a pure and noble lady of devout faith. She did not want to tarnish that name. No name, just a childhood nickname, de Niar. She was becoming someone else's property, They would call her whatever they pleased. There might even be taboos to observe. Why invite trouble? Then you shall be called Sun Shangxiang. What choice did she have besides kowtowing in gratitude? Shangxiang thanks the Lord for bestowing the name. Sun Xian died at sea. Only the maid Sun Shangxiang remained. Hey, no kowtowing, all right, next. Then she was pushed into a shed, locked in a kang, and had her head shaved bald like a nun. The girl beside her screamed as if being strangled. Sun Shangxiang simply wept. Niu, don't be like mother. Crying was one thing, slacking was another. Sun Shangxiang dared not be lazy or cunning. Even concubines had ranks. If she performed well enough, she might at least have some power to choose, like the top courtesans in the pleasure houses. Because she possessed considerable education, fair and delicate skin, and a reasonably developed figure, legacies her family had inadvertently bestowed, she was selected for the Life Secretary Training Program and sent here. Chapter 1439. The new master fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, her looks did not suit the chief's preferences. Though she excelled in academic subjects, her short stature and the lingering effects of childhood foot binding crippled her performance in body shaping, dance, and physical education. Her final comprehensive rating was a bottom-tier E after graduating from the maid school. She watched her companions with higher scores get taken away one by one, and anxiety began to tighten its grip. That anxiety reached its peak when a female chief arrived accompanying a male elder. The elder selected 4 girls at once, nodded to his companion, and strode out. The female chief approached the remaining students with a honeyed smile, but the words she spoke froze Sun Shangxiang to the bone. Let's get the unpleasant business out of the way first. My household doesn't practice that sister's nonsense, and the master won't be taking you as formal concubines. As long as you follow the family rules properly, I will never deliberately mistreat you. If you bear children, I'll let you deliver and raise them in peace. But if anyone harbors thoughts she shouldn't, the female chief slowed her speech, and everyone understood the implication. When one of the maids began trembling like a sieve, the chief's gaze lingered on her a moment longer. Then she turned and led the 4 out. Linger is probably finished, someone whispered once they had gone. A cluster of girls huddled together. The first wife in that household is not someone to cross. Forget her. What about Yuuru? She actually dreams of her child becoming a chief. I wonder how those girls are faring now. After class, Sun Shangxiang returned to the dormitory, bathed and changed into clean clothes. The whip marks on her skin burned. She applied medicated oil while tears fell drop by drop. Was there anything more miserable in the world? She had thought being a concubine was shameful enough. Now she couldn't even become one if she tried. Several of her dormmates sat in a circle, discussing that eternal topic of the maid school, how to fight the first wife. Sun Shangxiang glanced at them, then walked to the window and stood gazing out. The high courtyard walls revealed nothing of the world beyond. Yet the students were often taken on internships and visits to witness the glorious greatness of the Council of Elders' rule. She could not deny that Lingao surpassed every fantasy she had ever harbored about heaven. Setting aside the uncertain future, simply rolling around in bed wrapped in a fluffy cotton quilt was bliss. But it was precisely this paradise that became the root of their misfortune. People still trapped in the hell of Shandong, once they set foot on Lingao, would never want to leave. The same great ships would bring more women willing to serve as maids, until the Australian lords themselves had the appetite but not the energy. The Australian lords had too many choices. She had none. She had considered buying out her contract but dismissed the idea after a month of observation. 3 meals a day plus occasional nourishing soups and tonics, daily studies and skill courses. She dared not calculate how much silver the chiefs must have spent on them before graduation. She had heard of the Yangzhou thin horses, girls trained from childhood for wealthy men's beds, and knew such products could fetch over 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels. Only the emperor himself could produce such a sum for her. Even when her father was an official, Sending a 12-tael gift to a superior had required months of scrimping. And even setting aside the impossible ransom, what man, other than an Australian lord, would dare take a redeemed Australian maid as his primary wife? Would that not be slapping the chiefs in the face? If she had to be a concubine anyway, she might as well be an Australian lord's concubine. Sighing, Sun Shangxiang joined her roommates and shared a few tales of vicious first wives from her memory. The group huddled together, strategizing about fighting the first wife. But before they could finish deducing the 36 stratagems for resisting the first wife, the teaching assistant summoned her. "Congratulations, Sun Shangxiang," the assistant said, her tone sour and faintly gloating. "A chief has chosen you." In that instant, before she even saw the chief's face, Sun Shangxiang felt something like relief. Whether you stretch your neck or shrink it, the knife still falls. No matter how terrible these first wives might be, at least they weren't beasts in human skin. She soon learned there was no first wife to fight. The one who had chosen her was a single female chief. She changed into the standard life secretary uniform, a black dress covered by a white frilled apron, white socks, black cloth shoes. Her hair was tied back with a ribbon. She could not fathom why chiefs possessing wealth rivaling nations favored such plain, rigid attire. At home, at least during festivals, she had worn nice silks and adorned herself with hairpins and rings. The rattan suitcase was school-issued, containing her personal clothing, also school-issued. Apart from her body, she owned nothing. She followed the General Affairs Office clerk through carriage rides and train transfers until they reached Bairn City and entered the heavily guarded Elder residential area. Checkpoints at every turn. Stop and go. The suitcase grew heavier with each step, her gait beginning to stagger. Yet the residential area surprised her considerably. Elders live here, in pigeon-coop buildings. No matter how many questions churned inside her, she kept silent. That was the first rule the maid school had drilled into them. She followed the clerk into one of the buildings, climbed a dim stairwell, and stopped before a door. The clerk raised a hand and knocked. "Who?" "Report to Chief. The life secretary has arrived." "Come in." Sun Shangxiang froze the moment she stepped inside. She had never seen so many books. Of course, she knew the chiefs had a place called the library, where books supposedly piled from floor to ceiling across entire rooms. Though this room was not quite so extreme, an entire wall was crammed with volumes. The chief's desk was a disaster zone, practically a small mountain of books. Several tomes teetered precariously, yet the chief barely glanced at them, casually tossing the book in her hand on top of the pile before walking to the shelf and pulling out more for quick browsing. Sun Shangxiang felt numb. She had been stunned by the washroom tiled in porcelain, but shock gave way to envy. This treatment of books was different. In an era of severe book shortage, where even copying texts required connections, handling books so casually made her hair stand on end. "Those are books, books." When the chief finished and returned to her seat with the remaining volumes, the clerk finally found a chance to speak. "Chief, your secretary is here. Leave her. You may go. Thank you for your trouble." After the clerk departed, Sun Shangxiang nervously clutched her bag, awaiting further instructions. "Fetch me a bottle of kombucha." She set down her bag at once, found the small refrigerator in the corner, opened a jar of kombucha, and delivered it to the chief's hand. The female chief did not spare her a second glance. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls, she resumed writing furiously. Sun Shangxiang retreated 2 steps and stood waiting, exactly as she had been taught. The waiting was naturally tedious, but for Sun Shangxiang, the scent of paper was an enchanting perfume. She did not resist for long. Soon she tiptoed over and began tidying the books scattered by the shelf. Judging by the chief's behavior, she obviously had no immediate need for them. Picking up a few volumes, Sun Shangxiang noticed that each spine bore a small strip of paper with Arabic numerals. She studied the shelf briefly, then began inserting the scattered books in their proper order. When she had organized an entire shelf and clapped her hands in satisfaction, she turned around to find the chief watching her with interest, sipping kombucha, pen set aside. Sun Shangxiang froze. Her instinct screamed at her to kneel and kowtow in apology as she would have done in the past, but the chiefs didn't like that. Gritting her teeth, she stammered in non-standard Mandarin, "Chief, please check. Might have placed them wrong. Please you." The female chief rose, swung her ponytail, and strode over. She bent down and scanned the numbers on the paper strips. "It would be even better if you sorted the shelf itself next time." "What's your name?" Sun Shangxiang watched the chief adjust a few book positions, then hurried to answer. "Sun Shangxiang. Shang as in, not the maid school name," the chief interrupted, turning to look her in the eyes. "Your original name. I won't ask you to forget everything you learned there. Though I personally have complaints about some of those courses since you're standing here, those things are already part of you, and I have no right to negate that." She sighed, leaving Sun Shangxiang utterly bewildered. "Chief, what I mean is, if your name or surname was changed and you want to restore the original, just tell me directly. A name is only a form of address, but I dislike those otakus casually stuffing real girls into their fantasies. You can't just assemble a few lingers, Eurus and Anus, then cheat your way through the game like playing an RPG. This is the real world." Sun Shangxiang was quite certain she understood every word the chief spoke individually, but strung together, they might as well have been scripture from heaven. Still, the general meaning seemed to be that the chief did not care for this name. "Please bestow a name, chief." "Sigh, that's not what I mean." The female chief smiled wryly, walked over to the refrigerator herself and withdrew 2 bottles of kvass. She pulled the corks with a corkscrew. "Do you know who Sun Shangxiang was?" Sun Shangxiang accepted the cold bottle the chief pressed into her hand, somewhat bewildered, and shook her head. "She was the younger sister of the Lord of Wu during the 3 Kingdoms. She married Lord Xuan as a second wife to seal the alliance between Wu and Shu, but she always kept over 100 maids holding knives to guard her. I imagine Lord Xuan's expression every time they were alone must have been quite something." Chapter 1440. Autopsy Report. The chief sipped her kvass and laughed aloud at her own words. "Though I don't know what she actually looked like, the simple fact that she refused to accept her fate tells me she must have been more beautiful than Di Kaio and Zio Kaio combined. A woman who can still hold her head high after being sold by her own brother to a wretched old man, that's a woman worth looking at." Seeing Sun Shangxiang's entranced expression and sparkling eyes, the female chief reached out and patted her head. "Never mind. Those idiots actually recognized quality for once. Let's keep calling you Sun Shangxiang. It's a good name." She smiled warmly. "And remember mine, I'm Cheng Yongsan. From now on you'll serve me, temporarily." Sun Shangxiang blinked, startled. "Temporarily? Chief, are you dissatisfied with Shangxiang?" Cheng Yongsan shook her head. "No. Once I figure out how to navigate the life secretary system, I'll transfer you out of that establishment entirely. With male chiefs, it's one thing, but I'm a woman. If I marry someday while you're still my life secretary, what then? Am I supposed to give you away as part of my dowry? I couldn't stand that." Sun Shangxiang's face went pale. Cheng Yongsan realized immediately what misunderstanding had taken root. "Don't think nonsense. I'm not some vicious first wife. You're the same age as my youngest cousin." She ruffled Sun Shangxiang's hair and spoke seriously. "I can't control what those men think, but I refuse to let a smart, capable girl become a plaything who earns her keep through beauty. I promise you, I'll wait until you find a good young man, and I'll let you marry him wearing a red skirt. Niu, don't be like mother." Sun Shangxiang clutched the kvass bottle tightly. Tears mingled with the cold condensation on the glass as she nodded frantically. Su Wan descended the brick steps to the underground dissection room, heels clicking against the stone, her expression grim. The terrible seasickness from her voyage had not quite released its grip. Returning to Lingao from Kaohsiung was never easy. The crossing was, as always, agony. She had been carried off the cargo ship and practically deposited in her dormitory. After barely convincing herself she had returned to the living, she had resolved to rest properly and entertain her mind. She had even spent an hour chatting on her little smartphone with a certain someone from the Young Officers Club. She knew the morgue in the basement was undoubtedly stuffed with corpses awaiting autopsy reports, but nothing was truly urgent. A day earlier or later would make no difference. That vacation plan was ruthlessly interrupted by a phone call from police headquarters. The caller was Police Chief Ran Yao himself. Ran Yao rarely contacted her directly. Their business was usually conducted through secretaries, messengers, and official documents. On the phone, Ran Yao demanded she perform an immediate forensic examination of a particular corpse in the morgue. Su Wan's initial instinct was that a building fall case, very likely an accident, could wait, but the urgency of the call gave her pause. The situation became clear only when a messenger delivered the case report. The accident had occurred inside the Elder residential area. The deceased was a maid school student still in training, and she had died within the Elder compound. No wonder Ran Yao was desperate for a precise forensic report. The police headquarters forensic center had its own dissection room and attached morgue. A portion of Lingao County's many unnatural deaths ended up here for autopsy. Because sources were so abundant, this facility also supplied the Ministry of Health with cadavers and specimens for teaching and research. Su Wan grabbed the woolen overcoat from the rack by the iron gate and draped it over her shoulders. Though Lingao during the Little Ice Age had cold spells, only this underground chamber could make a person shiver year-round. For Su Wan, a Gansu native who had endured the tests of northwest winds, this was nothing. "Teacher Su, you're here." Several young men and women in matching uniforms hurried over the moment she entered. They were all her students. She changed into a light blue dissection suit alongside them, then addressed the taller boy beside her. "The bodies arrived, correct? Good. Now repeat the case details. Let me see how you handled the scene independently. First-time Officer Mew, and I didn't lead the team." The boy picked up a document and began reading aloud. At approximately 7:00 a.m. on September 1, 1633, Lin Xiaoya, a student of the maid school, was found dead after falling from the roof of the comprehensive service building in the Bairn City Elder residential area. After receiving the alarm, the forensic doctor arrived on scene at approximately 8:30. The body was located about 10 meters to the right of the building's main entrance. The deceased wore a black dress, white apron, white cotton socks, and black cloth shoes. Body was in supine position. Based on body temperature, time of death is estimated between 1:00 a.m. and 3:00 a.m. on September 1. After preliminary on-site inspection, the body was transported to Police Headquarters Forensic Center at 10:17 to await autopsy. "Not bad, better than my first crime scene." Su Wan nodded approvingly. "Keep it up. Now we begin the autopsy. I know you've built immunity looking at all those disgusting photos in your textbooks, but actually operating is a first. This corpse isn't too bad. Don't run away screaming when you see a decomposed one or a dismemberment case later." She turned and approached the dissection table. The corpse of a young woman lay before her. In Su Wan's estimation, the girl was probably only 15 or 16. Medium build, body shape considered basically acceptable by old-world standards. Sigh, poor little sister. Who knows what you suffered before being sent to the maid school? At least you would have had food and security, even if you'd have been a sex slave for those bastards. Now you've left just like this. I hope wherever you are, you find some peace and suffer no more." For reasons she could not quite name, Su Wan, who had approached this case with professional detachment, felt a sudden surge of sympathy. She grabbed the corpse's limbs and rotated them. Rigor mortis has already eased. She turned the body over, pressed the lividity with her fingers, and after completing other external examinations, picked up a scalpel from the tray. She cut slowly downward from the upper edge of the neck, separating the chest and abdominal skin like a boat parting water. The blade curved around the left side of the navel and continued down to the upper edge of the pubic symphysis. A male student used a larger scalpel to gradually separate the muscles and skin to either side, exposing the ribs. See that? Extensive hemorrhaging in the sternum and ribs with scattered bleeding points elsewhere. Su Wan pointed with a small stick, then pressed the sternum and ribs with a finger. Fractures of the sternum and ribs are obvious. Separate the sternum. The tall boy rubbed his hands and cut through the sternum one section at a time with heavy scissors. Teacher, there's extensive hemorrhaging beneath the sternum, approximately 6 by 15 centimeters. There's also a hematoma in the retroperitoneum. Very good. Su Wan forced herself to maintain composure in front of her students, even though she had been an immature junior forensic doctor in the old-time space, one who vomited from the smell of corpses. Separate the organs. After the male student clumsily removed the internal organs from the body cavity with the help of 2 female students, Su Wan bent close to the empty abdominal cavity. Quite a lot of accumulated blood, at least 200 milliliters. The thoracic and lumbar vertebrae are severely fractured. After examining the thoracic and abdominal cavities, she moved to the head. She made a coronal incision on the scalp and flipped it open to the front and back. Extensive hemorrhaging was visible under the scalp. After sawing open the skull, she found the brain was a bloody mess. She removed it and drained a substantial volume of accumulated blood from the skull base. All right, the conclusion is clear. Lin Xiaoya died of traumatic hemorrhagic shock caused by falling from a height. Stitch her up. Su Wan removed her gloves and turned to her students, feeling somewhat relieved. After the suturing was complete, the students left to attend to their respective tasks. Su Wan remained, meticulously cleaning and arranging the remains of this poor girl named Lin Xiaoya. She had been an orphan with no one to rely on, taken in from the mainland. Naturalized citizens like her, who died in various accidents without family members, were sent directly to the charity cemetery under the Civil Affairs Department for cremation and burial. Such surplus care was normally non-existent. But today, Su Wan was stubborn about organizing her remains, just as she would have done in the old-time space. She washed her hands, changed clothes, gave instructions to the students and the duty officer, and returned to her office to complete the standard autopsy report. She had returned from Kaohsiung only yesterday. Though her primary purpose there had been to dissect Hao Yuan's corpse, she couldn't simply leave afterward. Teaching and training personnel was part of the job. Giving anatomy lessons to Kaohsiung's medical officers had become one of her main responsibilities there. Day after day of repetitive labor grew tedious. Kaohsiung was small and offered nothing in the way of scenic spots. Dr. Zhang, his daughter, and that Dutch lady were interesting company, and Su Wan used to visit Dr. Zhang's studio in the customs building frequently. But the 3 of them were obviously a tight little circle. Whenever they tinkered with various components and discussed problems, Su Wan felt like an outsider with no reason to exist. She was not as knowledgeable as Zhang Lishi, nor as eager to learn as the 2 young women. Gradually she stopped going. Miss Krisha really is a beauty. Her skull is so perfectly standard. Su Wan couldn't help imagining. A typical long oval shape. She signed her name at the bottom of the autopsy report with a dip pen. The urgent matter was now concluded. As for the case itself, Mu Min and Ran Yao could worry about that. She was going to the farm tea house to have a proper meal and finally relax. Chapter 1441. Dining table of 3 women. Just as she was pulling on her coat to leave, the morgue duty officer called. The corpse transport carriage had arrived and was about to collect the disposable cadavers. He asked whether corpse number 1,633,090,107,001 should be sent for cremation. No, not yet, Su Wan said. There may be additional examinations. Understood, Comrade Regional Director. Keep it safe. Without my written order, no one is to inspect it, let alone transfer or dispose of it. No one. Do you understand? Yes, Comrade Regional Director. The farm tea house was Su Wan's favorite dining spot. It was a bit of a journey, but it had booths and private rooms, offering more privacy. Her good friends in the army and colleagues from internal affairs also liked coming here, so she could often find someone to share a table and conversation. She had a quirk. She disliked formally inviting people to dinner but loved chance encounters. This seemed to place no burden on either party, and she could leave whenever she wished. So she regularly made the tedious commute on that crude little train out to the farm. Su Wan's diet had always been Spartan. At the cafeteria, she typically had rice with several kinds of boiled vegetables plus a bowl of sauerkraut potato soup utterly devoid of oil, her standard lunch and dinner. Even at banquets, she ate little, sticking to simple vegetables. Her eating habits had drawn criticism from Chen Saijian, severely insufficient protein and fat intake. As a forensic doctor, she understood perfectly what long-term continuation of this diet would mean. Sooner or later, she would wither from malnutrition. The work intensity in Lingao was nothing like the old-time space. For this reason, she forced herself to eat properly once a week, coming to the farm tea house for a real meal. She had no access to the various ration delicacies here. Being lazy by nature, she never bothered to call ahead and reserve, nor did she track the weekly limited menu. She simply ate whatever was available that day. Vegetables and fruits were openly supplied, but meat was somewhat monotonous. Aside from aquatic products and poultry, mutton was currently the meat the General Affairs Office could supply in relative abundance. Every week, dozens of sheep arrived from Changhua under the label General Affairs Office Special Use. The best lamb chops, tenderloin and legs were always claimed quickly. Naturally, Su Wan never got them. Fortunately, few elders had any interest in roasted sheep heads, so she could always get one when she wanted. The farm's roasted sheep head was taught to the cooks by an elder with a chef's certificate, following a Ningxia method. Rapid-fire flames leaping more than a foot high from the oven. The head was first boiled until half done, then cleaved in two with a single stroke. When the cook brushed sheep fat over it, it sizzled. The whole process was elaborate, brushing oil, soy sauce, vinegar, cumin, chili oil, sprinkling fennel powder, pepper powder, sesame seeds, adding chopped green onions, minced cilantro, and minced onion. Su Wan felt that merely looking at it was enough to whet the appetite, never mind the aroma. Unfortunately, most people in the Council of Elders had no appreciation for quality. Pretentious vanilla-roasted lamb chops became the hot item instead. Though only a few sheep heads were roasted each day, she could always claim one. Half a sheep head first, extra cumin and chili, Su Wan told the waiter. A large vegetable salad. And a liter of draft beer. While waiting with nothing to do, she spotted Selina sitting in a booth not far away. She wore a black uniform identical to Su Wan's, and beside her sat a young woman Su Wan didn't recognize. Judging from dress and bearing, she too was clearly an elder. Noticing Su Wan's gaze, Selina smiled and waved, beckoning her over. "Su, how are you? Come sit with us." Su Wan nodded, walked to their table and sat down. The waiter hurried over to relocate her cups and plates, then refilled the lemon water. "Let me introduce you, this is Cheng Yangtsen from the Great Library," Selina said. "And this is our chief forensic doctor, Su Wan." "A pleasure," both women said, exchanging polite greetings. In that brief moment, Su Wan caught a glint of keen interest in Cheng Yangtsen's eyes. "What's this woman's background?" she wondered. "You don't look well." "Was this trip very tiring? You went straight back to work today. There's a new case. Bureau Chief Ran insisted I produce a report immediately." Su Wan sipped her lemon water. "That's too hard. You should tell them you need proper rest." "Sigh, Selina, everyone who came to this time-space works hard. Should I alone claim I need rest? Even if I could say it, I'd feel guilty." Su Wan set down her cup with a sigh. "Probably thanks to Zhu Ziliang's long-term nourishment." Selina looked radiant. Her sunset blonde hair always carried an attractive sheen. Her lake-green eyes and alluring curves exuded the unique charm of a white woman. The occasional flush on her moon-pale face made her look incomparably beautiful. Then there was Cheng Yangtsen, jeans hugging her long legs, a flowing white long-sleeved blouse with sleeves casually rolled up, black silk-like hair cascading over her shoulders. Light makeup framed an exquisite face. Thinking of her own dry black hair, thin frame and pallid features, Su Wan couldn't help feeling dim. Perhaps she too needed to find a man to nourish her soon. There were quite a few candidates. Maybe she should break her virginity sooner rather than later. The Council of Elders truly is a group of workaholics, Selena observed. Isn't that a good thing? Cheng Yangsen smiled leisurely. Fortunately, work keeps them so busy that it consumes most of the men's energy. Otherwise, who knows what crooked schemes they'd dream up. True enough. Su Wan heard the implication and nodded. You're right. Though sister-in-law Kyan had worked to temper her, Selena still hadn't entirely shed her original temperament. Sometimes I truly can't understand how they think. She suddenly mentioned the white slave auction, her voice rising with indignation. That was the most shameful crime I've personally witnessed in my entire life. Though the auction had passed long ago, Selena's abrupt mention of it caught Su Wan off guard. Still, she had her own complaints about that affair. Wasn't it a naked display of contempt for female elders? Her desire to speak surged. What can be done, Selena? Don't forget what those people came to this time-space for. Whether it's communism, democracy and freedom, or national dignity and rejuvenation, those are all covers. All bullshit. At the end of the day, they just want to do all the vulgar, sordid, and cruel things that weren't allowed or weren't possible in the old time-space. Playing with heavy weapons, looting wealth, living a corrupt life no one could have imagined. Here, whether it's 21st century morality or 17th century morality, it all has to make way for their canons. What they think is right becomes the truth. Isn't that so? Su Wan's voice had risen considerably. Sorry, I may be a little agitated. Yes, everyone carries more or less terrible thoughts inside, Cheng Yangsen said lightly, as though she were the protagonist of a Hollywood blockbuster. If they lacked the power to overturn the world, it wouldn't matter. But once they have that capability and are indulged, that is the most terrifying thing in existence. This is the downside of democracy. Just then the waiter arrived with their food. A sizable venison steak sizzled on a heated iron plate, accompanied by golden fried potato strips and a few green broccoli florets. Mushroom sauce, Cheng Yangsen said, matches the venison well. Right, they finally managed to make a sauce besides pepper sauce. Selena's appetite was whetted. Wu is very capable. It's his wife who's very capable, Cheng Yangsen corrected. Of course, no one ever remembers who his wife is. Selena had no intention of asking and was already slicing into the venison. Cheng Yangsen was having a chicken fried rice noodle set meal, lighter in flavor and considerably smaller in portion. You eat too little, Cheng, darling, Selena said between bites. Most of my work is sedentary. Eating less is healthier. The roasted sheep head arrived, purplish-black and fragrant. God, what is that, roasted sheep head? Sheep head, Selena made an exaggerated face. Is there anything, edible on that? Everything except the bones, and it's delicious. Su Wan rinsed her hands in a small bowl of water, a delicacy of this world. As she spoke, she dug the roasted golden sheep eye from the head, smiled, and popped it into her mouth. Crunch, crisp and juicy, delicious as expected. She broke open the skull, exposing the brain, and ate it with a small spoon. Soft, tender, smooth as tofu. She tore off a strip of roasted skin and tossed it into her mouth, slightly charred, growing more fragrant the longer she chewed. Waiter, garlic, she called out. She gulped down a large mouthful of draft beer, wiped her mouth, and said, Really excellent, want to try? The cheek meat tastes like the best surf clam. Selena shook her head repeatedly. Cheng Yangsen also waved a smiling hand. I don't like mutton, the smell is too strong. Besides, the cholesterol in that thing must be sky-high. Unhealthy. Pity. Su Wan ate heartily by herself, the carrots and onion slices in her salad crunching loudly between her teeth. Selena and Cheng Yangsen couldn't quite hide their looks of disgust. Su Wan sneered inwardly. She devoured the sheep head on her own, chewing raw garlic clove after clove, washing it down with cold draft beer. The more she ate, the more she wanted. She finished a full liter along the way. Chapter 1442. Taking trouble. Her meeting with Selena had exceeded all expectations. Getting an appointment with the woman had required considerable effort. Selena enjoyed great fame among the Council of Elders, yet maintained remarkably low visibility. Most of her working hours were spent training personnel at the bases of powerful departments, or drafting regulations, ordinances, and law enforcement procedures for various agencies. Cheng Yongxin hadn't known Selena, hadn't even known where she usually operated, but she had already secured Panpan's friendship. Both Panpan and Selena were American women, which meant they interacted frequently. Through Panpan's introduction, meeting Selena had been a simple matter. Selena's Mandarin was fluent now, but Cheng Yongxin chose to chat with her in polished American English. She intuited that regardless of how well Selena or Panpan spoke Chinese, they would always feel a natural intimacy with their mother tongue. It was easier to express one's thoughts directly. Many people spoke a foreign language fluently, but very few could actually think in one. Selena rarely encountered anyone willing to speak English with her casually. Even Panpan wouldn't converse in English in public, too easily mistaken for conspiratorial whispering. Cheng Yongxin had quickly recognized that in this political group dominated by ethnic Chinese males, where most members harbored varying degrees of Darwinistic socialism and chauvinistic tendencies, buying and driving slaves without hesitation, racial and gender discrimination were displayed without pretense. Though Selena now held a high position, occupied a seat as an elder, and was considered heavily utilized in her work, she remained an eternal outsider. If Panpan could be considered one of us due to her graft ding-ding, the relationship between Selena and fellow outsider Zhu Ziliang made integration all but impossible. Zhu Ziliang might be ethnically Chinese, but he was a thoroughgoing banana. Selena had no power to resist this discrimination. Cheng Yongxin believed that winning her over required demonstrating recognition of her cultural background first, not mere friendliness or polite respect. Her small strategy had succeeded brilliantly. Selena had felt like an old friend at first meeting, and their friendship developed quickly. Zhu Ziliang had been traveling constantly this past year, often away for months at a stretch, though he certainly made up for lost time whenever he returned, working through 3 or 4 rounds a night plus another in the morning, leaving the neighbors red-eyed and swollen-lidded. Still, such extended absences made her life lonely. The bond between the two women had grown close in no time. Conversely, Cheng Yongxin leveraged this to strengthen the ties between Selena and Panpan as well. She carefully cultivated this newborn sisterhood, subtly spreading dissatisfaction with the council's male chauvinism and dictatorial totalitarian tendencies. She believed her 2 new girlfriends harbored similar thoughts. She need only act as the catalyst. Today's meeting felt like divine blessing. First, she had encountered Su Wan and learned that this female forensic doctor working within the powerful institutions shared similar dissatisfaction with the council. In other words, she might be recruited as a fellow traveler, even an ally. Second, as a forensic doctor, Su Wan possessed first-hand information on the Lin Xiaoya murder case, the case that had so incensed Panpan. Judging from Dingding's eagerness to suppress the story, something was certainly rotten. Whatever official version emerged would likely be far from truth, and the truth lay in the hands of forensic Dr. Su. Forensics made the dead speak. If Cheng Yongxin could win her over, she would control the primary evidence. Then she could deploy that truth to maximum advantage as circumstances evolved. The only downside was that raw garlic and onion smell clinging to Dr. Su, rather difficult to endure, and the constant disinfectant odor that triggered unpleasant associations. Even on the way home, she still imagined she could smell it. Back in her dormitory, Cheng Yongxin hurried through a shower and change of clothes, then sprayed perfume before feeling human again. Unpleasantness aside, the contact had yielded valuable returns. Out of prudence, she hadn't asked anything about the Lin Xiaoya case, no point arousing suspicion. But from Su Wan's sudden emotional outburst and subsequent conversation, she sensed there was more to the story. I must win her over quickly, get her to volunteer the inside information. There are no secrets between women. Even if she's irritating, I have to do it. After all, isn't female solidarity my source of power? Sun Shangxiang made dinner that evening. Whatever complaints Cheng Yangtze might have about the maid school, the training results were undeniable. Not only was the food 100 times better than her own cooking, the variety was far richer too. They ate together. Sharing a table with her master had terrified Sun Shangxiang at first. She hadn't dared pick up food at all. Only after several days of this, and hearing from other maids that the same custom prevailed in other elders' homes, did she slowly adapt. They chatted casually over the meal, especially about reading. Cheng Yangtze deliberately guided her towards certain books, telling her to come ask questions if she didn't understand. Beyond this tutoring, she also inquired about the maid school, particularly Sun Shangxiang's classmates and what they were thinking. "What do you normally do at home?" Cheng Yangtze asked between bites. Sun Shangxiang's chopsticks froze, "Buying groceries, cleaning, cooking, and reading as you instructed. You don't need to stay home doing housework all the time. I don't have that much for you to do," Cheng Yangtze said. "Move around more with maids from other elders' households, make friends, and stay in touch with your classmates from the maid school. Don't forget them." "Yes." Sun Shangxiang didn't understand what her master meant but dared not ask. She agreed vaguely first. "Be generous when spending outside. Don't be too stingy." Cheng Yangtze produced a newly issued Elder Supplementary card from DeLong Bank. The card functioned like a subsidiary membership card for the farm, derived from the Elder's main card, specifically for maids' daily expenses. Essentially a debit card, it could be used directly at all shops in Lingao, with a certain amount of cash withdrawable from DeLong counters, the limit set by the Elder. When you maids have free time, share a meal together, have tea or something. If you need cash, withdraw it from the account. You represent me now, maintain appearances. Sun Shangxiang returned to her new room to organize while Cheng Yangtze carried a glass of iced black tea into the study. So Zhang Zhilong finally broke. He lasted long enough. She retrieved the black booklet recently produced by the Office of Truth. This was her translation assignment, polishing modern Chinese articles in simplified horizontal layout into traditional vertical vernacular ancient prose that scholars could copy directly. If everything went smoothly, a certain paragraph drafted at this desk would emerge from storytellers' mouths in the capital half a month hence. Judging from the contents, the council's next target appeared to be Guangdong. Cheng Yangtze had noticed that the proportion of Guangzhou officials in her recent materials showed a significant upward trend. Given the executive committee's consistent pattern, this signaled an imminent move on Guangdong. She set down the material and removed the necklace from her neck. Hanging from it was an exquisite hand-jade cicada pendant, purchased at a spoils auction. With her limited expertise, she estimated the piece would fetch at least tens of thousands of RMB in the other time-space. On the back of the pendant hung a small copper key. She detached the key, unlocked the wooden bookcase door, and revealed an iron safe manufactured in Lingao. She opened the safe, withdrew a locally made red-covered notebook, and began to write. Carefully, she recorded what she considered valuable material from today's meetings with Selina and Su Wan. Since developing screenwriting ambitions, Cheng Yangtze had maintained a habit of accumulating material. Before D-Day, she had quietly documented what she saw and heard in the training camp. In fact, this safe still contained her records of the transmigrators' daily activities from that period, along with the screenplay outline for Spacetime Pioneers, tentative, that she had drafted. Since she no longer intended to muddle along contentedly in the great library, she had begun consciously recording material that might prove useful. Quite a collection had already accumulated in her red notebook. Many items weren't secrets, but with time they became old affairs the parties involved would rather forget. They would hope such things faded from memory. When that day came, these non-secrets would carry considerable weight. Locking the safe, she turned to her translation work. She became completely absorbed, only noticing the clock had passed midnight when she finished. Capping her fountain pen, Cheng Yangtze rose to brew black tea in the kitchen, only to find Sun Shangxiang, who should have long been asleep, quietly cleaning. "Shangxiang, why aren't you in bed?" The girl sprang upright immediately, offering a textbook-perfect slight bow. "Chief, you were still working. I was afraid you might want a late-night snack, so I kept the tea warm." Cheng Yangtze noticed Sun Shangxiang's expression looked slightly strained, obviously fighting to suppress a yawn. "Then pour me a cup of tea. By the way, call the Lingao Times tomorrow morning and make a lunch appointment with Chief Panpen for me." "Yes, Chief." Cheng Yangtze studied the life secretary before her and suddenly sighed heavily. Whatever her complaints about the Qing dynasty, she still wished there had been a few more Empress Dowager Xiaozhuangs in history. Chapter 1443. The second report. Mu Min waited at the counter. The morgue duty officer, a somewhat seedy-looking man of middle years, his wrinkled black uniform jacket hanging open at the collar, reluctantly set down his book and checked her identification according to regulations. Her unannounced visit had clearly disturbed his leisure time. When he realized the visitor was a senior national police officer and an elder, he hurried to button his collar and snapped into something resembling an attention stance, heels clicking together. "Chief, let's get to business." Mu Min noted that despite her uniform, the man had obviously paid no attention to her rank insignia. Of course, expecting much from a coroner's helper who had muddled through half his life in a county yamen was unrealistic. The duty officer recorded her name in the register. "Which corpse do you wish to inspect?" The maid school student brought in on the morning of September 1st. The man's expression froze for an instant, a flicker Mu Min did not miss. "Is there a problem?" "Chief, there is a small issue." The duty officer grew visibly nervous. Though he had worked for the Australians for several years now, he still hadn't quite adjusted. Life in the Ming County Yamen had been much simpler, no endless Australian regulations. As long as you kept your superiors happy, you could do as you pleased. Under the Australians, a tense and dangerous atmosphere permeated everything. "What is it?" "Chief Su has instructed that no one may inspect no. 1,633,090,107,001 without her permission." A thought flickered through his mind. "Please allow me to make a phone call." A few minutes later, he put down the receiver with a fearful expression. "I'll lead the way immediately. Please understand." "Skip the pleasantries," Mu Min said firmly. "Lead the way." He selected a bunch from a heap of keys and walked ahead. Opening the final iron gate revealed a monotonous corridor. The duty officer flipped on the electric light, illuminating a brick spiral staircase at the far end that descended into pitch darkness, as though leading to hell itself. Beside the staircase stood a square elevator shaft enclosed by 4 iron pillars and mesh plates. A black iron platform hung suspended by chains, the manual elevator to the basement, used for transporting corpses. Mu Min followed the duty officer down the spiral stairs under weak electric light. The descent was considerable. In the front hall, he turned on the lights. Cold white fluorescent brightness flooded the room, which was lined entirely with white tiles. 3 ironclad doors faced her from the opposite wall, each secured with heavy padlocks. Arabic numerals were painted on them in black. The duty officer lit a cigarette, not to mask the smell of decomposition, since the frigid temperature prevented any odor, but to cover the pungent reek of preservatives. "Number 1,633,090,107,001. The maid school student." "Yes. Morgue number 1. He unlocked the padlock and hauled open the heavy door. Cold air struck their faces. Mu Min shivered involuntarily. He switched on the lights, and they entered the ice storage-like chamber. Pale fluorescent tubes on the ceiling made the room feel even colder. The white-tiled floor sloped gently toward a central drainage grating. The sound of melting ice water trickling through it was faintly audible. To control humidity, special racks along 2 walls held replaceable rough paper packets filled with furnace ash as makeshift dehumidifiers. The other 2 walls were lined with large wooden drawers sheathed in galvanized iron. The corpses lay within. The duty officer took down a loose-leaf binder from the wall and flipped through it. This one. He tucked the binder under his arm, walked to a drawer, and pulled it open. Mu Min approached and lifted the white sheet covering the corpse. The frozen stiff body looked quite different from when she had investigated the scene on the day of the incident. It had clearly been dissected already. Mu Min breathed on her cold palms, reached into her coat pocket, and withdrew a pair of disposable cotton gloves coated with tung oil, a simple substitute for latex. She pulled on the gloves, lifted the deceased's arm, and examined the hands and arms with meticulous care. Only after some time did she exhale and address the duty officer. "That will do." After returning to the surface, it took a while for Mu Min to feel the chill leave her body. She was just about to depart the forensic center when she noticed a pale, tall figure waiting in the lobby. "May I speak with you?" "Of course." Mu Min seemed to have anticipated this encounter. The conversation took place in Su Wan's office. Since this was unofficial, she lit a gas lamp and had the night secretary pour 2 cups of tea, then closed the door. "Are you handling this case?" "Yes." "Does the executive committee have instructions on it?" "No instructions." Mu Min gave a strange laugh. "Why would you expect the executive committee to have instructions? A maid school student who wasn't staying in her dormitory turns up dead inexplicably in the Elder residential area, and you're handling the case personally. I'd find it strange if the executive committee didn't have instructions." "You're quite perceptive." "But apart from Zio Zishan calling to inquire, no executive committee member has asked about this matter yet." Mu Min paused. "What did you want to tell me?" "What did Director Zio say?" "Determine the truth and report as soon as possible." Su Wan seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief. "Have you seen my autopsy report?" "I have." Mu Min nodded. "It's quite incomplete. You didn't even conclude whether it was suicide." Su Wan's report was a textbook exercise in reserving judgment, stating only the examined injuries and cause of death, with no conclusion on whether the death was homicide. Mu Min had worked criminal investigation for 5 years, handling over 10 building fall cases. In her experience, this one was a textbook homicide. According to the report, the deceased had obviously been beaten with heavy objects, then pushed from the building. Jumping from a building would not typically cause multiple spinal fractures combined with massive hemorrhaging in both the chest and abdomen. Massive cranial hemorrhage was possible, but not without accompanying skull fractures. A frontal landing would cause sternum and rib fractures plus frontal hemorrhaging, but not multiple spinal fractures. A back landing would cause spinal fractures but not frontal damage. The deceased showed fractures on both sides, impossible from a mere 3-story fall like the dormitory building. "This is a homicide," Su Wan said, her face relaxing. "Because you urged me so urgently, I only submitted the preliminary report. I understand you wanted to wait for the executive committee's position, but for us, determining the truth is what matters most. Who possesses that truth isn't our concern." "I have a second inspection report." "Just tell me the contents first," Mu Min said. "My time is short." Simply put, accidental falls typically result in a head-up, feet-down landing, usually with severe leg fractures. The head may not be injured at all. Frontal landing is common in spontaneous falls, usually producing frontal fractures and cranial hemorrhage, but the spine is rarely severely fractured and the abdomen won't bleed. Frontal landing with abdominal hemorrhage basically means the abdomen struck stones or similar objects on the ground. Mu Min listened carefully, jotting key points in her notebook. "Though I haven't visited the scene, my students brought me a complete site survey report and photographs. There were no stones or similar objects at the fall site. So Lin Xiaoya actually landed on her back. And she was beaten before she fell. The abdominal hemorrhage was internal injury from the beating. A back landing typically indicated homicide. The victim was facing the killer and was pushed or fell due to other factors. The back landing would produce severe spinal fractures." Mu Min nodded. "So it's confirmed as homicide." "Correct. You saw the corpse just now. You must have noticed the defensive wounds on her arms." "Yes, I did. Though I'm not a trace expert, I can roughly tell the injuries were caused by a fairly sturdy stick, 9 out of 10 it was hardwood. If you have an on-site evidence report, you'll probably find this weapon. Of course, the naturalized forensic personnel's skill level is quite low. It's entirely possible they missed it. I'll inspect the scene personally. Mu Min scribbled a few more notes. Did you perform a sexual assault examination? Of course, I'm a licensed forensic doctor. Su Wan thrust out her flat chest. Very strange, negative. Why strange? The Elder residential area is full of otakus with all manner of bizarre tastes in this time-space, and our maids are absolute slaves with no rights to life or person. You should understand my imaginative associations. Fine, continue. Mu Min said, resigned. Given the diversity of Elder preferences, though I had already confirmed Lin Xiaoya's hymen was intact, I still performed every sexual assault test I could think of. All results indicated Lin Xiaoya had not been sexually assaulted before death. Additionally, there were no traces of binding, whipping, mild burns, or similar marks on her body. I detected no semen traces on her clothing or skin. Su Wan's tone carried obvious disappointment, making Mu Min shiver again. However, the stomach contents examination did yield findings. Su Wan pulled a page from her drawer. I don't know what they feed them at the maid school, but it seems they ate rather well that night. Chapter 1444. Interrogation at the Sentry Post. Mu Min took the document. The identified stomach contents included dairy products, mutton, bananas, nougat, mangoes, and traces of alcohol. Though Mu Min didn't know the maid school's weekly menu, she knew perfectly well that several items on this list were special supply foods reserved for elders. Naturalized citizens and indigenous people in Lingao could purchase them from cooperative stores if they were willing to pay, but a student in the maid school, living on a meager allowance, could never afford such things. So Lin Xiaoya's last meal was eaten in the company of an elder. Bingo! Su Wan unconsciously blurted out one of Cheng Yangtzen's catchphrases, prompting a surprised glance from Mu Min. Most elders eat quite simply on regular days, nothing particularly lavish. But look at this list. Rich variety, high-end foods, even alcohol. It reads rather like a sumptuous feast before a deflowering night. Mu Min now fully understood Su Wan's earlier hesitation and why she had prepared 2 autopsy reports. Even without knowing anything about the current investigation materials, the forensic evidence alone made clear that an elder was implicated. Since the matter involved an elder, her cautious approach was perfectly understandable. Can you give me your second report? Of course, if you want it. I can sign it and hand it over immediately. But before that, I want to hear your investigation findings. Today is September 12th, more than 10 days since the incident. I've always wanted to know who exactly killed this poor girl and why. You're only coming to question my autopsy report now, probably because you already have a plan in mind. Since you're being so cautious, even preparing 2 reports, why the sudden interest in the truth? As you said yourself, determining the truth is what matters most. Su Wan smiled strangely. All right. Mu Min nodded. I wasn't at the scene on the day the body was found. I only received orders to return to Lingao that night. On September 1st, all senior elder police officers were conducting police administration research across various locations, laying groundwork for the next expansion of the police system. After receiving the executive committee's call, Police Chief Ran Yao immediately assigned Mu Min, who was doing research in Qiangshan, to rush back to Lingao and take charge of this case. Mu Min returned overnight and studied the on-site investigation file. The documentation was woefully thin. Though her protégé Wu Xiang had conducted the initial investigation, she knew exactly how limited his capabilities still were. Moreover, as a naturalized police officer, there were too many obstacles when investigating a case like this. Certain necessary procedures hadn't been followed. Mu Min decided, no delay, she would re-examine the scene at first light. But she had been traveling for police administration research in Chiang Mai and Qiangshan, away from Lingao for over half a month. Returning now only to immediately receive a new assignment, It seemed the case wouldn't close for at least a week. Best to notify her husband first. She picked up her little smartphone and dialed Ming Lang's number. After the call, she took a brief nap. At dawn, she requisitioned an official carriage and set out for the Elder residential area in Bairn City. The road leading to the compound was shaded by green trees, the surface paved unusually smooth. The carriage glided along with barely a bump. Dense woods lined both sides, tall and short trees forming a thick hedge that completely blocked any view from outside. Min knew the wooded buffer extended 200 meters on either side of the road, and these woods were strictly guarded. No unrelated personnel were permitted entry. The carriage arrived at the entrance. A red-and-white barrier blocked the road. A guard approached wearing an army uniform and corporal's rank, a 5-shot shotgun slung over his shoulder. A second guard stood nearby, 2 revolvers crossed on his belt, hand resting near the grip. A black police dog, supplementary force for the pair, lounged lazily to one side. The guard didn't recognize her. As a member of the powerful organs, she rarely went home. Naturally, she didn't remember the guards' faces either. Besides, the sentries here were dispatched by the Lingao Garrison Battalion, subordinate only to the army, not to any existing powerful organ in Lingao. He held a loose-leaf binder. Min handed over her identification and the authorization document from the arbitration tribunal. The guard studied them carefully for a long moment, compared them to her face, then saluted and returned them. "Thank you, Chief." Min took the documents, stepped out of the carriage, and surveyed the area. "What is the standard inspection procedure here?" "Every vehicle and every person must be checked. Identification is verified. If the person is a naturalized citizen, their special dormitory area pass must also be checked. If carrying items, those are inspected as well. Vehicles are checked. Personal vehicles of elders and life secretaries are not checked unless there is an order from the General Affairs Office. All other vehicles are inspected. Tell me, what procedures and documents do naturalized citizens need to enter and exit? Which naturalized citizens are permitted?" "Yes, Chief." The guard dared not neglect. The visitor was not only an elder but a senior national police officer. Yesterday, a murder case had occurred here, a major security incident. This female chief in black uniform surely had to be connected to it. There are 4 categories of naturalized citizens who may enter. First, elders' life secretaries. They enter freely with their work identification. Second, long-term service personnel of the residential area, including guards, secretaries, washerwomen, cleaners, gardeners, and so on. They hold special passes issued by the General Affairs Office and enter during assigned time slots. Entry outside those slots is prohibited. Third, temporary guests of elders who receive short-term passes issued by the elders themselves, generally valid for no more than 24 hours. Such guests must be accompanied by the elder personally or by the elder's life secretary. 1 to 2 persons per entry, maximum 3. Fourth, temporary entry personnel, including General Affairs Office messengers, delivery workers, coachmen, and the like. They enter with their own identification plus a 1-day dispatch pass, valid only for the day of issue. Min thought to herself that the system was quite rigorous. "Do you keep entry and exit records?" "Yes. Bring me the register. I want to see whether a girl named Lin Xiaoya entered the dormitory area on August 31st. The guard returned to the sentry box and emerged shortly with a thick register. Yes, there was indeed a Lin Xiaoya who entered on August 31st. She used an elder's temporary guest pass. He flipped to the relevant page and pointed to an entry. Entry at 16:20. "Were you on duty then?" "Yes, I was on the day shift 6 am to 6 p.m. Whose guest was Lin Xiaoya? The pass was issued by Elder Yang Xinwu." The guard turned, went inside, and returned with a card, an elder's temporary guest pass. The pass bore no photograph. Registration was fingerprint-based. It recorded the temporary guest's name, age, occupation, physical characteristics, and validity period. At the bottom was the elder's name seal, the standard seal carved uniformly by the General Affairs Office, unmistakable. Did Elder Yang bring her in personally? No, it was Chief Yang's secretary Yang Jihang who escorted her. Look, here's the accompanying person's signature. He pointed to the registration column where the name was scrawled in the appropriate field. Mu Min nodded. When did Lin Xiaoya leave? At 22:10 that night. How was the original record written? Here, the guard pointed. Still sent off by Elder Yang's life secretary, departed by carriage from here. Did you see her leave? I was off duty. My shift ended at 18:00. Aren't outgoing vehicles checked? Vehicles of elders and life secretaries are not checked upon entry or exit. Are there records of Elder Yang and his life secretary entering and exiting recently? No. We only record chief and life secretary movements during the night curfew period. At other times, we don't log entries and exits. What are the curfew hours? From June to September, 5 am to 7 p.m. Other months, 6 am to 6 p.m. I understand, Mu Min said. I need to confiscate the register and this pass as physical evidence. Certainly, but you must issue a receipt from the arbitration tribunal. Otherwise, I cannot hand them over to anyone. No problem, little Wu. Wu Xiang jumped down from the carriage to handle the evidence seizure procedures. A burst of birdsong startled Mu Min. She looked past the guard and glimpsed an artificial lake hidden in the shade of trees. A flock of waterfowl foraged on the surface, calling from time to time. 2 small boats were moored at the pier. What's the security situation along the lakeshore? Is anyone stationed there? The guard nodded. Patrol boats circle the lake once every hour, and there are watchtowers by the water. Armed guards, patrol teams, police dogs. It would be extremely difficult for an outsider to infiltrate, commit murder, and escape calmly. The breakthrough obviously lay with this Elder Yang she had never heard of. She took out a business card and handed it to the corporal. Come to the address on this card tomorrow to give a formal statement. Understood. Also, the sentry who worked the night shift, what's his name? The corporal gave the name, looking somewhat fearful. Chief, we executed completely according to regulations. Don't worry, explain clearly and there won't be any problem. Mu Min reassured him. Yes, Chief. Wu Xiang completed the evidence paperwork. Mu Min climbed back into the carriage and entered the residential area. Chapter 1445, Suspect Yang Xinwu. I've never heard of this elder, Su Wan poured tea for Mu Min. He's a teacher at Fangqiati. No position, so not well known. A teacher at Fangqiati, Su Wan said maliciously. That really sets the imagination running. Obviously, this Elder Yang and his life secretary are the primary suspects. From a case-solving perspective, the picture is already quite clear. However, the evidentiary chain isn't complete yet, especially the supposed record of Yang Jihang seeing Lin Xiaoya off at 22:10 that night. That creates complications. This little trick proves nothing. The body is right there inside the residential area. It's practically a confession. I find that point strange too. Taking the body outside to dispose of it would have made the investigation far more difficult. Mu Min nodded. But in most cases, criminals panic. Few can truly think with foresight and hindsight. The residential area was deserted. During working hours, nearly all the elders were out. The maids were either busy with housework at home or running errands. Only a handful of cleaners swept the streets. The crime scene remained undisturbed. Because neither elder police officers nor elder forensic doctors had been in Lingao at the time of the incident, only their disciples had responded. Their skills, naturally, were limited. As a result, beyond documenting the scene and taking photographs, little had been disturbed. A cordon had been erected around the area, prohibiting entry and exit. The third-floor roof access, the location of the fall, was also sealed. Within the cordon, the corpse's position was marked in lime. Bloodstains on the cinder ground remained clearly visible. Where's the body? She asked Wu Xiang. Sent to the forensic center. When will the autopsy report be ready? Probably a few more days. Chief Su is in Kaohsiung. The General Affairs Office says she won't be back for several days. A naturalized police officer had been assigned to guard the scene. Noticing the senior officer's arrival, the man, who had been standing slouchily, snapped to attention and saluted. Seeing naturalized officers always irritated Mu Min. Though they wore the same uniform, the staff of the Political Security Bureau were universally capable and upright, radiating the proper bearing of secret police. By contrast, the officers under her command looked seedy at best. Some were simply reassigned slightly disabled soldiers. Not only did their spirits pale in comparison, their uniforms invariably hung on their bodies like flour sacks, armed belts dangling loosely. This one carried an old 9 revolver and a baton. "Name, Constable," Mu Min asked without lifting her eyes from the corpse outline. "Yao Dasheng, Regional Commander." "Very well." She softened her tone. "When was the body discovered?" 22:16 last night, Chief. We were on duty. After receiving the call from the local duty room, we handled it as priority 1 and arrived within 10 minutes. Yao Dasheng seemed quite proud of his speed. "Who found the body?" "Her." Yao Dasheng gestured over his shoulder. A slightly plump, middle-aged, naturalized woman in a gray, cadre suit skirt walked over. She was the manager of the local elder service agency. Her face was ashen, her expression haggard. "How did you discover the body?" "My dormitory is on the 3rd floor. I got up to use the toilet in the night. Coming back, I noticed the door to the roof was open. It's usually not locked, but it's always closed. I went up to have a look and saw," she pressed a hand to her chest, "a corpse below. It was too terrible, all that blood." "Did you hear any unusual noise before that?" "No, I was asleep." "Why are you sleeping here? Which elders are housed in this dormitory building? Is there a roster?" Mu Min found the building at the crime scene somewhat unusual. It was considerably smaller than the others. "This isn't an elder dormitory." The service agency manager's face grew more drawn. "This is the service agency building." Such a major incident in the elder residential area, and of all places, the girl had to fall to her death directly outside the service agency. Forget keeping her manager position. She might well be arrested, tortured, and made a scapegoat. The service agency, as the name suggested, was an institution serving the elders within the residential compound. The building housed a sizable laundry offering washing and ironing, a convenience store providing simple fast food, snacks, and daily necessities, a sewing service for clothing repairs. The offices and staff dormitories for the cleaning and gardening teams also occupied this building. "How many people were in the building on the night of the incident?" "Besides me, about 5 or 6. Per General Affairs Office regulations, every department maintains a duty staff available to serve elders at any hour." "Give me a list." "Yes, Chief." "Let's inspect the roof." The rooftop was a flat design, rare in the residential area. According to the manager, this was primarily to facilitate drying laundry. "The person probably fell from here." Wu Xiang pointed to a section of damaged railing. Photographs of this spot were in the file. The rooftop railing was wooden and quite simple. At the gap, the upper of the 2 rails had broken completely off. The lower remained intact. "Where's the upper railing?" "Sent to the identification center." The broken section shows severe corrosion, probably rotted hollow long ago. It snapped after being struck by a heavy object, Wu Xiang said. Mu Min remained silent. The National Police had no identification professionals. The so-called Identification Center had been cobbled together by a few officers with criminal investigation backgrounds, drawing on materials from the Great Library and lessons gleaned from the television series CSI, combined with their own experience. Heaven alone knew what useful findings they might extract from the railing. Beyond that, the rooftop yielded no useful clues, no footprints worth extracting, no clothing fragments or other residues. But by now, Mu Min had a reasonably clear picture of the case and the suspects were evident. Though the motive remained murky as far as the crime itself was concerned, this was a very simple case. "All right, tell them they can clean up the scene." Mu Min peeled off her gloves. "Have them take statements. Little Wu, go to the General Affairs Office Transportation Office this afternoon and get a statement from the coachman who took Lin Xiaoya out last night." "Yes, Chief." "The coachman obviously couldn't have seen Lin Xiaoya," Su Wan said. "Correct." After driving the carriage to the dormitory building entrance, Yang Jihang came out and asked him to go upstairs and help move some things. Then she told him they'd be sending someone out together. After arriving at the destination, Bern City Station, she had him go to the station shop to buy something. When he returned, she said the person had already entered the station and left. The coachman never actually saw this supposed passenger throughout the entire trip, because the passenger never existed in the first place. Evidence needs to form a chain. Mu Min continued. My people took Lin Xiaoya's photograph and questioned the on-duty police at the station, ticket agents, and clerks in nearby shops during that time period. No one had seen her. At this point, there's really no need to investigate further. Elder Yang and his life secretary are clearly the primary suspects. Yes, perhaps the identification center will find new clues on the railing. Undoubtedly, that's the weapon used to beat Lin Xiaoya. At this, both women fell silent. The next step was to summon and interrogate Elder Yang beyond the police's authority. It required executive committee approval, possibly even approval from the standing committee of the Council of Elders. This process will probably drag on for a long time. Not necessarily. Mu Min's voice carried an edge. An elder killing a naturalized citizen, 3 cups of wine as penance at most. She exhaled with frustration. What a pity, such a young girl at an age like a flower. She suppressed her emotions and returned to narrating the case. After leaving the residential area, Mu Min attended to paperwork. She sent a letter to the General Affairs Office requesting access to Yang Jihang's personnel file, and if possible, Yang Xinwu's organization department file as well. Then she proceeded to the maid school. Holding a pass issued by the General Affairs Office, she was admitted to this place that remained mysterious even to most elders. Led by a female staff member, Mu Min walked down a corridor toward the director's office of the General Affairs Office Life Secretary Training Center. On one side of the corridor lay a central garden, lush with greenery and blooming flowers. On the other side were classrooms with large glass windows. Through them, students could be seen in class. Fragments of instruction drifted into the corridor. Now let's review Section 17. Pay attention to the beat, movements must be steady. When cooking noodles, first note the heat control. The arrival of the elders has freed our suffering people from the sea of bitterness. Outside the long pavilion by the ancient road, the setting sun connects the green sky. Dong Weiwei was already waiting in her office. Mu Min had called ahead. Thanks for your trouble coming all this way. Not at all, you're the one working hard. Children to care for at home and still here doing work for the elders, training little wives, Dong Weiwei sighed. As a woman, this job is quite disgusting, but at least it's more relaxed than the social work department. When my child is older, I'll transfer. What do you need to check? I want information about Lin Xiaoya's time at school. I've prepared her file. Dong Weiwei handed a folder across the desk to Mu Min. Poor child, she was supposed to report to Fang Qiati in 3 days. Chapter 1446, Best Friends Fang Qiati. Su Wan was surprised. Solving the male elder's lower body problems had cost the council enormous resources in manpower and materials. Transferring a life secretary trained at such expense directly to Fang Qiati, that was an extraordinary loss. Once at Fang Qiati, she would become a female student under the Ministry of Education, no longer a female slave controlled by the General Affairs Office. Though still a slave belonging to the council, her personal autonomy would, at least on paper, exceed that of a death contract life secretary. Exactly, I was also quite surprised, Mu Min said. Spending so much to bring these life secretaries here, then actually letting one go. Would those men stand for it? Do you know how many students are currently in pending assignment status? Dong Weiwei smiled bitterly. No. About 300. According to the General Affairs Office rating document, 2/3 of students in the school now are B grade or above. Almost no D or E grades left. That many. High quality and ample quantity. Dong Weiwei suddenly realized that describing female students this way risked objectifying them and sounded self-deprecating. She paused, then continued. Students haven't been distributed for quite some time. Starting in 1630, when the first batch of Life Secretary students enrolled, small irregular intakes had arrived each year, ranging from a dozen to 30 per batch. Though B-grade or above students were fewer, demand in those hungry and thirsty days meant elders weren't picky, so there was essentially no backlog. The handful of truly undistributable D and E-grade students, except for those retained at the school, were transferred to the Human Resources Department for reassignment. After the engine operation began, student numbers surged. Prime seedlings poured in from quarantine camps in Shandong, Jeju, Taiwan, and Zhejiang, each batch ranging from 20 or 30 to nearly 100. Then came female servants from Europe, Korea, and Vietnam. The school's scale was expanded accordingly. Fortunately, when the General Affairs Office first planned the Elders' Human Diversity Museum, they had anticipated such ambitions and set aside surplus land. Teacher shortages caused by expansion were filled by previous phase students who had failed to be distributed but had excelled academically. The result of the large influx was a large backlog. Elder interest in maids had declined significantly, while limited residential space and heavy workloads further suppressed demand for second life secretaries. After all, time, energy, and physical stamina were finite. After the initial scramble to solve existence, the reality was that most elders had not built harems as originally imagined. In recent months, except for the rare S-grade maids and European female slaves, still in short supply due to limited arrivals, the school faced a situation where graduates waited and no one came calling. Even A-grades couldn't find placements. To address this, the General Affairs Office and Ministry of Education had instituted a rule. After completing 6 months of training, students entered a 6-month candidate period during which they continued receiving vocational training suited to their abilities, remaining available for selection at any time. If after 6 months no one claimed them, they were handed over to the Human Resources Department for assignment based on their vocational training. Those with good grades stayed on as teaching staff or transferred to Fang Kiati's vocational programs. The rest entered general distribution, losing their maid student identity entirely. In that case, it's better not to be picked by those men at all. At least the future isn't bad. The administrative branch is desperately short-staffed. Doing anything outside beats being a professional mistress. The executive committee finally did something humane for once. Long isolation as the boss had made Dong Weiwei outspoken enough to make Mu Min slightly nervous. Fortunately, she didn't elaborate. But Lin Xiaoya's case is a bit special. How so? According to the regulations, maid students transferring to Fang Kiati enter vocational programs. Only those with exceptional basic subject grades can join the regular classes. But Lin Xiaoya was placed in the first year of higher primary school. Maid school students were generally expected to reach primary school equivalent academic ability before graduation. At that level, entering higher primary school shouldn't have been an issue, except no such pathway existed in the placement regulations. How is that possible, since nothing in the regulations allows it who sponsors her tuition? Besides, the higher primary department at Fang Kiati wouldn't accept her. With an elder's recommendation, it becomes possible, and he also agreed to fully sponsor her tuition and living expenses. Rather generous. Who recommended her? Yang Xinwu, an elder teacher at Fang Kiati. So it was him. What's wrong? Nothing, Mu Min covered quickly. Yang Xinwu's status as a primary suspect wasn't something to discuss openly yet. But unrelated elders aren't allowed inside the school. How could he know Lin Xiaoya? It's not that strange, actually, Dong Weiwei said. His maid Yang Jihang was Lin Xiaoya's roommate. The two had an extremely close relationship. They were best friends. I imagine it was Yang Jihang's doing. Their friendship was really quite deep. Mu Min nodded. The web of relationships around the victim was now fully connected. She opened Lin Xiaoya's file. In the black and white photograph, taken with a wet plate glass process, Lin Xiaoya looked plain. Rated C, and according to Dong Weiwei, even A grades were now going unplaced, making C grades utterly superfluous. Her file was quite brief, identical to most maid students. A few thin pages recorded her native place, age, naturalization date, transcripts, physical examination form, and finally, a transfer of student status document. The maid school stamp was already affixed, but the receiving party's stamp line remained blank, forever blank. If elders are allowed to recommend and sponsor students like this, couldn't they effectively bypass General Affairs Office procedures and select life secretaries at will? Lin Xiaoya's candidate period had already expired. Technically, she was no longer a maid student, Dong Weiwei said. Besides, she didn't qualify as best-selling merchandise. Sorry, I have to describe it that way. I see, Mu Min asked again. May I see Yang Jihang's file? No problem. The original is at the General Affairs Office, but we keep a copy here. Dong Weiwei rose, rummaged through a filing cabinet, and retrieved a document. Yang Jihang's file was similarly unremarkable, rated D, 2 years older than Lin Xiaoya. Mu Min noticed her enrollment date was earlier than Lin Xiaoya's. Correct, she was from the second phase. Though placed rather late, she did get distributed. Lin Xiaoya was several phases later and remained unplaced even after her candidate period ended. Speaking of looks and grades, Lin Xiaoya was actually much better than Yang Jihang. Dong Weiwei sighed. Beauties suffer unlucky fates, I suppose. Mu Min had no interest in literary size. She recognized that the relationship between Yang Jihang and Lin Xiaoya was the critical angle for cracking this case. As for what role Yang Xinwu played between these two women, that was harder to say. The theory that he coveted Lin Xiaoya's beauty didn't hold water. If even a grade maids could be selected at will, Elder Yang had no need to fixate on a C grade. Unless this particular girl satisfied some special need of his, making her indispensable. But even so, he could have followed normal procedures and simply purchased Lin Xiaoya outright. There was no need for this convoluted recommendation and sponsorship path. Logically, Yang Xinwu's recommendation suggested that he personally had little interest in Lin Xiaoya. Quite likely, he was merely honoring Yang Jihang's request. The homicide was very probably a matter between Yang Jihang and Lin Xiaoya, with minimal connection to Yang Xinwu. The only thing that didn't make sense was why Yang Xinwu would issue a pass to bring Lin Xiaoya into the elder residential area. If this too was Yang Jihang's request, then what had been Yang Jihang's purpose? Common sense dictated that even best friends didn't typically recommend competitors to their own master. Was their relationship really that close? It should be, Dong Weiwei said. If you're concerned, I can find a few students to ask. I'd appreciate that. Dong Weiwei rang the bell and gave her female secretary a few brief instructions. Then she turned back. Anything else I can help with? Don't be polite. I want this murderer caught as much as you do. Can students here go out freely? Is there a curfew? Students cannot normally leave, only for group social activities and organized visits. However, students like Lin Xiaoya who have passed the candidate period and are about to transfer or enter distribution may go out. They're allowed 3 leave requests per month, 4 hours each time. Curfew is 9 p.m. What about staying out overnight or returning late? Overnight absence gets 100 strokes of the rattan cane and 3 days solitary in the darkroom. If the student was slated for the regular class, she's downgraded to human resources for direct distribution instead. Late return or overstaying leave gets 10 to 60 strokes depending on severity, plus 1 day in the darkroom. During confinement, only relief rations and water are provided. Quite strict. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. I have no objection to corporal punishment per se. Regarding its purpose, I do have reservations. Mu Min recalled that Dong Weiwei was something of a Ming Dynasty enthusiast. She probably wasn't entirely opposed to such methods. No wonder the executive committee had chosen her as principal. Dong Weiwei found me several students who were relatively familiar with both Lin Xiaoya and Yang Jihang. But they offered nothing particularly useful. Yang Jihang was reticent, Lin Xiaoya was lively and energetic, considering their backgrounds, the former a farm girl and the latter from urban poverty. Such personalities weren't surprising. By all accounts, Lin Xiaoya was a thoughtful and clever girl, usually full of smart ideas. Su Wan observed. Actually, girls like that suit those men's tastes better. Yes, it's a pity Lin Xiaoya can no longer prove her abilities, Mu Min said, deep regret threading through her words. Chapter 1447. The final link. Mu Min remained at Su Wan's side until the small hours before finally returning to police headquarters. With less than 2 hours until dawn, she allowed herself a brief rest in the rattan chair of her office. An hour later, the telephone's shrill ring shattered the silence. "Sorry to call so early," came Selena's voice, "but the forensic report on that railing has come back. There's something you'll want to see." "It's fine." Mu Min was already fully awake. "I'll be right there." The so-called forensic center amounted to little more than a few cramped rooms within police headquarters, outfitted with crude experimental apparatus of Lingao's domestic manufacture. The capabilities here were rudimentary at best. Equipment and personnel constraints meant that some analyses had to be outsourced to the heavy industry's central laboratory. Yet even these meager resources were sufficient to reign supreme in this era. Selena wore an isolation gown, Lingao-made safety goggles, and a mask. Her white-gloved hands carefully manipulated the rotted wooden stick on the examination table. Her appointment as director of the forensic center had been a case of pressing a duck onto a perch, the logic being that American law enforcement's forensic technology was far more advanced than China's. So Selena must have seen more pigs running than Ran Yao or Mu Min, the domestic police officers. She had not disappointed expectations, learning and adapting on the fly to get the forensic center operational after a fashion. Of course, book knowledge and binge-watching CSI, combined with the collective experience of the police officers, was far from sufficient. Many of the technical methods employed by the center still relied on support from the biology and chemistry laboratories under the Senate. "What good things did you find?" "Complete fingerprints. You're going to love this." Selena picked up a sample box from the table, allowing herself a small smile. Inside were several glass slides used for lifting prints. The prints are extremely clear, practically perfect. We don't know whose they are yet, but it's evident they were left by a single person who gripped this railing with both hands. Gripped the railing. Precisely. Selena's smile turned meaningful as she mimed swinging a baseball bat. Mu Min recalled the autopsy report and Su Wan's analysis. Lin Xiaoya's abdominal bleeding had been caused by a beating before her fall. If that was the case, then the killer had used this railing as a bludgeon to commit the assault. She put on gloves and examined the railing closely. Based on its diameter, length, and weight, it would be easy to grip and swing, and not particularly heavy. The wood hadn't been high-quality material to begin with. The railing was already weakened by rot. While some external force was applied, it was minimal. A slight bend would have snapped it. Selena pointed to a blackened, decayed section at the break. "What about the other end?" Both ends were fixed by being inserted into holes in the stone railing. Once the railing split in the middle, pulling the pieces out would have been easy, very convenient as a weapon. Mu Min nodded. A rough picture of the entire case had already formed in her mind. The killer had arranged to meet Lin Xiaoya on the rooftop of the Services Society, then attacked her with this stick. After inflicting serious injuries, they pushed her from the rooftop to her death. This explained why the autopsy results showed both abdominal and back injuries. She hadn't committed suicide, nor had she simply been pushed off to fall to the ground. Based on the crime scene, the post-incident handling, and this improvised weapon, it appeared quite likely this had been an impulsive killing rather than premeditated murder. Unfortunately, we don't have a fingerprint database, and no suspects, unless we go through fingerprint records one by one. "No, we already have a suspect." Mu Min shook her head. "But it will take me a few days of applications before I can obtain the fingerprints, and I may not even succeed." Selena's hands paused momentarily. "It really does involve a transmigrator, Mu Min answered with a single nod. How shameful! Human scum, Selina cursed through gritted teeth. Any other discoveries? No. We couldn't collect any footprints from the rooftop, nor any valuable fragments. If we had an evidence vacuum and a DNA laboratory, we could definitely gather more compelling evidence. Selina's voice carried a note of regret. The evidence is actually sufficient, Mu Min said. Now it comes down to the law. Selina hesitated, then asked, Cheng told me that even if we gather enough evidence to prove a transmigrator committed murder, the transmigrator won't face any legal consequences. Mu Min frowned. Who is Cheng? I can't pronounce her full name. The pronunciation is too complicated. She works at the Grand Library and is a friend of Pan's. You spoke to her about this case? No, I understand the rules here. Police everywhere have no right to casually discuss case details with others. Selina shook her head. Mu Min realized the case must have leaked through Pan to Cheng Yangtsen. She didn't know Cheng Yangtsen personally, but whoever she was, neither she nor the Grand Library had any connection to this case. Pan's behavior was problematic, a severe breach of discipline, to put it bluntly. Please don't mention this matter to anyone else for now, all right? What if Director Ran asks? Then tell him what you know. Mu Min understood that someone like Selina, a pure-blooded European-American, occupied a delicate position within the transmigrator community, and she shouldn't complicate her situation further. Okay, but you still haven't answered my question, Mu. Transmigrators aren't held responsible. Strictly speaking, they are still held responsible, only the punishment is very minor. Have you read the common program? No, I can't read Chinese legal documents yet, Selina said. So you're saying transmigrators only receive very light punishment, or even just symbolic punishment? Mu Min nodded. More or less. She sensed the conversation was drifting into dangerous waters. Selina was the first victim of this law. Probing deeper risked losing control of the discussion entirely. What a barbaric law, Selina said indignantly. Base, shameful, utterly inhuman. It's the Senate's decision. Mu Min instinctively glanced toward the door. Don't forget, you're also a transmigrator. She decided not to linger here chattering, lest she get drawn into the debate herself. Back in her own office, she first had her secretary send an urgent encrypted telegram to Ran Yao in Wencheng, reporting on the case's progress and requesting instructions on whether to proceed to the stage of investigating the transmigrator. After sending the telegram, Mu Min napped briefly. When she woke, the sky had brightened. She had her secretary buy breakfast and began compiling a complete set of materials. Just as she was finishing up, the communications office delivered Ran Yao's urgent reply telegram. It contained only 2 characters, approved. She immediately instructed her secretary to call the administrative office duty room to request a meeting with Xiao Zishan. Tell the duty room that I'm available at any time. Whenever Xiao Zishan met with transmigrators, regardless of who they were, he would rise to greet them with a face full of smiles. Whether or not he actually knew them, he would warmly exchange pleasantries, never giving anyone the feeling of receiving a cold reception. This time he received Mu Min in his customary manner. After a few pleasantries, he invited her to sit in the rattan chair in his office. The secretary brought 2 cups of administrative office special supply mineral water. The administrative office saw far too many visitors, and following the principle of frugal administration, no tea or other beverages were provided. Director Xiao must already know why I've come to visit. Mu Min began cautiously, uncertain of Xiao Zishan's intentions regarding this matter or what agreements the executive committee might have reached internally. It's about the 831 case. Of course. Xiao Zishan leaned slightly forward. So the case has made progress. Yes. Because the case is rather serious, and because it involves transmigrators, I wanted to report to you first and seek your support on certain matters. You're too polite, Xiao Zishan nodded. Please go ahead. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will certainly do my duty without hesitation. Mu Min then gave a general account of her investigation. That's the general situation. Currently, the chain of evidence is essentially complete. If we're to continue the investigation, we must be permitted to summon Transmigrator Yang and his domestic secretary for questioning. She opened her security briefcase and took out a document envelope stamped Top Secret, placing it on the tea table before her. This contains all the investigative materials on this case to date. If the executive committee decides to make other arrangements regarding this case, no, the executive committee has made no new arrangements, Xiao Zishan replied with a smile, leaving the document envelope on the table. The executive committee's position on the 831 case has always been consistent, to uncover the truth. His fingers lightly tapped the document envelope. I won't take this document for now. What the executive committee needs is the official case investigation report. Since you need to ask Transmigrator Yang a few questions, I'll arrange a special meeting. Wait for my notification. As for his domestic secretary, you may summon her at any time. The administrative office will communicate with him in advance. Thank you. Additionally, the Lingao Times has requested interviews about the case's progress several times. We've put them off so far, citing the ongoing investigation, but Pan Pen has been pressing persistently, and all her arguments are very well prepared. Can we appropriately disclose some information about the case? Reporting on the case before it's completely resolved doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Xiao Zishan shook his head. I don't approve. Hasn't the Propaganda and Literature Department already issued explicit instructions forbidding coverage of this case? I understand. Thank you, Director Xiao. Don't mention it. At your service for the Senate. After seeing Mu Min off, Xiao Zishan sat in his rattan chair and thought for quite a while before making a phone call to the arbitration court. Magia. I'd like to meet with you. There's a rather thorny matter that may involve a transmigrator. I want to consult your jurisprudence society for an opinion. Yes, I know about the common program, but this situation seems to have some undercurrents. It's not something that can be papered over with just the common program. End of chapter. Chapter 1448. Yang Xinwu had been restless for days, so distracted that he repeatedly forgot himself during class, sometimes standing silent at the podium with a vacant stare, other times touching chalk to the blackboard only to forget what he intended to write. The students whispered that Teacher Yang had lost his soul. In a sense, they were right. This haunted mood had begun when Yuan Ziguang appeared at his door wearing a peculiar expression and delivered the news of Lin Xiaoya's death. As Yuan's close confidant, Yang Xinwu was, apart from Yang Jihang, the only person who knew about Yuan's relationship with Lin Xiaoya, or at least, he believed only these two people knew. As Transmigrator Su's forensic report stated, the relationship between Yang Xinwu and Lin Xiaoya had been entirely innocent, so innocent that every minute they spent together could have been filmed and broadcast on the street without scandal. Lin Xiaoya herself wasn't particularly beautiful, though certainly prettier than his maidservant Yang Jihang. His first meeting with her had been purely to satisfy Yang Jihang's humble request. Yang Xinwu was, after all, an ordinary modern man with little resistance to a woman's pleading. Once the pillow talk had worked its charm, he agreed to help Yang Jihang's little sister. After several encounters, Yang Xinwu came to appreciate the girl, not only for the youthful vivacity that the maidservants lacked, but more for her clear understanding of her own future and the wisdom with which she sought to change it. Unlike the maidservants who spent their days scheming how to curry favor with transmigrators, how to quickly bear a transmigrator's child, and using various means to secure their position, Lin Xiaoya thought about how to get ahead in the new world under the Senate's rule. In another era, girls like her were commonplace, realistic to the point of being tiresome. But in this era, such girls were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Few maidservant trainees possessed a clear understanding of concepts like elementary school, senior elementary, vocational training classes, and Class A, B, and C diplomas. But Lin Xiaoya had inquired about everything in detail. This wasn't secret information. It was all explained in newspapers and library pamphlets. Most trainees simply couldn't be bothered to read and understand it. They were entirely content with the attitude of, whatever the chief wants me to do, I'll do. Whatever the chief wants me to learn, I'll learn. Even at Fragrant Fields, such naturalized students were rare. After meeting Lin Xiaoya twice, Yang Xinwu not only agreed to recommend her for the senior elementary program at Fragrant Fields and sponsor her tuition, but also expressed willingness to fully cover her living expenses. Everything proceeded smoothly after that. His letter of recommendation had its intended effect, and soon all the paperwork was in order. On August 31st, Yang Jihang proposed holding a farewell dinner at home to celebrate Lin Xiaoya's upcoming enrollment. Yang Xinwu readily agreed. For this purpose, he even left work early and had Yang Jihang order special items from the farm tea house, high-end delicacies, and the low-alcohol fruit wines that girls liked. Lin Xiaoya was lively and had a way with words. Though only 3 people were dining, the atmosphere was animated. Looking at her bright-eyed and charming demeanor, transmigrator Yang couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. But thoughts were merely thoughts. Although the transmigrator was well aware that legally he could do whatever he pleased with this girl, he wasn't quite that beastly. Happy times always pass quickly. When Lin Xiaoya said she needed to return to school, transmigrator Yang noticed it was almost 10 o'clock. So late already. Yang Xinwu remembered Lin Xiaoya had mentioned that her leave was only for 4 hours, and curfew began at 9 in the evening. Won't you be punished for returning now? No, Lin Xiaoya made a face. The bamboo grove outside the wall, everyone thinks it's impassable, but I've actually cut a little path through it myself that leads all the way to the wall. I've hidden a broken ladder there enough to climb over. Yang Xinwu couldn't help but laugh. It reminded him of his own student days. By contrast, Yang Jihang seemed more nervous. What about your roommates? Don't they check the dormitory at night? I'm in the convalescent dormitory now. I swallowed some soap a few days ago and was foaming at the mouth, nauseous and vomiting, no roommates and no night checks. So you mean? Yang Jihang's eyes widened in surprise. I climbed over the wall without leave. Lin Xiaoya winked mischievously. I've already used up my leave quota for this month. But it's still too late now. It'll take another half-hour to get back, and I can't let the night watchman spot me. Yang Xinwu laughed heartily, while Yang Jihang wore an expression of helplessness mixed with worry. Don't you have a pass signed by me? If you use that to request leave, won't the school approve it? That wouldn't be good. You've already recommended me for school. If I go and use that to request leave, what will people think? I'm just a trainee. It doesn't matter. But you're a transmigrator. Besides, this would be using your influence to break Director Dong's rules. She wouldn't like that either. Yang Jihang saw Lin Xiaoya out while Yang Xinwu returned to his study to prepare lessons. The work at Fragrant Fields was particularly demanding. Besides his regular teaching duties and administrative work, he was also responsible for the accounting vocational training program. Apart from teaching, the textbooks and supplementary materials used by Fragrant Fields' accounting vocational class were also compiled by him. Transmigrator Yang had graduated from a second-tier local business university with a major in finance. After graduation, he first taught for a few days at an obscure vocational college. When he failed the graduate school entrance exam, he took a job at a large state-owned bank, working his way from teller to accounting supervisor. Then he jumped ship to a large joint-stock commercial bank, where he went into corporate lending. His career was flourishing, and his love life was going well too. In daily life, transmigrator Yang appeared as placid as a chrysanthemum, outwardly satisfied with his current situation to the highest degree. Only he himself knew that deep inside lurked the restless heart of a Chunabiu teenager. However, restlessness was one thing. He had no intention of taking risks to change his life's trajectory. His original participation in the training camp had been purely for amusement. In his own words, he was there to observe some idiots. But when Director Wen demonstrated the wormhole, Transmigrator Yang's mind went blank on the spot. Once he recovered, he immediately fled along with a group of waverers. Upon returning, he received a call from a close colleague. Earlier, tempted by a client's high kickbacks, he had processed a steel trade loan worth over 100 million. The client's capital chain had broken. The loan was overdue. The entire client family's whereabouts were unknown, and not only was his career in jeopardy, he might even face legal liability. Thus, Transmigrator Yang's life trajectory was rewritten. After D-Day, although he was interested in military affairs, it was only at the hobbyist level. He had no expertise and no desire to develop a career in the military system. Though he called himself a member of the Industrialist Party, he came from a finance background, leaving him no place in the industrial sector. He had always played the role of soy sauce. When DeLong Bank was established, Ming Lang noticed his experience in bank accounting management and originally planned to appoint him to handle DeLong's accounting work. Transmigrator Yang refused adamantly, embarrassing Ming Lang. It wasn't until Fragrant Fields, under Zhang Zixiang's strict management, drove away a batch of transmigrator teachers who were seeking comfort and trying to pursue female students, creating a teacher shortage, that the personnel department, citing his school teaching experience, reassigned him to Fragrant Fields with a transfer order. This time, Transmigrator Yang took up the position gladly. Teaching and nurturing, therein lies the joy. Just as he raised his eyes to look at the calligraphy hanging on his study wall, composed by himself and handwritten by Liu Dailin, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Opening the window, he saw soldiers from the outer perimeter had already moved into the compound and set up a cordon. Some maidservants and transmigrators were already downstairs, loudly discussing something. Lin Xiaoya's sudden death had shaken him greatly. A young, vibrant girl who had been laughing and talking with him less than an hour before had suddenly fallen to her death. What worried him more was that, after Yang Jihang returned, she never mentioned why Lin Xiaoya hadn't gone to the station, yet died beneath the Services Society building, less than 50 meters from their residence. The police took away the body, the cleaners washed the ground, and the gawking transmigrators and maidservants went home. At dawn, everyone went to work as usual, and life in Baron City returned to normal. From that day on, Yang Jihang became abstracted and distracted. Although she continued to operate like a precisely manufactured machine, keeping house, serving the transmigrator, she had become silent and withdrawn. In her spare time, she would sit alone in a daze, rarely speaking to him. Only when she woke in the night would she hold Yang Xinwu tightly, her face wet with tears. Although various signs told him that Yang Jihang was connected to Lin Xiaoya's death, he found it hard to imagine. The two had been so close, such a lively, lovable, and clever child, and her best friend at that. What reason could Yang Jihang possibly have to harm her? Yang Xinwu couldn't figure it out. He tried several times to talk with Yang Jihang but got nowhere. The moment he opened his mouth, she would either weep silently or suddenly burst into hysterical sobs that couldn't be stopped. It left him at a complete loss, and his worries grew greater by the day. Looking around, he realized he had no one to consult. Yuan Ziguang knew about his relationship with Lin Xiaoya, but was unaware that Yang Jihang was a murder suspect. As for others, he didn't know how to broach the subject. I need to find an opportunity to talk to her again, he thought. With Ran Yao's team's capabilities, it won't take more than a few days to uncover the truth. If Yang Jihang really is connected to Lin Xiaoya's death, what should I do? Old Yang, what's been going on with you lately? You've been out of it. The office door was pushed open and in walked Zhang Zixiang. Nothing, Yang Xinwu quickly covered. That's good then. If something's wrong, say it so everyone can help. Don't bottle it up until you get sick. Zhang Zixiang produced a letter from his pocket. This just came from a messenger. The administrative office wants you to come for a talk tomorrow. I've already arranged the time for you. I'll find someone to cover your classes. End of chapter. Chapter 1449. Interrogation. Yang Xinwu's face turned ashen. as if he'd been caught helping someone cheat and dragged to the academic affairs office during his school days. Seeing his dramatic change in expression, Zhang Jixiang wondered if he had actually done something embarrassing like pushing down a female student, and the administrative office was calling him in for a disciplinary talk. But that didn't seem to fall under the administrative office's jurisdiction. Zhang Jixiang made an instant decision. If this were truly the case, he would have to immediately purge this degenerate from the school. How much effort had he expended to clear out that group of transmigrators with ill intention who wanted to use their positions to pursue girls? The school's atmosphere must not be compromised. Yang Xinwu noticed the principal's expression suddenly darkening and thought, "This is bad." He could only force a few dry laughs to cover it up. The following day, Yang Xinwu arrived at the designated location on the notice, the farm tea house. The tea house was virtually empty during the day. The moment he showed his membership card, a server led him to a salon private room on the 3rd floor. Zhao Zishan was already waiting there. Salon private rooms were mostly used as meeting rooms. A conference table stood in the center, surrounded by straight-back chairs, with rattan sofas lining the walls. Besides Zhao Zishan, several other transmigrators sat around the conference table, all wearing expressionless faces. Only one woman was familiar to him, Ming Lang's wife. "Come, come, have a seat." Zhao Zishan used his characteristic warm manner to invite him to sit on the opposite side of the conference table, directly facing these people. On the table were neatly arranged notebooks, pencils, and several glasses filled with clear water. The glasses were so clean and gleaming they were almost dazzling. "Let me make some introductions first." Zhao Zishan cleared his throat. "This is Mu Min representing the National Police. This is Zai representing the Arbitration Court." Finally, he mentioned himself. "I'm attending this meeting on behalf of the administrative office." Yang Xinwu maintained his composure and greeted each person, though inwardly he was trembling. What is this setup? Are they going to put me under Xuengui? Seeing that introductions were complete, Zhao Zishan took a document envelope from the table, opened it, and extracted a document. "Comrade Yang Xinwu, on behalf of the Senate, I now inform you, at the request of National Police Headquarters, with approval from both the Senate Standing Committee and the Executive Committee, we have some questions for you and hope you will answer truthfully." He continued, "From this moment on, the entire proceeding will be audio recorded. This is the authorization letter jointly issued by the Standing Committee and the Executive Committee. You may review it." He pushed the document toward him. "No need." Yang Xinwu didn't touch the paper stamped with several large seals. "Is this an interrogation?" "No, this is an inquiry." And Zai, the arbitration court representative, explained, "We simply want to understand certain circumstances. You may decline to answer questions. This means I have the right to remain silent, I take it." "Yes, though it's the right in the broad sense, not the narrow legal sense. You are neither a suspect nor a defendant. We've come here hoping you can provide some useful leads." And Zai explained, "Is this about the Lin Xiaoya case?" He noticed Zai and Mu Min exchange a glance. "Yes," Mu Min confirmed. "Do you know Lin Xiaoya?" For a moment, Yang Xinwu considered saying nothing. He wanted to protect Yang Jihang. But he immediately realized that Mu Min had mobilized such a significant operation specifically to find him. She must have already gathered sufficient leads. Whether he remained silent or not would change nothing. "Yes, I know her." He nodded. Over the next hour or so, Mu Min asked him many questions, including about Yang Jihang's relationship with Lin Xiaoya and how she came to receive his recommendation. Yang Xinwu answered everything without reservation. However, he repeatedly emphasized that he saw nothing and heard nothing. Finally, Mu Min asked, "I hope to collect the water glass you've used as physical evidence for this case. May I?" "Of course." Yang Xinwu noticed his fingerprints were clearly visible on the glass and suddenly understood. No wonder this glass was so new, so clean. This was probably a way to save him face. After all, having one's fingerprints collected wasn't exactly honorable. "Please go ahead." "Thank you." Mu Min put on white gloves and carefully picked up his glass, placing it in a manila envelope. If there's nothing else, may I leave now? The deeply embarrassed transmigrator Yang was eager to escape this awkward situation. We will summon Yang Jihang for questioning early tomorrow morning, Mu Min said. She is the primary suspect in this case. I hope you can understand. The summons will be conducted in secret. If she is ultimately proven innocent, no lasting impact will result. Yang Xinwu could tell from her tone that this wasn't a negotiation, just a notification. What if I don't agree? Mu Min glanced at Anzai, who said, in that case, the matter will be submitted to the Senate Standing Committee for discussion. If the final outcome is to suspend the investigation, we will not issue the summons. Otherwise, the Standing Committee will order mandatory compliance. It seems I have no choice. Transmigrator Yang, this is a matter of life and death. Very well, I understand. Do as you must. Yang Xinwu bowed his head as if under a crushing weight. After a moment he looked up. Don't torture her. We certainly won't. You can rest assured, Anzai quickly said. Our arbitration court's jurisprudential philosophy emphasizes evidence over confessions. Transmigrator Yang waved his hand. Whether to express disbelief or indifference was unclear and stood up listlessly. I need to go. Quickly. Get a car ready for Transmigrator Yang. Seeing his poor complexion, Zio Zishan hurried to open the door and called to a server outside. Should we arrest Yang Jihang immediately? Let's give them some time, Zio Zishan said. 1 day as husband and wife is 100 days of devotion. Since when have maidservants counted as wives in your eyes? Mu Min said with a cold laugh. Even legally wedded wives can be cast aside on a whim. Zio Zishan smiled slightly and didn't take offense. He raised his hands. All right, I won't interfere in your affairs. The fingerprints lifted from Transmigrator Yang's glass confirmed Mu Min's deduction. The prints on the railing weren't his. In fact, based on the spacing between fingerprints, Selina had already roughly deduced these were a woman's prints. This made Yang Jihang highly suspect. A subsequent comparison with Yang Jihang's fingerprints confirmed they were hers. Mu Min pressed on, beginning her questioning of the now-detained Yang Jihang. Since this was the first time interrogating a transmigrator's maidservant, and it might touch on sensitive topics of transmigrator interests and secrets, the entire questioning was recorded to prevent anyone from finding fault, and an administrative office staff member was present to supervise. Even so, the experienced Mu Min needed little effort before Yang Jihang admitted that on that night, she had beaten Lin Xiaoya with the railing on the rooftop, and ultimately forced her to the edge where she fell to her death. It was my fault. I only meant to teach her a lesson, to make her stop pressuring me. Yang Jihang buried her face in her hands and sobbed. I never thought she would fall. Weren't you best friends, close like sisters? Why would you attack her so viciously? Mu Min pressed for motive. Best friends. Yang Jihang stopped crying and spoke through gritted teeth. Having her as a best friend was 8 lifetimes of bad luck. What exactly did she do? Yang Jihang started crying again. From her fragmented account, Mu Min pieced together the general situation. Completely different from what she had imagined. The case had nothing to do with maidservants competing for a man's affections, nor did Lin Xiaoya have any intention of replacing her. Yang Jihang and Lin Xiaoya had been roommates at the maidservant school and got along well there. After Yang Jihang was assigned out, the two maintained correspondence. Just a few months ago, Lin Xiaoya took leave to meet with Yang Jihang. After they met, Lin Xiaoya made a request. She wanted Yang Jihang to get Yang Xinwu to recommend her for senior elementary school. We were very close back then. I thought wanting to study and improve herself wasn't a bad thing, so I went to ask the chief. The chief was generous and agreed immediately. I was very happy and wrote to tell her the chief had agreed. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoya asked her out again. This time her demand was far more serious. She wanted Yang Jihang to persuade Transmigrator Yang to sponsor her tuition and living expenses. Yang Jihang seemed reluctant, so Lin Xiaoya produced something. What was it? Letters. Yang Jihang immediately burst into tears. I was such a fool. The letters were ones Yang Jihang had written before entering the maidservant school. The recipient was a fellow villager, also a refugee who had been taken in. Back on the mainland, they had come from similar backgrounds, both from minor landlord families in the countryside, both literate, and they had always harbored feelings for each other. Yang Jihang's family had been destroyed. She had wandered destitute. When things finally settled down slightly, she happened to see that her fellow villager had also come to Lingao and was living in the quarantine camp. Having survived such hardship, alone in the world, suddenly seeing an old acquaintance, and one she had mutual feelings for, the tender affection in her heart naturally blossomed. They had met a few times during work assignments. Since work assignments didn't allow long conversations, they communicated through letters. Later, Yang Jihang entered the maidservant school with its strict curfews, and the matter gradually faded. But as they learned they would all become the chief's women, Yang Jihang grew fearful again. The letters between her and her fellow villager, if exposed, would completely destroy her future. The ones he had written to her she could obviously burn. But the ones she had written to him might still exist somewhere. In her fear, she consulted Lin Xiaoya. I never imagined she could be so wicked. She tricked me out of my letters. Lin Xiaoya had given her an idea. Give her a token, and she would sneak out to find the fellow villager and have him destroy all the letters. That way everything would be safe. End of chapter. Chapter 1450, The Unremarkable Truth. How could she leave the maidservant school? She wasn't a trainee awaiting assignment yet, was she? Taking leave would have been impossible. She didn't need leave. She always had clever tricks, Yang Jihang said. She had hidden a ladder outside the wall. Everyone thought the bamboo grove there was impassable, but it actually wasn't. After dark, Lin Xiaoya would secretly slip out. The routine bed check at night was just a glance from the doorway. With roommates covering for her, it was easy to get past. Mu Min drew in a sharp breath. If this got out, it would be a scandal. The maidservant training class, which they had thought was impenetrable, actually had a secret passage allowing anyone to come and go. More importantly, Yang Jihang and other roommates had clearly known about this for some time but had never reported it. Besides the people in your dormitory, how many others knew about her secret passage? I don't know. There might be others. She never told us. Yang Jihang shook her head. Comrade Zhao Mengsheng, what exactly is your supposedly all-seeing group of 10 doing? How could such a serious security breach go undetected? Mu Min thought. Either that or you knew and deliberately kept quiet, sinister intentions indeed. What's the name of the naturalized citizen you corresponded with? Where does he work? Yang Jihang gave his name. As for where he worked, she wasn't sure, though Lin Xiaoya had mentioned he was a clerk in the Lingao County Administrative Office. The rest of the story unfolded as Mu Min had expected. Lin Xiaoya retrieved the letters but lied, claiming they had been destroyed. Since they couldn't contact each other anyway, there was no way to verify. When she saw that Yang Jihang was reluctant to continue helping her, she played her trump card. With no other option, Yang Jihang agreed to continue helping. Lin Xiaoya promised that as long as she could get Yang Xinwu to sponsor her living expenses and tuition, she would return the letters. But that night she refused to return them. She said that since I was already pregnant, I would surely rise through my child in the future. What? Mu Min interrupted. You're pregnant? Yang Jihang hesitated. I haven't had my period for 2 months now. Does transmigrator Yang know? Not yet. I was planning to wait until a doctor confirmed it before telling him. Continue. She said she was afraid I might forget about this friend from humble times once I rose in status. She wanted to keep the letters to remind me when the time came. So you killed her? Yang Jihang shook her head heavily. I didn't intend to, not until later when she said that if I didn't obey her, she would give the letters to the chief and claim the child in my belly was a bastard. At this point, she couldn't help but cover her face and weep bitterly. After a while, she sobbed. So Mu Min sighed inwardly. In the maidservant's worldview, bearing a transmigrator's child was their sole value. If the child were deemed a bastard, they could forget about rising through motherhood. They couldn't even maintain their current lifestyle. Lin Xiaoya's use of this as leverage was nothing short of ruthless. She had seized her opponent's vital point. No wonder Yang Jihang's retaliation had been so fierce. The letters, I burned them. If that's the case, why should I believe your story? Perhaps this is just something you made up to exonerate yourself. Mu Min wasn't someone who could be swayed by a suspect's words. There were plenty of Oscar-worthy performers in the world. Sympathy was sympathy, but evidence was evidence. Yang Jihang's face was ashen. She only had one letter on her. There should be several more. I just don't know where she hid them. We'll continue searching. But even so, killing is still wrong. Yang Jihang said nothing more, only wept continuously. Mu Min ordered that she be taken away. Yang Jihang was a transmigrator's domestic secretary and possibly pregnant, so she couldn't be detained casually. She was temporarily placed under house arrest at the administrative office's second guest house with dedicated supervision. Additionally, Liu San was to take her pulse and determine whether she was actually pregnant. Then Mu Min signed a detention warrant. She rang for the duty officer. Send some people to secretly arrest this person from the Lingao County office and hand him over to the pretrial section. Apart from Bureau Chief Xing, don't alert anyone. Next, she ordered that all of Lin Xiaoya's confiscated personal belongings be brought over for another examination. She then dispatched Wu Xiang to the maidservant school to conduct a thorough search of Lin Xiaoya's dormitory and the location where she had climbed over the wall. In the end, the letters were found in an envelope Lin Xiaoya had hidden under her dormitory bed. Wu Xiang was sweating from his forehead. That girl was crafty. She used paste to stick the envelope to the underside of the bed frame, then covered it with another layer of brown paper. If we hadn't taken the bed apart entirely and climbed under to look, there was no way we would have found it. Mu Min examined the letters. By modern standards, what Yang Jihang had written could only be described as thin gruel, so innocuous they could be posted on a street corner for anyone to read. Far from any passionate you and me declarations, they didn't even use terms like brother or sister to address each other. Killing over this, Mu Min sighed with emotion. Yet in this era, never mind that Yang Jihang was now a transmigrator's concubine. Even if she had only married a naturalized citizen or a native, as long as the family's socioeconomic status was passable, having corresponded with another man before marriage would already be a serious offense. The poor didn't care about such things only because they couldn't afford to. Let alone 17th century China, Mu Min recalled reading a similar story in Sherlock Holmes when she was a student. A few small notes could ruin a noblewoman completely, and that was late 19th century Britain. No wonder she killed. Feudal thinking kills people. Mu Min couldn't help feeling sympathy for this pitiful girl. Women are so unfortunate. Although this was a crime of passion by the laws of any era, it didn't warrant death, especially if she was pregnant. Throughout history, this circumstance typically spared one from execution, but Yang Jihang's personal future in the new society was finished. Mu Min was well aware that the Senate's mainstream judicial philosophy was extremely harsh. Once convicted, she faced a long, severe sentence. Even after serving her time, she would be marked in the records, able to exist in the Senate's world only as an ordinary laborer. Moreover, she would certainly lose custody of her child. The Senate wouldn't allow a child carrying transmigrator blood to grow up as the child of a convict. The maidservant's cherished hope of rising through motherhood was completely shattered. Still, sympathy couldn't change the reality of murder. The only thing Mu Min felt relieved about was that the case hadn't implicated any transmigrators, at least giving her a positive assessment of the transmigrators' deteriorating moral standards, and more importantly, sparing her conscience from torment. Mu Min began organizing the case file. Under normal procedure, once the investigation concluded, the case would be transferred to the arbitration court for judicial proceedings. However, this case was somewhat special. Magia had explicitly instructed her to send the materials to Xiao Zishan at the administrative office first after the investigation ended, so they could discuss the case. Zio Zishan looked up from the file and gazed at Magia sitting across from him. How do you think this case should be handled? Magia wore a black cotton Zhongshan suit of Lingao manufacture, pressed very neatly, with a hero fountain pen in his breast pocket. He had studied the file materials carefully and now spoke with confidence. The case itself is straightforward. In terms of the facts, it doesn't qualify as premeditated murder, and there were mitigating circumstances. It doesn't warrant death. I think we can convict her of intentional injury resulting in death. The minimum sentence under the criminal law we recently promulgated for this offense is 10 years imprisonment. She's also pregnant. Even under the Great Ming Code, she wouldn't receive the death penalty. That's not what concerns me. What I want to know is whether this case should be tried publicly or in secret. Should it be reported in the newspapers? You don't know how Ding Ding from the propaganda department has been pestering me. He says this matter has seriously affected his marital relations. Pampan probably won't let him in their bed anymore. Ha ha ha, Magia laughed. Actually, now that the facts are completely clear and there's nothing that damages the Senate's image, I think we can proceed with normal judicial procedures. Appropriate public reporting is also acceptable. Zio Zishan frowned, but a transmigrator is involved after all. A case involving a transmigrator would inevitably stir up public curiosity, much like those tabloid books titled Secrets of Zhongnanhai. Even though everyone knew most of it was nonsense, they would still scramble to read it. It would inevitably become dinner table gossip. The Senate should maintain some mystique, but we shouldn't be overly secretive. We can hold a public trial, but with no advance coverage, only post-trial reporting. Zio Zishan nodded thoughtfully. He knew that of the arbitration court's various courtrooms, only the Eastgate Market's summary security court attracted many trial spectators due to its bustling location. Most courtrooms had very few attendees when in session. First, there were few idle people in Lingao. Everyone was busy earning a living. Second, the Australians' court proceedings had none of the spectacle of shouting "way" to display authority, nor the varied entertainment of slapping faces, spanking backsides, applying fingertip screws, or using clamps. Just a few people reading documents and talking to each other. After the initial novelty wore off, everyone found these trials dull and boring. If there was no advance reporting or publicity, hardly anyone would attend this particular trial. As for newspaper coverage afterward, it could be appropriately reduced. Certain matters could simply be avoided. Impact would be minimized. Does the executive committee need to convene a meeting to discuss this? Magia asked. So far, no one has moved for one. Will you? Since no one has moved for it, I think the case should be directly transferred to the arbitration court for handling. I don't think we need to elevate the importance of this case. Making too big a deal of it might actually give certain people ideas. End of chapter. Chapter 1451, Hidden Agendas, Part 1. By the time Magia returned to his office at the arbitration court, it was already quite late, and Zai, the office director, was waiting for him. Although this young man was always dedicated, there wasn't much work to do today. Clearly he had something important to say. Seeing him return, and Zai immediately brought over the prepared tea. Executive Commissioner Ma, here's your tea. Don't be so formal. We're all transmigrators. This executive commissioner position is only temporary. If you keep this up, I really can't take it. Magia smiled. Not at all, not at all. You are my senior and upperclassman. Showing some respect is entirely appropriate, and Zai replied without changing expression. And Zai and Magia had indeed received diplomas from the same domestic university. However, Magia's was a law degree from the law school, while Zai's was a legal studies associate degree from the distance education college. Were it not for everyone having become transmigrators in this new era, Magia would never have acknowledged Zai as a fellow alumnus, let alone as some kind of junior brother. Let's not do this. If you have something to say, just say it, Magia said with a smile. Today you sent me to inform Transmigrator Yang about the case, and he seemed quite depressed. He held on to me and talked for quite a while. I sense this matter has hit him hard. Also, when he learned Yang Jihang was already pregnant, he became very emotional. Magia nodded. This was to be expected. Though he hadn't had direct contact with Yang Xinwu, the case file made clear that this transmigrator Yang obviously had genuine feelings for his domestic secretary. Regarding the Lin Zioya case trial, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it's appropriate, and Zai said in a humble tone. Please consider it. All right, let's hear it. As you know, Yang Jihang is now pregnant. She carries a transmigrator's child, and transmigrator Yang personally cares a great deal about her and this child. I wonder if we might adopt some approach to work around this. Seeing that Magia didn't object, and Zai continued. This is a homicide case after all, so we can't just let it go. That would make no sense. The case must be tried, otherwise we can't demonstrate the solemnity of the law. My idea is this. The victim engaged in coercion, causing the suspect to lose emotional control. This qualifies as a crime of passion, which could justify a 7-year sentence. Then, considering that she is pregnant, on humanitarian grounds we could suspend execution for 2 years and place her under the joint supervision of Transmigrator Yang and the administrative office. After a year or half a year, once the storm blows over, the Senate is bound to undertake some major operation. At that point, we arrange for Yang Jihang to perform some meritorious service. Director Wen issues a special pardon, and the whole matter is in the past. Magia shook his head. Ziowen, your idea is quite clever, very much in the spirit of certain people who make their living in law. But this kind of thing, throwing dirt in people's eyes, shouldn't be done casually. As the saying goes, rule the realm by law and the realm will be at peace. Rule it by scheming and hearts will be in chaos. And Zai hesitated. But this does involve a transmigrator after all. Yang Jihang is merely a domestic secretary. If the arbitration court makes an exception for her, what happens when a transmigrator's child kills someone? Let's not even talk about such distant matters. The handling you describe might fool those outside the system, but it won't fool the domestic secretaries inside it. Once this precedent is set, won't future maidservants become lawless? As long as they please their transmigrator, no matter what they do, the transmigrator will cover for them. We in the Jurisprudence Society might as well all hang ourselves from the southeast branch. And Zai was dumbstruck. He had been rather pleased with his proposal, thinking it both upheld legal dignity and looked after Yang Xinwu's interests, the best of both worlds. He never expected Magia's rebuke. I really didn't think the matter was this serious. I thought too simply, and my understanding of jurisprudential principles was insufficient. And Zai was the type to immediately align with leadership, and he launched into self-criticism at once. Magia switched to a more earnest tone. Do you still remember the basic principles of our Jurisprudence Society? Laws must exist, laws must be followed, enforcement must be strict, violations must be punished. If we ourselves treat this as empty words, how can we convince anyone? Rule of law isn't just an empty phrase. Yes, I was too simplistic. Let me tell you something from the heart of our Jurisprudence Society. Magia lowered his voice. Your approach is indeed clever. But if we keep doing this, the ultimate result will be the executive committee appointing some political legal official who can't even recite a statute to command the arbitration court. Since scheming matters more than law, what use are we? And Zai startled. I understand now. Good that you understand the key points. Magia returned to a relaxed expression. Study the drafts of the newly formulated criminal law and criminal procedure law first and see how this case should be tried. Follow strict procedure and legal requirements, but keep sentencing to the minimum, don't go for the maximum. Understood? And Zai declared he would resolutely complete the task. He hesitated, then spoke again. Executive Commissioner Ma, I have another thought. Go ahead. I think we need to properly recognize the potential influence of maidservants. After my contact with Transmigrator Yang, I felt Yang Jihang has considerable influence over him. Maidservants whispering pillow talk to gain benefits is probably no longer rare. Rather than letting this become an unspoken rule, Why not make it an explicit rule? We could draft a maidservant and transmigrator relations law that formally specifies maidservants' rights and obligations, defines the status of children between maidservants and transmigrators, and establishes conditions and procedures for maidservants to transition to other statuses. Magia nodded approvingly. That's an excellent idea. Draft a proposal and bring it to the Jurisprudence Society's next regular meeting for discussion. Ding Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving notification from the administrative office. Because of this damned case, Pampen had been making trouble with him for most of the month. While it hadn't reached the tragic point of banishment to the balcony, and he could come and go from the bedroom as he pleased, Pampen had directly moved into the newspaper office dormitory with a change of clothes. She declared, "Until the truth of the maidservant case is published, I won't go home." She seemed determined to make him surrender. For the sake of family harmony, Ding Ding had called the administrative office many times and made several personal visits, finally obtaining their permission. Then, the case briefing arrived from police headquarters. Ding Ding hurried to find Pampen, personally carrying the materials. "There, darling, the case briefing for the Lin Xiaoya case has arrived. Now you should believe me." Pampen had been working on this case for quite a while. Originally, she had held no hope of getting permission and had intended to obtain inside information through her personal activities. Many of her predecessors in the other era had done exactly that. But she quickly discovered that private investigation had no room to operate under Lingao's system. Very few people could access the case's core materials, and they were all transmigrators from enforcement agencies. Whether it was Mu Min, Selena, or Su Wan, all of them refused to disclose detailed case information. These three female transmigrators answered identically. Without authorization from the national police, they could not leak any information. This is a matter of discipline. Pampen had originally pinned her hopes on their sense of justice, but no matter how much she emphasized the case's significance for native human rights and women's rights protection, she came away empty-handed. Unable to obtain specific investigative materials, Pampen could only shift her attention to the naturalized citizens. She visited the crime scene and managed to interview various people who might have had contact with the case. Using her status as a chief, she did obtain considerable first-hand material, except from naturalized citizens serving in the enforcement departments, who, as always, had to observe discipline and maintain their silence. As for the transmigrators living in the residential quarters, they were quite interested, but they knew no more than the naturalized citizens. Before the case facts were announced, most transmigrators only speculated that this was some transmigrator's domestic secretary committing suicide, clearly involving something unseemly. Though some showed unusual interest and all sorts of rumors emerged, no one guessed that the deceased was a maidservant trainee, not a domestic secretary. With only these materials in hand, the case remained murky. Pampen had spent a week running around with nothing to show for it. Besides, so many days in the dormitory hadn't been comfortable. Late at night, loneliness was hard to bear. Just as she was becoming disheartened, seeing that Ding Ding had actually brought case materials lifted her spirits instantly. "Darling, I knew you wouldn't betray me," she whooped with joy, leaping up and throwing her arms around Ding Ding's neck. Ding Ding gave a few awkward chuckles. "I told you trust the organization. You really didn't disappoint me." Pampen closed her eyes. Ding Ding couldn't help but kiss her, and two moist tongues immediately entwined. Having not seen each other for more than 10 days, their longing had built up. The two pressed closer and closer, hands roaming everywhere. With a click of the door lock, heavy breathing and moans soon filled the entire office. "This is the entire case." Pampen looked over the briefing, her expression one of unsatisfied desire as she watched the gratified Ding Ding putting on his jacket. "That's right. Just forwarded from the administrative office, the official report from police headquarters. Lin Xiaoya was killed by another maidservant, not a transmigrator. It's all written there, isn't it? Your Chinese reading comprehension hasn't regressed, has it? Pan Pan slumped down in her seat. I find it hard to believe. Your government has always been accustomed to controlling public opinion. Ding Ding wore an expression somewhere between laughter and tears. Pan Pan, don't forget, you're also a member of this government. Oh no, what I mean is, most of the transmigrators in the Senate came from that kind of society. So I have reason to be fully skeptical of this report, unless you let me see the complete file and personally investigate these witnesses. Ding Ding frowned, not because he thought the request would be hard to fulfill, but because he vaguely sensed some dangerous shift in Pan Pan's attitude. That's beyond my authority. If you don't plan to publish the story, go talk to Zio Zishan. I certainly will. I must get to the bottom of this. Pan Pan was full of confidence. End of chapter. Chapter 1452, Hidden Agendas, Part 2. When Cheng Yangtsen saw Pan Pan again at the tea house, she was sitting in a small private room looking utterly dejected, mechanically stirring her coffee with a small spoon. Though Cheng Yangtsen hadn't been directly involved in the Lin Xiaoya case, she had obtained all publicly available information in real time through Pan Pan's channels, including the results of Pan Pan's private investigation. She knew the investigation hadn't gone smoothly. What disappointed her most was that Mu Min, Selena, and Su Wan, 3 female transmigrators serving in police departments, had all flatly refused Pan Pan's requests for information, unwilling to reveal even a shred of inside knowledge. She had assumed these 3 women, who shared common ground on defending women's rights and curbing male transmigrator abuse of power, would enthusiastically support Pan Pan's investigation. She never expected them all to obediently become slaves to discipline. Even Selena, the American woman, had meekly complied. According to her original plan, Lin Xiaoya must have been killed by some transmigrator. Su Wan had vaguely hinted at gatherings that Lin Xiaoya's death was not suicide. The Senate, to protect transmigrator sanctity, would surely falsify the case details, changing it to an accident, suicide, or murder by some naturalized citizen. All were possibilities. With these 3 female transmigrators as deep throats, providing inside information and evidence, and Pan Pan controlling Lingao's largest newspaper, she only had to wait for the falsified official case report to emerge. Then she would hold an excellent trump card. Using this trump card to reform the current system was impossible. Even she couldn't accomplish that. But at the very least, it could crack open a gap in this airtight iron curtain. Especially in securing greater editorial autonomy for Pan Pan at the Lingao Times. Pan Pan would also come to trust her more. With media came the power of discourse, the ability to influence ordinary transmigrators, and more importantly, the ability to influence naturalized citizens and natives. Yet Pan Pan's investigation had yielded nothing, and the 3 female transmigrators' uncooperative attitude was beyond her comprehension. Cheng Yangtsen realized things weren't as simple as she had anticipated. What's wrong, Pan Pan darling? Cheng Yangtsen maintained her relaxed expression. You look unsatisfied. Don't joke around, Cheng Cheng darling. Pan Pan took a sip of coffee and produced a sheet of paper. Look. Cheng Yangtsen took it and read it over. This is the case briefing, Pan Pan nodded. I just got it yesterday afternoon. The official report from police headquarters. Pan Pan, tell me, do you believe this report? Not even a ghost would believe it, Pan Pan said indignantly. It's obviously been falsified. I think the same as you. Cheng Yangtsen thought, this matches my estimate. Clearly they're trying hard to hide something. I've already started investigating and the results are disappointing. I've found nothing. Pan Pan darling, investigating this way won't get you anywhere. No, early this morning I got permission from the arbitration court. I'm allowed to review the case file. Let me put it this way, the evidence is solid. Bah, faked. I also interviewed all the witnesses and I even got permission to interview the suspect. Nothing deviates from the testimony in the file. Bah, obviously they were coached beforehand. What's strange about that? Pan Pan nodded heavily. But when I went to interview Mu Min, Selena, and Su Wan, what they said matched the testimony exactly. Mu Min even told me she conducted the investigation independently without any external coercion. The case facts are completely true. Bah, they were forced. No, I can tell whether someone is being forced to lie, Pampan said dejectedly. They were telling the truth. Especially Mu, her attitude was very firm and certain. She absolutely wasn't being coerced into saying those things. Both fell silent. After a long while, Cheng Yangtsen murmured, "How can this be? Maybe there was never anything suspicious about this case and we've been overthinking." Cheng Yangtsen pondered for a moment. "Can you let me study your investigation materials? Would they be useful to you?" Pampan took a notebook from her shoulder bag and handed it over. "I don't mind, but I'm afraid there's nothing valuable in there." "It's fine. I just want to understand the full case and see if there are any other news angles worth exploring," Cheng Yangtsen said with a smile. "Pampan darling, in the new society, your journalistic instincts have grown dull. You can find a new angle." Pampan looked at her in surprise. "Definitely." "How about this, Pampan darling, hold off on your report, let me go back and study this." "Okay, it's all up to you." Cheng Yangtsen returned to her residence and instructed Sun Shangxiang. "Make coffee, use the best Golden South Sea blend, strong." Sun Shangxiang was wearing an apron. Seeing the chief's manner, she knew she was about to be busy and quickly asked, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Shall I make sandwiches?" "Go ahead, cheese and lettuce, no ham." Cheng Yangtsen sat at the table and began studying the case briefing and Pampan's investigation notes. Based on the materials Pampan had collected, the case facts really did seem to have no suspicious points. The chain of evidence was interlocking, unless the entire investigation had been fabricated from the start. But Pampan had also said Mu Min wasn't lying. Cheng Yangtsen still trusted Pampan's judgment. As a journalist, she had considerable powers of observation. Moreover, whether it was Mu Min, Selina, or Su Wan, in their several contacts they had all expressed concern over the transmigrator's current moral standards and the system's deficiencies. One could say they shared common ground. Sympathizers with her cause, if not outright allies. Even if they were truly under some threat and couldn't reveal the truth, they wouldn't be so obstinate as to not give Pampan even a single hint. If that was the case, then the facts really were as the briefing stated. Since Lin Xiaoya hadn't been killed by a transmigrator, the Senate had no need to falsify the case. The script she had prepared was entirely useless now. Even if she could play some small tricks with reporting techniques, they wouldn't have much effect. Her gaze wandered across the table. There was a pile of crudely printed and bound pamphlets, materials she had specially borrowed from the Grand Library for this case. The Arbitration Court and Jurisprudence Society's work products from the past 2 years. Yang Xinwu had been idling away his days at the farm tea-house recently. After Yang Jihang's arrest, he couldn't be bothered to go home. There was no one to cook, and the Transmigrator cafeteria had been disbanded due to the dwindling number of diners. Transmigrator Yang ate breakfast at the residential quarters cooperative in the morning, had lunch at the school cafeteria, then came to the tea-house for dinner after work. Afterward, he would play cards to pass the time, or sometimes just prepare lessons in the private room, not returning home to sleep until past 10. His mood was deeply troubled. When Yang Jihang had been by his side, he never thought she was particularly important. She had been one of the first batch of maidservants that Zhang Xin brought from Guangdong. At the time, Transmigrator Yang had drawn a C-grade assignment. When selecting maidservants, his first sight of her face and height had been very disappointing. Fortunately, after a second look, his adrenaline started flowing and immediately changed his thinking. That pair, extremely rare in early 17th century southern China, made up his mind. As for her looks, well, Lingao had power restrictions at night anyway. With the lights off, only hearing and touch remained. He'd make do with her for now and buy a better maidservant later. Yang Jihang wasn't sexy or beautiful, and Yang Xinwu had nothing in common with her. But over these 2 years she had made his daily life comfortable, utterly devoted and attentive to him. Over time, feelings had developed. His original indifference toward the domestic secretary, treating her as a temporary housekeeper to be replaced as soon as better options appeared, had gradually faded. After Yang Jihang was taken away, all she left him was an empty home. Yang Xinwu painfully discovered that his home had suddenly lost its soul. When he came home, no woman welcomed him, took off his shoes and put on his slippers, had hot water ready in the bathroom and hot food on the table. At night, there was no warm, soft body beside him. He especially missed that pair that could soothe his soul at any time. That evening, after dinner in a private room where he was preparing lessons while reminiscing about his and Yang Jihang's bedroom affairs, he suddenly heard a soft knock. The door opened and a female server entered. "Chief, a female chief wishes to see you." "A female chief?" Yang Xin